Let's get this party started.
Who goes there? Somebody say something.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's time to rise and shine. Morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you're feeling fine. Good morning, get up, get out of bed. You gotta get up, you stay, rise, just you and all your friends are gonna be there too. Time of reflection from yesterday's gush. See, where do I want to go? Where do I want to start meandering? So we have these explanations for observation. Nate had an issue with ancient cultures describing observations in mythical stories.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on? I figured if I started talking, somebody would show up.
I'm just going through more and more footage, and Rocky has sent me that, and I was like, "Yo, this is another perfect example of what I'm saying." So I had to share it with you.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it. I've watched it. It was really good. You know, what's interesting is I've got a book on light, and it talks about so many. It's crazy, man. Like, if you and I were able to get paid for the time it would take us to do what we've done, you know what I mean? It would be worth it. Not that it's not worth it, but it would be sustainable in terms of the fact that we could feed ourselves and not have to worry about things. But the stuff that these guys analyze and draw pictures of, because it's a pretty old book, you know, but they talk about, you know, the way shadows fall on the ground, and they talk about the umbra and the penumbra of real shadows, and how the light diffuses, and it's really, really interesting stuff. But the way that I'm wired, I want to go out and photograph it, right? So I have this really great sunset shot of the Chesapeake where I'm following the sunset, and it's so bright that you can't see the branches of a tree that's in front of the sun. But as the sun goes farther and farther away, the tree starts to show through, and it's just an amazing visual, you know. But I've done it a couple of times with the moon, where it's at night and the moon's so bright that you can't see the branches in front of the tree with my camera, you know, but you can see everything on the moon. It's like the branches aren't even there.
Yeah, that's that lens.
It's
That's
just crazy the way that works.
Yeah, it's insane, and yeah, I know we are right. I think you're on the same understanding as me, or I'm on the same understanding as you. I think we're seeing the same thing, and it's I think it's busy changing my life.
Yeah, I don't even know if you were breaking up for me or just for everybody else or whatever, but I heard nothing of what you just said.
Can you hear me now?
I'm gonna drop out and
I
come
can hear
back.
you, man.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, man.
No, I don't know if it was for the entire show or if it was just for me, but I didn't hear anything you just said after what I said. As soon as you started talking, I had nothing but nothing.
No. So what I'm saying is, I think you are seeing what I'm seeing, you seeing what I'm seeing, or I'm seeing what you're seeing. I think we're on the same page, and yeah, it gives me goosebumps, and it's changed my life. I think since 14th of September, and if we can, I would also love to look further into this. I work from home. I got my own little business, but in between, I don't have enough money to go buy, the equipment that we need, or what I would need to actually go measure these, or show an experiment big enough than what I'm doing at home here. Um, if I had the funds, that'll be
What
awesome.
are
But I do have the time, sort of. But yeah, if we can look more into this, I agree. We need to. I don't think Copernicus got that.
what are some tools that you think would be necessary for what you would like to do?
We would need a vacuum chamber, and I'm trying to think how to make, you know, with a light source, within a dark room within a vacuum, and you get different layers that you can pump full of gas, and we can try and mimic the atmosphere in that sort of condition. Otherwise, we could just get a big glass container, but it must be specialized glass where it's not too thick. It needs to be as thin as possible to minimize most of the effects. Um, but we'll need a facility where we can house something like that, and then show how you can create a 3D image standing from where you are. Uh, but yeah, I would need some guys to help me build this. Like I say, I struggle to explain it, but maybe if I can hook up with a university in Cape Town, I have considered emailing them and showing them what I've discovered or what I'm seeing.
Yeah, you know
So
what's
yeah, I would need assistance of recommendations what you guys would need me to prove, and then I can come up in my head what I'm seeing, and then what I need to build to replicate that. Okay, go ahead.
there was a back in the 80s, the University of Wisconsin had a program they called the Science Bag, and they would have public class that they would allow the people to come into an auditorium and then do presentations. And I watched one of the presentations because the guy was a PhD in astrophysics, and he was talking about refraction and mirage. And he's written a book on rainbows and sun glories and sun dogs, and it's the same format that was used for the Georgia State University website that I came across. But his information is skewed. It's insufficient and inadequate because he's not seeing what I'm seeing. And the way that he diagrammed an inferior mirage was completely incorrect. So, say for instance, he wanted to save money by drawing the diagram himself instead of putting a real picture in. And so he had this landscape that he drew with an inferior mirage. Well, if that landscape was real and the inferior mirage was real at that moment and he took a picture, the way he drew the mirage and the way the mirage would have been in reality wouldn't have been the same. So he was completely ignoring a key fact that's obvious once you see it, right? So it was just a simple, like if whoever edited his book, if it was me, I would have said, "Hey man, you totally missed this part. You got to correct this." But no one caught it, and
Yeah.
my point in saying that is that if there's a university that has a program like that, so to speak, where there's a public access to a science department, that would be a great way to maybe make some contact with equipment that we would be able to perhaps collaborate to use. But I have tried in so many ways to contact people in the departments in universities, and I never get responded to, ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find out. I'm in South Africa. It's also a little bit different, yeah. But maybe I am in the Western Cape, so we do have a slightly better governance over here, and they are generally open to things like this. I do believe we quite a humble bunch here. A lot of fighting, but I think we are a humble bunch. Oh, so that's good, my phone. So yeah. Let me. I just need to take this call. Sorry, man. I'll be
Yeah,
busy
go
now.
ahead. So just while I'm filling the air, to have these oversights in basic observations is by someone in the field, to me, is just incredible that he would have missed such a simple characteristic in an observation. And they just seem to prefer drawing pictures than they prefer drawing diagrams and pictures rather than using actual photographs.
Do you think it was a bias thing that made him blind to the mistake?
Well, you always want to give them the benefit of the doubt. So I mean, yeah, I think the bias is there that they simply believe reality is this way, and so I've used this analogy. It's the detective who has a certain amount of clues that lead to suspect A, and those clues are leading him in that direction. But there's a clue that's right there for him to see, and he's not seeing it. Otherwise, he would know that there's a suspect B. And so then they just go ahead with the subject A, and they put the wrong guy in prison. It's just the frailty of our own condition as people not to see. And I'm there too. I'm not saying that I don't see things or recognize a shortfall.
We probably do it a lot in day-to-day life without realizing it.
But I guess, for me, it's like I'm the young rookie detective who comes in and he's like, hey, I say, I heard you guys solved this amazing case like 30 years ago. Can I take a look at it? And they're like, yeah, go take a look at the files. And I'm, taking it home at night, reading it, falling asleep, and coffee stains on the paper. And then I'm like, wait, look at this. What they didn't even look at this fact right here. Like, what's up with that? So then I trace this around and they put the wrong guy. So now imagine I go to that department and said, look, you guys put the wrong person. They're like, oh, you're just a rookie. Like you just got out of, and they're like not even willing to listen to the fact that there's something there,
You think you're some kind of hotshot.
Yeah, what do you know? And then it's almost an unintentional gaslight where then you cause that person to question themselves, and then you could stifle an important discovery. But you'll hear it whenever I talk to Zanuck. Zanuck doesn't even consider what I suggest. Nothing. Doesn't even. Nope, you're wrong. I know what I'm talking about. You have no idea what mirages are. He will not ever give an inch. Him, Rumpus, Rugif, all these knuckleheads who don't even do their own observations.
Mm. Well, it's because you clearly interrupting Zanuck on his 4-hour talk, so it's not his fault.
Yeah. I mean, I try to catch myself because I know I can talk, right? Because you're thinking of stuff that you've discovered or that you've thought through, and it's a long drawn out. I even have to cut myself short. He just does not have that filter. He doesn't think I've been talking too long. I should just stop. He never thinks that.
That's a very true statement.
But I think the one thing that these discussions should do for us, and I think about it almost every day because we hear these arguments. We hear, I don't know if you listened to any of yesterday's show at all, but there were just so many times when we led these guys right up to the water and they were just like a resistant mule. And just try to think, okay, so now how can I do that argument better the next time? How can I say it differently to, salt the oats, so to speak?
It's difficult with these lot though, because they're not like your average kind of normie. So there's like an extra kind of defense mechanism in how they interact with us, I think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm back.
it's a criticism to a certain extent where like they have all of the book smarts. They can. I'm amazed actually, like that Zanuck, Doofus, Ruhif, what's the other guy? Nidhug, or even Tosho. It's like they have like photographic memory of this stuff. Like they can just spit out facts. 1 degree, 1%, all this kind of stuff. And they think that simply because they can spit those facts out, that is what it is. And they will not take observational science over a book. But anyway, going back to you, Beerman, in terms of the equipment that you would need, a vacuum chamber, how big would it have to be, do you think?
To be honest, I would first confirm with basic stuff that it could work, and then I would need someone that could, that has a bit more knowledge than me. I just know what I'm going to see, but he would know what equipment to use. I would say let's go small with glass, and then if that works on a small scale, we can go bigger to maybe try create a small little world with a camera in it, and maybe about a 20 by 20 foot room with a glass vacuum chamber with different layers in it, and then see what happens from there.
And then just like one of those pen cameras or something.
Yeah, I would actually try various models with the stars, with little cameras pointing from the bottom to scale, and you can move stars. You can play with how the sun would work. You can do a whole bunch of things, and to how can I say, predict what's going to happen, where things are going, because I think things are very much out of control at the moment, because this has not been talked about or discovered. I don't know. I feel sorry. I feel like the movie Divergent. That I'm seeing what the fuck's going on now, and Divergent actually clearly shows how you can go through that focus point that I was talking about, or the ether, and there's other worlds out there, and I don't know. I think this will change the world. Actually, it's that big. I think, Travis. I don't know what to say, but I think this is big.
Well, I think it's big too. I from the stuff that I've looked at, it's I think a stepping stone, or at least a partner to what you're seeing. You know what I mean? Obviously, I think that what I've seen too, and what I'm suggesting, is at least scientifically world changing. But the one thing that I want to go back and do, and I can't do it where I live right now because the ambient light from the cities are just too much, at least from what I can tell. But I don't know. Did you ever see the Star Trail captures that I I put up. Have you heard about
Yeah.
those at all?
Yeah, you got the one that are set up with two different cameras next to each other, and their trajectories differ, and that's more proof of exactly what I'm saying. This everything's proving what I'm saying, and I think what you're saying as well. So
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, I did it for 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks straight. Every night I went out, did the same thing, and I never got different results. Like I thought the first night was just a fluke. Like I set my cameras up wrong. And then the next night it turned out the same way, and the next night it turned out the same way. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, why are these two cameras like? It's almost like someone could criticize it and say you had the wrong focal length, right? Whereas the field of view would be affected, but the angle of the stars across that field wouldn't have been. And that's the issue, was the angles weren't matching up.
correct. Yeah,
And I would one of the controls I did was to switch the cameras left to right. Like I did Sandra 1 on the left, Sandra 2 on the right, and then the next night I would do Sandra 2 on the right, or Sandra 2 on the left, Sandra 1 on the right, to see, and then it was the same thing. It did the same thing. I don't know.
Who do we speak to? This
I mean,
is
I'd
the
love-
yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
need. It's like I need to speak to someone now because everyone needs to know now.
Yeah,
that-
I know. Yeah, that's it. So I jump on the internet and I email blast like 5 different people from different universities, and like I said, I never get a response.
Okay. Let me make a plan to do this today. Still. I'll make a call a little bit later. Oh no, let me fucking make a call now. Hold on. Let me, later might not happen. I'll be right back. Let me make a call quick.
I even called up a local university in California and got a hold of a guy that was and sent him some of my photos. He never got back to me. And I didn't talk about flat Earth at all. I was just like, I've got some really interesting things. I think this is really interesting, blah, blah, blah. Nothing.
Fear for career. Probably.
Say that again.
Fear for career. Probably.
I don't know, because like I said, it was just observations of the island.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think he could have put together that it would have been, I didn't say anything about flat Earth at all. It was just purely mirage, and this guy was a marine biologist, and all this kind of stuff.
You know what I see, Travis, when you expressed Doofus and Ruiv and Kosho, how they and Zenek, how they come up with their numbers and immediately, because they have this orthographical side view on in their head constantly, and according to them it dictates the perspective. And I think in science it's the usual way to think about things. So and of course it is information to take in, but it doesn't dictate the total of the perspective. So it's very difficult to think in perspective if you are constantly looking from a side view, an orthographical, where everybody is of equal size, of equal importance, of whatever. It's almost like a metaphysical idea that everybody is important as another on a certain viewpoint or thinking point.
Yeah.
But that's only importance on a certain territory. So if you don't have any idea that disappearance from the bottom up is in perspective, without atmospheric influences, but however, it's so difficult to observe it because of the sizes of things and how they halve in size in when it's halving the angle, and what you have left at the horizon. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of great, ways that we could do a lot of field demonstrations of this. It's just a matter of time and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and even people. And then go in and get me some coffee.
Okay, so I had to leave a. Sorry, are you guys in a discussion?
No.
Oh, I called the university now. They put me through to a department. Then they didn't pick up, so I left a voice note. However, I will also email them, so at least they do have a department for this. So yeah, I will keep you up to date on that, Travis.
What was the department?
I asked for either physics, astrophysics, or any surveying department, just so I could get someone that was in optics, because they wanted to put me through to archaeology or archaeology or something like that. So I said no.
Yeah, I had a secretary who's like, I had to walk her through it. Like, no, this is what I want. You want me to do this? No, I need this kind of just. It was really not an easy process.
Yeah, I'll get through to them though. They are pretty clued up there. A friend of mine also used to work there, but he's left to Norway. Otherwise, I would have been able to get something quite easily. But I'll actually get in contact with him as well. He might have a contact there for me. But yeah, this is big. This is very, very big.
I'll follow you critical, Beerman.
Yeah, I already debunked you.
Debunk say nothing to me. No, I have similar ideas as you, but I also have different. So
Have you
let's be
seen
happy.
Rakia's video?
What?
Have you seen Rakia's video with the looking past the rock? That is 100% what I'm saying. 120 million% that I'm saying.
Yeah. Beerman, I was at sometimes looking into things 100% convinced that I saw everything right, and I had to adjust that many times. So there's nothing wrong with being convinced and going along your path, but let's be happy with critical people that think along the same lines. Okay.
I love your criticism.
Okay. Going to do some shopping, so I jump out. See you next time.
Cheers.
Beer Man, have you read anything that touches on what you're looking at all? That you could see some similarities in the literature?
Just that Emmett's law. Is it Emmett's law? The one that I think I did send you, but yeah. Let me see what I got here. The what's it? There's the propaganda one of the moon illusion. But there's a lot of truth in what they're explaining there. They just you'll see where they throw in the globe thrown at us model. But the moon illusion also basically explains what I'm saying. But it's Emmett's law that is the one that first intrigued me, and then that visual perspective. Because no matter how big or small you are, that perspective's always there. How far or close as well. Ah, you left. Probably DC'd. You're back. You see that demonstration I did with the cameras? That's more or less what I'm saying. But obviously, that's with the little equipment that I have to do the test. But I want to now replicate what I was showing there, because that is what we're seeing. Did you see those? You guys can hear me or not?
I have the worst luck with my phone and Discord.
Can hear you now, though.
What's that?
I'd say we can hear you now. So yeah, I was just saying I didn't look into too many of them. I briefly looked over the Emirates law because that was the one that mainly fell into place. What I was trying to say.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
Oh fuck! Can the rest of them hear me?
Yeah, Beer Man, you're good for me, dude. Clear.
okay.
And I can hear Travis, but so he's obviously got a hearing problem.
All right. Well, then just keep saying what you're saying. Then don't pay any attention to me.
No, you asked the question, but yeah, if you do.
Is it just Beer Man you can't hear? Sorry, Beer Man. Is it just Beer Man you can't hear, Travis?
It's what?
Is it just Beer Man you can't hear, or is everyone kind of bad for you?
Right now you're good, but as soon as he started talking, it's like I heard his first two words and then it just went staticky, breaking it all up.
Let me disconnect and reconnect. It could be because I'm connecting.
I've done that.
No,
Yeah.
me. I'm gonna do it.
Oh.
Okay, can you hear me now?
So far.
Okay, cool. So I was saying I wasn't looking into too many of the, I'd say, mainstream explanations. I did look at Emmett's law because that tied up with a lot that I'm saying. And so I'm rather trying to put it into my own words or description, and then you guys can help me match the laws and things like that. But if one and one fit together, they fit together. You guys must just give the words and laws that go with that.
Well, I've never heard anyone refer to that one. Can you give us a little bit of a summary of what it is?
So he's talking about the light that stays behind. So, for instance, I say our world is almost like an eye, or it is an eye, and when we're the center of that eye, and when you look, when light hits your eye, it also leaves a bit of a reflection behind, and then there's multiple lenses that come to that one center point, and
Do that last part again.
the last part, from where? Oh my god, I just realized this is where the fucking all-seeing eye thing comes from. Oh shit. Am I onto something yet, Copernicus?
Well, it's new. It's still new to me. I'm not.
Dude,
what you're saying, but
I was just following when I didn't even know how that question came up, but then I was explaining how we're seeing it all, and it's yeah, we are in a fucking giant eye. An eye explains what I'm explaining just on the outside, what we see.
I just like the way you said multiple.
Oh, multiple. Yes, I'm saying we got multiple lenses to an optical nerve. And that's where we are seeing everything. We are that light. They're trying to break through that second light. Or that main focus point, that ether focus point. That's my hypothesis there. But I can prove that the rest I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm going to be at my stop in a little bit. I'll try to look at that link for that principle.
Yeah, I struggle to explain this stuff, so I'd rather send you tell you where to go check it out, and then criticize my way of thinking, or see if the law can break, if my thing can break that law or not, or if it stays within the law.
I wish I could put into words the way that I think about the images that I capture, because it's just so abstract to try to describe the only word I can ever come up with is kaleidoscope. It's just this kaleidoscope.
Yeah, and if this does get heard, I give you all the credit for the photography there as well.
Well, there's a bunch of us that are doing it. I'm gonna try to say this again, like I said yesterday, to either Doofus or Nidhug. I can't remember. I don't know if anybody else thinks that they sound like twins, but when we see looming, and again, this day has ever produced an image of looming scientifically, right? That they'll go to the Google search and go, here you go. No. That could be anybody's photograph. You can say anything about it that you want. No way. Always see allows us to. And when we have conditions that are looming, we're going to have to change that, because obviously the connotation of looming is not what we are seeing. We are not seeing the other side of the curve being raised up into our field of view. That's not what's happening. So in that instance, looming is not an appropriate term for that phenomenon. So
is that not what your black swan does?
Okay, right. But see, I don't call it a black swan. Who the fuck called it a black swan? Not the source, BLMLSB. He didn't call it a black swan.
No,
so
but all the other flat earthers call it black swan.
I get that. But I'm not, right? And my question is, who labeled it looming? No one to this day has done a presentation with scientific backing to show why we should call it that. No one. So I don't know why this is a discussion.
All you have to do is look at the same guy's video footage from the day before and the day before that, where you can't. The vast majority of that oil rig is blocked by the sea.
Right. So let me try to finish what I was saying before, because
what happened if it's not being loomed up? So then what the fuck's happening?
Okay,
Why
so
is it the day before you can't see it, and then on that day you can?
Okay, Highlander, I was actually going through an explanation and you completely interrupted me. So if you would let me try to finish the thought that I was trying to formulate, because I've listened to these discussions and am I breaking up or something? Is there a reason why he's talking over me?
I just said
No.
okay.
All right, but when you you clip me. So I can't hear what you're saying, so I think you're trying to talk over me. So when we see looming, I'm just going to use that term right now because that's what we're familiar with. When we see looming, there are certain other characteristics that happen that we need to realize is a marker for that event. You have an extension of the surface. You have in that extension, it looks as though the surface is farther away from us, and the surface texture is very acute. It's very small in scale. So we're looking over let's say 9 miles. Okay. So let's say I go out and I photograph that capture. I'm looking out 9 miles. I have a target at 9 miles. The next day, if I come back and I cannot see that far, the only reason I can't see that far is refraction. So there's no need to appeal to curvature in the previous one. There's no need to appeal to this concept of looming. So they're putting the cart before the horse. They're looking at the obstruction first, and then they're seeing farther second, which means then that they are treating the first consideration as curvature.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
in either case, there's no need to appeal to anything in principle, right? You can do an observation like that, and then you can try to find, or you can even, like, specifically, if you do a long distance observation, you can set it up so that you do verify the path of light along the line of observation. So you do take measurements of the conditions that air is in, like the moisture, the pressure, what else? The temperature. And those conditions will imply, like, empirically, a path of the light along that line.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I don't have a.
Yeah, but you just said
good.
that. You just said that if you go down there and you can see that oil rig and it's 9 miles away, then you come back the following day and you can't see it, right? Then the day that you can't see it is because of refraction, right? But yet,
And the day you can
when
see it is because not.
But the day that you can see it, it doesn't actually look like a natural fucking oil rig because it's all bent and warped and misshaped.
No.
That's refraction. What do you mean, no? I grew up next to fucking oil rigs, and I'm telling you now, they don't make oil rigs with bendy and wavy fucking bits of metal that look like fucking spaghetti. Yeah? So don't fucking try and tell me that that's not refraction. That's refraction. That is not an actual fucking oil rig you're looking at.
Highlander, please. I have made these observations myself as well, okay? It's not always the same. So my point is this. If you just have one photograph that you're going to hang your hat on, you're going to be missing other characteristics of another observation later on, which is why I was saying that there are multiple effects happening in these observations. So when I have captured what I consider looming, I don't always have a bendy, warpy crane or oil platform. It's not. That's not always going to be the consistent variable that you see. It just happens to be in that one that he published. It happens to be there, because I have oil platforms with bendy cranes as well, but in other conditions like an inferior mirage. You know what I mean? So it's we I'm just trying to say this, guys. I've said this over and over again. We have to have multiple images to take these things into consideration. And I'm going to appeal to the two of you just real quick, and I'll wrap it up, is just like I've said, try to find a scientifically published image of looming. I haven't been able to do it. I can't find one.
Well, because scientific papers don't use, like, taking a picture or taking a photograph of taking an image of something is not the thing that publishes that gets published in itself. It's not it's not a process that things go through. Like, yeah, there is imaging involved in some findings that get published, but they are not publishing the image itself as the evidence in itself or as the finding in itself. They're using the data from images, and then they're saying like, okay, what images was taken, how was it taken, what did they find in it, how did they find it, and that's what they're publishing. That's text form.
That's I don't have a problem with that necessarily, but if they're going to take the time to diagram something, then I'm saying just show me the real photo, man. Why are you drawing me a picture? Because I can't go. Hold on, I can't go out into the real world and see a triangle with 4 stripes on it and diagrams of rays. I can't see that in reality.
Right, that's
well,
right.
you can build a diagram with 4 stripes on it and see it in the real world. Then, if you replicate.
Yeah, when these papers are given to other scientists, it gives them the data. It tells them the temperature. It tells them all the other information that they need to know. Right? And they don't just slap a picture down and say, "Here, this is what was happening that day." Yeah. Because then the other scientists are going to say, right, well, where's the rest of the data? You can't just give me a picture and say, this is it. Yeah.
Okay.
We need the
hold
data.
on.
We need the information. Yeah.
I get that.
So then
when
they go out on a certain day and they say, right, well, this is the temperature, this is the humidity, this is this, right, okay, because that data that we have today matches the data on the paper, if we take a picture, that's what he should have seen on that day. So I don't see what the problem is with that.
You're describing my problem, but in reverse, okay? Everything that you said, I don't have a problem with. So hold on. Basically, you're saying one guy shows up and he shows them a picture and they say, wait a minute, where's the temperature, blah, 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 where are all these? And they're like, okay, I can get you that. All I'm saying is the opposite. You give me all of the variables, data. Give me the picture. I just want one more factor. That's all. And you guys are like totally fucking against a sensible criticism. It's a sensible criticism.
No, it's not.
No,
so
we're just saying that's how scientific papers work.
Wow. Well,
Travis, so that's all besides the point, though, because you've already made a positive claim about the conclusion, right?
Oh my God.
You've already made the statement that one day you can see, for example, an oil rig, and the other day you can't see, so therefore the day you can't see it is only due to the refraction. Right? And then I came in and said, like, well, yeah, but you can verify if that statement is true or not, right? You can take the observation line, take the measurements along the observation line, and that dictates a path of light, and then will also dictate which one of the observation is due to refraction and which one of the observation shows the light path being more close to a straight line. Right? And you already made a positive assertion about which one of the observations the light paths are more distorted and which ones they are not. Do you have any evidence for that?
You've also made that same assertion, though, bro.
Oh my God! Like what are you talking about?
No, I did not.
Okay, listen very carefully. Try to pay attention. I'm going to be at my stop in a minute, so I'm going to have to go on mute. You guys, it seems to me, have no interest in looking at what I have produced. Okay, if you want to see what I have put out there, I have playlists with shorter videos and longer videos to your heart's content. I have provided plenty of examples. The way that I have, that's not a negative criticism. Observational science is just as valid. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, but
let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. I do not think the descriptors of more refraction, less refraction are adequate. Looming has more refraction than an inferior mirage. An inferior mirage has more refraction than looming. It's a completely different phenomenon with a shit ton of refraction in both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, would you agree that that the clearest image, or like things appearing as they look, implies that refraction does not play a major role, and that means that the light paths would be straight between the observer and the target that's observed?
No.
No. That's okay. So when do things appear as they are? If it's not when refraction does not play a role, that is, light paths are straight.
I'm sorry. Did you ask a question? Say that again.
Okay, when do things appear as they are then? When do we have no distortion in what we're seeing?
Oh, no. That's different. When do we see things as they are? You always see things as they are. It's just a matter of the degree. Yeah.
Okay, so a matter of the degree of distortion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when the light paths are not refracted, that is, the light paths between the target and the observer are straight, is the distortion higher or lower than when the light paths are refracted, that is, the light paths are not straight between the target and the observer?
Yes. You like that answer?
I asked higher or lower, and you answered with yes.
Yes. What does higher or lower?
That answer makes no sense
higher
whatsoever.
Higher distortion means
Show
more.
me.
Higher distortion means more distortion. Lower distortion
me
means less distortion. Something cannot simultaneously have higher and lower distortion. That's a dichotomy.
Show me an image that you can back up with science of a higher distortion, lower distortion. I'll wait.
Is there any way to get in?
I asked you a question.
Yes, there is. Go ahead. Whoever wants to get in.
I just, I'm here listening to you guys. And obviously I'm a flat earther, whatever, because I don't know either way. But to be honest, I don't know either way. But nobody ever wins in this conversation. Would you guys agree? Like, there's not a definite. There should be like definitive proof. Hey, this guy's point is correct. This guy's point is correct. Oops, I lose. Oops, we have a winner. We have a loser. This is a never ending waste of energy, guys.
Winning or losing is completely unproductive.
Well, here's the point with the winning and losing, because then there wouldn't be this constant arguing and fighting over this. There would be a consensus, there would be a conclusion, and it'd be over with.
I don't know. How loud can you yell?
There is a consensus. It's just flat earthers don't accept the consensus.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Good. I agree with you. Nobody ever wins in these conversations. But for me, winning and losing in those conversations means something else. Winning means that we have gained knowledge. Either, like, anyone has gained knowledge. Either me or someone else. Like, whoever had the lack of knowledge objectively. And that knowledge is now in the open and agreed upon when it was not agreed upon before that. And yeah, I agree with you. In those conversations, nobody ever wins because Travis is actively preventing any progress in a conversation in that sense.
Yeah,
so
it's frustrating. Yeah,
I'd like to get in here. So, Good White Light, that I could translate for you. What they're saying is, Travis has asked for something which is completely reasonable. They've said "nuh-uh" a bunch, and then claimed just not accepting and not rolling over for their worldview. That's really
what I said. Nuh-uh.
No. Hold on a second. Travis
didn't finish. I didn't talk over anyone else either, so I don't expect anyone to talk over me. This is actually the problem, is that neither side is willing to concede any ground. And I remember when I first came into this debate, that started with the globe. They don't concede any ground. And so then That's now translated to the other side.
Right, now that what you said was a false statement, because Travis asked for scientific evidence of looming, right? Now we can point him to papers that show scientific looming. He's wanting an actual picture to go with this paper, and we explained to him that that's not exactly how scientific papers work, right? So he's wanting a scientific paper that's got pictures in it, right? Now, that's scientific papers give you the data. If you want the picture, then you match that data up with the data that's in the paper and take your own picture. Yeah? That's how you confirm that the scientific paper is correct.
Trevor, your statements are also incorrect in context of what I'm of my conversations with Travis. First of all, I'm not presuming any word for you at all. Second of all, I'm actually asking Travis questions, and he's constantly deflecting and dodging them.
So anyway, I'd like to respond to Highlander, seeing as he addressed his response to me, and I'm going to ignore the second one because there's too much to respond to. So Highlander. Some scientific papers don't have pictures in, and some do. I don't know how many you've read. Most of them have some sort of diagram to elucidate the data into some kind of imagery, but many scientific papers, quote unquote, have photos to show you, for instance, equipment setups, or they'll have some other kind of imagery. It really isn't that uncommon. So what Travis is asking for isn't unreasonable at all.
It's unreasonable to state that there's not been a picture like that at all, because you can replicate the conditions yourself. You can all control the condition and monitor conditions yourself and take a picture in according conditions. But like stating from the fact that the papers are, or the subject is not presented in the manner he prefers it to be presented in, does not disprove the entire concept of it being invalid. Does not prove it.
No, but he never said that. Now you're strawmanning him. He never said that. He just asked for it.
He's implying it by saying, "Show me a scientific picture of looming," and stating that there is no such picture, that it's not a thing.
And then you started talking over me the second I started talking. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. So, all that Travis asked for, now I've only been in this conversation about 10 minutes, but I did hear him say this. All I'm asking for is all of the stuff that's provided plus a photo. That is not unreasonable, and it's not unheard of. But he didn't claim that it disproved anything either. He just asked for the extra photo. Now, the fact that you and Highlander are throwing a hissy fit over this is actually quite revealing.
But we're not right. One, we're not throwing a hissy fit, and two, what's wrong with him having the data in front of him and then going out on a day that matches the data and taking his own fucking picture?
He's done that himself.
What is wrong with that?
He's done it himself. You rejected it.
Crypto, the thing is, he's implied, the entire context of the conversation is that the lack of the picture being presented with the investigation, with the literature on the subject, is reason enough for him to doubt the credibility of the information on the literature is presented in presenting information on it. And that's not sensible. That's not reasonable. Because if what you are saying, that he's just asking for a picture on top of that, were true, then just taking a picture on top, he could just replicate it himself, or he could just take a picture in according conditions himself, and then be like, yeah, okay, checks out. But that's not a valid process according to the context of the conversation we are having in the first place.
Okay, so if you and Highlander both want to address statements to me, then you're going to have to wait while I address both of your statements. Does that sound fair? Yes, no, maybe?
On you go.
Maybe.
Okay, fine. So, Highlander, you might have to repeat your statement because now I'm having to address this guy's. I don't know his name, actually. So, what I said and what you said aren't marrying up, because initially you said that what Travis had said is that he was disproving it. He never said that. He's allowed to have doubts over your information. That's okay, right? So these are two different things. One is disproof, one is non-belief, or at least, you know, reluctance to believe. The second is perfectly reasonable. The first is invalid, because you don't disprove something by something not existing. I think we all know that. So, sorry, by a certain proof not existing in one context, it doesn't mean that it's disproven overall. Everyone knows that. Travis isn't saying that. All he's saying is, can I have an extra picture to go with the data, which isn't unreasonable. Now, with regards to, I think Highlander said something. Can you repeat your statement, Highlander, just so I've addressed it properly? No? Well, anyway, I wanted to say something else as well. Travis has got a YouTube channel, guys. Like, he does this stuff. So to say that it's, oh, he should just go and do it himself. Well, he does. So maybe you should go and check out and see what he's got to offer. I mean, you might find problems with it, and then you can discuss them with him.
Yes, which I tried to do, and he dodges and deflects from any discussion or any conversation about it that leads to like a specific common basis of knowledge. Like, as soon as you're trying to discuss, narrow down the terminology and which words mean what in the context of this conversation, to a point where you can actually like understand the implications of what is being said to a degree that allows distinguishing the different views and the different possible explanations. He's not willing to go down that road with you anymore. He's deflecting and dodging the point of the conversation continuously and filibustering it at this point.
It just sounds like a bunch of rhetoric to me. To be
It was
honest.
his conversation before Adrian jumped in, though, so I don't understand how he's deflecting from the conversation that we have been having all morning since before you got here.
So say again, Flatty? I didn't hear
All
what.
morning.
Travis and Peterman were having a conversation this morning, and then Highlander and Adrian jumped in and completely derailed the conversation, and are now accusing Travis of avoiding or changing the conversation. I don't really get what's happened.
Well, I mean, it's a bunch of rhetoric, Flatty. That's what's happened.
I asked him straightforward questions, higher or lower, and he answered with yes.
Well, you had to go,
I don't
didn't
know what that sounds like to you, but to me that sounds like dodging the question.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Well, Travis can answer himself now. Let's go.
So I went on to then ask you to give me a differentiation between what higher or lower even means. Okay? So there are different degrees of an inferior mirage. It can be obtuse or it can be very acute. When it's very acute, the image of the mirage is limited to a certain degree in your vision. So like, let's say you have a house and it's in an inferior mirage, but there's only the small portion of the bottom of the house in the mirage. That's acute. Sometimes you can have the mirage where you can see the entire house flipped. That's obtuse. Okay, but it's still an inferior mirage. Higher or lower? Which one's higher or which one's lower? I don't know.
That's not the question you were asked.
Okay. I'm telling you that I haven't come across enough information in the research that I have looked up to give you an answer of higher or lower. So when I say yes, it means like, yeah, it could go either way. Like, I don't know. So when you ask,
it's not the same answer as yes.
Okay. I'm telling you that it's
you're
not.
You're being dishonest in your answers, or
No.
And you're being stupid.
Okay. I think that we all know that both and sometimes is an answer. Is it this or is it this? Or like, yeah, it can go either way. It depends. Okay, it depends. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I was not trying to step on your toes. I
Not
was not
knowing
trying.
also is
Okay,
not the same
please
answer as it
do
depends.
not overtalk me.
But you continuously flip-flopping about your answer. First you said, I don't know. You said yes because you said, I don't know. I don't have the information. Now you're saying it depends. Well, that implies that you do know. That you do have a way of differentiating, and that you do at least know that it's not constant and can go either way. That's not the same answer as I don't know.
Okay, did you hear me apologize earlier for stepping on your toes? Is your silence an affirmative? Like, what the fuck? Why won't you answer my question right now? Did you hear me apologize for stepping on your toes? Obviously, I've upset you.
No, you did not step on my toes, and you
Okay.
did not upset me.
Okay, well then, I don't know how to apologize right now. I apologize for giving you an answer that wasn't satisfactory. Okay, I have now gone on
No
to,
need.
I think, be a little bit more specific. When I say it depends, I'm saying, first of all, I don't have the information to tell you one way or the other. I do believe that you can possibly get to that answer, so it depends. I just don't know what the variable is. But my point is, when I brought up the inferior mirage, is that if you go out, if you go to Wikipedia, or if you want to look up mirages, they're just going to give you a generalization about what causes an inferior mirage, but they're not going to even tell you about the degree. They're not going to tell you that this one's obtuse, this one's acute. You might be able to predict when you think an inferior mirage is going to happen. That's fine, but can you predict how intense that mirage is going to be? If it's going to be acute or if it's going to be obtuse, so that even when we get into looming, that's not even going to be uniform. You're never going to get the same image of the same target, even if the conditions for looming are there. It's going to be a different degree of looming. Okay?
Okay. So you still already made a positive statement about which of the observations is due to reflection and which one is.
They both are.
Okay. They all are, since reflection always happens. Okay, fair enough. Then your statement isn't really useful in context of what we're trying to determine here, right?
What are we trying to determine?
Okay, good question. I'm trying to learn about observable reality, so about nature of the existence we live in.
It didn't sound like it with your replies to me.
What do you mean?
Go read your replies and watch my presentation again. If you really say are saying what you're saying, that you're trying to observe objective reality or whatever you said now, then you wouldn't be saying this. Dude, no.
Why not?
Go read your replies. That's why not.
What's wrong with my replies?
No, I don't even want to get into the debates like this, dude.
Okay.
Okay,
that's fine, Beer Man.
I think I was I think I was very polite with my replies to you.
Okay, listen, Beer Man.
I told you multiple times that, hey, what you're saying so far does not seem sensible to me. What you're presenting does not seem like an idea that's even reasonable to me. But I don't know yet. I need to go through the rest, and then I've went through the rest. I've seen that you've not gone into like why you're saying the things that you're saying. You've just like shown more and more examples of you saying what you're saying. Basically, you've reiterated what you're saying many times in the presentation that you've made, and I've told you, well, in order for us to talk about this in a sensible way, it seems that we're having a different basis of understanding, a different fundamental concept of how we understand the world regarding this topic, optics. And I think we need to first chat and see if we can make a common basis of knowledge and agree on concepts that we think that we agree are useful to investigate those things, and then we can go through your presentation again. That's what I told you in the DMs. And I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, but you obviously didn't look at my presentation. Do you not see? You don't really agree to anything? Then you're bringing in these other optics. So yes, but let's try replicate what I'm doing. So that's why I'm asking you, what do you need me to prove? Don't tell me about optics and tell me other stories. What do we need to prove what you are seeing? So if, like I always say, if you see a soccer ball, that's a soccer ball. I can see it. It's there. Okay, I can go to it. So I'm saying, what do you need from me to show you, to prove to you, for it to be your truth, that you say, aha, okay?
Well,
what do you need from me to show you that, to make it your truth? Don't give me optics and stories, how optics works. What do you need from me?
Okay, so for one, my truth or not my truth should be irrelevant. In my understanding of reality, truth is not a matter of personal perspective. Truth is something that's true or false, independently from what your
We don't.
perspective
I'm
and your
sorry.
view
We
on
don't need
it
you to
is.
gish gallop. Just answer his
Yeah.
That's
question.
not gish galloping.
It
that's
is,
one
dude. We
thing
don't need a narrative. Just answer his question.
Okay,
I
so
asked in the DMs
the
as
whole
well. That's the
concept
replies I
of
get.
something being the whole concept of something being true or not being independent from the opinion on that is gish gallop.
What do you need, bro?
Not
Come
valued.
on,
Jesus,
man.
dude, it's your
But
truth.
how do you guys even perceive something as reality? How do you even apply something?
Because it's right in front of you.
What does
Reality is right in front of you.
what does but it might be different for another person, right? So
Nope.
how do you don't know that?
Okay, can I jump in just real quick? So, I'm sorry. This is it Adrian or right? Or Abracadabra? I can't remember. Is this Abracadabra? Who am I speaking to?
Yeah, it's Abra.
You're speaking on the Earth Awakening live stream.
Your name is Earth Awakening's live stream?
Nope.
I said who? I said who? To whom am I speaking?
Hey, Travis, he's being difficult on purpose, dude. If you can't recognize that, then you're just,
I have recognized it, and I have told Gio and Jeremy to kick these knuckleheads out of here because we don't need this. But they're here. They're the only ones who show up. Okay, so Abra.
We can be kicked out because you don't like what we say.
Yup, exactly. Okay, so Abra.
But how the hell do you ever have a conversation
I'm not
with someone?
talking to you, Highlander. Abra. I have posted an article that I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to imagine that there are no pictures in that article.
Okay.
Read the article as though it had no pictures. I feel like you would be dissatisfied with my article. Like you would say, Travis, I would love to see what you're talking about. I can read it, but I don't know what it looks like. And if I said, well, that's not the way scientific articles are written, my man. I'm just giving you the facts. I don't think that would be a very reasonable or realistic response. So my point is, I have presented an article wherein I clearly make my case that we have to rethink Mirage. It was made public. It was never addressed with by anyone from your side at all.
What's this my side, by the way?
Anyone who disagrees with, no. Okay, wow. Would you like to just say what I'm going to say?
He's not finished, bro. Travis wasn't finished. And Abracadabra just, sorry, I'm kind of doing the same thing, but I'm kind of sticking up for you, Travis, because he just cut you off, man. And it's not fair.
I know. Okay, if you don't know whose side we're talking about, there's no one here arguing abortion.
No, I
There's
do know which side you're talking about. But I'm
then
pointing
why
out
are
to
you
that
being a dick?
because you falsely attributing that side to my side.
Hey, he's
That's
just
correct.
stonewalling. He's stonewalling.
Okay, here we
See
go.
how that feels, Abracadabra? It
Here we
don't
go.
feel good when you're trying to talk and then somebody interrupts you.
Abra, here's my point. I have provided an article. It sounds like Beer Man has given you a presentation.
Mhm.
I don't think it's unreasonable for us to say, if you would like to criticize and critique, we are more than happy to be here. Okay?
Mhm.
So please be the first one. Be the first person to read my article and then responsibly respond to it. Publicly
Respond.
or not. Right?
Okay. Well, I don't know if I can add a whole lot to your article or not. I'm surely certainly interested in seeing it. And yeah, as I said to Beerman as well, I'm more than happy to actually discuss this with him. But as long as he's saying, well, building a common basis of knowledge on how we understand or what means what in this conversation. About the presentation of what Bierman is doing, I need to, as long as he's calling that stories, I can't really have a sensible conversation with him about it. So, and then he's telling me trying to build that like foundation, a basis of knowledge that we both agree on, that we both go on, off from, and analyze what he's saying from it, and analyze observations from that in order to determine truth. I don't think that's unreasonable, and I don't really know how to talk with him if he's refusing that as like, yeah, I don't want more stories or something.
Okay, that's fine.
Let me
That's fine.
respond. Let me respond.
Okay.
Let me respond.
All right.
Let me respond. Because I had this now in my head where I wanted to respond to that. So you want me to have the same knowledge as you. For instance, we be able to speak the same language. 100%. Cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm going to try do that for you. Okay. That's basically what you want me to do. So I can understand your understanding and you can understand my understanding, because then I can put it now into your language. However, what I'm saying is your explanation of what's going on at the vanishing point does not work. There's fault in that.
I did not give you an explanation of what's going on at the vanishing point yet.
Okay, but I'm not claiming anything else but that point. So I don't know what your issue is. So now I am predicting, because of that, if it is that, it is doing what it's doing in my presentation. So I'm asking you, what do you need from me to prove to you that I am saying that these two images are getting focused into one point? I'm calling that a focus point, and I'm saying that's where the atmosphere is at a certain focal length and we are seeing in focus. Okay, till that point. I struggle to explain like this. That's why I made the video. Rather go watch the video again. If someone wants it, they can see it from me. But I'm saying that circle gets bigger and smaller. Your little world that you're in gets bigger or smaller, and it's observable. It is measurable. I just need assistance to go measure it, and we'll be able to make predictions from it. We'll be able to do a lot of things that will change our whole world's perspective. I just need to prove, I'm sure that is the only thing I need to prove, is that I can predict with what I'm presenting, and I will be able to. So watch my video again and listen to what I just said now. Don't bring me science thingies now. Just listen to what I said. Go watch the video again, look what I'm presenting, and then look at your science again, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
So in other words, refusing to build a common basis of knowledge.
Why are you asking him what he needs when you can provide some sort of reasonable proof beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Why are you asking him what he needs? Because if he's not going to accept it, that's his fault. And if you
it's
did
not a matter
your
of
due
not accepting
diligence,
it or not.
I'm not finished, bro. Like, come on, man. You do this to everybody, and it's not fair.
Yeah,
all I'm
because you
saying is,
keep making false statements about me. Like, why do you keep like
who am I
distorting
making?
what's
I'm not
actually being
making
said?
any false statements. I'm making
Yeah.
a statement in regards to what he has to do to give you proof for whatever you need. But I never said you wouldn't accept it. I never said anything about
Okay,
that.
sorry,
I
my
said
bad.
if his evidence is sufficient enough and you don't want to believe it, that's on you. So he doesn't have to ask you for anything. He can just provide his evidence.
Thank you. That's basically what I'm asking for. What do you need from me? But you can't answer that question. Why can't you answer it? It's not a
I did
gotcha, it's
answer
not
it.
anything.
I did
Dude,
answer
but
it.
what's that gonna help? What's that gonna help me giving you what you want? So now I gotta study it all. Then what? What does that prove? It doesn't prove what I'm presenting. What do you need for me to prove to you what I'm presenting?
And okay, so as I told you multiple times already, from the basis of knowledge that I'm applying about like how seeing things works in the first place, like about.
Okay, no, don't worry. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear. I've heard it too many times. It's a
See?
simple question, but it's fine.
See, that's the attitude you're having. You're asking what do
No.
you need. I'm trying to explain to you what I need, and you're saying I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You're cutting me off every time. You're not willing to engage that thought at all.
I've got a question.
You're asking me what do you need. I try to answer. You're saying I
No,
don't want
it's
to
too
hear
long, dude. It's a simple
hold
thing.
on.
Do you need a measurement?
Here's a question. Here's a question for you. What is it that you're trying to present?
It's on I did a video on it, but it's basically what we're talking about here. If you want, I can DM it to you, but it's not a difficult question. For instance, that picture that's in the live stream. Hold on.
You're talking just now. Why can't you just explain to me now? While you're talking to me, explain to me now what you're trying to present.
That's what I was just about to say.
Trying to present.
There we go. But
hey
I
guys,
just
I have
want to say
a suggestion here, real quick, and I'll stop. But it seems like it would do all of us a good service if we would, while we're presenting, say, a claim, and I say, hey, I have this, and then we had some sort of like, we could share our screen and then show because look, it seems like there's not enough words to describe what we mean. And they say pictures worth 1,000 words. So if we're trying to explain things with a picture, we're going to convey our message across a lot more concise and coherent for the other party to understand, because it's hard for people to understand. Imagine if we didn't have a language in common, it would be even more difficult because you'd be trying to like use sign language. And if you've ever tried to talk to, say, a foreigner that's not where you're from, it's going to be very difficult to communicate. But it seems like it's even difficult enough with these Globers that they don't want to accept whatever you present. So all I'm saying is if it's sufficient evidence and they don't want to accept it, then you can't lead a horse to water. There's nothing else you can do for them to make them accept your whatever you're trying to present. But if we had, say, like a picture where we could share our idea and things like that, I think that'd be a lot better. And even videos. He even says he has a video. So in order to go further, I would suggest, hey, go watch my video and critique it. Because if you're asking him what he needs, what he really needs is to look at your video, dude.
Right, hold on. One, we're in a voice chat, right? Number two, not everyone in the voice chat can look at videos and look at diagrams and look at pictures, yeah? Some of us are in the voice chat, and the reason we're in the voice chat is because we're busy doing something else, yeah? So I can't go look at a video just now. I can't go look at pictures just now. Yeah. So that's why I'm asking him, while he is talking to me, tell me what he's trying to get across. Tell me what his point is.
On top of that, good white. On top of that, it's also disrupting the flow of the conversation. Like this video, this presentation he has is 14 minutes long.
Yeah.
I'm
The
not
conversation in
watching
here is gonna move on by miles by then. Like you can't have a conversation on here about something and have and refer to like hours or tens of minutes of footage in order to substantiate it and tell them like, yeah, look that up. I'm talking with you, but look that up. Like that's not gonna be a conversation in here.
Thank you, Abra. That is correct. 100%
I mean,
correct. Thank you. That's why I don't post
he
these
wants-
into the live stream, because I normally DM it because it takes up time. So yeah, that's exactly why I normally DM and don't put it in a live stream like this.
So why don't you just explain to me what you're trying to present? Surely it can't be that hard.
It's probably not that hard, but when you cut me off when I was just about to get to it, was a bit hard. But anyways, there's a picture at 26 past the hour that Pete posted. So I'm doing this. I'm not claiming this now. I'm saying go look at the other pictures, but I'm giving an example here. I'm saying that we are seeing. You see where that mirroring is happening. Between the road and the mirroring, I'm claiming that is a focus point. But the rest is in the video, which explains why I'm saying that is a focus point, and it's provable. There's Rakia has got a fantastic video where you can see multiple lenses of it, which I can post as well. But rather DM me, guys, because it's going to distract everyone from actually listening to the conversation than watching and listening, listening. Rather listen now, watch the presentation later, and you'll see what we are talking about. But it's there. You can go view it. It's there. I'm just trying to claim now. How do we can measure it? I need to do that. But I'm trying to say is that how can we get this out that we can say, guys, this is the proof. I'm trying to look for that critique. What do you need from me to prove that? And you'll see it's fantastic.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Elijah, you're hot mic, man.
Elijah, you're hot. Is there anybody that can let him know? Or mute him, maybe? There we go. On you go, buddy. Sorry.
No, you were going to ask a question. Go for it.
No, I was just thinking because Elijah was hot micing over what this guy was saying.
What are you guys discussing? What are you guys talking about?
Well, you know what, man? We're just going in circles with trying to explain stuff, and I guess I was trying to, I was just observing the difficulties in actually just trying to get an idea across to somebody else, and if somebody doesn't want to hear it, they're not going to accept it. So it's a lot of stonewalling. It's a lot of railroading. Well, railroading, hand wave dismissing. Yeah, it's brutal, dude.
What idea are you trying to get across?
What do you mean? Like
not me, the other guys. The other guys were trying to get an idea across, and it shouldn't be like this.
And asked him to like.
If a group of super intelligent cunts can't get their word across, it's all fucked up, or what are you trying to say?
Well, good white light. It's really hard to take you seriously when your avatar is a bird with a book on his head.
That's not fair.
I'm kidding.
That's not fair if you're not going to take care.
No, dude. It was a complete joke. Yeah, it's a joke. I agree. The only reason I addressed you is because I completely agree with you. There's a lot of reason why a lot of people don't take this room seriously. It's because you have just like what happened over the last hour or so occur, and nobody can even talk. It's pretty crazy stuff.
Crazy because it's really hard to take you seriously when you're an alien.
What happened over the last hour? What happened over the last hour?
I know. When we were talking to Abdar, whatever his name is, and argued about a bunch of nonsense. That's what just happened. And a lot of people don't come here anymore because of shit like that.
Argued over a bunch of nonsense. Well,
They don't want to
I was
argue
just trying
nonsense.
to clarify some things with Travis. He weaseled out of it, and then man said like, well, yeah, you didn't. You also, if you're here to learn something, then you wouldn't have responded to me the way you did in DMs. And then I explained to him why I responded to him. I did the way I did in DMs, and then every time he asked me what I need from him, I tried to answer, and he said, well, I don't want to hear it. So.
No, so let me just say that he's trying to give me to go study the optics and that. So I'm asking, what do you need for me to prove? I'm just saying this. I'm asking, what do you need for me to prove that your mirage, or whatever you're calling this little, the vanishing point, is... You saying it's that, I'm saying it's something else. Okay, what do you need for me to prove to you that that is something else? I don't need to go study all this stuff. What do you need from me? Like, what sort of evidence do you need from me? Do you need measurements? Do you need what do you need? Not explanations in that sense. I think measurements everyone can speak, because I can make up words that can be an explanation. So what measurements basically do you need, or what photograph do you need? What prediction do you need? And then that's all I'm asking. You want me to predict that the sun's going to be in this position, that position, star over there, or building will bend out this way, it'll look like this, look like that, the distance differences? That's what I'm asking for. What measurement do you need?
Okay, Bree-man, you got a big dog.
Well, I'm not telling you to go and study optics, first of all, right? I told you that, like, the fundamental concept of how we understand this part of reality seems to be different between you and me, and in order to talk about what you're presenting in any way that's sensible to both you and me, we need to agree on the fundamental on how we understand that part of reality, so that the words mean the same to us, and that we're sure that when someone says, when you we're both understanding what you're saying in the presentation the same way. And then in the DMs I added on to it that, well, if your presentation is the level of detail and accuracy and precision you can save things in currently, then it seems to me that it's more fruitful if we have a conversation about how I understand this aspect of reality and how I use, and then we can build a concept that we both agree, well, yeah, that's a sensible way to investigate this aspect of reality. And then we can talk about what it means in relation to what you're presenting.
Okay, so the reason why I am saying all these things is because I'm seeing all these things. You can see it for yourself as well. So why are those the things I'm seeing? Why is it happening? And the reason why I brought this up, and I'm the reason why I'm presenting what I'm presenting, I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm asking basically, why are we seeing what we are seeing? Do you see what I'm seeing? Mm-hmm. And that's in my presentation. So there's no explanation for what we are seeing. And I think I found what could be causing what we are seeing. And yeah, so why are we seeing what we are seeing, what I'm showing?
Yeah.
That's why I say, cool, dude, I am looking into optics. I'm trying to understand it. So far, what I have been doing, the little bits that I have been doing, has got to a point where I've got to, which is what I'm seeing. So I know I'm on the right track. But to understand all this fancy shit that you're sending me, I'm sorry, I don't have time to go study all that. Let me try understand how the optics are working and what I should predict to see what's coming up next. If I see that, then I know I'm still on the right track.
Isn't that all what we're trying to figure out here? Like the details of the matter?
I don't know. Just I'm trying to figure out what I'm seeing at a certain distance on certain days.
Yeah, but you're saying you're trying to figure out what you're seeing at certain times of day or at a certain distance and what have you. but then you turn around and saying to the other guy that you don't have time to go and study optics. Well, maybe if you went and studied the optics, then you would know when you were looking at whatever you're looking at, you would know what was happening.
But what if so if I can predict with my investigation and my presentation, if I'm able to predict something, is that wrong because I didn't study optics and it doesn't measure up to optics?
No, not necessarily. So, but you mean the thing that's still that I can't understand why we're not making any progress on this, or why you're not saying like, okay, let's go into like how you understand the vision, or why you're not like showing more details on what exactly what you think how it works, is that the way you're describing those things and what you're presenting is just completely, it doesn't need to conflict with the with my understanding, but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't appear as a sensible line of thought for me, or a sensible approach to what you're investigating. Your presentation and your thoughts is not, because the way I understand optics, all those things on all those distinguishing all those things that you're distinguishing and everything, and lines, they're just arbitrary borders that you draw into nothingness, and they're entirely unnecessary.
What does progress look to you guys then? You use that. You're like, we're not making any progress here. Like, what does progress look like?
Well, I mean, if he goes and actually studies optics, right, and then he decides that, well, actually, I've studied this optics, and I've studied the explanations for things that we see, but I still see this, and there's no explanation for this. So this is going to be my explanation for it, and here's the data for my explanation for it. Then that's progress, and he's discovered something new, and then share that with the world.
Yeah, so I'm
that.
looking for the help. So I'm looking for the help for you guys to explain. Yeah, I'm looking for the help for you guys to explain to me what I'm seeing, and the explanations don't tie up to. How do I say it? If you really look at what I'm trying to show, it is quite incredible. Okay, and we do see that is happening, and it's not debunking flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever. It's a very cool optic what we are seeing, and let's try explain it in a non-biased way. Let's go do those measurements to that point, and then we go measure from there to the next place. Let's go see what angle we're working with here, and let's see why this could be happening. And that's the sort of information criticism that we should be looking at or talking about. So I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just trying to show you guys that it is there. We can see it. You guys should be able to see it if you look if you actually look at it and think about it. It is there. You can see it. So I'm just asking the help.
So you're saying the explanations within literature optics that you're given, they do not match up with the observations. Can you substantiate that? Can you show that? Because that I have not seen in your presentation.
So which one don't you see?
I don't see that statement being substantiated. That the explanations that are given for this do not match up with your observations.
Okay, no, fair enough. That's the way you see it. That's cool.
It's not the way but it's either it's something that's that's testable, that's verifiable, right? So it's either false or true, independently from what my opinion on it is. And we're trying to determine that. We're trying to determine the value of truth according to observable reality.
No, we're never going to agree on that. That we could fucking do this for 1,000 years, and I bet there'll be someone who will be like, no, I disagree. It's not going to fucking happen. That's what's so crazy about these discussions.
Can a mod do me a favor and unmute Elijah, please? If you can hear me.
I got it. I just did, but he's still
Thank you,
leaking.
sweetheart.
Thanks.
Yeah, still.
You're welcome, honey.
Yeah, so.
So, you know, kind of for me, looking up papers on refraction and having people send me papers on refraction, when I look at those papers, I don't see them addressing the questions that I have. And so it's very difficult to want to continue to pursue looking up papers when the first ones that I've looked at don't address it. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's almost like they're not asking the questions I am. So they're not going to have that information in the papers.
Yeah,
That's
these
been my
pictures. What are we going to glean from all this in the end, though?
There is no gleaning. There's nothing to glean from it because it's an endless debate. That's it. That's what you get from it, and then you take what you can and you leave the rest, and that's it.
No, I'm talking about the pictures. The pictures. The debate is getting us somewhere. We've made massive amounts of progress in the past few years.
But look how long that took.
Whatever, man. It's happening.
Well, okay, maybe, but I mean, like, think about all, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but think about the garbage that everyone's had to listen to in the meanwhile.
Right, because of people that don't understand a simple thing as true and false, and how to determine if someone is saying something that's true or false. Because when it comes to opinion, there is no true or false. So this conversation is often moved into the realm of opinion or the unfalsifiable. Now, that's the only thing that's making this conversation whack. The people who are trying to have us take the longest route to figuring out, oh, there really is no evidence for this claim that you stated or this claim that the paradigm has out there that there really is no answer for. Like, because 4 years ago, I was like, oh, there's no evidence of this. And then people have argued me down since then, saying there is. Where is it? There is. But, well, this conversation wouldn't be happening if people could just accept the truth.
The truth is, this is only a conversation. That is it, nothing more. It will never be anything more. If you have made some kind of mad, beautiful new discovery, then you shouldn't be in here talking about it. You should be out there with the scientific community, showing them your new discovery and getting the credit for your discovery.
So what did I do?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. Let Travis tell him. Let Travis talk right now, please, guys. Tell him what you did, Travis.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did, Highlander. I had a PhD conversation 3 times on my channel. In our second conversation, he said to me, if you would like to put an article together, I will publish it on the refraction website that I put together. So I put together an article with my claims, with my observations. Okay, so it was out there to be considered.
And then what happened? What happened after the article was published?
Right. So what happened was a globe troll, decided to go to that website's public forums and just slander and libel me as a flat earther, so that my content was taken down because of that criticism, not because of any scientific investigation into my claims, which had nothing to do with flat Earth. It had everything to do with refraction. So if you think that it's that simple to just make a contact with someone and have them look at my information or whatever. So the one thing, I'll just wrap this up, sorry. The PhD that I had a conversation with was very interested in our discussion. He gave me nothing but affirmation. You're doing the right thing. I like your method. I like the way you're setting all. nothing. He had none of the criticisms that you guys have coming at me, just throwing shit at me. Okay, so
moral of the story is, we're doing the thing you just said, but you guys are holding us back from being able to do that. What do you think we should do now, Highlander? What would be your next step?
Like, has anyone?
Highlander, what would be your next step after here? Hold on, guys. You heard me just ask him a question.
Okay.
I mean, if he's made a genuine discovery in something new, right, then I wouldn't just stop it being published on one particular website. I would be pursuing this to be for the scientific community to accept this as true.
Okay, Highlander, we're putting shit out there. Hold on. We're putting shit out there for the scientific community to try to accept. And then there's Globers running around slandering us, getting the shit taken down. What do you think we should do? You think we should keep fucking with the Globers that are hindering us? You guys are hindering our progress from doing the thing you said we should be doing.
I'm not a flat earther.
You're sitting there saying,
Highlander, would you keep fucking with the Globers?
You're sitting there saying that we're the ones that are fucking with you, but we're the ones in here talking with you, right?
No, Travis published a scientific paper. The thing you said we should do. One of the Globers had it taken down.
Lander, he has a point, that the whole topic is highly poisoned from all sides. Like, it's trenched with trolls. There's loads of people that are jaded about how the community is treated or seen in the public eye, and there's also a lot of toxic behavior from sites that make the realization that the Earth cannot be a globe or something like that.
How about this?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be in life. There is going to be shitty people. There's going to be trolls, and there's people that are not going to like because of whatever you believe or whatever you say or your religious beliefs or whatever. People are going to be against you and they're going to try and bring you down. What I would say is don't stop there. Keep going. Keep pushing it. Find other people to support you in the scientific community to get this evidence out there.
Great. Let me jump in real quick, okay? So in 4 years and multiple emails to positions in the field, I got one guy who responded to me. That one guy who responded to me favorably offered me an opportunity, and it was destroyed. Now, where do I go from there? Because all of the other contacts that I've tried to make, I never get responses from. So here we go. As far as I understand, what you have said is that you have a contact. Why don't you look at my paper and then push that paper into the direction of your contact and see what happens?
Ain't gonna go anywhere, guys. Douglas Falk tried to do a book. He had to do it science fiction because it will not be allowed to be published. I have friends who also have written books about truth and the government and stuff. Cannot be published. They have to publish it on their own. There's no way to get around this. You could sit and talk all day long. We can't even get into the schools to talk about it. Can't get outside of the schools barely to talk about it. You're talking about trying to change truth overnight or to talk to somebody or publish something that they've been hiding from us for how damn long. It doesn't work like this.
Right, absolutely right. But let's go back, like Jeremy said. I have a question, Highlander. What are you going to do?
I mean, if there's anything I can do to help, if providing that the information that you're going to give me is true, then yeah, I don't see any problem where I will help anybody. Yeah. I don't care what your beliefs are or what you say or your religious background, whatever. I don't care. Yeah. I will help anybody that needs help if I can help. Yeah.
Okay.
If it's
so
within,
no, I don't.
Right. That's what this is all about. It's all about networking, right? So here's my paper. I'm going to send it to you. Please read it. If you see anything that I haven't said that's clear, whatever, give me as much editorial advice as you'd like, and I'll nip and tuck. You and I can work on making this better. And then
Right.
I don't see, why you wouldn't be able to, share it.
Well,
Yeah,
Stacy made a pretty good point,
Can you
though.
DM it to me? Cheers.
I just did.
Okay, mate.
Stacy
I
made
got
a
it.
pretty sweet point. A lot of people write works, like literary works, in the form of fiction, because if they write it in, or I mean, in science fiction or whatever, because if they write it as to be like literal, the publishers don't want to touch it or anything. Like the book, here's a perfect example: 1984, written by George Orwell, real name Eric Blair. He wrote 1984, probably one of the most famous novels of all time. But if you actually read that book, you're like, Jesus Christ, that's disturbing as fuck. But and then you go and read about the author, and he was up in the intelligence agency's situation business like crazy, and his family was all involved, and it's insane. So I guess my point is just that I guess you could write a science fiction novel about it.
That reminded me of something. Travis, you ever listen to that album from the 80s? The Flat Earth album from the 80s?
Yeah, I made it about halfway through. There's just little tiny statements made. It wasn't like the whole song was about it. It was just like one line in the song.
Oh, it was just one song, but he was dropping little hints here and there.
No, it was like the song that he wrote was about love. So then he said something like, "We can all look at the world in one way or another," right? So it all depends on how you see it, So it was really vague. It wasn't very explicit, and I wasn't really into the style of music, so I only made it halfway through the album, to be honest.
Oh, it was a whole album. The Flat Earth. It was an album. All right.
Yeah.
So you didn't even finish your homework. I'm gonna need to see you after class.
Yes, sir.
Can I jump in here a second? Right, Travis. The paper you sent me, it says it's a read only, so I need to save my own copy of it so that if I'm going to make any changes to it, it'll let me change it. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I could probably try to send it to you as an editor. Otherwise, you can just. Let me see if I can.
I can just click this button and it'll let me edit whatever I want.
Well, just add a note, right? You can add a note or a footnote.
Yeah, but the only thing I was going to say is, if you're in agreement, then what I'll do is I'll message my contact and say, look, I have a friend, he's wrote this paper, but because of certain things outside of this paper, he's, certain people aren't taking it seriously.
No, there's no need to poison the well like that. You're gonna.
We don't need to worry about what Travis's favorite kind of music is, or what toothpaste he uses. None of that shit matters. Read what's in the paper and take it for that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what? Even take it a step further. Let's be serious here for a second. If you look at the username here in this group, Good White Light, he's got some crazy bird thing, and he's got a book on his head. Now, what is going on there?
Hey, Travis, can you DM me that paper as well? I want to take a look at it.
I didn't see who's talking. Who was that? Elbow?
Elbow, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think you should more like read the paper. You should understand it yourself and agree with it before you take it to the next person and say, look, I just found this paper from this guy who's fucking looking into some shit that I've never seen before. Look at this. And looking into that way is as you're inspired, right? There's new shit being learned. And then go from there. Because if you poison the well and you start saying anything negative or this person hasn't looked at it or no one will look at his work, they're automatically going to look at it from a different viewpoint as soon as they look at it in front of them. So go from a different view.
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking. Just as you were saying that, I might just say to him, look, I've came across this paper. Can you have a look at it and tell me what you think? and I'll see what he says, and I'll let you know his reply.
That would be awesome, Highlander. Anyone that could do
Yeah.
this for anyone. This is the whole point of networking, whether it's on here, YouTube, in person, is to find someone who can get this information out. But don't be surprised. Don't tell him that or her that, but don't be surprised when you get a message back saying this is bullshit or they won't post it and can't. But it doesn't mean we should stop. No. But that will make you have an understanding of where we're at that point. You'll be sitting here going, well, guys, you're right. I tried, and why are they trying to hide it so much? Yeah.
Yeah, you think that's what's going to happen, Stacey? Highlander's going to see the light?
Well, he'll at least understand that if he really does believe what he's reading, like he looks at Travis's paper and he agrees with it, like, man, I don't understand. I want to look into this more. And he gives this paper to the guy, and the guy or girl turns it away. He might have an understanding that, yeah, you can't get very far with truth in this world. Besides what we're doing right here, networking with each other.
Well, it's happened before. John Refracted Curvature, Sheldon. He was a staunch glober until it was the geometric horizon thing that took him out. It was the gas pressure without a container thing that took out Brummy. So
no, Brummy flipped because of the size of the sun and the moon were the same.
Wow. So yeah, I just think that I don't know. I think everybody has. I want to say that I believe everyone has the potential. But at least in this moment, I think that it is possible for Highlander to see something and assess it and go, you know what? Okay.
Maybe
Yeah, to go back.
I don't really. Oh, go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, just to go back to what Highlander said earlier, or someone was talking about how we're just having this discussion and it's just over and over and over again. It's these discussions that have helped me refine my claim. You know, I heard objections for so long and I didn't understand why. I didn't understand why the objection was happening. And then the light switch flipped. Reading a paper, I understood, based on conversations, where the brick wall was. So then I had to then refine my claim. So it is, even though, 4 years of arguing, it's been very productive.
Very productive for myself as well. What I've learned from this in the last few years, a lot of people who are not even here anymore, what they've learned from it, just because we're not here talking every day or people disappear, doesn't mean that someone hasn't touched somebody in their life and changed that person's life. You'd be surprised. So yeah, this conversation is always important, whether where it's being done, how often it's being done, or even if you feel like you're repeating the same shit over and over, because it helps people. It's like sitting in a room and having a meeting and everybody having a debate and learning something from it when they walk away.
Totally. I agree with that completely, Stacey. But think about it the other way. And I don't want to get nag here. This sounds super nag. But like imagine someone who has a very less powerful mental capability, let's just say. How many lives or how many minds has it like actually done damage to is what I'm wondering. Just playing devil's advocate here. Just like, is it always positive? Or maybe it's like really fucked up people's heads,
It has. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's not something that, people address enough, I think. There's people that, they can't take it. That when they're confronted with this truth, it hits into their core and it kind of like, it makes them like become cog dis, because their conception will be shattered.
Changes their whole worldview. Yeah.
Yeah. And they can't handle that sometimes. So so they'll have like these opposing views in their mind just to like, have a semblance of sanity. So it depends on the person. And you could argue that it's better that everyone signs on, like, just becomes a participant of the globe bullshit just for the sake of sanity, so that they're not ostracized and stigmatized and their professional lives aren't ruined or yada yada.
Well, think about it on the other
always
side
going to be
too.
the people that, yeah, no, and you could say the same exact thing for the other way around, right? But the fact of the matter is, right now, the huge majority of the globe is, is indoctrinated into the. I mean, the huge majority of people are indoctrinated into the globe, right? So it's much easier for the small minority that are stigmatized in that, or what have you, to join. If you can't beat them, join them. But then, for the sake of truth, it's a tough one.
So just real quick, if you combine both the Truman Show and Westworld, right? In the Truman Show, there was only one protagonist, and everyone else was the antagonist. Everyone else was working toward keeping up the facade. But in Westworld, there were more protagonists at different degrees of being woke. And they would come across NPCs who would not even understand the explanation of coming across new information. And it's just, yeah, I mean, we come across people that are gonna not know what we're talking about and just keep walking. And there are going to be people that we plant a seed, and then 3 or 4 months or years later, that seed grows and they see something for the first time. You just never know when it's going to germinate and take a different
I
course.
love that you brought up the Truman Show, because when I had this conversation with my mom, that was the one thing when she wanted to talk about being contained. What does all this mean? And we sat down and had a conversation. The first thing she said to me was, "Oh my God, I feel like I'm in a Truman Show," because she felt like everything she'd been told was a lie. Everything's been used against her, and she really started understanding the stuff that I've been saying for years. But I had to tell her, "Mom, it's the same thing it's always been. And nothing's different. Don't worry, don't freak out, calm down," but it actually shakes people because they start looking at the world around them like they're being watched and everything's a lie, and they start freaking out. Sometimes they have
the psychological part is
yeah.
the psychological scars that people have. They're deep, like Priscilla said. We kind of don't talk about that much because we're busy, talking to opposition all the time.
Yeah. How do you have
we don't really care. We don't really care how they feel. I don't when it comes to just, hey man, okay, how you feel, cool, but I don't have all day to hug the world. I just need people one by one to see what's right in front of them. But there's the other side where I've had conversations, not the other side, but it's something that opens up a new criticism for what I just said. And that being me speaking to a family member who will say, "Yo, so I've heard this flat earth thing here and there for a long time, but now that you showed me what the conversation is actually about, like, wow, that's crazy. I don't even know how I would deny that." And then I'll be like, well, also, since we're going, and then I'll try to show them something else, and they'll be like, "No, I literally can't handle it. I literally can't. It's too much. Let's just
it's
do
straight
this
up cognitive
later."
dissonance in the
They
truest
need
form.
time. They need time with it. They got to swallow that pill that they just took, and it's sometimes it's instant, and they're like, "That's it," and they want more information, and they want to do more research, and it's exciting. And for some people, it's devastating. For me, it woke me up, and I thought it was liberating. It was beautiful, and I saw the world the way it should be seen, because I was already on the direction of something's fucking wrong. I was already in the direction of, I've already been told some of these things, and I've never seen curvature. But for someone who's been brainwashed and stuff, and they believe they can literally see curvature because they think they can, it's literally devastating for some. And it's just a different mentality, right? You got to remember that. We all are on a different page, not on the same one.
Stacey, I don't think it's about how much they're brainwashed. I just think it's about the mental kind of strength of the person, the mental constitution. They could be brainwashed. Some of us were fucking brainwashed. We thought it was, a globe. We loved NASA and shit like that.
Yeah.
And we could take the truth. and other people, you know, they can't. They need a coping mechanism and stuff like that. And you know what they say: ignorance is bliss. Who's to say whether or not it's better for us to all just kind of, you know, be in ignorance and happy versus, you know, kind of in the mud with this.
I love you just said. I think that's the most important thing what you just said right there. Ignorance is bliss. For me, ignorance is not bliss. It's the opposite. I want fucking no ignorance and then I'm in bliss. For a lot of people though, ignorance is bliss.
I mean, you wouldn't know that though.
Percentage.
You weren't ignorant, right?
Hey,
right.
Hey, percentage. You said something about people love NASA, and I'm wearing a NASA shirt today, just in the hopes that, you know, somebody says, "Hey, did you hear about this or that?" And then you know, I already know all the talking points, and then I hit them with some flat Earth knowledge, and just, you know, maybe start something or plant a seed. But really,
you playing chess, everyone else playing checkers. You're wearing this shirt just to ambush them and flat smack them. That's hilarious.
Damn, dude, that's pretty.
Just like a magnet for flat earthers.
That is the truth. Yeah, man, that is what I'm doing. You know, I'm thinking 2 steps ahead. But you know, hey, I want to, because I think what Stacy was saying is, you know, that everybody's it's, you know, we're told a story from childhood, and just nobody's heard this yet. That's it. It's not getting out, and it seems like there's people in here that come to like stifle it and sabotage it so that it doesn't get out. But slowly but surely it'll get out. But until it hits like the mainstream and is like talked about, and even if it goes on like Good Morning America, that's not good enough. It has to actually make like the you know, school system, and it has to be actually taught to people.
What if it never does?
Until then,
I don't think it ever will.
Then that's what it is.
This stuff has reached morning news. It reached the UK news right after the Globe Light tour. Mark Sargent went on over there. So it has reached different people, but it's never expressed how it should be. A lot of people who come into Flat Earth come from a totally different perspective than what Flat Earth even should be talked about. So because it's all about this bullshit they hear on TV, the jokes and the mockery, and they never really understand it. So they come here to mock until they realize, wait a minute, that's not what the argument's about.
And then on top of that, it got censored, which is totally sus. That's like,
well, obviously,
you know how people come in here and try and stop it, but they actually try to stop it at, you know, its root level, or like, so it can't even get spread. That's when you know you got something.
Here's a crazy point I want to make. I want to hear your guys' perspective on this. I was having this conversation with someone else in a different room. Even though, sir, you're a bird with a book on your head, but to be more serious, I'm just sorry. I love your avatar. It's so funny, but. I do take you seriously. I won't bring it up again. I've noticed when you go look at flat Earth videos
about
now.
The avatar, dude, real quick. Hey, about the avatar, it's a default avatar, by the way. It's not even nothing special.
Oh, really?
I seen it. You know, I had like 6 choices on Discord, and I was like, oh, I'll take that one. Yeah.
Well, I think it's funny. It's cute. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I had this conversation with someone a couple days ago. You go look at flat Earth videos on YouTube right now, and there's like a disclaimer underneath saying that, like, basically, like, I don't know, I'd have to look it up right now, but it's just like, this has been disproven, this is false information, click on this link. And they do the same thing with, like, COVID. It's crazy. Like, I can think why they might do that, but, like, what do you guys think about that? Like, has anyone else noticed that? You go look up, like, a lot of flat Earth videos, and there's, like, a YouTube disclaimer right underneath.
It says this is an archaic belief. We know there's an active campaign to suppress the people that have opposing ideas to the mainstream paradigm. Yes.
Thank you. I find that disturbing. I straight up find that disturbing that even is happening. I mean,
I've noticed that as well. But if you look at it from YouTube as a company's point of view, they don't have any kind of belief system whatsoever, right? Because it's just a company. So to me, they're putting that there to try and cover their backs. If you know what I mean.
Imagine the Earth is actually a globe. Is it disturbing for them to have this disclaimer?
Number one, I'll just say personally, I find it disturbing that they put that there at all.
No, but I'm
don't
saying
care what
if
the
Earth is a globe and they have this disclaimer, like it's actually false that it's flat, then isn't it it's right to have this disclaimer?
Both,
like, listen,
I'm
guys,
gonna say
the flat Earth is actually misinformation. It's actually wrong because we actually have evidence that it's a globe. The issue is they don't have definitive evidence it's a globe. But supposing it was a globe, then I think it would be absolutely fine. It depends on where you're coming from.
No, I think it's
actually depends on
disturbing
what's the
both
truth.
ways, because if we are talking about flat Earth, and I know everyone here thinks it's flat environment, for YouTube to be trying to cover that up, obviously highly disturbing. Let's pretend
you're not
all
listening to me,
flat earthers are wrong.
It's not a cover up if it's actually the truth, right? So
I was covering both sides.
Hold up. So if it were actually a globe, and we just talked about how this kind of thing taking on this topic, it's like it can break someone's mental, because it's such a it's just a topic that is so kind of core to pervading your life and like breaking the truth in your life or what have you, like, or not the truth but breaking the kind of the cohesion of your life, right? It can affect your career, it can affect your family relationships, it can affect a bunch of things, right? And if it were actually false, then isn't the onus on them to provide such a disclaimer? So you have to think about it from that avenue as well. The truth, it matters what the truth is.
Right. If we're lying, then they would putting a disclaimer because they would not want to disturb people's mental stability, and they want them to realize that this is all just basically comedy or whatever to be looked at.
I respect that viewpoint, like both of you guys, very highly. Like that would make sense in a normal, realist, like a world where that wasn't insane. Yeah, that's what I would expect from a huge media company. But what you actually see is like all this crazy ass shit that you can go find on YouTube at any time. All this crazy, Muslim videos, like people, like, I don't want to get graphic here, but you can just use your imagination of all this crazy stuff happening in the Middle East.
Exactly. Where's the disclaimers for all the other bullshit? Where is like the medical misinformation when they give it to us for COVID and they don't have any doctors saying this shit, right? Medical misinformation. Where's the doctors telling me this is medical misinformation? This is a freaking platform company or an algorithm telling me what I can and cannot post. Just like chemtrails, they'll put contrails right underneath your video just because you have geoengineering or anything like that. You don't even have to put a title for it. You just have to do a sky video and be talking about it, and they'll automatically put it there. This stuff is designed to teach you and to guide you away from truth.
Because Stacy, the same principle applies to those other topics.
Hey, hold on. Hey, you mentioned contrails and chemtrails. That dude paid NASA Shill. He changed his name. I forgot to what, Sky Push or whatever. We were talking about chemtrails, contrails, and something else. The topic came up about planes dumping gas. So then I looked at a video, and I noticed that it got buried, but it was like 4 years ago. I don't know if 4 years ago or 4 months or 4 weeks, something about 4. But they dumped fuel over a school. Oh yeah, it was like in LA or something, and they had to dump fuel because they had to make an emergency landing. And that's why he said one of the reasons why they would dump fuel, just for one of those reasons. But I thought that was absurd to be able to justify that they are fuel dumping. But that's basically, oh yeah, and I asked him, hey, is there any sort of like fines or penalties for that? And I don't think there is, but if you realize what that is, it's actually a chemical spill. like if a company, like say, you know, even a small company, because I've owned a company like about 10 years ago, and I had to comply with the EPA if I would like dump certain chemicals and stuff, and I'd have to go through a lengthy process of what it was and submit and get it approved, and it, you know, there's a bunch of red tape. But it seems like for, you know, these airlines, it seems like they can dump fuel with no repercussions. I think that's highly suspect, and I also think it's a way for them to keep fuel costs up, and even are they just doing this on a regular basis just to say, hey, we spent this much on fuel? Who knows the motive, if it is really like an emergency thing, like but yeah, fuel dumping, man.
Well, number one,
separate
number
kind of
one,
topic
you're-
altogether.
Number one, you're a bird with a book on your head. Okay, so let's just get that out of the way. Number two, your first question was right.
Mention it again.
I wasn't supposed to do it again, but dude, yeah, they absolutely do sometimes in emergent situations. Number two, are they allowed to do it? I think actually yes. Number three, doesn't happen all the time. Also yes. That's for fuel dumping. Like in an emergency situation, they sometimes have to do it.
Yeah, but that's not what is happening when we see these chemtrails. Make it very clear. There's days that I can come out here and there ain't a spray in the sky. I guess no planes are flying that damn day. Not at all. Not one anywhere. But then the other days you have X's everywhere in your sky. But you tell me, what, 15 planes are dumping their fuel right now? Like, it's insanity.
I've seen like 50. I remember when I first realized this, there was like 50. I was in Idaho at the time. It was literally like from every fucking direction. I couldn't believe what the fuck was going on. It was literally like 50 chemtrails all over top. I was like walking to school that day. I was like, what the fuck? Like literally, I'm not even exaggerating. Like maybe it was 40. But it was close to somewhere in that
There's
number.
a shitload that happens to people. And the jet fuel, too, whether you believe in jet fuel. I know the whole jet fuel hoax and blah, blah, blah. But let's not go down that path. Let's please not. Let's say, they are dumping fuel. Yes, if you look back at the records, the jet fuel itself has been amped up to no end in the last, 5 or 6 years. And the changes on it. And people aren't paying attention to that. So even, you dumping fuel, dumping your shit, it's pretty bad. But I don't know if that's legal, not legal. That would have to be up to, I don't know.
I actually think there's circumstances where airplanes have to dump fuel, like for emergency situations or weird ass weight reasons. Like even the bathroom liquids get dropped down sometimes, I believe.
Is it a rule that if they dump the fuel, they have to do it in X? I'm just saying, because X marks the spot, all over the sky when they do this. So maybe it's a rule.
No, they did.
You could argue that the X is less efficient.
They did it. Hold on, percentage, because they did it over a school, so they get to, I guess, to pick and choose where they want. If it's an emergency situation, regardless of what they're over, because it actually made kids in school sick. So it was basically just over, urban area, but that doesn't make it right. And I even asked the question: is there a fine for that? Because I guess I have to repeat myself, is because that's a chemical spill. It's a
but that's not what she was talking
material.
about when she said chemtrails and X. She's not referring to the single instance where they dumped fuel.
No, she just meant to. Dude,
to land.
Don't argue with me, bro.
To answer your question, the way I see it, it actually is the right thing to do in my opinion, because it is an accidental spill, but it's better than 200 people in a plane crashing, especially if that plane's going to crash over the city anyway. You might as well spill whatever your liquids are to fix up your equilibrium problem or whatever the hell's going on, and then try to land properly. It's it's fucked either way, but I mean, I would rather do that than go right for a crash landing if I had to choose.
They burn fuel if they can. If they don't have enough time to continue burning fuel and they need to land, then they'll dump the fuel.
Well, this was one where they had just taken off. They were fully loaded, I guess, to go to, or whatever. And I don't think fully loaded, but they had a lot of fuel, enough to get them to New York. So they had a lot more fuel. But really, how long is it going to take them to dump that much fuel? Is it going to be that quick? Because they basically got like 2 minutes in the air, noticed that they had to make an emergency landing, dump the fuel. Like, how long are they going to be dumping for? Like, that's another thing we don't know. Is it all in one spot? Is it a chemtrail? Is it I don't know, man. I think there should be there could be a different way to do that instead of just spraying it over.
It's a different process. Else. It's a completely different process. Nothing to do with chemtrails at all.
Yeah, but look, if these things aren't documented and like there's fines to be paid and repercussions, they could be doing this at will and just say, "Oh, this is just normal operating procedure. Time to dump fuel over a city."
Well, man, do you know that there's there's do you guys know that there's all these crazy crazy things that happen over the United States, and they've passed these laws where they can I can't remember the name of it right now. Maybe someone can back me up here because my memory is fucking crazy. But like they passed laws and they've done it like back from like the 60s and 70s where they've done like chemical testing on United States populations. They've done it in other places in the world too, but like straight up over like towns and cities in the US for like chemical testing reasons. And they basically sprayed like toxic gas over entire towns before in the name of like chemical testing for like weaponry reasons and stuff. I know that's hard to fucking believe. Look it up though. It's very real. I should know the name of it right now. I can't think of it, but dude, it sounds crazy, but it's fucking it is crazy, but it's very real. Go look it up. I will fucking look it up right now. I will find it.
Anyways, in terms of like them having disclaimers for flat Earth, or for the same, I was saying the same principle applies for other things that they believe to be true. So, for instance, they believe in man-made global warming, so they'll have a disclaimer saying that basically speaking against anyone that goes against that says it's not man-made. That there's no issue with burning fossil fuel or whatever else. They'll just have a disclaimer so as to keep people on the straight and narrow, basically on the straight path, and not get kind of seduced by these things that they view as false, right? The truth is they don't have definitive evidence. They're just propagandized into believing what they believe is true. And so it's understandable, but is it right? You need to have the definitive evidence, and that comes back to the crux of the issue. There's no definitive evidence for their model or for a bunch of the claims.
First of all, you're tripping if you think that the people that are perpetrating this globe thing don't also own Google. Like, that's crazy in my mind to think that the people that own Google, or the people that are perpetrating this, don't own Google. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, but do you think it's actively pushed, or do you think that they've been indoctrinated and it's compartmentalized, and that the people that are putting up these disclaimers genuinely believe it?
Well, I mean, the people that are putting them up maybe believe it, the guy who's coding it in or whatever, but I'm sure he got his orders from somewhere. What do you think? If you don't, what's the point of owning these companies if you're not going to push your agenda? You know what I'm saying? Why even bother? Just to get more money, maybe, but I feel like they want to control everything you see here. 99% of the news and shit is owned by 2 or 3 companies. They want to control everything you see and hear.
Yeah.
Anyways, whoever was here last night, don't answer this, but how do you guys think they get the distance to stars? If you know the answer to this because you were here last night, don't say anything, but You know, ET, how they get the distance to stars?
No, and by the way, I wasn't here last night, so it wasn't me.
I know. I know.
Yeah, okay. From just if off the top of my head, some kind of crazy telescope equation thing. That's my best answer.
You're not far off. Stacy, like we all been in this shit for years. I just found out last night how they get it. Did you know before that, percent?
Basically, yeah.
You knew about that before last night?
That they just like judged it off of. Yeah. I didn't know their standard was you know, a different one.
The
I thought the
supernova
standard was based in real life, but
If I were to guess, it would be parallax. But what's the big hubbub, man? Spill the beans, man. Spill.
There is a thing called spectroscopic parallax, but I don't know. Kosho was saying the main way to do it was using standard candles off supernovas, and it was just totally ridiculous. He said Kosho was saying, all right, when a supernova goes off, it has a pulse to it and it has a brightness, and this has a ratio, and the ratios are always the same with all the supernovas. So using that ratio, they get that absolute brightness, and then they can tell how far it is off of that. You follow that? Did that make any sense?
No, because yeah, exactly. It never makes sense. You know what's crazy?
I'm not
guys?
even joking.
I know. I fucking straight up believe you. They start telling, like, does anyone believe these NASA articles are like, oh, look at this supernova from like 80 billion miles away? I'm like, are you fucking like? I'm not retarded. Like, I know you're making this shit.
Which
up.
happened.
simply put, they judge the brightness.
Which
they judge the
happened-
distance by the brightness of the star.
Go ahead,
Yeah, and which happened millions and millions of years ago, according to them. Right? Because the light travel takes forever. Right? So it whatever they supposedly seeing happened in the past.
Well, I mean, maybe.
So,
I mean, maybe that star was actually that far away, and you are seeing its distant form.
Yeah, maybe, but the way they're getting the distance is ridiculous. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I heard you, and I agree with you.
There's a percent. Were you following that shit last night?
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. It
Was I missing
it would make
something?
more sense if they used as a control not like a neutron star, but like the standard
Supernova.
candle, but instead they used like actual terrestrial, you know, magnitude of sort lights and like, you know, just checked the wavelength of light from, you know, an actual tangible object, and then compared that proportionally to whatever's in the sky. That would make more sense to me, because at least you have this tangible sample on Earth that you can judge the distance, you can verify it, instead of relying on a distance that you haven't even first measured, which is like to this
Bro, that
neutron
doesn't
star
make
as your
sense either.
control.
That doesn't make sense either.
It makes more sense.
No, because you don't, dude. Go ahead, whoever that was. Go ahead.
The whole thing is, you don't know what's in between you and the star. I mean, at least in here you know the medium you're in, but what's between you and the star?
Yeah, not only that, just because hold on, percent. Just because something's bright, we know how something bright is and how distant it is here. That doesn't mean you know how bright it is out there.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we know how bright the candle actually is, so we can see what its distance is using the inverse square law. Out there, you don't know how bright it actually is.
And therefore, in my opinion,
it doesn't save you from
relate.
affirming the consequent, but at least you're not presupposing your control on something unknown. You know, you have a known control, which is the distance to like the actual like lamp or whatever you're using as your control. Whereas with this one, they rely on a neutron star's distance, which they've never once verified, so that their control is an unknown. You know, so it's even more fucked.
Yeah,
but I but I wasn't missing anything last night, right? Like I feel like Kosho was running me in circles.
Well, even to use a candle as some kind of comparison as to something that's happening in space, like I guess if you were teaching like an elementary classroom, like basic concepts, maybe that would be a good idea.
Standard candle, it's a candela, which is a unit of luminosity for light.
Oh, I'm a bit behind you guys then on that one. My bad.
But it would be better if it were like an actual candle that they're basing their shit off of. It's still affirmatively consequent, but at least you're starting off with something known, not with a neutron star bullshit distance that you have never verified whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't get just because that
Go ahead.
Because that ratio is the same every time, the pulse to brightness ratio. I don't understand how that tells you anything. That just tells you, okay, it blinks and it fucking an apparent brightness at the same rate all the time. These supernovas. So what?
I don't see how it could either. Like, I mean, they could have different brightnesses, right? Or, like, obviously, I'm sure they've tried to take this into consideration, you would think. It doesn't, for them to calculate all that shit, especially so specifically, fuck that.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, what they're doing, it makes sense. It's just stupid. So, like, I'll explain it as best I can.
Yeah, you need to justify what you just said.
Yeah, the first neutron star.
It makes sense, but it's stupid.
Yeah, the first neutron star that they're like getting this unit of measure, like the standard candle thing. And let's say, for argument's sake, that the brightness of it, the magnitude was a unit. Was one candela or something like that. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be a lot different, but just for argument's sake. And then they're assuming that it's 1 light year away. So the proportion that they have is 1 candela per light year equals the brightness that it had, right? And then they see the brightness of another star, and they compare that with the brightness of the neutron star, which they're using as a control. And since it's more bright, then it means that, just qualitatively, it's more than 1 light year away. If it's less bright, it's less than 1 light year away. And it's basically like that. So if it's twice, the brightness, if it were, just a directly linear effect, then you could say that it was two light years away. Or if it's exponential, then they'd work out that math. But that's basically how they're doing it. They never once verified that the first neutron star exploding or what have you, that supernova, happened 1 light year away. They never did that. So it's just
but
based
I don't
off
even
of some
get
bullshit.
I understand the whole thing from the jump is fucked up, but I don't understand how that ratio. Just because the ratio is the same doesn't mean the absolute brightness is always the same. Like that doesn't even match up.
They assume the ratio is the same. They don't know the ratio is the same, right? They just assume that. It's possible that something can be farther but less bright, or closer and dimmer.
Ratio.
But they don't think they just act like the magnitude, truly like at the source of that supernova, is going to be the same, which is stupid.
From what they see, the ratio and the brightness thing, it's always the same. This ratio. I don't see how you jump from that getting the absolute brightness. Like what?
Yeah, ratio of what? You don't even know what the fuck is exploding in the first place. They talk all day long about all these crazy space chemicals. Like you don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry, but you don't.
Jeremy.
You can see the brightness, how bright it is. See the pulse. They're not so far it's all legit. Cool, we got a pulse and a brightness, great. But then you jump from the leap of, well, since all the ratios are the same, that means we can get the brightness, the absolute brightness from it. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. That'd be like lighting a firecracker the size of your finger versus a giant firecracker on the 4th of July, for fun. It's and then pretending from even 10 miles away that you could understand what that was. And then basically times that by 1 million and then make predictions. It's absurd. Anyway,
it is absurd.
Travis, we trying to get in?
it's disrespectful. Is what it is. It's disrespectful to like Earth's intelligence. Like the people of Earth, everyone not in on their little NASA game. What a fucking slap in the face, you know? To think that we would actually put up with that shit, and like we're all probably like news readers here. I can't get away from it. All these crazy stories about space, like, oh yeah, supernova here, supernova that, asteroid coming this way, all this crazy shit. It's like it's pretty. I don't even know. I don't have a word for it even. I just feel like it's. I stopped listening to it. That's how I'll put it. I now I block it out. I'm like, that's not real. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and this is just a waste of my mind space. That's how I look at it.
It did, man. From a year ago, man, it's a whole total different change on you, man.
Was I not coming in?
No, you weren't.
Okay, well, you can hear me now?
We hear you.
So basically what I was going to say was, you know, you're eventually going to run out of a piece of matter if you're going to cut it, if you're going to slice, say you're going to slice some bread. You can't keep slicing the bread infinitely except to change it into a mathematical equation. So the way that you're describing the brightness issue is they just simply crunch their numbers and then decide on a value that represents the brightness, right?
The absolute brightness. Okay, there's brightness you can see. So you can see how bright it is in the sky, right? See how bright it is, and you can see the pulse. So those aren't made up. So far they're dealing with actual things that are actually happening. But then they jump from that leap just because the ratio of the brightness and pulse is always the same. They somehow jump from that absolute brightness, which gives them the distance. We haven't made it that far because I'm not getting how they make the leap from ratios are the same to absolute brightness. Travis, you've been in this a while, Travis. Have you ever heard of this method of determining how far the stars are?
No, I've not looked into that discussion. It's only been by hearing what you guys say.
We've been in this for years, though. How have I not heard about this before? We used to grill them on this star thing all the time.
Well, space isn't real, so I'm not surprised nobody likes to talk about it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what I was saying before in terms of taking a couple of years to figure out how to respond to Ruhif and Rumpus with their objection. You've only been thinking about it in one way, and now you've got another way of looking at it. I would say you've got to really camp out here on this and refine your argument that you think is there.
I'm pretty sure the bird with the book on his head knows the answer.
Really will say though is this place can, even if people are here for 2 years straight and they never leave, for once that do step away and they're busy and they got so much shit going on in their lives and they step away for long enough, it almost feels like you forget some of it. This is always a great place to come back to and refresh your memory or to learn something you didn't even know before. You'd be surprised how often that fucking happens even 2 years later. It's happened to me. I don't know how many times. And I'm like, oh damn, I didn't know about that. Thanks, Jeremy. You know what I mean? It could be 2 years from now. Again.
Hell yeah. Man, I'm seeing people like Elbow TV here, man. Effie Batman. I haven't seen you guys in like 2 years. This is insane.
I'm just saying, I've been doing this.
I'm kidding. I love you
I've
guys.
been doing this.
Yeah, I
10
know,
hours
Stacey.
a day. For like 10, 12, 15 hours a day.
Yeah.
Past fucking 2 to 3 years, right? I'm on here all day practically. And this is the first time I'm hearing about the star, and I spent years in gems,
right?
Guys, with this shit. So, and this is the first time I'm hearing about this candle power with the brightness pulse bullshit.
Oh,
why? Probably
what
because
is
it's
it, Jeremy?
bullshit.
Jeremy,
But
can you explain? I just joined.
how you get the distance to a star last night? Kosho comes in with the standard candle bullshit. What they do is they take a supernova, they take the brightness that they see it is, that you can see how bright it is, then you can see it has a pulse to it, right? Like flickers or something. They take that, ratio of that is always the same with all the supernovas, supposedly. So then they take that number, get the absolute brightness, and that's where we stop because I'm not understanding how they made that leap.
Because they did their best to understand, as I'm sure everyone in this room understands, they took these numbers and they already had an idea, right? Some people would call it a model. And they're like, and then they stretch things and they mess it up to make sense.
Tesla told them they're running through mathematical models that have no relation to reality. But yeah, you ever hear that before, Silent? Before just now?
No.
Kosho explained to me too how far a star is in a distance, and I've never heard him explain to me a fucking candle or a supernova in that story. Never.
That's crazy. That's silly to me to compare a candle to a supernova. Like the crazy
Actual
amount of
candle.
science
Bro,
in between
it's not
the
an
two of
actual
them.
candle. Actual candle. I thought Percent just told you that.
Oh, candle,
Really?
that word? My bad. I fucked up twice now there. I'm sorry.
Question: Do you bring any backing into that, or is it probably something he just made up?
Elbow, you
Question.
chopped up there. What'd you say? Say it again.
Did he bring any backbone into that? Meaning, here's the citation, how they do it, or he just said it and we're taking his word for it.
Bro, there could be citations out the ass for that. No, this is an actual thing, but it doesn't matter. There could be citations out the ass for that. Just because you have the same ratio doesn't from the same ratio of pulse to brightness to absolute brightness. Ridiculous. I don't understand how that I don't care if you had a zillion citations, still needs to make sense.
Okay, so listen real quick, everybody.
What I'm saying is it's because I like you, I have never heard of that myself, and I mean I've always looked up how you get this. So SARS always talks about parallax and whatnot, but saying that it's that by the pulse that it creates or happens, I've never
I
ever
was
heard of
about
that, and that's all.
to rock his shit because I thought they were going to go down a parallax road. So I was like, oh, I got this. And then Kosho went off on some fucking pulse bullshit. Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me real quick? So
yeah, we hear it.
Austin is a powerhouse as a street corner preacher, right? So Mark Twain said that it takes him 2 weeks to write an impromptu speech. You get it?
My God. Are you serious?
Okay.
Right now?
Yeah, there's no such thing per se as an impromptu speech. Okay. It's been written out before and memorized. So they just get up and they just say whatever, and they can riff. It's just like a jazz musician just riffing on his guitar, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can change this. He can go up. He can change the octave, whatever. So what we need to do, if anybody's interested, if this is who you are, you need to take what Jeremy's saying, at least in this instance, and write out the claims and write out the criticism and have that in your back pocket and go to the street corner and just keep preaching that message, right? They just need to hear this. They need to hear that. Somebody's going to stop. So what I'm saying is that, I mean, that's how we're going to, or that's how we can, in this instance, address this in small ways. Find these 10 talking points, make a 2-minute speech on it, and memorize it.
No one's even going to know what you're talking about if you start bringing up supernovas and you see that guy that goes and asks people around the.
No.
He'll ask them how many.
The person with a NASA shirt's going to walk by and hear you say supernova, and he's going to stop. It doesn't matter, man. You just get out there and just preach it.
You know what's something to me? You've already made up your mind. You've made your decision. and there's no more open discussion. That is the situation, and we've went from that point to starting to spread the word to other people. That's what I'm hearing.
There definitely is something going on, because in my department where I worked, I was talking about photos all the time. I was being laughed out. They were so cool with me. And then a 17 and 18-year-old came into my department, actually, and a 19-year-old. The guy who used to always make fun of me goes, "Can you believe she thinks it's flat?" And the two girls looked at him and goes, "Because it is." And I was sitting there going, "What?" And I didn't even have to say anything. They were sitting there defending it over and over for me. I just laughed and said, "Hey, enjoy your time," and walked away.
That's
because
crazy.
it is happening. Like a 17 and 18 and 19-year-old already on this page, so they have to be out here. I don't know where they're hearing it from, whether it's us or YouTube or the mockery on TV. I don't know, but
Yeah, guys,
something has changed.
You guys did something right here. It's incredibly popular now. So you guys did something right. By you guys, I mean, like, I'm not a flat earther. I don't know if you guys know that about me, or if you care or give a fuck. That's fine. But it is incredibly popular now.
The problem is when I went to go have him research, the one guy who was making fun of me, who was also 19, oh, no, he's 20, he couldn't find anything on his own. I had to send stuff of your guys' information to him, because if he goes and looks up on his YouTube search, Flat Earth or anything, it always is debunking bullshit. And nothing like the 200 proofs of Flat Earth are coming up for these people. Nada. They can even type that in and it won't come up for them, guys. So the information is going to have to be given to them directly now, because they can't find it.
Hence your crazy little YouTube disclaimer, right? Like,
well, you know what's funny is that Nathan Thompson has like flash drives that he hands out to people.
That's a good idea, actually. That's amazing.
No, exactly.
You can go to the London Drugs or whatever stupid store, probably Walmart. You can buy those things, gigabytes on an SD card, probably for like $5 or $10, and you could probably jam in like 50 documentaries on one of those things.
We talked about this. I had a very long discussion. This was back in the 21st Flat Earth Times, man, years ago now. And I had it with music guru Alex, and we sat there for about an hour trying to come up with ideas of what we could do, right? How we could further it. And we sat and joked about how we're taking some SD cards or whatnot, filling them with information, getting into a fucking plane and just fucking, dropping them everywhere. Now, legally, that's probably not possible, but it's still an idea. The point is that we could just drop stuff like that, people to pick up and start learning, and without even saying a word to them, because you'd be surprised. They just need the information sent to them. And if they sat and watched like the 200 proofs of Flat Earth and not even knowing what they're trying, they're not being brainwashed, like, here, watch this because the Earth is flat. People go, oh, I don't want to watch it then. They just picked it up and put it in and started watching it for real. Yeah, it'll change their mind. A lot of people. I just had somebody literally ask me, Stace, I think the Earth is flat too. Like, where should I start researching? And I started giving him some information. He came back the next day and was like, I'm fucking blown away, yet I'm not at all. Because most of the time I sat there watching that for 2 hours straight and I was going, yeah, duh, I know that. Well, duh, I see that all the time. It was almost like it was a smack in the face of his own stupidity, he felt like. Because how stupid he could be to believe the fucking lie. You know what I mean?
So, Stacey, I think, I support your idea. I just think that you made one error there at the end, right? So you have this individual who's saying like, okay, yeah, I see it that way. But that doesn't mean that they're correct. Like, there is information that has to be understood to understand whether or not something is correct. Like, you can't just go to calculus and say, yeah, that looks correct, or I don't ever use calculus in my day-to-day life, so that means calculus doesn't exist. Like, certain subjects require information to understand whether or not something can be correct or not.
Yes. But they're looking at information and they're using their own logic, right, to determine if that information is correct or not, and doing more research to verify some of that information. The problem is the Globe don't have information to back it, besides a lot of peer reviews and bullshit.
So
that's the problem.
The issue is, like, let's say you tell me the Earth is flat, right? I'm someone who doesn't have any background information. no matter how many proofs you tell me, 1 or 200, I have no way to understand the interaction of what I see and what you are telling me. So, like, for instance, we were talking yesterday about a floating frog. So a team was able to make a frog float with magnetism, right? There has to be an interaction between the magnetic field and the frog. Now, we have an understanding, my belief system, my religion, heliocentric, we have a belief system of why that works. But you can't express to me why that phenomenon works, you know? You can't express to me in a reputable way. So if you're just telling me something, I won't be able to know whether or not you're wrong unless I understand the background information.
I think that's a specialized response. You know what I mean? That's not going to be true for every single proof. It might be true for 1 or 2, right? I hear what you're saying, but it's not going to be true for every single one of them.
I completely agree with your statement. You're 100% correct. You know, there are many things that we do not need specialized information for. 100%. But I hope we can also agree that there are things that we do need specialized information for to understand its whole picture. You know, yesterday we had a lot of conversation about this. So Jeremy wanted to have a debate with a lot of people. And we asked him, you know, do you understand any information about this debate? And he said no. Now, Jeremy's a great debater. He's really, really good at finding logical fallacies and stuff like that. But he's not going to be able to do anything past that. You know, if it's past the logic, he won't be able to do anything because he doesn't understand the information. So do you kind of see where I'm going with this?
Well, let me, yeah, but let me, I've got to check in real quick, but I really want to touch on this. So this is where Andrew Thomas Young and I parted ways, because he began saying to me, unless I understood trigonometry, I could not have a discussion with him about mirages. And I just absolutely don't believe that that's true. So, you know, it's a finely nuanced discussion, but I got to go on mute.
No, dude, you're 100% correct. You are able, as a human, to discuss mirages, right? Like, we all have, I live in Texas, so the heat is insane. Yeah, so we all see mirages down these flat roads. Now, some people may claim why the mirage is there, right? We have people from the FE community, people from the Globe community, both trying to express why we see this phenomenon. But as a third-party listener, right, if I'm listening to these two individuals talk, how do I know who's correct if I don't know what's going on? Like, if I don't understand how a mirage works, and I'm listening to two people argue about it, how can I take a stance on who's correct if I don't have any information myself?
You're learning as you're talking to these people, though. This is what this is all about. I've sat back not knowing a damn thing in the very beginning about flat Earth, and we talked about refraction. I've talked about so many different topics that I know nothing, but I sat back and listened to the two. And when you sit and listen to sometimes to people, you can hear the bullshit that comes out of their mouth. No offense, but I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And then we go down a conversation of why that doesn't make any sense. And just because it's written in a peer review or in a book doesn't mean it's factual. So anybody's up for these conversations at this point, whether I don't care what degree you have, what you know, or any of that. It's about understanding what's logical as well. Now, I'm not saying everything's logic either. No. But a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, if you just listen to the narrative, you can almost break it apart instantly. Now, when you talk about refraction, you're getting to a tricky place. It's a lot of research, a lot of things you're going to have to look into. Yeah.
My issue here is that, like, we've all gone to the doctor, all of us, right?
I've just been. I'm about to go today. I've just been about to go today. I've been through a lot of doctors.
Exactly. You're going to someone who has more knowledge than you, right? Like, there's a reason you're going to the doctor.
Book knowledge.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I didn't specify the knowledge. I'm just saying they have more knowledge on a subject, which is why you're going to them, right? Now,
Oh,
I'm
that's where we believe, yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to ask you to share why you're going, right? And you're more than welcome to always do your own research. But at the end of the day, you are choosing to go to someone of more knowledge because you
You know
may
how many
not
times
fully
I've been to a
understand.
doctor and they've been
Mhm.
absolutely 1000% wrong and I've been right and I know nothing about anything in their books at all. I'm going based on what my body is telling me or my mom's body is telling me and the logic of what's happening. And they wouldn't listen. And I end up being correct. And I'm a peon compared to everybody else when it comes to the medical field. The medical field is full of a lot of bullshit. Very much so. And they
It
went to
is.
school, right? And it's full of books and information, but doesn't mean they're right. I'm going to these people hoping to God and praying in my heart and soul that what they're about to do and help me with is correct. I'm putting trust in them, right? You're putting faith in them. But does that make these people correct? No.
No, so you're 100% correct as well. The medical industry is extremely volatile. A lot of issues there. Not only that, but it's called the practice of medicine. So
But you're right. I
if
am going to them hoping that they have more knowledge on something that I do not. But here's the
when
good
you're
thing. When I go and
at the
speak to
run
these
of a
people with
meeting,
their knowledge is when I can usually figure out if they're right or wrong using my own.
I'm gonna actually just step in here and almost speak for him because I feel like I don't know why that was so hard for him to make his point. He's saying I'm gonna listen to these people and I don't know anything about this subject, so I have to trust someone, right? Because I'm an idiot in this field. I'm retarded. I'm not calling him retarded, but I mean, like he's like I'm basically completely uneducated in this field, and I'm listening to this debate between two people. And how am I supposed to know left from right? You know, I know nothing about it. That'd be like listening to two people talk about like crazy, like quantum mechanics or something, like, because I'm not a physicist. I wouldn't know which one was right because I'm not a physicist.
Plus, that's why it's important to do your own research. It's important to talk to other people if you don't know and to use your own logic and discernment. Because as I just said, the things that we're talking about, like a doctor's office or anything that you bring up, just because an authority or degree or something's written in a book doesn't mean it's right. So you're right. Nobody knows who to trust. That's why we're trying to figure it out.
That's a
Most of
sensitive
the
issue,
shit you
though.
know has been a lie.
When he brought the doctor thing, that's a sensitive thing for a lot of people. That's kind of why I took it a step further, and so like
Yeah.
read like two different books between quantum mechanics is less sensitive emotionally. And like, how many people here are quantum mechanic physicists? You know, like probably no one actually. And so his point is like, well, which one do I believe? Like, both sound plausible. You know, yeah. And then what do you do? I guess just do your best to do your own
Yeah.
research. I suppose see what makes more sense.
And listen a lot. Take it on board. Ask questions. All those different things. They're important. That goes to any topic. I don't care if you're even in school. Just because a teacher tells you doesn't mean it's factual. This is the point, because I was told that Pluto was a fucking planet. Okay? So regardless of what you're being told doesn't mean it's truthful. I don't care who's telling you, whether it's your doctor, school, whatever, a book. Use your own discernment. They've literally taught you not to use your own fucking logic or common sense or any of that shit. Just listen and believe. Because somebody else has done the research, so just listen to them. When in fact that research could be wrong.
Yeah, and be prepared for your entire world to change at any given time. I'm ready for belief is a powerful concept.
Isn't it? Definitely fucking is. You can believe a lot of shit.
Absolutely. I mean, at least like to tell myself to this, and maybe I'm just lying to myself, but I'm pretty sure I'm ready for like a huge paradigm shift in my mind, if that makes my world make more sense. So like I'm ready for like any kind of huge paradigm shift. It can happen, but maybe that's why people have such like crazy blockades against things, you know, and maybe why. Also, on the other side, if you look at it the other way, maybe why some people have like crazy mental breakdown when they learn something. They're like, it's too much for them, and it like shatters their world belief. Go either way.
Does anybody think ET sounds like God's scalpel?
I forget. I haven't heard God's scalpel in a while.
Just listen to ET if I'm right.
I've known ET for quite a while. We've been friends for a minute now, ET. How many years? It's crazy. Think about how time has flown.
It's about
That's
2.5
just
now.
fucking
Yeah.
year, dude. I know. It's like, woo,
It was
gone.
the beginning of the pandemic, right when the lockdown started and all the
Yeah.
stores started closing, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
Lord.
That was around the time. Yeah.
I was coming in hot at that point because I was
Me
on
too,
information
dude.
and shit. I was
I
like,
was
fuck
losing
this
my
shit.
man.
Yeah.
I was resistant, and I had a lot of shit about a lot of opinions going on about the virus, which had nothing to do with flat Earth, so I had to like kind of contain it myself without telling anyone what I really thought was going on. But also at the same time learning about flat Earth, and I was like, oh my god! Like I would literally like lay down and dream about what was going on. Like I'm like, is it actually flat, or what is going on here? And I'm
Thank
like,
God I was already at the belief that it was flat. Not belief, sorry, the knowledge of knowing for me that it was flat. But then the pandemic for me hit. So for me, it was kind of like, oh, I see what y'all are doing. Perfect fucking thing, man. And for me, it was almost like I wanted to sit back and applaud him, just like fucking Trump did to fucking Hillary after he won. Like, thank you for everything you've done, Hillary. Same kind of thing. It's like, you son of a bitches, you did it, and you did it good. Good plan.
I don't think it's all a conspiracy. I think there's a lot of shit that they intend to happen that don't go their way. And it's easy, in
Absolutely.
my opinion, to think that it's just like all planned, because I don't think it is.
I think everything has a conspiracy in it because everything we've been told is somewhat true and a lot of fucking bullshit too. I mean, we just sat and mentioned medical field, everything. You start going to almost every field and you'll find something in it that's like, well, that ain't necessarily probably fact. Start realizing that you've been lied to just about everything. They're going to lie to you about the shape of the earth. They're going to lie to you about everything because that changes your whole paradigm.
That is crazy. Yeah, it's mind blowing when you can find it everywhere. I completely agree, Stacey. I guess, yeah, I totally agree, 100%. You can find it, and it is everywhere. My only point was just that, yeah, and this is all I'm trying to say, and then let other people jump in. Just that people like to think that everything's a plan, and like everything you see in the world is like planned out, and then it happens the way they want. I don't think that's true. It's way more chaotic than that, in my opinion. And it's more of like they push things in their general direction more than it being like a cold calculating process. That's my opinion.
Chaos is what they want, though. Confusion on every fucking level. And that's what they've done. Chaos and confused.
Well,
Most of the world is.
Stacey, you understand how difficult it is to understand where we actually are, you know? Let's suppose that the Earth is as you claim it. You still don't have all the answers. You're still searching. You're still discovering, right?
Absolutely. In fact, we need to discover more. Way more.
Yeah. So what it's important to realize that even though the heliocentric model, claims that we know, a lot of it is still being understood. We are still trying to understand the details of everything. We're trying to finish the crossword puzzle. We have most of the clues, most of the answers, but not everything. We can't say we're finished.
Definitely can't say. But the problem is you talk to most people in the world, and I go out here and talk to anybody that has no idea what we're talking about on a daily basis over here, if you're here, they don't understand any of it. They don't even remember it. So why are they believing it?
Why is it argued like it's absolute fact every
Right,
time as well?
absolute facts. They believe it. They actually are told, no, that's how it is.
They will defend it to the death and say we're all wrong, and then on the other side of the mouth will say we don't know everything, we're not sure. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not one of those people, but I can take a stab at why those people exist. So You have to understand the difficulty of taking someone out of their current situation and saying, hey, everything that is published in science is being manipulated by an organization made up of all the world powers to keep you subdued so you do not find the promised land. It's a very large claim, right? Personally, though, when I'm in here, I ask people, hey, can you just send me the research? Because I want to read it. I want to understand it, right? I want to see where that claim was or how it was said. And a lot of the time, the stuff that I'm being sent is not going with what people are saying. So, like, you have to understand, like, you guys are claiming the Earth is flat. Okay, where did you get the information, or if someone told you, can you cite that information? And we'll go through it. You know, we go through NASA documents, we go through everything else like that. And, you know, the interesting thing is a lot of the times you guys are sending, well, NASA said this, right? But if I send another paper from NASA, you won't accept that other paper. So that's where it gets very confusing to say to someone, hey, here's the only NASA papers that
You know what they're
that
gonna do? They're gonna jump on you for generalizing right there.
Yeah,
Smooth.
the reason why we don't accept
Watch.
the other papers from NASA is because we already pointed out the contradiction in what they're saying. Therefore, that's why it makes the other information, at least to me, like to doubt about that information.
Okay, no worries. Can you show me where they've made a contradiction?
Now, what are you talking about?
You said you've discovered contradictions between what
We're
NASA
talking
said.
about in general, right?
Oh, okay, sure. No worries.
Here's an easy one, Smooth, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I believe. But if you want to talk about a contradiction on NASA, did we go to the moon in the late 60s or did we not? Because that's a pretty huge contradiction.
Yeah, but we did, so it's not really a contradiction, is it?
Did you not see stars, or did they not? Because we have two different stories on that. It goes so many. There's actually so many contradictions that if somebody took the time to put it all down, which we actually have, really over and over the years. There's so many videos of the contradictions. It's unreal. It just keeps adding up, and the curvature, and all this shit.
I thought I was crazy for thinking I was maybe the only one here who think we didn't go to the moon. Who was that said that we actually did go?
Yeah, we went.
I think everything is right.
Is that Flatty that said that? Okay, we can. I'm not trying to argue with you. I just wanted to know who said that.
I think we didn't. I think it was Nidhug.
Yo, what's up? Did someone say my name?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think you might be one of the only people in this room who think that the Apollo missions actually happened, perhaps. Anyway, right. I didn't want to bring that up. Yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, that was totally against the point. We were talking about this contradictions from NASA, right? That was the previous point that Smooth was trying to make. Sorry, my cat is attacking me. But yeah, I believe he was talking about contradictions from NASA and how can we prove it. And that was my attempt of saying, well, here's one potential example.
Yeah, he's deafened right now. Smooth is to our conversation. He can't hear it anymore. He may have had a phone call or something, or maybe he's looking up something about astronauts and what they said about the stars. Maybe he's looking into contradictions. Who knows?
What the hell?
What's wrong with the stuff?
Well, just the fact that we've had astronauts say when they go up there they've seen a shitload of stars, and then the others say no, they've never seen any stars. They don't see stars up there at all.
It depends on whether there's a really bright object in their field of view.
Remember that whole meeting they had when the original Apollo astronauts, when they came back from the moon and they were arguing almost in front of everyone whether or not they could see stars or not? And what's his name? Neil Armstrong. He's like, I don't really know if we saw stars. And then what's that one other astronaut's name The one no one ever remembers.
I don't know if we did or not. Sorry, I said that all country hillbilly like, but it's like someone goes, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't think I remember seeing that. And he looks over at them all like aggressively.
It's just
like,
fucking
I don't
hilarious.
know about that. It's crazy. Yeah, and they're all like awkward as fuck. Like they're at like, I don't know. It's so bizarre.
It was one of the funniest things ever. They literally came back and they looked sad and upset and distraught. If I went out there to space or the moon or anywhere, I'd be like, damn, dude, yo, I fucking traveled. I saw this. I did that. I'd be so excited to tell the world what I had seen. I wouldn't be sitting there with the gloom look on my face and not know what to say, and I was reading a script.
Yeah, depressed as fuck. You're supposed to be like celebrating, or at least like kind of in a good mood. Go watch that video if no one's ever seen it. They look fucking depressed. Why would that? Unless there was some kind of like biological, physiological effect that flying to the moon and back had on them, they look fucking depressed.
It looked like somebody threatened their life and their children, and they sat there and did whatever the hell they were told to do in that moment. And they didn't know what the hell they were supposed to say.
And why would they do that? Like, just use your like logical mind. Well, they probably were threatened, or they're forced to lie, for some reason or another. Like, who knows the details exactly? We'll probably never know. But that's basically the situation. It's got to be something like that.
At least it looked like it. Yeah.
Guys, I think NASA is completely full of shit, but I'm not a flat earther.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question to the young lady about the moon thing, about the contradictions, please? I'm fully flop, JG, Hoseby, whatever you want.
Hi, Flip Flop. I've seen you. Hi, Jose.
Thank you, Jose. Whatever.
Oh God.
Jose, is that you?
This is me. Yeah, who's this?
Hi, sweetheart. This is Stacy B from the past. I'm back.
All right. Very good. Hey, I got a question for you. You
Go on,
say
honey.
I'm going to rephrase what you say. You say there's a lot of videos of people pointing out the contradictions by NASA. I mean, something around that neighborhood, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, correct.
All right.
I'm around that neighborhood. I said.
I'm very visual. I like looking at visuals of things. Can you provide 3 links of there's lots of them. Lots means more than 3, right? So can you provide maybe 2 videos links or maybe 1? And then I will go with
Jose.
Yeah.
You have seen so many, honey. It's funny.
You say that, but you cannot provide one, right? You cannot provide one right now, right?
One, I didn't say I couldn't provide one. I'm outside on my phone right now. I do not have information.
No, look at his avatar.
I'm being honest. I don't have it running right now. Can I get it for you? Yeah, probably. A second.
Look at the hand on his avatar. Just one.
But it's funny, Jose, because we've had so many debates over the years. I don't debate anymore, if you know anything about me, by the way.
Neither do I.
But
Neither do I.
I really don't.
I just like hanging out and having fun. You know how it is.
But you do know, and that's why you're laughing with me, that you have been provided and you have seen how many different times that we've shown these links.
But
so for me, it's almost like we're going in the past of like a debate that doesn't need to happen. Let's just be honest. Honest in the situation.
I haven't seen any of those recently, like in the past 2 or 3 years. 2 years, 3 years. I haven't seen any of that. But people keep saying there's all kinds of evidence. There's all kinds of videos about this, and I just haven't find them. I did before, but that's my testimony, my voice. There's no evidence for it. If I say there's a video about this and I cannot provide that video, that means that the video is not it doesn't have substance,
We can't spoon feed it to you. You got to find it yourself.
Well, not only that. It's not about that. Is a lot of these videos too have been hidden or taken away, or I go back to my history and they're deleted. They're not there anymore. But the fact that you can admit you may have not seen them in the past few years, but you have seen videos of them and the contradictions, haven't you?
When I was a flight and I was looking for that cherry picking and trying to find mistakes and odd stuff where they were not. Like, that was my point. Today, where I am standing more with the open mind of reality of it could be anything, I cannot find any of those videos today.
Yep, that's why I started saving shit a few years ago on my hard drives. Everyone start doing that now because this stuff in like 5 years, even if you remember to go look for it, which you probably won't, You won't even know how to look for it, even if it's still there. Save it
I'm
now.
a master
Jose.
researcher, bro.
It's like
I'm a master in looking shit up.
Jose, it's like they changed their algorithm somehow, didn't they?
Dude, all the video, if you cannot find it on YouTube, you can filter it or you can find it in the archives. You can find all kinds of videos everywhere. I look in the archives. There's a lot of videos about harsh stuff that YouTube stopped showing 5, 6, 7 years ago, but they are in the archives. But a lot of these videos, like what I just heard today, shocked me. Contradictions. I haven't heard this, maybe, I don't know, but contradictions, there is no video showing contradictions. If they are, I miss them and I don't know where to look at. How do I look for NASA contradictions? You want me to go down a rabbit hole finding NASA contradiction where my bias telling me you're looking for this, you will find this even if that thing is not there what you're looking for. You have to provide what you think is a contradiction so I can then see where you're coming from.
Right. I'm trying to look for the mathematician that he's from a planetarium. That he says that not even from the ISS you should be able to see the curve of the Earth, but they tell you the curve of the Earth. I mean, he says flat Earthers are right because yada yada yada.
That's just your thing. I mean, you're just telling me a story.
I'm gonna find it for you. I'm gonna find it for you.
Trying to find it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
there's so many. Like,
if you go to telling me this is what I think, this is what I have looked at, this is what I have researched, this is what I come across, I wouldn't come in to be, but if you say there's videos of this, there's a lot of videos, a lot of people that provide, that compile this, then that was my point. But because I don't doubt and I don't deny that a lot of people have seen that and tell the stories, but if you say there's a video, I really want to see it.
Well, like if you look at all the footage of like the original Apollo missions, especially in 1969.
How many hundreds of hours you want me to look, and where do I look at? Do you got a timestamp for these contradictions?
I get it.
That's my point, bro. You know?
Totally, I see what you mean. Yeah, and yeah, especially when you said a lot of it's not, you can't find it anymore. That's disturbing. Actually, that's bad. That's really bad.
That's I'm sorry. I came in hot, but sorry, guys. I mean, not hot, but I'm just, excited.
I know you're always coming in passionate and coming in hot. It's all good.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, and it seems like you're swimming in Pepto-Bismol. So yeah, it's okay.
You're swimming in Pepto, bro.
I don't know what that is, but if I get a shot of Pepto-Bismol, my face swell until I explode. I'm allergic to what is aspirin, and Pepto-Bismol has aspirin. I didn't know it, and I had a shot of Pepto-Bismol at work. I got like, look, I got like, what the fuck, man? I cannot see. When I took myself in the mirror, my eyes were shutting down, swelling.
No way.
I read the ingredients, so active aspirin is a little bit. Somebody told me if it had a lot, it would have fucked me up. Like, it would have closed my throat. I couldn't breathe. Aspirin fucked me up.
Fucking Pepto, unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
I know.
That's why they
so
put
simple,
on the back. You can have allergic reactions to that shit.
I mean, upstairs, stomach diarrhea, fucking about to die, can't breathe. What?
I know.
It's so messed up. I always got good humor and fun out of you, Jose. I know you can be such a brat sometimes, but you do it out of like fun. I've never really had anything towards hate towards you. It's always been a good laugh.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
And I like poking fun and maybe saying a little smart comments every once in a while, names, but I really don't take this shit personally.
I know you don't.
Or the topic instead.
That's why I love fucking with you, because I know that you won't take it seriously.
Oh yeah, I just like picking on people and pissing people off sometimes, but most of the time I don't. It's just about fun, man.
Jose, you know what you really should take seriously? There's actually a really big problem happening right now. There's a person in here who happens to be a bird. He's got a book on his head right below you.
You are so not okay, E.T. God help E.T.
It's a problem. It's a big problem.
Listen, you gotta have fun. This topic can bring a lot of arguing and hate and all this stuff, when in reality it should bring us closer to either a conclusion or just I don't know, as human beings connecting, because we're having a conversation. It's been this debate thing. I get it. At the same time, this is why I don't do it anymore, because I don't appreciate the hate part of it. And there's a lot of that comes along with this sometimes. And I'm happy to have these nice conversations where we're not trying to dig at each other or, hey, I'm gonna call you out right now, even though I know what you're saying is factual, but I haven't seen anything in 2 or 3 years. So therefore, I'm just fucking with you, Jose.
I know, yeah.
And I don't believe it. You know what I mean? Though I'm just joking, but at the same time, a lot of that shit happens, and we don't ever get anywhere either side with that. And if people are really serious about the stuff that we're talking about and it means something to them, they're passionate about it, the conversation should exist outside of a fucking debate. That's where I'm at.
Absolutely. Imagine if we could try to have a conversation about something that we even agreed upon. We would be able to make jokes about it, right? Like, is Aphex Twin potentially the greatest musician of all time? We would be able to have jokes about that, you know?
You always have different opinions, though. No one will ever agree on the same fucking thing. That's reality.
No, I gotta really quick. You give me 1 second. There's this guy that asked the panel, right, of the Apollo the Aldrin and the Armstrong and the other guy, right? And the guy is say, let me quote him word by word. Just give me 1 second. Fuck. I want to ask, if I may, when you're in the moonwalk, did you find that the first surface was equally firm anywhere or softer? Secondly, when you look up to the sky, could you actually see the stars and the silica corona in spite of the glare? Did you read that one part? So the question is, when you were in the surface of the moon, were you able to see the stars in spite of the glare? And rather, fuck, I click on another link.
It's all right.
But that's the kind of the summary. And then there's another video now with the.
Wait. Can we stop right there? Wait. What did they say? What did the two people say?
What did I say?
He's getting to it.
I'm just playing, right?
Okay. And can someone remind us, what's that one astronaut? He never actually touched foot on the surface of the moon. The story goes. He's the one who orbited around the moon that everyone forgets. It starts C. It starts with the letter C, his last name.
Hey,
For I don't know how many hours upon and days, whatever. Yeah.
What's his name?
It's Collins, but what are you getting at, Jose?
Yeah, Collins, thank you.
He's answering about the terrain, how firm it is. Now he's gonna answer. Let me see. The footprint. Still talking about motion.
I'll put on elevator music.
I'm just skipping forward so I can.
I do appreciate you going over it though, and not just giving what you believe they said, but what they actually are saying though. So I appreciate that.
I do that. I try to go close word by word, but I got a pea-sized memory, so I got to rephrase a lot of things. You know, I make a lot of mistakes, but I try to keep it, like by the book. You know.
Yeah, I feel you.
Oh, look. Okay, so the answer is moving around in this rough terrain. We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface on the daylight side of the moon fight without looking through the optics. So he didn't. He said, I mean, listen to the words. So now we got a different answer that we really, if we got a bias looking, no, they never see the stars. Just listen. He said, we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface from the daylight side of the moon without looking through the optics. And then he carries on and he adds some more. Do you want to hear what he say more? But whatever he just say now, he couldn't see the stars from the ground, where the sun, and through the unless without looking through the optics. He's not saying no. He's saying no with his bare eyes in the daylight in the moon. So,
okay, and so what did the other person say?
It's like I say, I cannot see this. I cannot see the stars from where I am standing on the earth right here. I mean, I'm in the daylight. I'm in the road, and unless I look through the optics, because I bet if I got a gigantic, super powerful telescope that looked, cut through all the blue of the daylight, I'd probably be able to see stars. I mean, but I gotta be either in the nighttime or use some kind of optics to see the stars.
Did he use some kind of optics to see the stars?
He say from the lunar surface on the daylight he couldn't see any,
without looking at through any optics. He didn't say if he used any optics, but he said,
Right, he said without, but how does he know without if he didn't fucking do it?
well, I'm not sure. Let's say he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just say that. He
I'm
just
not
throw
saying
that
he
out there.
didn't. I'm just wondering if he did then, because there is without. So then he's making it seem like that he looked through optics and was able to see them, but he couldn't see them without.
But looking at his answer as a whole makes a lot of sense, right?
Not really, because I need to know if he looked through it through optics to verify that answer, because he's telling them that he could see him through optics, but then he never did, or did he?
But the question was, can they see stars from the moon? And the answer is, on the daylight side of the moon, no, you can't. Just like you can on Earth.
Maybe he can, but maybe they got bad eyes and they got to squint. I mean, there's a lot of lights, but if they rest the eyes and keep looking and looking, probably they could see something. But I mean, just looking around, they say like, I don't see shit. It's just either black or white or whatever it is,
Let's ask the obvious question. They said, can you see it on the daylight side of the moon? Maybe not. Okay, what about the nighttime side of the moon? Can you see it then?
Was that question asked to them? Who knows? I mean,
wait, hold on, Jose. I was talking. Hey, what about all the other space photos around the moon, from the moon to the Earth? What about those photos as well? You can't see any stars.
Okay.
I don't know. You present that. We can look at it.
Yeah.
There's hardly any atmosphere on the moon that can produce ambient atmosphere light, and with your back to the sun, and everything is imaginable, and it's all imagined and supposed, because nobody has been there who is talking now about it for sure, and the others also not, but anyways, thinking about it with your back to the sun, you can look into the black universe, and in the black universe there should be lights visible if they are there.
Yes,
So
there was
to
that
wrap up
one.
with the contradictions, we started speaking at the same time, but I'm already on the flow. So
bro.
about
No,
the
you
contradictions that we were going on, right? There were two videos presented. Apparently, there's a contradiction about the seeing or not seeing the stars. I'm happy with what I saw. Is neither agree or disagree, but it gives me more clarity. Like, they're not saying they cannot see the stars ever at any time on the moon. They're just saying they're in the daylight, they couldn't see shit. And unless, without optics. Did they use optics or not? Who knows? Optics, I don't see a camera that they take pictures for showing to the audience. Optics as for like telescopes or zooming stuff, He couldn't see they couldn't see the star from the surface of the moon? Well, it was too bright, that's it. I'll keep listening. I'll be on mute for a bit.
And flip flop. My fellow Puerto Rican. Boricua.
Hey, so
Fellow Puerto Rican, did you guys have a power outage a few days back?
Hey, hold on.
Yeah.
I wanted to address
Before
one
you
more
do that, because I
photo.
found that video he was asking for about a planetarian saying that you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from ISS, which contradicts NASA.
Hey, okay. There's as someone. far as, there you go. Yeah, thank you. So there's actually a photo from I don't think it's the LEM, but it's one of the crafts, and it's in the dead of space. I don't know if there's actually it's the blue marble, right, where it shows the Earth, and there's 0 stars around it. I wanted to also mention that one too.
Yeah, we can stop the previous topic, and if you want to start a new one, I'm listening. I'm not participating, but it's a different topic. The topic was there's a lot of video evidence of NASA contradictions. At least I got an example, so thank you for that.
It's not a different topic. We were talking about stars, if stars are visible from space.
We were talking about NASA contradictions and videos of it. That's what we were talking about. Now it's a different topic.
That's the same thing. How is that a contradiction or different?
Is that a
topic?
NASA contradiction? So you got video evidence of NASA contradicting himself. Like,
yeah,
actually, that was
and if we're talking about the stars, because that's definitely one of the things that they contradict each other. With some of them says, some Amsterdam says that they see stars. John Pettit says they don't even know. Some of them says they don't see stars. Pettit says that they see stars, galaxy, different colors, yada yada yada. But some say they don't. All they see is the blackness of space. That's a contradiction. We can find you a video for that too.
Well, there's a contradiction right here. Some people get hungry, some people don't. How is that possible? How can either all humans get hungry or all humans don't get hungry? But some humans are hungry, some humans are not. Like, what the fuck? Some people see the stars, some people not. Are you in the fucking daytime? Are you in the nighttime? Are you looking through telescopes? Are you looking through a camera with, how many, what are the settings of the camera? I mean, you cannot just say black or white, hungry or not hungry. You gotta give more details. They're talking about you can see the stars in the daytime in the moon, therefore the moon people should have seen the stars in the daylight, or what are you talking about?
These are people that went to the same place at the same time.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. Beautiful. Now we can hear you, honey.
Everybody's seen that fucking photo of the Earth, and it was supposedly taken from one of the Apollo little crafts that they got. Whatever fucking one it was. Everybody's seen that fucking 1972 photo. And there's 0 fucking stars around it. Why are you acting stupid? You know what?
Stop with the homonyms.
The topic contradiction. Now, can you show a picture of Earth with a lot of stars in the background? That's the topic. So if you got that from NASA, that will be a contradiction by NASA. As provided by you're giving me one-sided, like there's the blue marble with no stars around it. Can you give me one stars provided by NASA as a real photographs of the Earth? Go ahead if you got it, and I'll be thrilled to see that.
A contradiction is when somebody says that they are able to see stars, and then the other person says is unable to see stars.
Yes, I mean, if you're presenting the picture that doesn't have
when they're asked the question, can they see stars?
I was talking. I really was. I was talking. If you're presenting the image and you're saying, "Hey, why don't we see?" Now. Yeah, but we need to stop that because it's audio chaos on YouTube. But when you're presenting a picture, when you're presenting, God damn it, you want me to just mute you? I don't want to do that. But when you present the image, it doesn't have any stars in it, and you say that it should be stars in it. That's your claim. Can you show me a picture of a planet with stars in it?
Given by NASA, like provided by NASA.
How do we get from? We're bouncing around on 2 or 3 different things at one time, but we just
That's what Jose said.
A conversation about contradictions, and even Elbow said it, and then we shift right from it. Elbow, can you repeat what you just said a second ago? Because I forget, and I was on the same mindset and was going to say something, and you said it for me, and I don't remember where the hell we're at.
Yeah, so the whole thing was that the contradiction. Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you Elbow? The one of the contradictions was that the people that went that said that one saw stars, the other one didn't, and you were saying, well, but they were not there at the same time. Probably they were there in the day. This is people that weren't there at the same time, having a contradiction.
Right. Very important. Same mission, same thing, same time. 2 different stories come out of their mouth. That's a contradiction.
I was giving the 2 videos with the Apollo 11, the Armstrong and Buzz Lightyear guy, right? And then the other one was the 2 Pettit and the other guy, 2 astronauts. That was the contradiction. The other 2 guys never walked on the moon, never was in the moon. Come on, guys. Shit, they were not in the same location in the same time. They weren't. Fuck's sake.
I agree with you, man. I don't think it ever happened. I don't.
Whatever it happened or not, you're giving me contradicting contradiction because they were not in the same location. So if one group say we didn't see shit, the other people say we see a lot. They were not. They were hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other. At least that's what NASA presented. So we got to take the whole story if we're looking at breaking down what NASA said.
There were hundreds of thousands of what?
I just thought you said you were looking for an NASA
It's called a continuity.
Sorry.
And that's a contradiction. Yeah. And as a contradiction, you say, well, there was a group of people that was on the moon, they didn't see stars. And then there was 2 other people for NASA also who say they saw stars. Where are these people that say they saw the stars? Were they also in the moon as the previous group say? The previous group say, I was in the moon and I didn't see stars. Did the other 2 people was on the moon when they saw the stars? They were never on the moon. They were far away from the moon. If we are looking at what they say as contradiction, we got to take the whole story. If they were both groups on the moon, then that's a solid contradiction, what they're saying. But they were in 2 totally different locations. I'm sorry. I mean, this is no point here.
And they didn't get back on and see stars the entire time. They never saw stars.
How many thousands of photos do they have to take for you not to see one star in them? They took thousands of photos on those missions, not one star in them. Is that enough contradiction for you? Why are you quiet?
Do you think there should have been stars in the photos that didn't have stars in them?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, then you need to present something that says there should be stars in them.
Can
Not
I
just say
bring
it.
up? Can I ask you guys a crazy
All right,
question?
I'll present my fucking foot up your ass. How about that?
Okay, guys,
dude,
I have
here
a
we
real
go.
question. Here, how about this? I have a real thing that it just popped in my mind while Jose was talking about this a minute ago. Well, imagine this. What if it was so impossible for them to fake all the? Because like we know we have star systems, like whatever you believe about the stars, right? That doesn't matter right now. They have shapes and they move around. We all agree on that pretty much, right? So imagine if you were to go into space, how complex that would be to shoot that footage with these. You'd have to have all the star systems lined up, and you couldn't fuck it up at all. It would have to be perfect, and like you'd have to take everything into account. So it would be way easier to just black it all out and say you couldn't see them.
You know what a fun fucking statement, and most of the people here know. One left lane probably is the one that go like, "Oh my god, Jose, what are you doing to these people?" Because left lane knows, and I'm neither proud or neither positive or negative. I don't necessarily believe that man walked in the moon. I don't believe that human ever been on the moon. I don't believe in none of that shit. But we're talking about a specific, and if you just think logically, your argument make no fucking sense about the scene or not seeing the stars, man.
I mean, it would be near impossible for him to fake the stars. So, but also left lane's got a point. Like, what kind of cameras were they using? You ever go outside with your iPhone, take a picture of the stars?
I mean, the sensors and all kinds of stuff. There was all camera. There was they were. I know that if that happened, the cameras were setting to take their pictures and the landscape around it. They're not focused to see things like in the depth, in the darkness and all that shit. It's levels that they got to be adjusted in the cameras.
All right. What if I show you a
them.
contradiction about the ISS showing stars through the Earth?
The people would be able, that'd be good. We'd like to see that. But Jose, the people would be able to see them though. You know what I mean? If there was people up there, it wouldn't matter what kind of cameras they had. They would come back saying, yes.
Yeah, but
I
they
saw
were
the stars. It was awesome.
Hey, Jeremy, there was glare. Jeremy, in his statement, when he said he could see stars, there was glare.
You guys
He
both
was in
can't
the
talk at once,
daytime.
guys. Hold on, Jose.
Because you make me a point and he jumping from me. But
I gotta mute you both. I'm muting you real quick, Flat D. Man, yo, if two people are talking, you can't just power through each other like that. Ain't gonna work, because if no one stops, and it's just gonna be the whole time and no one heard anything anyone got said. Jose, then Flat D, you're next.
Very quickly, in the statement that when they sitting in the table in that press conference and they ask him, "Can you see the stars?" He say like, "Well, no, with the glare, in the daylight they could not see the stars without using any optics or nothing. So just look into the eyes. They were in the daytime or close to the daytime. There was a lot of glare. They couldn't see the star, considering the glare that was there. So it's not like I'm here sitting at nighttime seeing the stars. It's like I'm almost either in the dusk or dawn. There's a lot of glare of the sun or the daylight. I cannot see shit. I cannot see the stars." Okay,
Go ahead.
Jose just made a positive claim. Yeah, Jose just made a positive claim that those cameras that they used aren't able to see the stars when they take a picture. Can you provide a citation for that, please? Thank you.
I didn't make 100% claim.
Yeah,
I
he
say
didn't say
maybe
that.
the cameras.
Okay,
Who
then you're
knows what the
talking
cameras were?
shit.
Well, oh, that's what I say.
Yeah, have you ever gone outside and tried to? Go ahead, Elbow.
Sorry, there's the video right there that I just posted with seeing stars through the Earth. It's a little clip.
Whether the cameras could or could not have picked up the stars is irrelevant because Jose's whole point is the people would have seen them. It has nothing to even do with the cameras. The people would have came back saying yes, we could all see stars. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, and they say they couldn't see them. Yeah, they say they couldn't see the stars because of the glare. There was the glare around them. It was too bright.
They said glare. Hold on.
Yes, they said glare. Yes.
Can I get the clip for that?
Yes.
Hence why somebody brought up the optics, right? Someone said, "Oh, through the optics." Is that what that means then?
Atmosphere, not glare. Not just glare.
See glare, yeah.
Like you can't see them out the window if you tried.
Who knows if they did that?
If you
The
were on
question answered them, and that's what they.
You're talking about when they're sitting at the table when they came back, right? Neil,
I think that's
Neil
what he's
Muzz-
talking about.
Is that what you're talking about, Jose?
That's
well,
what
hold
I'm
on. I'm
thinking
asking
about.
Jose.
What the question?
All right.
Why are you even answering? Some kind of social awareness of what's going on in the conversation.
Oh, I've been listening, Jeremy. Thanks, though.
Okay, is that Jose? Are you talking about when the Buzz and Neil and guy no one knows was when they came back from Apollo 11 and they're sitting at the table?
Yeah, in that conference, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were asked directly, and they say, and I put a screenshot of when he mentioned the glare. They do talk about the glare, bro. I mean, he say that spite of the, I got it right here. Spite of the glare, and rather the flat regions to the footprint would penetrate, we have half an inch. Oh fuck.
Listen, I've grown up. My uncle was the biggest scam artist in the city I live in. I've grown up around a lot of bullshitters and just crazy shit, crime shit. And you can just spot someone's body language, right? You don't even need to say anything. It's obvious to me. Like I can read people's body language, and it's obvious to me that them guys were being honest at that table. Without knowing anything else. Just going off their body language. It looks like they're not even they're faking the funk, so to speak. But yeah, they said, I don't recall seeing any stars. There's no way you could have went to the moon. Sometimes you would have had glare and not been able to see it if you're on a day side.
Yeah,
but there's no way.
Daylight. Yeah.
No way all three of them would have went to the moon able to see any stars the whole time. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he said he couldn't see it during the daylight side of the moon. From the lunar surface, from the daylight side of the moon, they couldn't see it. They couldn't see stars. I mean, it's logic. It's not even something. Whoa, he couldn't see the stars in the daylight. I mean, come on, bro. Shit.
That wasn't the question they asked
really
him,
really
bro.
Quick. The other guy
Hold
spoke.
on, man. I'm actually talking, bro.
All right.
Come
I
on,
had a point in favor of you. Go ahead.
Stop yourself. You already finished. Now you can't talk over me, man. So what Jeremy said, you tried to actually hand wave it, but they were asked a specific direct question, and nothing they were talking about had to do with whether it's in the daylight or not. You're just trying to cover for them that was the reason why they couldn't see the stars when they were asked if they seen any stars.
All right, am I defending them? I'm fighting for them side by side. I have to protect them. Is Neil Armstrong from his own mouth saying we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon without looking through optics. I don't recall.
Yo, flip flop.
Can you
hold on, good white.
Hold
on, good white. All right, you just pulled a little funny over here, man. He wasn't the one that said spite of the glare.
Funny.
And he could see the stars in spite of the glare. That was a question asked to him.
That's a good
Hey,
one.
can
A
you guys
funny.
post citations of this? Yeah, I'd
Well, it
like
makes
to
sense
see
that you wouldn't.
the
It makes sense
transcript.
that you wouldn't see stars on the daylight side
Yeah,
of the moon.
I
Like, we
mix.
can't see stars on the daylight side of
I
the Earth.
mixed two answers. He said he talked about glare and he talked about the daylight, and I got it mixed up. Okay, but he say he couldn't see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon. That's what he said.
But Jeremy,
the glare was another answer to a different question.
But the way you posted that picture, you made it look like he
I
was the
did.
one saying
I thought,
he
yeah.
sees the stars in the
Because I was
Silicon River
listening to you.
despite of the glare.
And I was reading at the closed captions at I was looking at the closed caption of the original video, and it was timestamped to me. That's why I grabbed that screenshot. And then I keep listening, and I heard him say, "Well, I couldn't see the stars, whatever, and the daylight." Okay.
But my question, okay, besides that, you saw the video I sent you, man, the little clip. Are you supposed to be able to see stars through the Earth?
Well, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at still the contradiction. That's a different topic. I haven't even
It's still a
entertained that because we're still in the main topic.
I think it's the same conversation now.
It is about the same conversation.
No, the conversation now is about cameras and optics and levels and.
Well, I mean, that's a
focus and all that.
camera from supposedly the ISS and showing a time lapse.
I can
and
my brain. I'll mute for a minute.
No, it's still
I'll
the
come
same
back to the
topic
new
about
topic in a minute.
seeing stars or whatnot. Are you supposed to see them through the Earth?
Well, a lot of people say you can see through the moon. There's pictures where you can see the stars through the moon. That's a very popular thing.
Should be talking about optics because you're the one that brought up optics. No offense, honey, but Jose, you're the one that said they couldn't see him without optics. So, yeah, that's the conversation you kind of brought up.
I mean, it does make sense. Hold on. It does make sense that you wouldn't be able to see it from the daylight side of the moon, the stars, with your naked eye. That's cool.
Well,
it does not. It
oh,
does
no, it
not,
doesn't.
It does not make sense with your back to the sun, with hardly any atmosphere. There will be no ambient light.
Yes, exactly.
And on the photos, the universe looks black, and it should produce starlight if the stars are
I
there.
see what you're saying. All right. Okay. Everyone
Yeah.
settle down. I see what you guys are saying now. All right. There's no
Yeah.
atmosphere.
There's no atmosphere.
The
That's
star-
exactly.
So the sun can't whitewash it out. Backs to the sun. You think so?
Yeah, I mean, according to them, it's the sun is bright, but because there's no atmosphere, there is no cloudy of the sky or whatever, scattering of the light. So there's not. I mean, if otherwise, when you go to space, according to them, it should have been bright. If that's the case, they couldn't see it because of the sun.
Different from the surface of the moon, where is the brightness of the sun absorbing the light and all that shit. You don't know how it looks. We don't know how it looks compared to the space in between, like whatever other telescopes and James Webb and all that kind of shit. It's different from the surface of the moon.
Is it? I mean, how do you know this?
I don't know. This is what we are told by NASA. We're talking about what NASA says and their contradiction. I'm going by what they say.
Well, hey, hold on a second. How long were they on the moon? Because they should have been there long enough for the sun to have gone behind the Earth, right? Or been blocked out somehow. Weren't they there for like 2 days or 3 days or something?
No, Apollo 11, they went and they came back like it was hours, maybe. I don't know the exact time, but it wasn't.
I think it was enough time for them for the sun to have been blocked out by the moon. They were there for a little while.
You got to think of the moon phase. It takes 28 days for the moon to phase all the way around.
Yeah, there's no. Does that make sense? Hold on, left lane. You're in space, right? You're on the surface of the moon. Your back's to the sun. Now, space is dark. There's nothing to whitewash it out, right? Dark. So if you're not looking at the sun, you're looking at darkness, right?
Yes. If I wasn't on the surface of the moon and I had the sun at my back, I was just out in space, I would expect to see stars.
That's where I was going with it. Thank you. Yes, you would expect to see stars, and chances are, if you're walking around, hopping around on the moon like a bunny rabbit, chances are you're gonna be facing all directions at some point, looking up in the sky. I mean, is this a little suspicious?
Hopping
Yeah,
around like a bunny
ex-
rabbit.
Yeah, hoppity hop. I wouldn't
like bunny
expect to see
rabbits,
stars on the surface, though.
Hey,
You said you would?
question?
No, I
But
wouldn't. No.
Not so
Hey,
any
hold on,
stars.
hold on, yo. Done with this. He said he wouldn't expect to see stars.
On the
Okay, so you're
surface of
in
the moon,
space.
no. Yeah.
Okay, cool. You're in space, right? There's no atmosphere on the moon, so to speak. No, there's nothing to whitewash it out. So
The surface of the moon, the
when
brightness
you
of the
look at
surface.
Yeah.
this is gonna be hard enough because he's a baller. Jumps in. This will never happen, and we'll never be able to get through this. Just give me 2
The
minutes.
surface of the moon is different than
Give
space, bro.
me 3 minutes, guys,
Yeah, well,
please. I beg you.
Got it.
Control yourself for 3 minutes.
No.
Hey, left lane. You said no. So left lane. You're in space.
No.
You're in space, right? You're looking up at space.
Did that cut out?
Yeah, you're in space. That's it.
Cut out.
Cut out.
Oh, Jeremy cut out.
Hold on. All right, whatever. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
No, shitty time.
go
You're
ahead.
just going to make this crazy point, and Discord cut
You say you're in space, and that's it. That's the 3 minutes. Damn.
Hold on. I gotta switch my friggin' AirPod.
Right.
That's exciting, bro.
All right, listen. You're in space.
So Skylane, he said something that I want
Please, please,
I know,
please.
man. You can't get nothing done. I know. Go ahead, guys.
No, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Please.
Jeremy, go, bro.
Come on, Jeremy. We want you to
Go,
talk.
Bro, I can't do this with everyone jumping in. Like it's just
Anybody
not gonna
else?
work. It's
Anybody
gonna be
jumps in?
mad
I'm gonna mute 'em.
frustrating.
Yep.
So you're left lane. We're on the moon. No atmosphere, so to speak. You're looking at space. It's black, right?
Yep.
Right. You look away from the sun. You looking up at space. It's black.
Yeah.
Why would you not see a star?
Because of the light reflecting off the surface of the moon.
Reflecting off the surface, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good explanation. I mean, it makes sense.
There's light reflecting off of Earth at night. We can still see the stars. Go out under a
Well,
fucking
not during the
street
day.
lamp. I could go out in a street lamp. We're not talking about during the day. I can go out under a street lamp, underneath a street lamp, directly underneath it, angle and see stars.
It is considered
Well,
daytime when the sun is up in the sky.
Yeah, it's just that if you're on the daylight side of the moon, I don't think you're going to see stars because of the light reflecting off the moon.
Hey, but I can go under a street lamp where there's going to be light reflecting under the moon. I bet I could put some fucking candles and shit on the ground and be next to a bonfire and all kinds of shit going on. I'll surround myself in a ring of fire, burning ring of fire like Johnny Cash. You're going to be able to. Then you shouldn't be able to see stars because there's
No,
fire
it's-
all around you.
No, it's not. It's not the same. No. You know, they talk
atmosphere,
about light. They talk about light pollution. If you're in the city, like New York, you have trouble seeing stars. If you go out in the country, near the city, you can see stars, but not as good as you can in the desert. If you go out in the desert where there's no light pollution, where I've been, it's almost like the stars will make you have a shadow. It's so different.
Yep. Same with Aurora Borealis. So I know people who've never even seen Aurora Borealis before because they've never left a big city in their whole life. Where I'm like a country boy like myself, I've seen it like many times.
Another time, left lane.
Okay.
Well, same concept is all I'm saying. I didn't mean to interrupt. We're just almost enhancing the concept.
Yeah, no.
Big bright light in the sky, the sun. And the stars, the surface of the moon, bright, hard to see stars. Fucking A. I would imagine.
It makes sense, dude.
No, if you're looking at the, listen to me. If you're, you can go on Earth even with the atmosphere and shit. Go next to a bonfire. You can look up and see the stars. The reason Left Lane gave for the slight reflecting off the thing, that's fucking irrelevant. There's nothing to get whitewashed out with. You're
The
looking
sun
up at
up in the sky,
blackness.
Jeremy.
You're
Jeremy,
looking
the
up
sun is
at
up.
blackness. I'm almost done. You're looking up at blackness with stars in it. You should be able to see them as long as you don't have the sun in your sight.
The sun is in the sky, up in the sky. So there's
I
brightness
know,
in the sun. It doesn't matter
Well,
if I
if you
turn my back against the sun now, I'm not going to see the stars across the sky because the sun is behind me on Earth. Same shit in the moon, bro. What the hell? Shit.
Same. It's not the same on the moon. On Earth, you have the atmospheres whitewashing everything out so you can't see them. This can't happen on the moon. There's no atmosphere, right?
That's what and that's why we are being taught. That's why the way you represent it in your brain, that's the way you understand it, and you cannot visualize this working in your brain. But I do, even with the explanation that seems like a contradiction, but it's not, because for me it makes sense that the sun is the sky. It doesn't matter if I take this atmosphere of the Earth away; it will look pitch black, dark, the sky, because the sun is up in the sky. So I'm gonna see this big bright in the sun behind me, and then I turn. All right, my sun is in my back. I'm not seeing it. I look up. I see black and dark because the sun is still in the sky, in the same sky. Where are you telling me that I should see the stars when the brightness of the sun that is a bunch of times closer than the stars is going to wash away all of it?
Okay. Have you ever seen a high altitude balloon? I mean, you're only thinking of it on Earth because and you can't see the stars when the sun's out, because the sun's whitewashing the whole atmosphere all around you, so you can't see the stars. However, if you get out of the atmosphere and you're in a high altitude balloon or in space, you should be able to see them if your back is turned to the sun, maybe possibly even if you're looking at the sun to the left or the right, but definitely when your back is turned to the sun.
And that's the way you imagine it and you interpret the information, the way you process it, that you should be able to see it, and you're so positive about it. And I am in the total opposite, that I can imagine, I can think of the atmosphere not being existing and everything, woof, washed away from the Earth, and it's just a big rock floating, and I still not going to be able to see the star because the sun is still up in the sky. I mean, so that
Do you understand why we can't see the stars during the daytime?
Because the sun is in the fucking sky and watching out is giving a lot of food to the atmosphere for me not to see it. But if the atmosphere is not there, it's still the sun is just giving too much brightness for us to see the stars. That's it. That easy.
Real thing. No, the first part you said was correct, yes, but the second part, that's not a real thing.
And that's what you say, what you think, the way you interpret it, the way you process the information.
Wait, can we go over that again?
problem,
What
bro,
was
not
the
mine.
first part and the second part again?
The first part was. Oh, here we go.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
How the
I got
fuck?
Big news.
How the fuck does a blink and a brightness get you an absolute brightness and a distance?
Hey, forget about that
Hold
for a
on.
second, dude. I was just doing some reading, some light reading. It's big news. So I watched the.
Can you help us out with the thing we're on right now?
Yeah. Check this out, dude. I watched the interview with Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong says specifically from the lunar surface, when they're when they're on the light side of the moon, they cannot see stars. They don't. He doesn't remember seeing stars. They weren't able to see stars unless he was looking through his optical device. So I looked up the optical device, the monocular, and it was like a binoculars cut in half. They had took it on the lunar surface with them, and I was like, okay, is this thing capable of seeing the stars? Then I go and look at the transcript from the Apollo mission, and it says this. It says, Houston, it's been a real change for us. Now we're able to see stars again and recognize constellations for the first time on the trip. It's the sky full of stars, just like the night side of Earth. But all the way here, we have only been able to see stars occasionally and perhaps through the monocular, but not recognize any star patterns. So yeah, he's saying it was rocky, and they even noted the first and only time they were able to see it from the surface. So
thank you for adding more information to what I said earlier. That's beautiful. Yeah, when they are not in the surface of the moon, yeah, probably they start seeing shit because the surface of the moon is just too bright in the daylight, bro. I mean, it's
All
just
right, you're on the
illogical.
You're on the surface of the moon. What's stop Kosho? You're on the surface of the moon. What's stopping you from seeing the stars with your naked eye?
probably the sun.
Okay, how?
What do you mean?
You can't just say the sun. We know why it happens on Earth, why we can't see stars during the daytime. The sun's whitewashing the atmosphere out so you can't see nothing past it. How does it happen on the moon when there is no atmosphere?
I'm gonna show you a picture. Hold on.
No, I don't need no pictures, bro. Explain to me how the sun blocks out the stars when there's no atmosphere.
You know what? I have a problem understanding how light really interacts with the atmosphere at all in this sense. Like, why should atmosphere really? I know atmosphere can distort light coming from a quote unquote star. I don't really think it should really matter that much if there's no atmosphere. Why would it? Wouldn't that actually make the light more clear?
Yeah, it says here that after that transcript I just read, right after that, it says, I guess it has turned into night up there, really, hasn't it? Or that's somebody from Earth. And then that picture I just posted was taken a couple minutes after that conversation. And it says that it says that the sun was actually eclipsing the moon, which made it, which made this picture possible. I think this picture was taken by actually I don't know who it was taken by. Either way, though, this was. Oh yeah, no, okay, it was taken from Earth, I guess. But either way, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So that's what's happening. They were only able to see stars when the sun was on the opposite side of the moon. It was basically nighttime for them. It was very brief.
So Jose is right. It was washed out because you can't see it because of the sun.
Dude, you can't just say the sun. How is the sun stopping you from seeing other lights?
Because that's all you can see.
You can't just say the sun. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, okay, like the most simplest way I can see it, and like, call me stupid if you want, but I mean, like if you're in the forest, me and you, and someone's holding a flashlight up to you, and then I light up like a lighter behind the person holding the flashlight, you won't be able to see the lighter, kind of like that, because your eyes are overwhelmed.
Oh, I like your analogy. I love your analogy. Now let's say somebody's got a flashlight. You're in the forest. It's pitch black. Somebody points a flashlight at you. Then I have another flashlight behind you. Turn around. Can you see that flashlight?
But we're not talking behind. We're talking a person standing behind the person with holding the flashlight.
You're on the moon. There's a sun in the sky. You look at it. You can turn your back to it. You're in the forest. There's somebody holding a flashlight. You can turn your back to the flashlight. I'm behind you with another flashlight. Are you going to see my flashlight? I love your analogy, bro, because it totally destroys this whole thing. There's no mechanism.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, Jeremy.
Mechanism. Can you see the flashlight? If somebody has a flashlight in the forest and it's pitch black, you look at the flashlight behind you with another flashlight and you turn around, are you going to be able to see my flashlight?
Jeremy. They're not going to answer you.
That analogy was beautiful, and it ruins this whole argument of the sun would block out the stars.
Hey, look. Jeremy, you said 3 minutes, but can I ask you one question? Have you seen the photos from the Apollo craft? I don't know which one it was, 13, 14, 11, 12, whatever. But there's a photo that they took of the Earth from their little spacecraft outside the window, and it wasn't close to the moon. It was nowhere near it. It wasn't 1 mile away. It wasn't 10 miles away. It was thousands of miles away. As they were leaving to the moon, they turned around and they took a picture of it. It was nowhere near the sun. It was nowhere near the moon. That picture does not have any fucking stars. So forget about the moon. Forget about pointing lights at.
Why? I got him pinned right here. Why are we going to forget about this? The analogy they just used, it ruins them. Why are we going to forget about this and move on to something else? Can we acknowledge that you would see the flashlight? Can we acknowledge that you would see the flash?
Are we talking about
please at
not
least acknowledge
finding stars?
I'm pretty sure
pictures.
I'd see the
This
flashlight,
one,
and I agree with both of you.
this one stands on its own. You guys are gonna disregard it. Totally
left
fucking
lane.
I can't, man.
Hey,
What's your question,
you guys
Jeremy?
are gonna go tunnel vision on me, and but this is the standalone fucking picture that shows no stars from a camera in space.
Yeah. You think there should be stars?
You posted that picture?
Yeah.
So I can look up the original, what they say they were, and the
That-
details on the camera.
Okay.
Can any of you guys show like because I haven't seen masking. Can you guys show a picture of a daylight in the moon?
Listen to me.
Hey,
You're in the
Jeremy.
forest. You're in the left lane. You're in the forest. Somebody has a super bright flashlight, brightest flashlight in the fucking world. Pitch black. There's no other lights. The moon's gone. You can't see any stars. Nothing. It's pitch
Just
black.
the flashlight, just the big,
Someone-
big power flashlight.
Someone has the most powerfulest fucking flashlight in the world, shining it at you. Then I am behind you. Another pretty bright flashlight.
How about up in the sky, lighting down on you, pointing down, boom, slightly
Pointing
behind
down,
you,
great.
really high up in the sky. Yeah.
Pointing down, and there's you're next to a bonfire. Is that cool?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm up on the top of a mountain with a super bright, brightest flashlight in the world, and I'm shining it down on you. You're standing next to a bonfire, 2 bonfires. Okay, then I am opposite, totally opposite that line. Flashlight. I'm behind you basically, and I have a pretty bright flashlight, and I'm at the top of another mountain shining the flashlight. Are you going to be able to see my flashlight?
Another very tiny flashlight compared to the previous one, and shining down from the same height than the other flashlight, or maybe higher. Is that what we're talking about? To make the analogy work.
Same height, not as bright as the first one. Yep, but bright enough for you to see it because we know the light's making it there. So you can definitely, the light's definitely making it there. So you should be able to see the light.
So the first flashlight is 1,000 powerful, and the other one is 0.0001% powerful.
The flashlight I have is bright enough for you for the photons to make it there.
Right. I deleted
Have
that.
the ability to make it there, and you to be able to. It has the angular size or whatever inverse square law for you to be able to see it.
Right. It looks like a giant ball of fire. The first flight like a giant ball of light, and the other one is just a point, a little dot. Okay.
You will be
in the
able
same
to
height. You won't be able to see it at all.
You will be able.
No, you won't. You won't. If
course
one
you
is a big ball of, if one is a big ball of light and the other one is one dot, 1 pixel in the same height, opposite sides, you wouldn't be able to see.
Get triggered, Jose. Hold on.
I'm not triggered. I'm just finishing my statement before I get interrupted. That's it. I'm done.
All right. The reason why you are able to see it is because there's no atmosphere. The only reason why you will see only like the circle of the light. That's it. It will not be shining all over the place. See? That's the problem you guys are having. You don't have that in the moon.
We don't have a problem.
Yeah, it's no problem whatsoever. And then the brightness of the moon, it will covers you all. Like there's a picture provided by Kosho, beautiful picture that you can see. If you're standing in there, unless you're bigger than that side of the moon, right? That side of the moon, you're gonna be a point inside that big brightness on the moon, and that's the light you're dealing with. For you to look at stuff in the skies that you think you're gonna see it when the light in the ground that you're standing on is way much brighter than the stuff you think you're gonna see.
Also, take into consideration that the moon, if it is as white or gray as they say, which it pretty much probably is, reflects light in a crazy ass way that will probably screw up your vision. So who's to say? I mean, like, imagine if you walk in this crazy white atmosphere. Light is going to be all sorts of crazy.
Well, you got to think, if you're standing on the surface of the moon, on the daylight side, you've got the sun behind you, which you can't look at, it's so bright. And then you've got the moon's surface, which is like 1,000 lumens or something like that. you're bathed in light. I mean, it's all around you, and it's going to wash out any important source of light that might be around you.
Yeah, so it does kind of make sense that someone could claim to go to the moon and not see stars. Yeah.
Can I try to answer that? Maybe not washing out.
Hey, wait, can I
don't
can
think
I
the
say
problem is.
something real quick? I'll mute myself. Just 10 seconds. Okay, there's a photo that was taken. Can you guys hear me? There's something going on with my Discord.
I can hear you. Yeah.
We're being quiet.
Okay.
Even though you're a
I'll
bird with a
repeat
book
my-
on your head.
Yeah, I'll repeat myself because I did say there's a photo taken from a Apollo craft that's not on the lunar surface. What do you guys have to say about that? No stars.
It's similar situation because it is the daylight side of the planet, right?
How would you know?
See the camera. What camera was used to that? All the good stuff.
How would you know which side of the moon it was on?
Side of the planet. He's talking about the planet. He's talking about the blue marble with no stars.
Yeah, and you know what side of the moon is on because it's lunarly, it's tidally locked. Remember, so.
Well, and those people don't get triggered. We're talking about what NASA say, what the official stories say. We're trying to find the contradictions and shit like that. So that's how everything started. So don't get triggered anybody like there's no moon and there's bullshit and there's space and you're talking about nonsense. We're going with the NASA nonsense if you want to put it that way, just to find either contradictions and shit like that. So I'm just clearing the air a little bit there.
It's too late. I'm already triggered. And I'm pissed.
Well, Josh, for bringing this topic up. My bad, Jose.
No, that was your fault, Stacy. Damn it, you called me in, and I always broke loose. It's all good.
It's a good topic, though. It really is, to be honest, to figure it the hell out. What's the hell's going on?
Listen, there's no mechanism for which the stars would be blocked out by. Just like the forest analogy, where you're on a mountain, somebody's got a flashlight, another person's got a smaller flashlight on another mountain. You're next to a bonfire, whatever. You could put bonfires all around you.
Jeremy, this big flashlight that is up in the sky is illuminating the whole ground under you, and it's emitting. The ground is now bouncing light up that is covering you and all of it. So this is not a tiny flashlight that you're going to see a point in the sky. It's illuminating the whole ground you're standing on and covering you.
Let me tell you something about when the moon reflects off. Let me tell you something about when the moonlight reflects off the surface of the moon. There's nothing for it to interact with. That's why space is black, Jose. Hello, have you guys been paying attention this whole time?
Okay, I know that. And still, you got to understand that this flashlight is not a point in the sky just there. It's also giving brightness to the ground you're standing on and encompassing you and all of it.
Ground, but not space. It's not encompassing you. There's nothing for the light to interact with.
My God, whatever is the light, the brightness that is encompassing you and a big thick layer all above you, that's the light that is affecting the brightness that is coming up. It's just watching out from your eyesight to the point of the sky that you want to see. The light already took over you, man. The brightness of the ground is all over you, bruh.
The brightness of the ground has nothing to do when you look up in the sky, because the light reflecting off the ground doesn't interact with the space, because there's no atmosphere there. I don't know why you can't grasp this.
What about
this should be an easy one.
What about when the sun? What about it during an eclipse when the moon is completely behind the Earth? In that idea,
bullshit.
Well, I know you don't believe that, but I mean, okay, you have to put yourself there at least mentally. Then what happens?
Bacon is trying to talk for a little bit now, Bacon.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't think it's because there's light coming. I mean, it's not the same reason why you can't see stars on Earth. When you have the sky being lit up, that's different than you having just the surface of just the ground being lit up. Because if you only have the ground lit up, then the previous reason would not apply here. But I don't think that would be the only reason that would prevent you from seeing stars. because
Hey, what's
there's.
going to stop you from seeing stars when you're on the daylight side of the moon if you turn your
Just let
back
me
to the
get to
sun?
the end of it. That's what I'm trying to get to.
All right.
Right. So I don't think it's the same reason, but I still think there's a reason because the stars are pretty dim, and we don't have a very our eyes have great contrast, right? But there's a certain limit to the contrast that we can see. So if there's something very bright that is still visible to in your field of view, even though it's not leading up the air to block the stars, it's still gonna make your, let's say, your pupils contract, which is what makes but this is how eyes work.
All right.
When you're
Okay.
in a lit up environment, your eyes adjust to a brighter environment, and then you
Let
don't
the
see things dim
bullshit
as.
roll.
How is it bullshit? This is how we know
No,
eyes
so
work.
we agree. And that was very, very long-winded, and you said a lot of stuff. So we agree that the light reflecting off the surface of the moon, nonsense. You agree with that?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said, do you agree that the light bouncing off the surface of the moon for being the reason why you wouldn't be able to see stars is nonsense?
I didn't say the only
No,
reason. I said that's a reason. A reason.
it's not a reason at all.
And the Armstrong and the people that was asked the question, they say that's the reason because we in the surface of the moon in the daylight we cannot see, whatever. So it's not my words either; it's them.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the reason, saying that the atmosphere lights up because of the sunlight, of course, doesn't work for the moon. That's not the same reason that we wouldn't see stars on the moon. If you can see the moon, even if it's a part of it, that's very bright. Your eyes adjust for that very bright thing, and you're not going to be able to see things that are too dim as stars are.
So, short answer, if it's a very bright ambient light or brighter, like in the city, you don't see the stars. In the country where it's darker, you see the stars.
Yeah, but here we also have the atmosphere because when it's clear, also the atmosphere gets lit up, which is
Right,
what
and
we're
there's
trying to
no
see the stars
atmosphere.
through. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So there's one less component, but it doesn't
Well,
negate
it
the
brings
other
me
factor, which is what I'm
back to my
trying to
question.
argue
Why
for.
does why does atmosphere have to do anything with seeing light on the moon? Is my question.
We're not arguing about seeing light on the moon. We're arguing about seeing stars.
Oh, that's what I meant. I meant stars. Sorry, I actually fucked up in my head there. Yeah, why would atmosphere interfere with your vision of seeing stars from a moon from the moon at all?
That's the whole point. That's the point that I'm saying doesn't work, and I'm trying to present the other one that I think works, which is
I
if
would
you can
think it would
still see the
almost be
moon.
the opposite. The atmosphere would interfere with your ability to see it.
When you're at the on the moon. Well,
As far as I'm thinking about it right now, yeah. Like what if there was less atmosphere on the moon? Wouldn't that only enhance your ability to see the stars?
He's saying because there's no
But
air, it should be easier to see the stars on the moon.
Sure, but if you have something very bright that you can still see, then that would be something that's
Look,
not
you
gonna
get.
help you see the stars.
Listen, Bacon. You do realize that you're just making up an explanation for something that you can't prove or demonstrate, right? This is just a conceptual argument.
He's baking up an argument.
If we are talking about
come
being
on,
on the moon,
don't egg him on.
if we are talking about being on the moon, no one here can prove our own arguments. But that's not the point
Yeah,
of the
we can.
conversation.
Yeah, we can.
That's not okay. So then you can say that about my argument then also.
Well, go ahead, prove it.
I'm not saying I can prove it. You're saying you can make provable arguments about being on the surface of the moon.
Oh, no,
Like
no, no.
if you're saying that if you're saying that my argument can't be proven right here right now, because we can, what the reason for this being unprovable?
Jeremy's already doing a fine job of walking you guys through it.
Oh, for example, if you're in a dark environment, but not dark enough that you can't see anything, you can still
All you
see
have to
things.
do.
Can I finish my sentence? Thank you. So let's say you're looking at someone's face, and it's dark, but you can still see that person's face. If someone shine a bright light towards you, or towards just something very bright close to you,
Yeah.
you might not see the face of the person again. I mean, this is not something we never experience. Sometimes we experience situations like that. There's something very very bright prevents us from seeing something on the dark that you would be able to see if the bright thing wasn't there.
When all you have is an idea, you can change your idea as many times as you like to try to explain what you think is happening. That's all you're doing right now. Well, if it was this, well, if it was this, well, if it was this.
During the day, it's bright. You can't see the stars. At night, the sun goes away. It's not so bright. Now you can see the stars.
Yeah, it doesn't
Brilliant.
matter, Travis, because the
Simple
point
but
is that this
brilliant.
shouldn't be possible. If I'm giving a possible mechanism that will allow for that, then I think that works as a response.
Well,
it's also an assumption, right? Like you're just assuming that the reason you can't see the stars is because it's too bright. Maybe they're just not there and they don't actually shine until
No,
the sun goes
actually,
away.
in addition to the madness
you-
of this, you can actually see the stars in the daylight. Have you guys ever seen stars in the morning light? I have.
You can see them at dusk and dawn, just not during the day.
We see the moon in the sky during the day. I sometimes can see if it depends on the lighting in the daytime, how bright it is. I can see sometimes stars. But yeah, we do see light in the sky even when we have a sun beaming the fuck on us during the day.
Well, the moon is like 25,000 times brighter than the brightest star. So it's a
You know
matter of
what's a
context.
real trip? When you can see the sun and the moon and stars all at once. I've seen that before. I've seen stars like in the crescent of the moon and to my left, like the sun. I saw that when I was like a kid. I was like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah. I assure you, though, nobody here has seen stars during the day. Not a single one.
Oh, you are very wrong there. By day, what do you mean? Like a afternoon or something?
What's your
I've
spectrum? What's your spectrum of day? Because twilight, dawn is day.
Yeah, when the sun is up, you can't see stars.
I've seen stars in the morning after the sun has risen.
I assure you that we're not stars.
How about we'll go from 9 to 4 p.m.? You can't see stars.
Yeah, I assure you what you saw were planets and not stars.
Well, that doesn't. No, I'm fairly certain I was looking at stars after the sun has come up.
I'm absolutely certain that doesn't happen. And when you do see something you think is a star and the sun's still up, it's because it's not a star.
You're making this difficult. It's not that difficult.
Listen, hey, check this out. The dudes who work at NASA and the astronauts, whether or not they were lying, they're smarter than us. They're just more capable than we are. And if they weren't supposed to see stars, or they were, they would have come up with that story beforehand, and they would have stuck with it. On the transcript, they say on the transcript that was, while they were pretending to be there, whatever, that they couldn't see them, and then now they see them for a brief moment or whatever. So that was always the case. It wasn't something that they ad hoc made up afterwards. They put that in their made up story while it was happening. So if they think it's impossible to see the stars from up there, they wouldn't have said that. They would have just said that they can't see stars ever, right? So I don't know where this is coming from, that we think that we can describe, how stars are supposed to look from the moon, and we're more experts than they are about it. Even whether they're lying or they actually went there, I think they would know more than we would do if you can see them from up there.
Hey, Jeremy, are you still here? All right. Well, so the only way that this can be demonstrated at all is mathematically. Anybody out there who's smarter than I am, who can mathematically argue what Jeremy is trying to demonstrate, you can't then argue with the math. Because all we're doing right now is arguing our concepts of what can and can't be done. But if you could show it mathematically, there you go.
Trust
Yes,
me,
but
I'm way
before that, you
smarter
can't.
than you.
I mean, it only makes sense to me. I
Before
don't
I'm
do
just
the math.
kidding. Just a joke.
Before that, you can't say it can't be done.
Whatever. Conceptually, I can.
I just want to be clear on what you just said. You're okay with us. Normally, you guys say math doesn't represent reality, but you're okay with us using math in this particular case?
For you, if
Come on, guys, I had to. All right, go ahead.
If Jeremy can use math and present to you a mathematical argument, that is for you, not for me.
Wait, so Jeremy has to use the math.
No, I said anyone smarter than me. Okay, you could do it if you want. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Real quick. Did you guys get past this nonsense of the light reflecting off the moon, blocking out the suns? Obviously, that would have nothing to do with it, right? We're past that.
Nope, still dealing with it.
You know what's a
Just
big
a
deal?
contrast thing.
You know, sorry, Bacon. Just real quick, during the transcript, when they said they could see light, the stars briefly, they couldn't really make out constellations or anything because of the Earth shine that was occurring at the same time. Even though the sun was gone, the Earth shine is still a huge problem. So I mean, I just don't understand why it doesn't make sense. Like they're on the surface of a white object.
You're appealing
there's a
to.
sun and
Hold on,
Earth
hold
right
on.
up there in the sky. Yeah.
See stars when there's moonshine out.
Earth shine.
I mean, that doesn't even make sense. It's.
He said Earth shine, Jeremy. Earth shine,
But
which
I know,
is.
but that being a reason for the stars getting blocked out is nonsense because we can see stars here on Earth when the moonshine is out.
Yeah, not really. But also remember, the Earth is much bigger than the moon.
If you cover the Earth with your hand in the moon, then problem solved, right?
What?
I'm talking. That's an argument against caution. So, the brightness that comes from the Earth, if you block that with your hand on the moon, there is no atmosphere to keep reflecting the light towards you. So you can completely remove the brightness from your view just by covering with your hand.
Okay, Bacon, real quick. I know you heard me. I know I heard you say the contraction of your pupil, fucking up your night vision. I can test that. That's something we can actually test. What are some other reasons why they wouldn't be able to see stars? Because I can check that time there's stars out. I can shine a bright light in my face a long time and then try to look up at the stars and see if I can see them or not. So what are some other reasons why the stars would be blocked out so I can knock them all out at once?
You know what the beauty of this argument is? I can't even tell what anyone believes in anymore. I don't know if people believe it's real or not. It's just
people got no
fucking amazing.
social awareness at all.
Yeah, I don't think there are many other reasons why you wouldn't see the stars besides there being bright things and the contrast making them too dim to be visible.
Hey, Bacon. Okay, there's a photo out there of the blue marble. It's nowhere near the moon. It's nowhere near any other object, and you still can't see stars. So forget about the moon. Forget about anything. How come you can't see stars from that picture? Can you guys stop hand waving this?
Which picture? Sorry.
Did you not hear what I said? The blue marble. Do you have hearing difficulty?
Yeah, you're cutting off for me. My internet connection isn't that great now.
I said blue marble, bro.
Before you move on to that, can I just clarify one thing with Bacon? You said that's one of the reasons, and there wouldn't be many other reasons. What are the other reasons? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know, but I don't think I can think of many. Like, does the helmet of? Are you talking about the what the astronauts saw or pictures? Because if you're talking about,
why wouldn't you be not the pictures? What the astronauts saw. I'm not worried about pictures. I understand focal length and zoom, whatever. So I was just talking about what they saw.
Okay, so I think
go
the
next,
only
bro.
other,
Let's just knock this out.
The only next thing I could prevent them from seeing stars would be if the helmet have some protection for the sun, the light, for example, like sunglasses. that makes everything just darker. But if they could see stars at some point,
There's
then I think,
second
yeah,
for that, then.
yeah. So I don't think there's any other thing.
So we're just left up to whatever they say. It must have been the truth. All right, go ahead, Flat D.
I didn't say that. I said I don't think
Hey,
there's
my
any other.
name's Goodwhite.
You didn't
Anyway,
say that. I said that. Now, because I can't test an astronaut helmet, so we're just left up to whatever they say.
okay,
I
I
know you
didn't
didn't
know
say
that
that.
an astronaut helmet. I didn't know an astronaut helmet was attached to a camera, though.
Yeah, well, I wasn't arguing about your picture. So that's just
Okay,
from.
so now I'm arguing about the blue marble picture. How do you answer for that picture not having any stars in it either?
Can you see the Earth in the blue marble picture? I guess so, right?
Absolutely.
Do you have any
think the
idea
blue
how much
marble
brighter
is,
the Earth
bro?
is than the star?
What do you think the blue marble is?
Yeah, exactly. So do you have any idea how much brighter the Earth would be than the stars? You know that in the monitor of your computer or your phone, each pixel has a value that varies from 0 to 255. That's a range
Stop trying to
of.
argue your point, dude. Go look at the blue marble. The blue
This is the
marble's not
maximum
that bright.
contrast you can have between pixels.
It's a small portion of the actual photo. Go ahead and look at the blue marble and then come back to me, because you obviously haven't looked at it. You don't know what it is, and you're still trying to argue for it. What's your problem, bro? Shame on you, dude.
Completely missing the response. Can you say what my response was?
You're trying to argue, and you haven't even seen the blue marble,
what's my
bro.
argument?
Why are
What's my
you
argument?
even trying to argue?
What is my argument?
You should just say, hey, you know what? I haven't seen the blue marble. Let me
What is
stop
my
what I'm
what is
doing,
my
take a
argument?
look at it, and then I'll get back to you. Why are you even trying to argue with me, bro? What the?
Can you tell me
What
what
was
my
what was
argument is?
when you brought your argument, Flat D? What was Bacon's rebuttal to it?
He started trying to say, there's have you seen the? Have you? He said, do you know how much how bright the Earth is? Like, bro, he
The stars.
didn't
Yeah,
even look at
do
the
I have
image.
to look at the? Yeah, I've seen the picture, obviously, but do I have to look the picture to know that the Earth is brighter than the stars? Is that something that require you to see the
So how
picture?
would that? What difference would it make if the Earth is in the image or not? What if the Earth wasn't in the image? Would there still be? Would you still expect to see stars or not? So you're saying the Earth
That
blocked
depends
out
on the
all the
camera.
stars?
Some cameras can capture stars, some can't. That depends
That
on the
is
camera.
true,
Okay, so
actually.
instead
But
of
you can't. 1 second, let me finish. You can't picture both stars and the Earth at the same time. There's just too much contrast.
Yeah, if you get into
If you want to
crazy
see
camera
stars,
stuff, that is actually completely true. Things in your foreground and the crazy lighting and everything, it's totally possible.
I just want to remind everybody that
So which is brighter, the moon or the Earth?
that's a good question. I
yeah,
think
the
the
Earth
Earth
would
would
be
be.
brighter than.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen the moon rocks? They're almost black.
Well, why would it be brighter? Just because it's bigger? Like the moon is
No,
Well, I like
supposedly
where Bob was
wider.
going with that. Bob, did you have a follow up with that?
Well, I was just gonna. You can't argue the same argument for both celestial bodies, that they're both too bright. If we can get pictures with the moon from Earth with stars, so you can't argue it for both sides. It's either one or the other. Either you can do it for one and not the other, or do it for the other and not the one. You don't get to have it both ways.
it's pretty hard
Is
to picture.
the moon too bright or not? Is the Earth too bright or not?
It is. That's the point. And
I
the
actually
Earth,
don't.
I think the Earth would be brighter than the moon because if you
It
see
is.
one,
I'll show 2 screenshots. Hold on.
Why couldn't you have it both ways? I'm serious. Like, why couldn't you? You're like that crazy distance apart. Both are bright. You're in
They're the
space.
same distance apart from each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one's 4 times bigger.
Yeah, but
It
one
doesn't
is
matter
blue.
because
One
they
is
both look the
blue
same
and
size apart
brown.
from each other, right?
No,
According to the pictures that they gave us.
no.
So I posted the
Oh,
answer.
they don't.
I put 2 screenshots in the chat to show the Albedo, brightness of the moon, the brightness of the Earth is brighter.
Oh, and there's that there's a recent satellite picture that got the moon close to the Earth from in the background, and you barely see the moon because it's too dark. Let me see if I can find that.
So just real quick, Bacon. If I shine a light in my eyes for
Maybe
like a
not.
few minutes or something, and then I can still see the stars, that doesn't end it, because now we don't know if there was something in the visor or the you know, where the astronauts were seeing through. We'll never know. It's unfalsifiable, basically.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Dude, he said it with his own words that what Neil Armstrong saying is it was hard to see stars from the surface unless we looked through our optical device, which was the monocular. So they were able to look through the monocular and see the stars. So,
But that's not what the argument's over.
yeah, I know, but just like when Bacon said, if you block out, you know, if you cover up the sun or the earth or whatever's blocking the light, then you can see, you know, a clearer image of the stars. And he's exactly right. That's why they used that optical device so they could see the stars.
You would just be able to turn around, and now it's blocked. You can't see the sun anymore because you're looking in another direction.
Yeah, but I mean the Earth is
Yeah,
still
but
the surface.
That doesn't make sense either, because if you're in the middle of a black forest and someone has a bright flashlight behind you and you try to look forward, you still won't be able to see the stars.
Bro, I demoed you with this flashlight analogy like 10 minutes ago. Do you not remember?
Dude, I remember you actually. That was my analogy in the first place,
And I used it against you. Yes, and I used it against you.
Hijacked it.
And
That's okay.
I know I hijacked it and then ruined everyone's
okay.
argument with your analogy. Thank you.
I'm okay with you. Didn't just like got me, bro, or anything by
It's
that.
not a
I'm okay with
gotcha.
you doing that.
It's
It's
not. It
fine.
wasn't a
I'm
gotcha.
okay
It
with
was
you
just,
doing that, but it's the same. It's the same. Yeah, it doesn't matter, and I don't care either way. But I mean, it's true. Like if someone's behind you with a bright flashlight, you're still not going to be able to see the stars above you, even if they're standing behind you.
No, Jeremy's right, and that's what I'm saying. If you block it out, but you'd have to, for your analogy to be accurate, you have to block out the surface, block out the sun, and block out the earth, which is why using these optical devices that you know, narrow your vision.
you would have to look up. Hold on. Things to block out is easy. All you would have to do is look up the direction of the sun. You can't see the surface of the moon, and now you can't see the surface of the moon or the sun.
That's why I clarified you earlier. If you put this big, powerful flashlight up in the sky, that if you turn, it's going to be still behind you, but you put it in the sky and then you put 1 pixel of light, very faint dot of light, way above the height of the flashlight in front of you, very far away, you're not going to be able to see it because you got this big, bright light shining up from above you. You're not going to be able to see it.
But then if you turn 180 degrees and have another flashlight behind you, now you can't even see the other light.
And that's what you think. That's the way your brain processes. And it doesn't work like that.
Okay, can I clarify the point that I was making? Because it seems like we skipped past it, but it still hasn't been addressed. Somebody indicated that the Earth is brighter than the moon. Yeah. We can take pictures from Earth of both the moon and the stars together. Okay? Does that make sense? Which means whatever is hitting the Earth is not shining so brightly that it's stopping us from seeing things that aren't on the Earth, like stars, the way you claim the moon would. And the Earth is brighter than the moon. You're also saying that the shot of Earth from the moon is too bright. Those can't both be true at the same time. Either this Earth is brighter and would stop us from seeing both the stars and the moon at the same time, or it's not brighter and we should be able to see the stars in the Earth picture.
Can you repeat your two last statements?
You mean the ones I literally just made? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Okay. Either we should be able. Your claim is that the picture, the alleged picture of the Earthrise or whatever it is, the blue marble. That's what he called it. The blue marble. Earth is too bright. You're saying we wouldn't see the stars, it's too bright, okay? Earth is brighter than the moon, is what you have also claimed. That means we should not be able to stand on the surface of the Earth and take pictures of the moon and stars at the same time, because whatever's reflecting off the Earth should be so bright, and it's brighter than the moon, and the moon stops us, that we shouldn't be able to get both of them at the same time.
Right.
You don't need to have it both
Daytime
ways.
versus nighttime. Daytime versus nighttime. Think about that. You left the factor out.
It's just using the analogy of
nighttime.
It's just used the analogy of the flashlight in the woods against you there.
Yeah, the bright thing you're seeing on the Earth in the blue marble is the daylight. It's a part of
the flashlight
Earth that
is
being
Earth.
hit by the sun.
In his scenario, the flashlight is Earth, right?
When you're seeing stars,
According
they're
to
not
you guys,
at
the
that bright
stars are
part.
daylight as well, just in a different place.
Bacon, go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, when you're seeing stars, you're no longer at that thing that we just said is brighter than the moon, because we're in the dark part of it that isn't brighter than the moon.
Even when it's during the daytime?
You don't see stars during daytime.
And nobody's seen stars in the daytime, but you know,
Okay, but yeah, if you think that there are no stars during the daytime, then I guess there's no point in having the conversation.
No, you cannot see stars during the daytime. I'd like you to
Okay,
prove
well,
that
it's
someone
happened,
can see stars
so
during the
I know that I
daytime.
have.
It doesn't happen. But
Right.
regardless,
Like I said, if you guys think that can't happen, there's no point in having the conversation.
it doesn't happen. You can't show
I've
me
seen
that
it.
that's happened.
I
When the
saw
sun
it
is
when I was
going
a
up, someone
kid.
has seen the
It's
stars.
very possible. I've seen it many times.
It's no, you haven't. I'm telling you.
Maybe
it's
it's
not
because
possible.
I'm Canadian.
But
and
it does happen.
You
It's not
aren't
possible.
It doesn't
American.
happen, man.
Maybe it's different down there, but up here in Canada, you absolutely fucking can. Okay.
No, dude.
That's
You're thinking about the planets.
How many stars do you see before the sunset? E.T.
Oh, well, it depends on like the level of the sunset, but they appear right as the sun starts going down. Of course, yeah, you're right. I'm not saying you can.
Well, I just wanted to know how many. How many do you see?
This is okay. Look, this is just completely anecdotal. Okay, I've been camping. I'm sure many of you have. I remember years and years of camping. Fire is going. The sun is setting, and I start to look up into the sky to see when the stars start to show. Right now, I wasn't taking notes back then, but I remember while it's still twilight, I can start to see stars, not just planets, but stars.
Yep.
Twilight, the sun already
Twilight's
set.
not when the sun is
That's
up,
what we're
dude.
talking about.
It's
Maybe not.
daylight.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about. We're not talking about.
So
after the
let's
sun
restrict
comes
this
out.
to hours. Y'all are making this so stupid. You can't see stars between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. How about that?
No one says that. No one says that.
Okay. Anyway.
Actually, I was about to say it was right around that time. You still can around 9,
Yeah,
about 8 or 9.
Surely
Yeah,
it'd be
you-
different depending on where you are on Earth.
Yeah, you can see the depending on the time of year. I have seen Jupiter or Neptune maybe.
Yeah,
not
right.
Neptune, but
You can see Jupiter and Venus all day long.
and Venus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can't see Venus all day
Yeah,
long.
but that's
Again,
but
that's
those
not
are
what he's
those are
saying.
planets from
Yep.
Kosher's
I've seen
answer.
stars, more than one, more than two, a lot. I know what he's talking about. Has anybody ever been camping? And so, like
All
he's
right,
saying,
I need to. I'm gonna try to catch this on my phone with a night
Howard.
vision at sunset and see if I can catch stars in the sky with the sun still above the horizon.
What is this?
I'm going to
What
buy
is
you
this
a camera, Howard.
What is this
Huh?
camping thing you speak of?
I said I'm going
man,
to. I'm sorry. I said
Go
I'm going to
ahead.
buy you a camera. That's what I said. I'm going to buy you a camera.
This phone on this S22 is freaking awesome, man. It really
All
is.
right. All right, put it to it.
Yo, no joke. If
Okay.
I've seen people that do a side by side, they'll try to take a picture of the moon with an iPhone zoomed in and then a Samsung zoomed in. The Samsung one looks dope. Like I have an iPhone, I can't take a picture of a moon at all. It just looks like a little blob.
Hey,
Yeah.
That's
hey
what I was gonna-
Howard, what's the phone on your S22? You mean your camera?
Yeah.
We
yeah,
all
the
know
camera on my phone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say though, about the pictures of the moon. You know, when you're taking pictures of the moon from Earth and you want to try to capture the stars, which is not easy to do, you have to really be careful about the settings. And anytime you've seen pictures like that where you've seen the stars and the moon, a lot of times either people took extra care to basically take multiple pictures, that way they can overlay them or whatever.
Long exposure.
Or they've adjusted the settings so they can see the stars, and the moon is actually not as crisp. So I don't know why this would be expected on if they did go to the moon, they're taking pictures. They're not going to be doing this weird editing with the settings in the camera. So I don't know if you've seen pictures of the moon, but there's not many of them that have stars in them.
Okay, so here's my criticism of not forward thinking. These guys who could figure out how to fucking get you to the moon couldn't think to send up a few different cameras with different settings so that you could take pictures of the fucking stars. Come on.
The way
they didn't go there to take pictures of stars.
No. Come on, man. Come on. You're going to fucking space. You're not going to take pictures of everything.
Travis.
Like people. Hold on, Jose. Hold on.
It's me, Victor. What the fuck?
People.
Ahead,
sorry. People take pictures of their fucking food in Paris. They take pictures of everything.
Yeah, and they took a lot of pictures, but that doesn't mean they're gonna take care to find contrast so they can see the stars. That's not what they're going there for.
Even forget the stars for a second. How do you guys think they took that picture with their photograph or their camera, which was supposedly attached on their chest, and then they had to use their crazy space glove?
I knew SC was going to.
Well, it's a lot harder to see stars with cameras than with your eye. So I think the discussion of why they didn't see it and why can't cameras see are like separate discussion.
Well, the guy that just brought up the camera, somebody addressed that.
Yeah.
That was me with the camera on your chest.
Yeah, but the camera itself, how did that camera take those pictures? Did anybody think of that? You're granting them the pictures.
It's impossible, almost. Like, it's incredibly unlikely, and it would be almost even more unlikely to take all those snapshots. They say the story is that camera was on their chest, and they had some kind of weird thing with their giant space gloves. Like, imagine the biggest glove you've ever worn.
Well,
probably
I'm
bigger
sure.
than that. And then you click the photo and take that amazing shot. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Hold on, SC. I'm sure that.
Go ahead,
SC. I'm sure that camera on their chest was highly modified, right? It had to have been highly modified. You're bringing it into space, crazy environment. Surely they must have made so many modifications to it.
You would think
so, right,
Jeremy?
According to the information that we found, the button that you push to take the image was one of the modifications they made to the camera.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, regardless, the blue marble wasn't taken from the surface, so there wouldn't have been on their chest.
No, but they took about 5,000 pictures during the Apollo mission,
and only one of them had the Earth in it.
Yeah,
they got the Earth.
That's another thing. Yeah. Wouldn't you be snapping that baby like every chance you get? Yeah.
Well, let's see all the
pictures of Earth, man.
But that's not the issue, guys. The issue is the camera under those conditions would not be able to work.
That's a
Maybe
shame.
it was just Apollo 11
your
where
opinion,
they only had
man.
one picture. Maybe it was just Apollo 11 or just one of the moon missions where they only had one picture. But yeah, you would be snapping that Earth shot off all the time.
That's not just an opinion, Skylane.
Well, I mean, I don't think there would be an issue with it. I really don't.
Really?
You guys?
Why wouldn't it not work? Why wouldn't cameras work on the moon?
You know that back then they had film, right?
Sorry.
Back then they had film. The cameras they used were film.
But what about the thicker emulsion they used on the film?
Exactly.
They put
that film had emulsion on it. Chemicals.
You guys are arguing about how Santa Claus can sign his name like every other parent in the world.
I know, Travis. We know.
It's impossible under the conditions that they were in. It's impossible for those pictures to exist.
Impossible.
It is
All this
impossible.
radiation. You're surrounded by all this radiation, right? So surely they would have had to modify the camera so that the film was in this airtight chamber, so that none of the radiation could get at the film, right?
Yep, and that's just the
Surrounded by
film.
radiation.
Imagine the entire capsule, which they all had to survive.
Yeah, they're in this highly radiated environment, right? Outer space. There's no Van Allen belt, no magnetic. Yeah,
none of it makes fucking sense.
They're
Add it all
outside
up.
of the Van Allen radiation. But all right, go ahead, ET.
No, dude, sorry, Jeremy. No, you go. I'm not trying to cut you off. I don't know.
Just do that all the time.
I just
Go
feel
ahead,
like
bro.
Jeremy always thinks I'm cutting him off, and I'm not.
You don't come here a lot. Go ahead. We'll give you the floor. Go ahead. If you don't come here a lot, go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that, but I mean, I think you already get my point. Yeah, we made that point about the cameras. I guess I will make this one point now that you're giving me the chance, Jeremy. Thanks. Have you guys seen that one photo or footage of them faking going halfway to the moon, where they put that piece of, I don't know, plastic or paper over the window in that over that window? I believe they're up in low Earth orbit. Personally, it's shown in Bart Sabrell's documentary. His big
See,
one.
that's the trick, though. They put that out there. You think they accidentally sent that out? They put that out there, so they're like, all right, maybe there's a little bit of more proof for the moon conspiracy, but it still shows that we're in space and doing orbit.
Yeah, but first of all, that
3D
window
chess,
wasn't.
bro.
That window wasn't even round.
They're playing 3D chess, right?
Yeah, Kosho, we know the window wasn't round. They put up a cutout in front of the window that was round.
Yeah, if you watch the full footage, it's not like Bart Sabrell made it look like. That there was no.
Really? Can you explain that to me or to us all?
Yeah,
Because
all I hear is globe
those
defending,
images images weren't ever used to make the Earth look curved.
Speaking of windows,
well, that's the argument in the documentary. I mean, at least. Okay, well, all right. What's going on there in your perspective then?
Yeah, nothing. It's benign. Windows weren't even curved.
Okay, wait. Stop. So, Kosho, are you at least acknowledging that footage is authentic? It was from outer space?
Yeah.
So you admit that everything in that footage is what it is. You're just saying that the interpretation is not what it was.
Yeah, the way that he cut the scene that he put in his documentary was to make it look like it was something used for deceitful, when that footage was never used to make the Earth look like.
What was it used for?
They were far away from the Earth.
That's the whole point. It wasn't supposed to be seen in the first place. And it was somehow released to the public. I don't know why it was, but you can see Neil Armstrong.
Why would you put a cutout of Earth in front of the window? What would be the point to that?
To make it seem like you're halfway to the moon when you're really not.
I know why we think it. I'm talking to Kosho.
But that didn't happen in the first place. That's what I'm saying. It's completely out of context.
Okay, now you're saying it didn't happen.
I'm saying it didn't happen the way that he just described it.
Has anyone in front of a window? Yes or no?
Jeremy, have you researched this at all? Do you know any of the true facts before you make a claim?
I haven't heard of this
Stay on
before. None
topic,
of it.
please.
I've never heard of any of this before. I've known the moon landings were fake since the 90s, dude.
Are we awake yet?
How do you know that
Did they put a cutout in front of the Earth? Yes. And did they put a cutout of Earth? And stop trying to distract. Save your boy Kosho, Smooth. Kosho, did they put a cutout of Earth in front of a window? Yes or no?
A cutout of Earth?
Yeah.
No, they cut out the window.
No.
They cut out the window to make it look like they were halfway there.
No.
Not a cutout of Earth. They put a cardboard thing there to make it look.
Yeah, one of those things you put on it. One of those things in class in the 90s or 80s, they used to put on the thing, and then you could kind of see through it.
No, that's not what they did, man.
Did they put a picture of Earth?
Well, dude, it's actually more basic than that. Imagine you're on an airplane, like we've all been on an airplane, right?
and then just take like a half of a circle, a piece of paper, and slowly drag it across the airplane window. It's that simple.
So they put something in front of the window, right?
That's for Kosho.
Kosho?
Yeah, it was completely taken out of context, man. That's what I'm saying.
That's not what we're saying. I asked you this before, and it sounded like you went back on your story. Okay, look, we're just going to consider the footage itself. You're saying that footage was taken from outer space. That's actual footage, correct?
Yes, that's what I agreed to. Yes.
Okay, so they did put something up in front of the window, correct?
Yeah,
In
if
low
I remember
Earth
correctly,
orbit.
if I remember correctly, they can see the Earth out the window. I don't think that he actually put something up.
Yes, he did, Kosho. Come on, man.
Kosho.
Come on, man.
Kosho.
That's total bullshit, man. You're totally contradicting yourself.
No, I'm telling you, the footage is real. I'd have to remember exactly.
The footage is real. Then he put something in front of the window.
The claim. I just remember the claim was that the window was round, and then
okay. Stop. Stop.
What?
I asked.
I'm trying to clear up what I'm saying, dude. So I don't know why I'd have to stop.
You're not.
Let him finish.
You're not clearing it up.
You're next, Travis. You're next. Go ahead, Kosho.
I'm just saying. I remember the claim being that the round window is what made the. It was meant to make the Earth look more curved, so it looked like they were far away. But I don't remember exactly what it is that they held up. I just remember that the window wasn't even round, and they weren't trying to frame the Earth as anything.
Okay, great. You said that already, so you've said nothing new. You have already said that, and
Don't confuse what I'm saying this time.
And I said it's got nothing to do with the shape of the window. Did they or did they not put something between them and the window?
I just addressed that, man. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's worth listening to, dude. So you don't
now,
answer
please.
fucking dumb
No,
questions.
you're
I
just bullshitting.
I don't remember them putting anything up there.
Okay, so the fact is you don't know.
No, he said he don't remember.
Can
Then you
someone
don't
post the thing so I can take a look?
Different than you don't know. He answered it. Y'all have to accept his answer. Or
yeah.
He said he doesn't remember that part.
He remembers it very well. He knows he's caught up, and he's just doing what Kosho does.
But the answer he's given is he doesn't remember.
That was the point of that whole scene, was that they put this translucent Earth in front of the thing so the light would come through and it looked like the Earth. That was the point of that whole thing.
Can you post it?
I'm trying to find the footage right now.
That's still not what happened. All they did is cover up part of the window and slow. I don't know. I guess you could argue they were just actually at a weird angle to the window. I don't know.
But why would you do that? First of all, they weren't there. They weren't in space. Let's make that clear. But why would you do a stupid thing like that?
Wait,
why?
Could they be in low Earth orbit though?
Well, even if you're in low,
you don't believe. You got. I don't know. That's a whole different conversation.
No,
I know some people even think low Earth orbit doesn't exist, but I mean, okay.
Even if you're in low Earth orbit, you could see the Earth. You wouldn't have to put anything in front of the window or make something look round or whatever. It would just be the Earth, whatever you're seeing. Why would you do that? Is the point. And they claim to be halfway to the moon. So their claim is they're not in low Earth orbit. They're 100 and something thousand miles away from Earth, in between the moon and Earth. So that's their claim. We're going by that and what the Earth should look like, from that position.
The question here is, in the fantasy that they gave us, right? We're supposed to believe something is in space. If you're filming the Earth, why would you put a piece of cardboard there? Why? To simulate that you're not seeing the whole Earth? To simulate it doesn't make sense.
Did they put one of those translucent things in front of the window?
I don't think so, Jeremy.
Dude, you have to
get
that idea out of your head. It was literally a piece of cardboard, like that gentleman just said. It was literally like just blocking out the light, all light, no translucent anything, as far as I understand it.
Actually have the real original source, so that way we can be clear when we make a discussion.
None of us have the original source. You have to go watch the movie. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Okay, so what is the main argument here? That this video shows a clip right? Does anyone have
No.
a timestamp?
Okay, I'll if I can. Okay, look. In the movie, there was actual footage from the capsule that showed the astronauts putting up a piece of cardboard between them and the window, and outside of the window was the Earth. The cardboard had a circle cut out of it, and when they put it up close to the window and then closed off the distance with the camera, it looked like the Earth from a very far distance.
If I remember correctly, Travis, the story is to simulate the curve. You know, when you look at the moon and it's like a crescent? It's been years since I saw it, but I think that's the reason given for that.
In my opinion, I respect your opinion, but in my opinion, it was to simulate the distance away from Earth.
Right. Yeah.
Not so much the curve.
Yeah. Yeah. So
because they were trying to pretend like they were going like really out into space when they weren't.
Yeah,
honestly,
through the window, it already looked kind of curved. They just made it look further away by reducing the size of the distance in between the camera and that cardboard. You could also see the light coming in between the window and the cardboard once they moved.
Yeah, Smooth,
that's why no one's supposed to see it. Yeah.
There's no doubt if you see the video. There's no doubt that they put something there. Now, if it's all fake, how and why they did it, who knows? Maybe it's for us just to talk like we're doing about it now and bring this fantasy into reality. But yeah, there is something there.
You're not bringing anything to a reality. Like, I just want to point something out. I'm asking everyone to just show me like what we're talking about, and every time someone speaks, they said, "I don't remember this correctly," or "I don't understand it." So how are we making arguments? Everyone's saying that they don't.
I'm literally trying to find it right now, like the exact.
And it's not all about you. Have you tried to look for it? But anyway,
are you
the guy that calls everybody a bitch in chat?
You're talking over me.
People talking at the
You're
same
missing
time.
the main point. You guys are trying to argue something for definite without understanding even yourself what's going on. This is the whole conversation from last night about a guy trying to insult Jeremy and not even understanding what Jeremy got wrong. And now here you guys are again saying this situation is wrong, but you don't even remember what the situation is.
Nobody
We're just
really
talking about it, brother.
That
I
cut
may
up.
have
You
gotten
guys
a
call it
small
cut up. I got
detail.
an answer whenever you guys want it.
1 second, Jose. I may have gotten small detail of this wrong. I haven't seen it in probably 5 or 10 years. I don't even know, but I thought they had a translucent picture of Earth in front of the window. Maybe they just had a piece of cardboard in front of the window. The point is, why were they doing that? Go ahead, Jose.
I got the answer. And the answer is that I have heard people, quote unquote, debunking the funny thing happened on the way to the moon, which I watched probably 20 times, the whole thing over again. And that was one of my favorite parts when they said, like, when they didn't know that they were recording, they still captured this and that. I don't care about the narration. I care about the explanation they give me to see it makes sense. They blocked the brightness of the outside of the capsule. They blocked the windows and they blocked that window as for like a piece of cardboard or whatever something they had. They blocked the brightness from bleeding through the side of the picture. So they did they had some kind of either a hole in a cardboard or something, so they can only show what it was seen through that hole in the cardboard, and they could block the brightness that was coming out from every single window. I mean, myself, I'm out. That was my answer. I'm surprised that nobody actually thought of that, because that's the official answer.
No, we thought about it. I'll address it as he puts himself on mute. If you make a hole in the cardboard and make the window smaller with the cardboard hole, it doesn't block out the light. It would focus the light more unless you had a filter over it. So I'm not sure if you were saying they had a filter over that small hole in the cardboard, but it wouldn't block out any bright light from the outside by making the hole smaller. It would actually focus it more. So now I'll go on mute.
Very well said. I was thinking about that.
But anyway,
if somebody finds that clip, post it, because I need to rewatch. I haven't seen it in years.
It's harder and harder to find. I actually started watching a funny thing that happened on the way to the moon last night, but I fell asleep, so I didn't get to that part.
I'm literally looking for it right now. I'm watching it at the moment. Looking for
Yo,
it.
did all you guys see the new one, American Moon?
Yeah, that one's pretty cool. I like all the documentaries, and whether what side you're on, it doesn't matter. They're pretty good videos. Like no matter what you believe. Jeremy, is Smooth the guy just talking?
I'm talking right now. I'm
Might have
Smooth.
been Flat D. I get Flat D and Smooth confused. I don't know.
But that's the same Smooth that's in the chat calling people a bitch all the time. Is
All the
it two different
time.
people, or is it the same person?
Listen, dude. Listen.
Oh, so
Alright,
it is the
dude.
same person.
Smooth. Don't call if you're calling names in chat. That shit gets
I'm
moderated
not,
too. We're all
Jeremy. I'm not calling anyone a bitch in chat.
Yeah, all right. So he's so calm, cool, and collected here, and says, "Oh, I'm so sensitive. Don't yell." And then in chat, he's calling people, "You're a bitch" and all that. Like I thought it was two different people, but I guess it's the same.
No, I did call you a bitch, and I called you a
Oh,
wet
okay. So you
blanket
did
because
call people a bitch in chat.
no,
Okay,
I didn't
I
call
got
people. I called you a bitch because
you.
you
Okay,
stopped
I'm not
being.
people. Yeah, I got you.
No, you're
I got
a
you.
there's
person.
no name calling.
Now, come on, guys.
You're a
Yeah.
person.
Listen, there's no name.
I'm
Smooth.
not calling Jeremy. I'm not calling anyone a name. I've already.
You just told me you called Rocky a bitch.
I called him. I called him, and I've talked to. We've changed that behavior. This is old news. But I called him a bitch. I called him a bitch because he was crying for a moderator and not allowing anyone to go past him, begging for a moderator to come in because someone called him dude. So I said, yeah, you're being a little bit
Someone
of a
called
bitch.
me by my full name. So get the story straight. And by the way, I don't even care if you call me that. That's up to the mods to moderate. But I was just wondering if it was the same person, Smooth and VC, saying, "I'm so sensitive. Please don't, talk loud and talk fast and only one subject at a time." And then there's a different Smooth in text, calling people's names and acting all aggressive. I was just wondering if it was the same person. I don't really care what you do.
It's the same guy. Smooth. There's no
Same
name.
guy.
There's no need to
Oh.
rebuttal this. There's no need to rebuttal this or even keep talking about it. I want to move on. There's no name calling for any reason. I don't care. Well, he said this, so I can call names.
Jeremy,
no, there's no
we've
name
already,
calling.
we have
There's
already,
no name calling.
we've already
There's no
addressed
need
it.
for a rebuttal to what I'm saying right now.
You don't
Let's
need
move
to
on,
continue.
please.
You don't need to
Shut up,
continue
Smooth.
Yeah, there's no real reason for you to overtalk the mod right now, Smooth. Really, there's no reason to overtalk Jeremy right now.
Y'all,
Guys,
speaking
let's
all,
move
and
on.
myself be a bitch. I am a bitch sometimes. I'm gonna say it right now. I apologize, but I am. Okay, let's
So
all move forward.
what do y'all think about the IS, like them saying, not the ISS, but them saying they're halfway to the moon and then having to put, why would they even have cardboard up there in the first place? Like, this had to be a planned event.
I think they're blocking the glare off the capsule so that they could get the picture.
Blocking the glare from outside on the inside? Is that what you think?
Sure.
Well, let's
I
talk
don't know.
about
It's
that,
just an
Rex.
idea. Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
They have
Rex.
filters for that, right?
Do you have? Does anyone have the link so I don't have to watch 40 minutes of non-shit of where they're putting the cardboard over the glass?
We're gonna get that for you right now, Smooth. You've asked
still
5 times.
literally looking for it. I've been looking for like 10 minutes now.
ET's on it. All right, way to go, ET. Show a little hustle.
Actually,
Good job,
I think
Smooth.
I did
You don't have
actually.
to ask that question again. He's on it for you, buddy. Since you
Actually, no, I think I did just. I think I did just find it now. So according, it's a I'll post the link so we can all see it. But I think the footage, which is being in contention right now, is about 39 minutes into the documentary. If we're all watching the same version of it,
Posted by.
I'll post the link I'm looking at, and then I would go to 39 minutes, and I'm actually watching it as I talk, and then I believe the lights are about to pop on.
39 minutes. ET, post it in the chat.
I'll post the link.
39 minutes.
I will.
39 minutes, Smooth. Thank you, ET.
And then
nice
the lights
work.
are going to
nice
come on
work,
here,
ET.
and you can see the inside of the spacecraft, and then you can see.
You made all that over talking worth it. Nice work.
You can see the piece of cardboard they bought up into outer space to block the glare.
Yeah, why would you bring cardboard as part of your stock in space? Like, can you guys think of one reason?
To block the glare, SD.
To block the glare. I mean, it's light. I mean, you can
So
see
look,
the
here we go, guys.
paradoxical lights.
Here we go, guys. They had enough foresight to bring up a piece of cardboard with a hole punched out, but they couldn't bring a few cameras with different settings to take pictures of the stars.
I believe that.
Cameras are expensive, dude.
Come on, man.
Y'all deny all the other pictures. Why do you want more pictures?
No, great scripted answer, bro. That's just original. Awesome.
It's a fact and a legitimate question.
6 years we've heard that stupid answer.
Left Lane, I assure you, I'm willing to bet anything if we can prove it, that not one single picture was taken on the moon with that camera that they say under those conditions. I could assure you that.
With that chest thing, yeah. I've heard cameramen break it down, like where they're like, "Oh yeah, I used to actually work for the Hasselblad company," and like that's completely impossible that they did that. It's almost like a fact. Now that thing we were talking about the window thing, I posted it 14 minutes after in the chat live stream.
Yeah, I don't
text.
see it.
So click on that and then go to 39 minutes and then just watch it for like 30 seconds and turn on the lights for God's sake.
Yeah, but I
can
don't
see
the
deception.
That's
Okay,
what I'm
then
saying.
just
I
fast
watch
forward.
it again.
Just fast forward a little bit. Are you inept?
I watched the whole thing. I don't see them putting cardboard over the window.
Okay, well then just forget it, man. Look, can we move on to
Where?
something else?
No, like seriously, tell me where so I can actually see this.
Watch
Like,
the whole thing. It's an interesting video. Just watch the whole thing.
I'm asking
You want to
you
know the truth? Why wouldn't you watch it, bro? That's what doesn't make sense to me.
because I don't have 46 minutes right now to watch.
Are you kidding
this
me?
video.
You're sitting here
No,
for
dude,
46
I made
minutes
it easy
arguing
for
over
you.
this.
I made it easy for you. I told you where to fast forward to. Go to
I'm
39
on
minutes
39.
and then just sit
Oh
there
my
for a minute or
God.
two.
I'm on 39, so I've walked
Same
from
character
37
every day.
to 43.
God damn.
At 40 minutes into the video, they start going over this
Okay,
radiation.
go on mute. Go on mute. Just go find it. Just go on mute. Come back when you found it. Just stop telling us what you can and cannot
Why?
find.
You're trying to show me. Why do I have to go look for something?
They already
You're-
give it to you, fucker. Holy
It's
shit.
not there.
Maybe, guys.
Come on, guys.
Sorry,
Maybe
sorry.
he's on the.
Oh my God, sorry.
It's
Listen,
not.
can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe he's on the wrong video. How about ET? Post it again right now.
I'm on that
It's at
link.
39 minutes, you said? If it's at 39 minutes,
I'll do it again.
post it right now. Smooth. He's posting it right now.
Jeremy,
It's at
you're not
39
listening. I'm on
No
the right.
excuses.
Oh.
Yeah, then there's no
One
excuses.
person at a time, but I believe it's at 30. Go back to 38. Start there. Just start
That's
seeing some
actually
stuff
not a
too.
horrible idea.
Okay.
What
Go back
if-
to 37
what if-
and a half.
Wait. What if ET is in a time dilation? That's what's going on. It's a time
Yeah,
dilation.
what the hell is going on, man? Why are we
Well, you mean,
babysitting
you
this
know
guy?
what? I don't believe time and space is even real. You know, I'm zipping out of different realities.
Well, I mean,
knows?
I've heard Smooth try to express something he's trying to figure out, and he's not able to finish what he's saying. Everyone's cutting him off.
You mean when he's told us 10 times he can't find the video that we got for him and gave him a timestamp of approximately where it is and he won't take 5 minutes to watch it? Is that what you're defending, Left Lane? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. He's not been able to finish. I'm not sure what his issue is.
Yeah, we all know. Left Lane, come on, man. Come
Jesus,
on.
bro. If you are really
Wow.
that you
It's
have to
times like
protect him
this.
that much. It's
Yeah,
incredible.
it's times like this, Howard, when I'm just like, Howard, come on, man.
Well, seriously though, man, he's
No,
trying
I appreciate
to
it.
express a concern, and
We
every
have
time he
all
starts
heard
to
it.
get to his point, he gets cut off.
We have all
Right.
heard him say it over and over and over again. We don't need to hear him say it one
Yeah,
more
what's
time.
his point, Left Lane? If
I don't
we
know.
haven't heard it, what's his point? You don't know.
I don't
His
know.
point
I
is
don't
that
know.
he can't find it. Yeah, now you're cutting me off. His point is, since you didn't hear him, I've heard it 5 times. His point is that he wanted someone to go get the video, tell him exactly what second it starts, go to that second. If he couldn't find it, he was going to come in here and disrupt the room without you doing anything. That's his point.
ET was off a little bit. Smooth. It's at 35 minutes. Start watching it at 35 minutes. Okay? No, that should be all. You good now, Smooth? 35 minutes.
I just watched from 38 to 39. Didn't see it. Is that 35 now?
35
Oh my God.
minutes.
Holy shit, dude. The good stuff starts at 39. Yeah, if you want to get the whole thing, start at 35. The good stuff you see at about 39, takes about 30 seconds of your attention.
Smooth.
And then
35
you
minutes.
see it.
Why are you doing this? 35 minutes, Smooth.
But you won't see the good stuff till about 39 to 39 and a half.
The fucking thing we're talking about starts at 35 minutes. That's what he wants to see. That is the good stuff, dude. ET, you've done a good job. I'll take it from here. Thank you.
So 35 is when we see them obstructing the window with something?
35 minutes, yes.
All right. I'll be right back.
35. Holy shit, man.
Oh my god, this is painful, man.
This is daunting. I know.
No, that is not. That is what characters do. That's on purpose, man.
You know what's crazy is
Hold on. Pause. Did you just
To
call me
be
a
fair,
fucking...
ET gave
Hold
him
on,
the wrong
pause.
time.
Jeremy,
Now
one
he wants
second.
to talk about what I just
Did
said.
you just call me a fucking terrorist?
Yeah, dude.
Is that seriously what you just fucking said?
Listen to this guy.
I don't think
No,
so.
no.
But
Shut the
anyways,
fuck up. Did you just call me a fucking terrorist?
No,
Okay,
he
go back
didn't.
and-
I don't think so. I don't think
Go
so.
back and rewind and listen for yourself. I didn't hear.
Yeah, it's at 39 minutes. At 39
No, it's
minutes,
not.
you'll
It's
hear what I
35.
said.
35.
39 is where I said what I said and had nothing to do with terrorists. And oh my god, it's so sensitive. Now he's sensitive again.
Listen, to be
Later
fair,
on, he'll be calling us bitches and stuff.
Hold on, Rakia. Hey, Smooth. If you're gonna start complaining and changing the conversation, just like keeping us not going.
No,
nowhere on the
I thought I heard
conversation,
him call me a
mute you,
terrorist,
bro.
and that's not cool, man.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna...
whatever.
He's just proving my point that he's doing it on purpose.
I'm not doing anything on purpose.
Smooth.
I'm trying to find
35
something.
minutes, Smooth. We've been on this for like 10 minutes now.
All right.
35 minutes.
Hey, can I bring you guys the attention of the thing I posted? 20 past the hour. That's taken from that video right now. You notice anything weird about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, 35 minutes, it starts getting all wonky because they're trying to figure out how to make it look like Earth through the
Just
window.
look at that, man. That's it.
I
Game
know.
over.
I just watched it in the video.
It's crazy. How anybody would even like utter a word to support this is just fascinating.
Okay, I just went back and listened, okay? Rakia said that's what characters do, not terrorists. That's what characters do.
And now
Yeah, this is what-
now we move to the topic, or can we go back to what we were talking about?
Well, I was going to say there's no way I could do this. Like, I could never go someplace and just play a character. Like, I don't have it in me. Like, it's like telling a lie. I would have to remember what I said. It's like Kosho. You know, he says one thing and then he says something else 2 minutes later, and then he backtracks and re-says something else. Like, I couldn't do that. There's no way I could be that way.
Money and training.
I think it's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, you notice there's a lot of characters in this server. You may have noticed.
A lot of people here. Yep, we're all characters.
No, Jeremy. I meant a lot of actors. Is what I meant.
Well, I mean, maybe how could you tell who's who? You know, how do you tell between if somebody's a psychopathic lunatic nutcase or an actor?
Well,
or just
in
dumb?
Smooth's case, it's a bit like he's making a prank phone call. It's very obvious.
Maybe.
Is your refrigerator running type guy?
I'm gonna let myself be known. I'm a real human being and with real intentions. So just in case anyone's wondering about me, I'm a real person.
That's
Okay.
exactly what a robot would say if he was trying to act like a human.
Yeah, exactly, Bob. Good call, Bob. Listen, ET, you did great work finding that video. You got the timestamp wrong. Small detail. It's fine. All right, nice work, Bob.
Jeremy,
Actually,
I just watched the video
perfectly fine, but
at 35 as requested. Right. And I see them saying that they covered the other windows inside the spacecraft. The other windows.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. Okay. I can't, after that, I don't know if I could take you serious now.
What do you mean? At 35:43, we shut out the sun coming in of the other windows into the spacecraft.
All right. Do you see what they're doing with the thing that's on the screen with the Earth-like looking object? Your spherical Earth. Do you see what's going on in the?
Do you see what I'm saying? That I'm watching where you're telling me, and I'm not seeing them cover the viewing window. I'm seeing that. I'm hearing through the text and through the quotation that they're covering the other windows.
Keep watching, Smooth. Just keep watching, please.
Really? Keep watching.
Explains why you're seeing what you're seeing. Even what the heck?
You guys made a claim that they're
It's not even
over the
hold
window.
on. It's not even spherical at that point. It's not even a normal circle.
Listen. Here's what happened. We told him that they covered up the window. He said, "Give me the timestamp." We said, "Start at 35." He watches for 40 seconds, doesn't see anything, and then comes here and says,
No,
"I
it
watched
doesn't
for 40
matter.
seconds."
It starts at 35. It's not like I told him 35 and there's 30 seconds of bullshit. If you go to 35, I just posted a screenshot in the chat. At 35 minutes, that's what you see. It's like 35:05 or something. You can see how the Earth is this weird shape.
But
and what they're doing.
Where's the cardboard hole? That's what I've been asking about that. You guys said that they punched a hole through cardboard and they were viewing it through there. I can't find that part of
You mean the one? You mean the one that your guy said was there? The hole in the cardboard, the box of glare. Is that the cardboard you're talking about? Maybe ask Kosha where it is. Or left line.
Yeah, and look, if you can watch a video for like 10 minutes, that's not our problem. So log off, go watch the freaking video, and then come back. Don't waste our time, please.
I've been watching this video.
You watched it for a minute.
You just broke character and laughed.
This is crazy.
I mean, you guys know what I think is happening here? They were actually doing that too, but I mean actually with the video, if we want to really move on here, like what I think is happening, they are in low Earth orbit, in my opinion, okay? Tell me if I'm retarded for thinking that, but they were trying to do different video shoots in preparation for the real deal. So this is like the I don't know how else to say that other than this is like a preparation kind of photo shoot. And that's why they turn on the light on, and then you can see them flying through the little spacecraft they're like.
So now we have two people at least. We've got E.T., we've got Jeremy, who've pulled up the videos themselves, saying it's right here. Then we got this guy coming in saying, "I don't see what you're seeing," even though we're giving him the timestamps. Now this is. Hold on, please. Okay. So, yeah, I lost what I was thinking. Thanks for stopping.
No, the claim was from Jeremy and initially.
Stop. We do not need you to tell us what we have told you. Fucking go away. Just go away.
Okay. So
don't go away. You can stay right here.
3714. 3714. It explains them putting the cardboard there. Leave it alone now.
3714.
Go watch it and come back.
So this was my point before Jeremy interrupted me. We tell him when to start. He only has an attention span for 40 seconds, doesn't see anything, and doesn't think to just keep watching.
Well, I would say he's doing it on purpose. To make us say he's insane and make us dance. I would have never got the video for him myself, but it's cool that we posted it for each other. Is someone talking?
Yes, he came in here and said 39 minutes, ET did. Now, when I first went, I didn't see it. So what did I do as a normal human being and with logic? I just went and took it back some, right? The 35, 34. You try to find it. If you really wanted it, it takes you, a few minutes? I don't understand why you couldn't have, just like I did, instantly went back and then sat and watched it. I just did it again. It took me 20 seconds and found some more. So do it 37 minutes even if I say 37:14, and you actually hear them say it.
Yeah, so I was looking for them placing the thing on the glass. So I'm hearing a woman who's
they did.
What?
But the woman tells you that they did.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The woman's just telling me that they put it there. Is there any evidence to suggest that they did put it there?
By looking at it, the footage itself shows you that logically too. You can see that for your own eyes and vision.
It's kind of.
Can we
It's
kick
kind of one
this
of those
guy?
situations where you have to basically just take a look at it, and like you shouldn't have anyone have to explain it for you.
Can
At that
we
point,
kick
it's
this
like
guy? Come on,
like
man.
no
Kick this
offense,
guy.
but
I'm saying that
that
someone
was stupid of me. I shouldn't have said that. No, I take
Yeah.
that back. That was very rude of me, and I know that's not the energy we have here. I take that back. I take full responsibility for saying that. But it's just kind of one of those things where it's just like, especially at 39 minutes, when they turn the lights on and you can see him floating around in the spacecraft, I don't know what else to say at that
Okay,
point.
so here's the thing. I'm using the same type of skeptical mind that you guys use with me, right? You guys are telling me that someone is placing this on the glass, right? And I'm looking for someone actually placing the cardboard on the glass. At 37:14, I do hear, thank you so much, Stacy. I do hear the exact sentence. That was a perfect timestamp of them saying, oh, the woman is saying that they put something on the glass, but who is this woman and how can I verify that they put something on the glass? I don't see that.
She's
Okay, you need to
she's
just
a
stop.
documentary speaker.
We need to
She's
just
the
stop
woman
this.
that they hired. Just yeah. All right, I'm
Just
done
stop,
too.
Smooth. Yeah, just stop. Smooth, stop talking about this. Either go look for it yourself, but just stop telling us about what you do and don't see and what you want to verify about the narrator. Just forget it, man.
So
Just move on.
This is about discussion and figuring out what's going on, though.
This
I mean,
is
why
not a
can't we just
discussion,
talk about it?
Howard. It's a waste
Oh,
of time.
it's a dictatorship. I mean,
It's
come
a
on.
waste of time. No, we can be diplomatic if we want. I
Well,
can
let's
be
do
voted
it.
out. I can be voted
I don't
out.
really know. I mean, I don't understand why y'all are so wound up. We've been 30 freaking minutes on this timestamp issue.
That's
and
not
why he
our
couldn't
fault.
find it. And
That's the point,
and
Howard.
we
We've
need
been
to get
30
past
minutes.
it, though.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's
We've been
that.
30
We're trying to
minutes.
get past it by letting Smooth not talk about it anymore. Left lane.
Plus,
Thanks.
we've been here 30 minutes telling you that go check it for yourself and then come and talk about what you saw. That's it.
And that's where we are. I just
You're-
watched it.
Look.
I don't see them placing anything on the glass.
Okay,
Have you-
fine.
And fine. There you go.
And then
Okay,
we're done.
awesome. Yep, moving
done.
on. Thanks,
Yep,
man.
Moving on.
Good
Okay,
job,
but
Smooth.
okay, hold on though, straight up. Okay, forget that thing over the glass. Do you not see any
Are you really
manipulation?
going to ask
Oh,
him
come
something again?
on, ET. Come on, man. We're trying
Okay,
to.
all right. I won't do it.
Oh, he's going to answer. Don't worry.
Insane. Insane.
So what's the purpose of this room? So if
We
we're
don't
trying,
care
if
what
we
you
make,
think, dude. You're just
No, I'm
another
asking,
person. You're
I'm
busting
asking,
our
We do.
chops.
We do care what you think. We do
Get
care
the
what
hell out
we
of
care
here. Go
what you
watch the
think.
video and come back.
No,
Piss
no.
off.
We care what SE thinks. We care what Rakia thinks. I hope y'all care what I think.
No,
Yeah,
not really.
That's inaccurate.
Yeah, but
That's
Left
We
Lane,
actually don't
clearly
care
you
what
see
the
what's
Glovers
going on
think.
here.
There's some
Left
big
Lane.
claims. We don't all care what everyone says. Like we might allow them to talk or whatever, and we might, listen. But that doesn't mean that we all care what everyone says.
Yeah, certainly
Yeah, I
not
don't
at the
care
same
about.
level.
I don't care about like 90% of what you people say.
Kind of like when Left Lane is huffing and puffing and breaking in the DMOX conversation. Kind of like
Shout out
that,
to
Left
right.
Lane.
Shout out to right the hand.
on this because there's two things said that I don't want it twisted around. One, I actually do care. And two, you were saying something about you don't see the cardboard and you're kind of coming from our logic that you never saw it placed in. Well, good for you because you're questioning it. But the problem is it started off with us having this conversation, being interrupted, that this basically never happened. Then there's the timestamp. Then we go to verify it that this is what we're talking about. And now we're going down a pattern of we don't know where the fuck we're at. It started
This
off with
guy-
like bullshit.
Yeah, this
No,
guy's
so
pulling
what
up Brenda
I'm trying to
on
say
us.
is that
That's all that this is. Like, you guys just wake up to it, get rid of him, mute him for 10 minutes, and you'll see everything will straighten out.
so my purpose of being here is to explore ideas, right?
No, you're a shit
And
disturber, dude. That's what you
Let
did.
him finish,
take-
SE. Let him finish.
Oh my.
I'm taking the same approach that you guys are doing. So if I were to show you a picture of the moon or anything, you're going to try to pull it apart. You're going to say, how do we verify it? Why are you so upset when I use the same logic that you use?
Because you didn't do your due diligence, bro. Everybody's
I
trying to
did.
tell you that.
Please point out who here decided to feign incompetence on how to use a video player as an argument for flat or globe Earth at any point. Please, other than you, please explain who
I
it
don't
was
think
that
I've ever
pointed them
done
out
that.
to us.
Okay, so the whole premise of this was someone said that they are manipulating the shot of Earth by placing something over the glass. All I asked out of interest was, where can I see this manipulation of the glass happening, the manipulation of the shot? I was sent to a video. We watched the video, we found the timestamp, but I only hear someone saying that is what's happening. I don't see that action.
Good for you.
So I'm using my
That's your problem, bro.
skeptical
That's on
mind.
you.
Yo, I
Open
just
your
went back
eyes,
and
watch the
watched it.
video again. Okay?
Hold on. I
Don't
just
come
went
here
back.
crying. We're not your uncle or your father, right?
Hold
We're
on,
having a
guys.
discussion here of the nature of the earth. Now, go do your due
You are one of
diligence,
us
little
creepy.
boy, and come back. You're
Hold
very
on. Okay,
aggravating.
don't call names. SE, don't call names.
I'm sorry,
I
but
just
this
went
guy's
back and
wasting our
watched
time,
it.
bro.
Listen, I just went back and watched it. I can't find the part. I thought I could see it in my head perfectly clear, but I can't find the part where we actually see them putting something in front of the window.
Well, then they took it out. Because clearly I remember
no,
seeing it.
I have
Was
another
I just
idea to that, 'cause
validated by a
it's
goddamn
totally
mod? Oh shit.
no. That
It doesn't
was the
matter if I'm a
idea.
mod or not.
That was the idea that people had with the piece of cardboard. It's also possible, in my opinion, that they could have angled the camera against the circular window a certain way to make pretty much the same effect. So there wasn't necessarily a piece of cardboard sitting in front of it. Although I could just be fucking not thinking properly.
No,
here's the
absolutely. There
question. Hold on.
was
Here's the
something in front
question.
of it. I saw it with my own eyes. That's
What's the
indisputable.
timestamp? SE.
Well, you
what's
can
the
see him
timestamp? 'Cause
flying
I
in
can't
front
find
of it.
Hold on, ET. SE. I thought I saw exactly what you're saying before, but watching this back, I can't find that moment.
Then they
Okay,
must have
question.
taken it out, bro.
And it's
They must
been
have
edited.
taken it
I
out.
got a question.
Wait,
Right
she
where I
states
said
that she does it. She states that it's happening, and you can see that there's distortion. You can see that it's been manipulated. That is the point.
I know.
How can you not?
It's
You
right
can
at
see the
39
manipulation.
minutes.
You can see
I
it's been
told you.
manipulated, but I can't see the actual moment.
39
when you
minutes.
see that.
Maybe
39
That's when you
minutes.
see 39
Jeremy,
minutes is when
go
you see
ahead.
the astronauts actually putting something or taking something away from the window.
I would
I've
sure hope
watched it
so because
like
he's said
20
it like a
times
million
now.
times.
So if
So
it's
go
not
back.
there, then we owe
I'm
Smoothie
literally
an
watching it
apology
on
then.
repeat.
Smooth, if
It's
it's not
crazy.
there, I'm sorry, bro, if I came down on you hard. But I assure you, I saw that.
Okay,
So I got a question.
Montreal, I really appreciate that apology. I really appreciate
Awesome.
that. Because, listen, all I was trying to say is that I don't see it. And everyone's yelling at me to go do my own research. And then we have Jeremy, who literally went to go do what I did and says he doesn't see it either.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
thought
saying
you were
you're right or
trolling us,
wrong.
bro. My
I'm just
bad.
saying I'm skeptical. That's it.
No, but
From the
believe me,
get-go.
Smooth, it was there. I assure you, it was there, and they showed how they did it. They turned the
Okay.
lights on, and then they turned the lights off. I saw
So-
it.
Yeah, go watch it. Anyone can go watch it. We've all been exposed to the link and the timestamp. Anyone can go do it. And I said myself, like, I might even be wrong with that cardboard
We
thing.
get
It could
past
be
this
an
though.
angle thing.
Can we?
Can
Because
we?
one, listen, I ain't never seen this shit before. So I went and looked at it and watched it. I never saw the cardboard either. However, she talks about it. I see the manipulation. I don't have to question if there's manipulation because I can see it right in front of me. So let's get to that point. You see the manipulation right happening. She says it is actually happening. So why would we not believe that it's not?
So, Jeremy, do you see the manipulation happen?
Exactly, Stacy. Yeah, please. Like, especially when they turn the lights on. Like, are we fucking talking to crazy people here? Like,
No,
the light
we're not.
turns on and you see this astronaut floating around or something.
I do have a question I want to ask. So, if a Glover shows a video, says it's got this particular information in it, we say, go look at it, watch it, it shows this. They take that, somehow later, that particular proof or evidence gets edited out. It's no longer in that video. Then we now claim that it was in the video. I saw it for myself. Somebody must have removed it. What
Mandela.
would the flat Earth response to that be?
I just said it.
Sounds like
Mandela.
bullshit. Sounds like if I was an unbiased person, I'd be like, you know.
I mean,
Just saying it.
okay. That's a fair response. I agree.
Is that not right? How else? You know.
No,
I agree with
I've actually seen that in another context as well. I've definitely seen that in another context, and I'd just say that the deceivers actually love to listen to us, read our comments, and hone their scams by doing this. So yes, they absolutely do.
And you're right
do.
when you say
All
you've
right,
seen this
listen.
before, man.
Listen.
This is just the beginning. This is just when they started pulling this shit.
I could swear I've seen this. I could swear I've seen this before. Them actually taking something from in front of the window and all that. I can literally see it in my mind.
I had that too, Jeremy.
It is not in this video. Like Smooth ain't bugging. It's not there. They took it out or edited it or something. If anyone can find the original one, well, like other people can remember seeing this also. So we either got Mandela affected or the videos it got edited.
No, I actually
tell
just
me
saved
what
it on
happened?
my computer. I just saved it on my computer in case I could never find it again, even though I think I've already saved it like years
But
ago.
the footage you're saying, it does cover this part, but the actual footage of them moving something in front of the window is not there.
Yeah, but we just also just talked about maybe it actually isn't a cardboard thing moving across the window. It could be a weird angle thing. But the footage manipulation is very clear. It's manipulated some way. We could go. It's like 9/11. It's like, a lot of people have different ideas, but we know something's fucked up.
Well, can somebody tell me what we're talking about? Well, can someone tell me what we're talking about?
Photos from space.
Yeah, Elijah. Do you remember? A funny thing happened on the way to the moon? When they were pretending that they were 130,000 miles from
Hey,
space.
don't tell him. Don't tell him, Jeremy. Ask him what he
You know
remembers.
what? Wait.
Okay, so don't give him any
let me
information
see
right now.
Let me see the footage.
Leading the witness.
Okay, remember when they were? Remember when they said? Second. Do you ever remember?
I promise you, I'm not gonna remember. Like the way I remember things, like somebody's like, remember when we were on 108th and 2nd Avenue? I'm gonna be like, no, but I'd be able to go there because I'd be able to take the steps. I need to see the video and see something different to say.
Good to hear your voice,
Elijah.
Elijah. By the way, I haven't talked to you in like a year. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, that's the problem, Elijah. There was a scene in the funny thing that happened on the way to the moon is claimed to have been in the footage, and I remember seeing this as well. I'm a Glober. I remember seeing somebody moving something around at the window, but now we've got the video in chat and stamped, and that is not in there anymore.
It's not in there. Yeah, that's crazy.
Thank you.
And by the way, that's a big claim. That what you just said.
Do you picture him on the left side or the right side?
I don't remember all of that, but we do remember seeing.
I would have said left also, so I'm a little more biased towards my incapability of remembering.
Porthole, and they were like holding something up on the porthole, and they were moving what they were holding up, and it was making the earth look like
because it was dark, and then the light came on, and the guy was there. Is that what y'all saying?
Exactly.
I've never seen that. I've never.
Y'all are saying
that
that's not in the video.
About.
It's not there, bro.
No, guy. He's full of shit.
Dead ass.
Somebody mute him just for the sake of. Nah.
Mandela
Wait a minute.
It ain't there.
Yeah, no, that's no.
I'm going to Jim Panda. I'm going to find out what's up because Jim Panda will know.
Yeah, but Howard,
I'm watching it on repeat.
Wait.
Somebody asked me to post it 2 times. I did. You go to 39 minutes. It's called. I've posted it twice in the last hour. Like someone, it's fucking right there. I don't know how you couldn't. Yeah. What
no, let him say. No. Let me see.
Let me see. It is there a little after 39 minutes.
Hold on, real quick.
It's right there.
Howard.
See somebody's arm. Hold on. At 39 minutes, you can see someone's arm go in between the camera and the porthole.
No.
But that
a little bit after.
But you
39
actually
minutes, Jeremy.
have to watch it for like 30 seconds.
42.
You actually have to watch it for like 30 seconds.
I watched it up to 42.
Travis.
Jesus.
Wait, where is it? I don't. Hold up. Where
you
we
can see him moving the thing around. Yeah.
And you guys,
where'd you post it?
Can you guys not hear? Can you guys not hear?
Travis, we hear you, Travis.
Okay. Okay, Howard, if you are going to do that, do not lead them just ask them what they remember about that scene. Because
I'll
if you
be
ask
careful.
them for it, it might, yeah, because we want to know if they remember it, because this is crazy shit.
Okay, but where's ET? Where'd you post it?
Post it again, ET.
Okay, I think it's okay.
I mean,
I will.
Oh
I
my
guess
god, I can
it's in
post
the
it.
the main
Fucking right here.
text. I'll post it again just so everyone can
Post it
find it
again,
easily.
ET. Post it again. Show a little hustle.
There, that's the video. It's not in there. All we're saying is that
I know,
what you
I know,
claim
Smooth.
is not in there. Why is
Wait,
this a huge
what
argument?
minute mark? What minute
We
mark
don't.
30,
for the people who
39
shut up?
minutes.
People who say it's not there.
37:14.
I only want to
39
hear ET
minutes.
speaking right now. 39 minutes. Thank you.
39 minutes is when you get the real stuff. Some people were saying start at 35. I went back. That also makes sense. But if you really want what most people are talking about, where they go in front of the camera and everything, if you go to 39 minutes exactly, you'll see what people are talking about.
No, we don't just need them in front of the camera. We need to see them manipulating something in the window or something. Like, yes,
Yeah,
I admit
you'll see that if
You
you
can
just
see
start at
someone-
39 and then they turn the
did, bro. I didn't
lights
see it.
on and it's
all
it's
right.
crazy.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
everybody,
I'm
everybody
looking at
shush.
it happen right now.
Okay, shush. Everybody shush. Okay, well, look, E.T. Okay, I don't even know what to say if Elijah's saying he's seeing it. E.T., do you know how to record your screen on your computer?
You want me to live stream it?
No, you don't have to live stream it. Just record that section and then upload it.
Actually, I don't know how to use OBS. Like I would
Okay, don't
assume
worry.
I probably
no
should.
worries.
But
Yeah,
it
no
should
worries.
be
That's okay.
very simple, though. We can
Yeah.
all watch this YouTube video. It's available to the whole world.
So now we have Elijah saying he's looking at it.
Perfect. Yeah. See, he's a normal person.
Hold on.
who-
Let's be clear. Let me be clear. Hold on, ET.
let me
Are
be
you
clear.
seeing something? Hold on, bro. Are you seeing? Okay, go ahead. You be clear. Go ahead.
But I'm not seeing the light turn on and the guy be there though. I see all
That's
the
what
other
we're talking
figgling
about.
going
Takes
on.
a minute or
Cut
two.
it
I don't
out,
know.
bro.
Maybe
Cut
that's
it out.
Eli don't
He's
see
there.
it either.
He's there. No, it's there.
What the heck? I just
39:42,
watched it. It's right
39:41.
there.
39:41. It's right there. It's
It's there?
39:41. Chill
Yeah,
out.
Jesus
It's there.
Christ.
Jeremy, what
This
kind
is
of
fucking
research
crazy.
are you doing, bro?
What the fuck, man? I have an ulcer.
Come on.
For a second, I thought I was going crazy. I'm like, is the CIA hacking my
39:41.
computer
All
or
right.
something? Like, what
There's
the
so many
fuck is
people on
going
both sides believing so hard that it's like shifting the universe back and forth. The reality is changing.
Yo, no, get the fuck
Alright,
out.
39:41 does not show manipulation of the porthole window with any kind of cardboard
No,
or
that
anything
happens
else.
like 20 seconds before then, fam. But
My
to see the
God.
guy in the light, it happens at 39:42. If you want to see the manipulation of the hole before you see the guy there with the light, you got to go like 20, 30 seconds before that and watch that whole 40 seconds.
Can we kick
Like
Smooth,
ET's been
please?
saying.
Can you kick me even though Jeremy, the mod, is agreeing with me? Can you kick me, though, for saying
Yep.
the same shit that Jeremy's saying?
Yes.
Yep.
I agree. Yeah. We know how unfair it is. We who the fuck gives a shit about fair? All the time. All the time.
I hope that's evidence for people on the fence that you guys don't care about the truth.
Right. Oh.
Like he's such a troll. Like this is insane.
Man,
I
oh,
mean,
man.
if his
Such a
argument
good
is we got to
person.
kick Jeremy too for not seeing it, I
You
mean,
guys don't.
you know, them's
guys
the
don't
rules, okay?
know
All
about
right. Jeremy is getting a what do you call it? A hard warning. 30 minutes for uproaring the whole room.
Hey, Elijah,
Maybe not.
your comment. Okay, you're on mute. Is the funniest thing all year long, man.
I didn't want to run it into the ground, but I was enjoying doing that.
Yeah, that's gonna be the.
Check out the
That's gonna be
pictures.
the running gag, man. Okay, you're on mute.
What's the chance of both of us taking the exact same snapshot? Look at that. There's your light.
We weren't asking about the light. We were asking about the manipulation of the porthole window by cardboard.
Yeah, I still didn't see the cardboard, to be honest with you. I still didn't see the cardboard.
Yeah,
It's
we
possible.
can't-
So should you,
it's-
me, and Jeremy be banned from this room because we don't see something?
Why are
We
you
should
trying
be
to
able to
drag
see
Jeremy
some
down
sort
with
of
you though?
manipulation.
Like we just want you gone. Like
No,
Jeremy can make
that's what
mistakes.
I'm saying. I
We just
hope
want you to leave.
right because I'm the one who's being a true skeptic here. I'm the one who's saying like, where did we get the idea that cardboard was being put on the window? And everyone's yelling at me saying I'm wrong.
It's
And
just
now
what
I have a
people
group of
think.
people
You
agreeing with me.
It's
And you
just
Are
a
you
lot
want
of
me to
arguing
be
that
people.
you can't
banned?
see that it's
A lot
cardboard,
of
like the material matters? Like, does it matter whether it's literally cardboard or some other
no,
material? Is that important
even
to
in
you?
addition to that,
Yeah,
even
man.
to support his point, I mean, it doesn't have to be they slid it over the window like a lot of people think. It could have been a weird camera angle where they're in the side of the room of the spaceship or whatever the fuck they're in.
Hold
And
on,
like, you
I'm
know,
Disagreeing with us
smooth.
now.
Just like, hold on,
You're on a
have
losing
it up for
side.
smooth. Just like I damned them before, right? We told them there's video of a cardboard, right? That's what we told them, but we didn't produce that. So I don't know what happened, but there's no video of a cardboard there. So let's not be too hard on the guy.
Yeah.
Thank you,
There's a video
Montreal.
out there with that scene. I don't know what that one doesn't have it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know
I
what happened,
seen
but
it.
I know I
I
saw it.
personally
All right,
was never
all right,
concerned with the
hold on.
actual material of the thing.
Oh
I didn't.
no.
Were other people worried about the material? Because I
No,
wasn't at
no, we're not
all.
worried
No,
about the
no,
material.
I only saw the manipulation of the hole. That's all I remember.
Yeah, I remember seeing something wildly different than what I just saw. I did see something at that timestamp, 3941. I
Get
did see
Jeremy out.
something.
Take him
Maybe it
out.
was changing the shape. What's up? What's up, guys?
Maybe not.
Oh,
No,
at
go ahead. Finish what you're
3940,
saying.
at 3941, I did see something
Take him
kind of.
out.
It went.
Security.
At 3941, I saw something go in front of the fucking window, right? It looked like they were trying to manipulate the shape of it, but that's not what I saw before. I remember seeing something wildly different, like it was clear cut with the one I saw before, but
Thank you,
Yeah, and there
Jeremy.
was
Thank
more
you,
light.
Montreal.
Like it showed it for like a while when it was lit up. It showed the whole thing. It panned around. Yeah,
yo, we all got Mandela affected just now.
we got Mandela on this one. Yeah.
You
Oh, we
have
got
to
Thank you,
start
guys.
shit
drug
memory.
testing here, Jeremy. Just it's man, it has to be mandatory.
Okay, either way, though. Okay, either
But it's
way. Let's
there. What do
putting
you
that
mean you got
aside.
Mandela?
you
It's
know what
right
else?
there.
You know what else is
Bob,
crazy?
there's a
Now that
different
I'm
scene.
watching
Hold
this
on, ET.
on
There's a
repeat right
different
now, if
scene.
you go to, yeah. Oh, sorry. We
Different
might be
scene.
talking
We all
about the
remember
same
seeing.
thing. Yeah.
Different scene. We all remember seeing before, and now we're not seeing that scene. Like
What do
no
you?
one's seeing it. Not just
I,
me.
Which
No
I,
one's
one are
seeing.
you guys talking about?
I definitely remember seeing him holding something in his hand, like
Yeah.
Man,
something. Yeah.
Yep.
yeah. We all saw this thing before, and no one's seeing it now.
Oh no! I remember seeing it the way I saw it just now. I don't know, like, and then like I feel like I inserted that memory of him holding something because people started saying it, but ultimately, what I did remember for sure was there's a guy to the left. That's why I asked right or left, and then when he said left, I was like, yeah, I'm remembering that. So I started imagining a guy to the left, like when the light's coming on, like holding like something blocking it. But that's because you guys said that. But when I saw it, I'm like, oh, that's actually
I mean, I don't know. I remember it. Human memory is not like the best thing ever, but I remember it a totally different way than what it is in that clip.
Yeah, and let's not forget that where they say
man,
they are, we
you
all
could
know they're not
download.
there.
You could go and download old versions of that same documentary, probably the original, if you really had to track it down.
The point is, you can see the shapes. They're claiming to be 130,000 miles. Why does the Earth look in that weird shape? Even when they have it looking as a sphere, it doesn't look totally spherical, which is what they've been showing us the whole time.
It doesn't
But would the
make
Earth
sense.
even be that? But would the Earth even be that big? Take up the whole porthole window? Like, I don't think it would. It shouldn't be nowhere near that big. And in my crazy math I just did in my head,
Yeah,
double the
that's
distance, half the size.
The way
You're
I see
lying.
it, that's how close to Earth they actually are. And that's why I was like, you know what, I'd have to like really study this. I'm sure someone would be way better at this than me, but I'm looking at the continents and the clouds with the jet streams or whatever the hell's going on. And they're even tilting the camera all sideways and everything, which is super crazy. I bet if you looked at those continents that they were supposedly showing you could probably find out which continent they were actually looking at and realize that they were only showing like a small portion of it.
Look,
Yeah,
the
they were
fact
probably
of the
just
matter is, this is all theatrics, all theater. They were not there. They were not in the vacuum of space that they claim in a tin can, a quarter of an inch thick. Impossible. The whole thing, what you saw there, was all theatrics. Every single bit of it.
There's nothing to, there's not like, we live on a horizontal plane where liquids lay horizontally. Right. Lick it too. And also when you lick it as well sometimes.
Liquor.
But
Don't forget liquor.
The whole thing is this, our reality is horizontal orientated base. Like, so you go outside of this place, what the fuck is gonna keep your defibrillator system from going haywire when the liquid in our ear?
Elijah?
Can I say defibrillator system?
I don't know the answer to that
Defibrillator.
question.
No, you said defibrillator. No, defibrillator system. Am I still saying it wrong? It feels like.
Talking about
Anyway,
the vestibular.
What is a defibrillator
Talk about the
vestibular. There you go. There you go. Vestibular
Oh.
system.
Continue, Elijah.
A defibrillator is when you shock
Right.
someone when they're having a fuck.
We all know what you meant. We all know what you meant.
I
I
haven't.
didn't know what you meant.
I started the argument in my opinion, but I couldn't remember the word. Anyway,
That
like
may be
so.
a system. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, the liquid lays level in your ear, and whenever you're of a different orientation, your body fucking knows it because of this system. But that would not be engaged at all in the environment of space. So people who have vestibular disabilities like vertigo and other similar things from like maybe fitting too fast or being in sensory deprivation tanks for too long, you get to see those effects, and they even document them having experienced some form of
Vertigo.
vestibular disability when they came back, which is why they say they had to have therapy. So the question is, well, how bad was it? But to keep it real, 3 days there, 3 days back, and however long they were there playing golf, no, fam, no, just no.
No, you're right. I concur with Elijah that liquid in your ear. They were my premise in looking for 5 years into the vestibular system that they'd be in constant vertigo, and it would be a vertigo that wouldn't just be like a spinning in one direction because of that liquid being pushed up to the top of the system
will cause a vertigo that would be like a vertigo in every direction at the same time. The person would vomit until they passed away. They would die.
All right, what happens to the vestibular system when you're in free fall?
It probably slightly rises up.
What do you mean probably?
Probably.
Yeah.
It would rise up just like this.
I thought you
liquid
looked
in
into
your...
it. You acted like you were like an expert subject, expert matter. On
No,
this
no,
podcast.
no. Jeremy, we're talking about liquid, fam. Okay? So, liquid. Don't make it more complicated than the word vestibular has to. You have a system in your ear, there's liquid inside, and the liquid is utilized to determine using certain vectors of motion and the little the hairs or whatever that would detect all of
crystals.
that. All of that.
They call them crystals.
No,
but they do have little hairs coming out of what they call crystals that's floating or is in some type of suspended in some type of fluid. And when that gets off, you feel disoriented, and you have whatever they call. My sister has that.
Yeah,
vertigo, and there's all types of like levels of it. But some people are really, really sensitive to motion because their vertigo, their crystals are off, and she has to go get them readjusted every so often. She has some type of electrical device that it's supposed to stimulate it more often than normal, where it keeps them in line or something like that. But she can't boat ride or bounce real hard or whatever because it'll what they call throw her crystals off, and she'll just be dizzy and disoriented.
All right, so when you get these crystals, when you're in free fall, the crystals get thrown off, or the liquid or whatever.
Can I speak on that? It would rise up just like the liquid in your stomach. You know how the liquid in your stomach, if you're in free fall, you could feel it rising up. Well, it'd be similar to that, but it would be, the liquid would be upward, like it wouldn't be sitting at the bottom where it normally does. So the cilia with the hairs on one specific side of the hairs is going to be drastically affected. If that endolymph lifts off and is not touching those hairs anymore, you're going to have a free fall experience like no one has ever experienced. So it's my supposition that you would die from this.
No, you will not die from like that ain't something that'll kill you. No,
tell me you wouldn't die.
Yeah.
You would die from what?
You would die from the imbalance of your vestibular. You would be in a constant spinning. You couldn't focus your eyes. You couldn't balance. You couldn't walk. And after a while, you wouldn't be breathing anymore. You would be vomiting nonstop until all your entire system was empty. Until you were dry heaving, you would die from this.
Well, I can tell you from my sister's experience, it is a deadly thing if you don't take care of it. So what he's saying, in a drastic instance, it may cause death, but it's definitely that serious, right? So I don't know what Left Lane's talking about or what experience he has about it.
Yeah,
but my sister has that.
Give me the mechanism by which it will kill you.
It's called stand upside down. Yeah, that would be throwing your system out of whack because the liquids are for too long out of whack. Now, when we're talking about space, guess what? There's no orientation at all for any liquid in your body. How is your body supposed to function?
You've got other senses.
How are your senses supposed to function when it functions in a horizontal based reality?
So, I mean, it's like you're saying that skydivers would die because of their vestibular system.
That's not what he's saying. You say people that
he said in free fall is what he said.
No, like my sister that has problems. Hers can't correct or can't keep up, so her system shuts down. Left lane. You hear? You listening?
Yeah, I hear. I mean, I'm going to have to break it to you this way, but my brother has got extreme vertigo. He's actually challenged, and he's got extreme vertigo, and he's like 70 years old.
That doesn't mean you're gonna. Oh my God! You're
Red
either trolling now
herring.
or you are ignorant.
Vertigo. What's that got to do with it?
It doesn't mean you're
Yeah,
gonna die if
nothing.
you have vertigo, but you can't go jumping out of planes 10 times a day because your body's gonna freak out and shut down. That's what he's saying.
You
I've
can't
never
The Red
really.
Bull,
just
the
hold
Red Bull
on.
jumpers
Look,
have logged like 26,000 skydives.
okay,
So
great. Red
they're still
herring.
Do they
living.
have vertigo?
Red
Do
herring.
they have vertigo, Leslie?
No, they free fall a lot though.
Oh, okay. Then they don't have vertigo, so their
But
body's not gonna shut
I
down.
can't
I'm
believe
glad.
y'all
Moderator,
are
why
saying
is
vertigo.
Rakia
I'm
yelling?
glad
Yeah.
you
Why is
caught
Rakia
on.
yelling and interrupting and talking over people, moderator?
No one
Why is
understands anything.
why is
Everyone's
Rakia not
moderator.
being moderated,
Jose,
guys? He is
Jose,
disrupting
you're
this
not a
bad.
mod here. Jose, you're not a mod here. I got this, bro.
Exactly.
Relax.
Thank you.
But
Do
listen,
something with Rakia,
when
bro. He's so
chaos breaks
annoying. So
out,
fucking
why
annoying.
are you talking over me? Breaks out. We got this. All right. Don't everyone go crazy. One at a fucking time. I don't know who is in line, but one at a time. Go.
I am in line. I am in line. When there's a discussion, dude, you're interrupting me. I started and I'm on it.
Hold on, man. Yo. Eli did say next first. Go ahead. Eli, then Jose. You're next, Jose. We
Oh,
got
all
you.
right.
Don't worry.
No,
Don't
anyway,
worry.
I'm
We got
just
you.
gonna stop listening if you don't mute fucking assholes like Rakia. He's a piece of shit. Do this,
No
Rocky.
name
I'm out.
calling, please.
No, you
See
can't
you
do that,
later.
Jose.
Yeah.
You can't do
See
that,
you
Jose.
later.
All right, he gets an official warning. He gets an official warning. Kick his ass out of here.
I would like him to get an official warning. He just came in to troll, and I was on mute when he was saying all that. By the way.
I'm a moderator. I'm not asking. I'm telling. Anyway, so
Jose, you're after Eli.
like it's Jeremy's fault for making this a one-dimensional conversation about free fall. Like, no,
Dude,
like
I was just asking about.
if there's no,
I was just
I know. I don't. What you were asking was one-dimensional. I don't care. So what I'm saying is, yeah, the free fall thing. So the one vector, like basically the top, like or shifting up, like you're not understanding the severity of our horizontal reality and how if we were on a ball, because really the only reason we're horizontal here is because we're basically sat plumb on this ball that for all intents and purposes to a baller is just, the reality we experience on a micro level, but on a macro level we live on a ball, right? So that's what their experience of horizontal is. Here's the thing. Once you go in space, there's no gravity nor an orientation. So where's the liquid gonna go? On all of the sensors, it's not supposed to at the same time. No one is going to be able to play golf. No one's going to be able to get back into a fucking rocket ship. No one's going to be able to do any of that.
Hey, just real quick, can I jump in?
Dude, I never thought of it like that before. That's insane.
Hey, can I jump in? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so my only convert to flat Earth, right? Back in 2018, one of my good friends he and I talk on the phone all the time. He calls me up and he's like, "Hey man, what do you think? What have you been thinking about?" And at that point, I was 7 months into flat Earth, and he's like my closest friend. So I'm like, I'm going to tell him, right? So I tell him, and he totally flips out on me. Just totally comes at me with everything, guns blazing, boom, 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 boom. 3 days later, he calls me up and he's like, "You're right. You're right." What did it for him was
2 hours.
No, I know it took me 30 seconds. Okay, that's not the point.
It took me 6 months. Listen, my whole point with the vestibular free fall thing was
Wait, please, Jeremy, please. I have a point. I have a point to this. I have a point for this. So the thing that did it for him was he already knew that they didn't go to the moon. He already knew that NASA was full of shit. Okay, so I just called him right now. And I said, "What do you remember about a funny thing happened on the way to the moon?" He's like, "Oh, I've got the DVD." I'm like, "That's great. What do you remember about this scene?" He remembers something like a cardboard filter with a hole punched out being moved away from the window. Okay? I didn't give him any other information than that. I said, "Great." I said, "John."
I know we all
We all know we saw something different that's not in that video. Yes, we all agreed. I think. Did we all agree to that or what?
Okay,
Oh,
Jeremy.
we're past this.
Okay, I'm telling you that he's going to go home tonight and play it and film it for us. Because he knows exactly where it's at. I'm just telling you what I just got done doing.
That's
okay,
cool.
now you
Are
can
you all
move
watching
past
it on YouTube?
All right.
Does anyone have
That's
like
awesome.
a hard
Tell 'em
copy, or you're all watching on YouTube?
You don't have to defend yourself, Kirby. It's fine.
Sorry, Eli, one second.
No. You came at me, bro.
Jeremy, why is everyone talking over Travis? He's trying to tell a story and everyone's talking over him.
Because he feels a way about me calling his argument one. It's not because it's my argument that was about different dimensions. You
Travis,
talking about one particular vector, and that's one dimensional. It's not a dig.
Hold on, Travis. Are you done with the story, Travis? Was that it?
Like, I'm not even involved.
It doesn't even matter. I don't care.
It's not a
when
dig.
He records the thing, when he records the thing, have him share it with us.
Shut up, Jeremy. Just shut up. Just shut up.
When he records the thing, have him give it to you, or post it in here so we can see it, please. Thank you. Okay, on to the vestibular thing.
Yeah, no. I just want to talk quickly. We need to allow people to finish. When Travis was talking, two people talked over him, and then when I addressed it, people talked over me. Can we just not do that?
That was probably partly my fault. I'm wrong. Eli got me triggered right now. All right, listen.
Why, bro?
I just wanted. I wanted.
I got triggered because Jeremy got triggered about Elijah.
Daddy, chill. See, chain reaction.
I got triggered at 49 minutes. Time
39, 40.
No.
Hey, can I get triggered with you guys? I want to get triggered.
You're gonna have to ask Smooth if it's all right if you get triggered or not.
No. Left lane's the person that always tries to mod me. I have to ask him, I guess.
It's okay, Jeremy. It's nothing to defend. Yeah, fine.
Well, if something crazy happens with the vestibular system when you're in free fall, when they're on the ISS, they're in constant free fall. So I'm wondering if having your
That's why you won't let it go. Oh, hold on, God! I hate when you come from backwards like this and try to draft something based on a conclusion. What?
Could I respond? Could I respond?
There is a reason those flights are called the vomit comet.
I was talking, Extremistus. Did you hear me? I'm asking if I can respond, and you just butt in. Could I respond?
Go ahead. Yes, please
okay,
respond.
thank you. Okay, thank you. Well, one thing I want to say about the vestibular, I've looked into this quite deeply. I worked in a hospital for 13 years. Anyway, in free fall, it's not comparable at all. It's a red herring. Free fall is not similar at all. Hold on. Free fall is not similar at all when you're looking at the vestibular system to an extremely low pressure to vacuum situation. They're two different things. Apples and oranges. So hold on, I'm almost done. I'm slow, I'm an old man, it takes me a while, so just bear with me. I'll be done in a short time. So the free fall, yeah, it would have a tendency to lift up just like the liquids in your stomach. That's why like you can feel it in your ear and your stomach when you're in an elevator or in a roller coaster, right? So in a completely low pressure system, the endolymph would do the same thing it does in a vacuum. It would expand. This is a liquid endolymph that's in your ear. Would expand omnidirectionally in the cavities such as the cochlea and the three semicircular canals that are based like a gyroscope, 90 degrees, three different axes. So my supposition is you could not function in this type of situation at all. Your body would empty itself of all fluids. You would be vomiting until you dry heave. That would not stop. You couldn't focus your eyes on anything. You couldn't balance at all. You wouldn't know if you were upside down in a washing machine. That's what it would feel like if you've ever been
Good,
in the
good.
ocean
Just wanted to
tumbling
know,
All
was
right.
over.
it busy
So,
today? This morning?
Sonny,
Nothing.
earlier you
Why are
Hold
you
on,
fucking
Eli.
interrupting?
I'm
Eli
done.
was hot miking,
My
bro.
bad. I'm
Eli.
hot micing. I'm sorry. My bad.
All
My
right,
bad.
you
Don't,
triggered.
don't.
Now you
Okay.
got Travis triggered. Finish it up, Sonny.
Okay, I'm
You're
gonna wrap it
triggering
up.
everybody. Sonny, finish it
I
up.
know, I know. I'm good at that, and I don't do it on purpose, but it's just part
No,
of my
not you,
life. So
Eli. It wasn't you. It was Eli triggered him. Go ahead, finish it up,
yeah,
Sonny.
it's fine. It's fine. I can bear with it. So look, all I want to say about that in this part of it is that the free fall is not comparable. Stop using it to low pressure that they're saying that's happening. So you got to think about what the liquid's going to do in the ear. Now you also got to look into this because if you don't know that the site-specific nerves are on one side of the hairs, that means it's a geographic it's a geographic location or a specific location, site-specific location in the hair, on the hair itself.
All right. So
okay,
just
can we
I
respond?
can get what you're saying, please.
Okay,
Free
so look
falling has
into it.
no.
So
Look into it. They couldn't survive
right.
in low pressure to zero pressure. That's the end of my statement. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so Sonny,
I didn't really. Go ahead.
You stated, I'm just curious. You stated that you have better understanding of this because you worked in a hospital for 13 years. Can I just ask what you did in the hospital?
I was an admitting clerk. I didn't say how I knew about the vestibular system was only reliant on working in the hospital, though. That's where you're fallacious.
He
No,
said
I'm
he
not. I'm
researched
not
it,
even.
bro. It doesn't
No,
matter what he does in the
I'm
hospital.
not done. I was just asking.
Here we go. This is just going to distract from the whole thing.
Yeah, Jeremy,
So
you
you're
asked
saying
your
no?
question, Jeremy.
I thought that was someone else. I didn't know it was smooth.
Well, he
So
could finish, and I could respond.
all right, go ahead.
Okay, so Sonny, to your claim is that we would be able that free fall is different than zero gravity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I would say you're right.
Okay. No complaints here.
Now, why are you saying that the ear can't exist in like let's say the ISS or in deep space?
I just explained it pretty clearly.
I didn't understand your explanation.
Okay,
I did.
Okay, calm down. So in low or zero pressure, what do liquids do?
Yes, Travis, calm down.
In zero pressure, what do
Shut up,
liquids do?
Jose.
Hey, Jeremy, I think you need to mod some of your buddies because they're yelling and speaking and
Just
insulting.
Yeah, what's going on in here? I'm trying to do something. You guys okay or what?
Yeah, go ahead and answer.
We are good, buddy.
10-4, little buddy.
I don't know. Why don't you tell me, what do liquids do in zero G?
Yes.
I really don't know.
You don't know. Okay. So what happens to water when you put it in a vacuum? You don't know what that does?
I would imagine the water would just stay together.
It vaporizes.
It boils, bloody hell.
It boils off.
Well, let me answer. Calm down. Let me answer. It vaporizes and expands omnidirectionally as a gas. That's what it does.
If it's exposed to the vacuum.
Yeah.
Get out.
Okay, and you're saying that.
Ready? Come on.
This is hilarious. Oh my God.
Jeremy, I think you're hot miking. At least I hope that's what you're doing.
On a grandma's house.
Okay, we're still on liquid in a vacuum. It expands omnidirectionally. It turns into a gas and expands omnidirectionally. What do gases do? In a vacuum, they expand omnidirectionally, still like they do without a vacuum. So your ear, liquids in your ear is similar to the same thing applies.
No, they're sealed up. They're not exposed to the vacuum.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. Then it would rupture your cochlea. Either way, you're in pretty bad shape.
Which explains why your ears get all messed up when you fly.
We're not. That's a red. That's a straw man. We're not talking about that.
Mayors don't get messed up.
We can.
But so is what he's saying about it's not exposed to the vacuum because it's about orientation, something you don't have in space. You don't have an orientation. That's what's the problem is with this system.
And it's not just that it's the liquid itself in the ear. So, like you said, okay, it would probably actually rupture your entire vestibular system. Anything that's sealed, like you said, would rupture. So, I'm just saying, if it stayed intact, but your ear would not stay intact, it would blow out your entire cochlea.
Okay, so that's super interesting. I didn't know that. Do you have a paper, or like how did you reach that conclusion?
By studying the vestibular system for almost 6 years now.
Okay, so if you're, that means you have a lot of information, much more than me. What would be the best
medical information?
Yeah, what would be the best information or the best place to start to understand that if the ear existed in 0 G's, it would blow up?
I would study the structure and the functions of the ear, and then you will find that information.
See, I don't like that argument where I have to go do everything. Like,
well, I could teach a 6-hour class on it.
No, but do you have a paper I can read? I don't mind teaching myself.
I
Do you have
don't
a paper I can read?
No, I did a video 5 years ago when I first started my Flat Earth channel on YouTube. It's still on there. You can look that. It's just a general discussion.
Okay, can you send me the link?
Yeah, sure.
Smooth.
Just tell them no. It's quicker if you just tell them no.
Smooth, you would have to almost have a bibliography, right? You'd have to read multiple sources and put pieces together. It's not just going to be everything in one paper, dude.
Yeah, listen, this is from years of my own research about physiology, anatomy. I was a massage therapist at healing schools. I've been to acupressure classes. I've been, body, mind. I've read the books, so this
you're a
has been
vegan?
many, many years of study of anatomy, physiology, and the human body.
Well,
My own study.
I asked because I have a degree in biology and, I work in the medical field, but I never heard any of this. That's why I'm asking, like, I've studied A&P. I've taken...
Because they don't teach it. I've taught myself. I'm autodidactic. I've taught myself.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, I asked for your videos, so I could watch it.
Okay. I'm looking for, I'm getting there. Appreciate you asking. It's not
That's
the
why
best
it's
video. Listen, I'm kind of cantankerous and I make jokes and shit, and some people think I'm just being flippant, but it's just a general discussion. Like, I'm gonna post it in the text.
Yeah, that's like my having a discussion with someone about my view on the Bible now. They're like, well, where can I read this? I'd be like, you got 20 years and 200 sources that you've got to study.
Yeah.
We don't even have a vacuum chamber to test out like what your vestibular is gonna like where they doing that at, which chamber is smooth been in, and the human being there, and where's the study when the human got out of the vacuum? Like what do we?
Hey, Demak, why are you using one of those voice changer vibrator things, man?
What are you talking about?
There it is. Is it smooth?
What do you mean?
I'll DM you.
I'm just teasing you because your voice is unusually deeper than it normally is.
Your mic sounds dodgy, dude. Might want to drop out, come back in, maybe.
Me,
Yeah, it might not be a voice changer. It's like sounds like it's on a potato or something.
Yeah. Your mic is rattling like it's yeah.
Like in the wind.
Like your head is undercover. I got a 2-liter bottle duct taped to my gun. No, I'm just playing it.
Okay, that would explain it then.
Enoch is undercover. He's posing as a Glober.
You guys are funny as hell.
What's it sound like now? Still?
No, it's perfect now. It sounds like you're in an audio studio. Great job. Okay, so I sent the video to Smooth. Anyone that cares can look at my channel. It's in the text also. No big deal.
Dem, what do you want? A ball?
Don't think so.
I don't think so.
I mean, don't people get the bends? Don't people have problems when you take them up and down and put them in pressure and depressurize them? And
how about a zipper? A zipper in space, guys. How about that?
Yeah, holding back the pressure. Left Lane had mentioned his ears don't get a.
Denmark, you hit a gold mine right there. I could sit and camp on that about the bends and so forth like that. You're onto something, because those are long-lasting effects and rare deleterious effects to the body. The bends. Think about what happens if you come up too fast from down in the ocean. You get nitrogen embolisms. Those are bubbles of nitrogen start forming in your blood and start traveling through your body. They can stop in your heart or your brain. So think about that. This is another thing about the gases in your body exposed to a vacuum. You're not going to make it, man. You're going to have embolism.
No chance. You know those deep sea workers? I think they spend days depressurizing once they go down there to work. I think they spend days, like in stages, going up.
You know that so-called thing that containment place that looks like a Airstream trailer camper. That is a decompression chamber. It's the same one that they use for divers. But obviously, if they're just going in a studio, they don't need that. So they were just having a vacation in the little Airstream.
Bro, zippers in space. They convince people that they have a suit able to hold back pressure with zippers.
Would you believe buttons more?
Maybe Velcro.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Okay, you guys make some
lyrics.
Oh,
here comes Howard. Here comes Howard.
Write some lyrics about buttons and zippers in space, man. That'd be a great song.
Hey, Left Lane,
I mean, I have a cooler.
Check this out, Travis. Check this out. Hey, Left Lane, you think I can put a zipper on my barbecue container?
What's wrong with that?
You can bend if you want to.
I have a cooler that has a zipper on it. I got a cooler that has a zipper on it that's water.
Okay, here it is. You can bend if you want to. You can leave Velcro behind.
Yeah, but who needs zippers? Just use the bathrobe technique, just tie it around your... Simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, the zippers do work for like the little pouches, like the meat pouches, the other pouches. Like, does it work for liquid? Does it work for water?
Hey, Denmark.
Yes, I have a cooler with a water.
Hey, Denmark.
Jeremy was talking about boiling water in the cooler or something.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he's roboting. I didn't hear all of it. Go ahead, Jeremy.
On it. Yes, it works for zippers can block liquid.
Yeah, the newfangled plastic ones, but the 1930, 50 ones couldn't. Could they? Did they have?
How many zippers are on the outside of a submarine? How many zippers do they have? Those nuclear submarines.
Yeah, I make the pressure zippers for the submarine.
We've lost a lot of zipper checks.
Well, if they have a leak, then they have a leak.
That's it. Yeah.
Submarine with zippers. That would be nice.
So you boil. So you hold on. You got a zipper bag where you can boil the liquid in the bag and it doesn't extend, where it doesn't get bigger and bigger and bust. Like, what's going on there?
That would be handy. You could. Wow, you could distill.
So it doesn't release anything, but it doesn't bust. That would be a boiling zipper I'd like to see.
You can make a distiller out of that. You can make moonshine right out in your campfire with that bag.
So if you had a zipper, if the zipper would supply the support for the closure, and then you had a secondary closure that would do the sealing, would that be anything wrong with that?
What would that secondary be? Super glue?
I don't know, Ziploc or something like that. I don't know.
We just said a zipper, so you got a zipper and a Ziploc?
Well, the Ziploc, yeah. Zipper with a Ziploc.
Hey, Denmark.
Well, let me just say real quick, if zippers worked like that, O-rings would be obsolete. Nobody would use anything that used an O-ring if you could just zip it shut and have it be airtight. Then why would you use O-rings that need to be replaced? Imagine a zipper on your shock. Could you think about that? A zipper on your shock. You just unzip it, you fill it back with air, zip it back up. Come on.
That's on some cartoons where they go into work and they unzip their door and they zip it back when they're closed. That's where the building will contrast and, like the little pieces go apart and come back.
Wait, didn't it invent zippers? It's leading technology.
Just look at the stuff they would have us believe, the pictures that I'm posting of the zippers. I mean, come on, man.
We all know that the zipper technology that the military has is about 50 to 100 years beyond the zipper technology that they let us see.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can't really see their newfangled high security, top flight zipper technology. Well, I mean,
look at the last one I just.
Bag, but I just didn't know if it could hold the steam in the bag while you're boiling it. But I
They
guess Jeremy
can't
says it's
show
good
it
to
to us. We lost that technology, that zipper technology. It's a very painful process to build it back up again.
Yeah, look at the last one I posted. Look how big that zipper is. Can anybody here tell me that they think that thing could hold pressure back? I mean, come on, man.
We can flat if you want to. You can leave that zipper behind, and if you don't globe, you can be a friend of mine.
And if you can't bend your hands with the, wait a minute, if you can't bend your hands with the glove, no, never mind.
You can make a ball, but the gravity can't. Right before your eyes.
Anyway, I was trying to talk to Denmark. Denmark, where you been, you old fart? I knew there was something missing in my comedy. I'm like, I missed you.
You guys hear me?
This light, like something that I'm sitting here looking at the sun being reflected through like this car's window, but I'm looking at that through one of these Link NYC LED screens, and I'm like, why does it split the light, or is it splitting the light? You know what I'm saying? Because there's always this threes thing, Sonny. You know what I'm talking about when I'm like, oh, look at this video. Why is red, blue, green? Look at the why does it look like three? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Like three, like rays, because it's an edge that it's like coming over. Wait a minute. Explain what you're seeing again. Let me hear it again.
Well, remember when I posted the video with the sun? Remember that?
Yes, I remember a lot of them. Yeah.
Well, the one specifically where it's like, okay, well, I'm showing a picture of the sun, and there's like these circles around it, the green, the blue, and it's like when you move the camera, though, it doesn't move the dot.
Right, like there's the one that doesn't rotate like that; it stays stationary. The other ones are kind of rotating around the focal point. Yeah, okay,
and that's exactly what I'm looking at right now again. And I'm just trying to, but I'm looking through another reflected surface, and I'm just like, what is it about this reflective surface that's doing that? Like I don't get why it's doing. Is the glass? No, I'm looking at the reflection of it through. The sun is beaming onto the car window, and then I'm looking at that through a reflection of it through a LED screen.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So looking at the LED, because when I look at it straight at the, I'm looking straight at the Ford, and there's just the glare of the sun. Like if you look at the sun, it's the glare of the sun. But when I look at it through this glass here, it's separated into three individual points.
Those
and
rings?
the other two look. Well, I'll just leave it at they look like 3 points. I'm trying to figure out what about this kind of glass does that. or is it exposing what I'm really looking at? I don't nah.
I think it's
I don't think it's
dividing.
that.
I think it's kind of just dividing what you're looking at into three parts. Like the glass, it's the glass itself. Like you get the image, and then like the two panes of glass are reflecting another image onto the other thing that's a reflecting that you're looking from. So it's going through the window and hitting that too. So you got, I don't know, it's weird. It's like the two reflective sources, the thing you have and the thing that the window. It's like making a hologram. It's like making three patterns.
Yeah, but are you talking, Eli, about that it's making three separate images of the same image, or these little focal point things like the rings that we see when we're using our cameras with the sun that rotate around, and then there's that one focal point that doesn't move. It stays like in relationship to the sun.
I think that's kind of saying the same thing.
Okay.
Only because I think that what we see as the sun is actually just like a trick of the glass, which is why we can never figure out what portion of the sky. Because I'm literally, as I shift my weight left and right, it even looks like retrograde. Like, but obviously that's not really happening. It's a trick of the glass that I'm looking through, because there aren't three physical bodies and then one moving past the other one. But that's what I'm literally looking at. You know what I mean? With this light.
Exactly. Like there's some strange phenomena. Like when I was taking pictures of the sun, I went to a place where I was under the shade of trees, right? But the sunlight was still shining through a clear area, right? So I could still be in the shade. But when I was in the shade, my camera produced 9 purple freaking circles all the way around and all through the center. Actually right to the center of the sun and around it were 9 freaking purple circles. Like I never understood that. When I got in the shade, that's the only time I could see that.
I'm out. So when I talk about this now, again, that's got to be some kind of effect of lenses.
Yeah.
Like, but that's what I think the sky kind of. Anyway,
Maybe it's going back and forth off of the source and the glass itself, like through the glass and boom, 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 like a laser. If you want to sneak through it into a building, you got that red laser through the doorway. You got to sneak through it. It goes back and from wall to wall. Like maybe your little thing is hitting the tablet, hitting the glass, and hitting the tablet again.
Yeah.
What I was saying about the 9 individual lights. I was talking about seeing 9 individual lights when I said, "Hey, why did when I fixed my when I kind of changed the focus on my binoculars, it went from a blurry light and then even a more focused light to then 9 individual lights, and I didn't know why that was the case."
Listen, I just came upon something right now as I was listening to that. What Denmark said and what Eli was talking about just now, it reminds me of fiber optics. You know how the light travels along those fibers. So what about the glass? It almost seems like those reflections that are being caused are going laterally through the glass to the side that are creating these other things in the periphery of the lens to our eye.
Are you talking about lens flares?
Yeah, I'm talking about how possibly lens flares work, how they actually function, going through laterally through the glass as well as through
a lot of lenses. A lot of lenses will have like 7 elements. So if each element creates its own flare, then you might have a row of these.
Yeah, but what do you think about what I said about it? Like the light also going at different angles, like also through the glass sideways.
And a lot of the glass will have no exposure to light on the side, like in a well-engineered lens.
I'm talking about through the glass.
That could anything can happen.
Optically through the glass, like a fiber optic work. It goes through glass and keeps bouncing.
Just optic. Yeah, internal reflection angles are important in a lens design. So
Do you
So
think
there's
that
like
could
a
be part, do you think that could be part of what we're talking about with these phenomena we see when we're looking through lenses? Do you think that's possibly part of it? This lateral
through a drinking glass?
no, through
Is that what
any
you're saying?
glass or no, a lens. No, not drinking glass. A lens. But yeah, that you would have similar things happening, but if it's a glass, you got to it's curved on the outside and the inside. And so I'm talking about lenses, so they're like basically flat. So the light traveling laterally also through the glass as well as a direct angle through the front of the glass, also traveling laterally sideways through the glass, causing these different kind of flares.
Yeah, I do a lot of experimenting with lenses. I'm a friend of New Perspective, and I think he's told me about you and some experimenting you've done with lenses in your own. Am I wrong on that one?
Well, I have done quite a few. Like starting a couple of years ago, Eli and I would go out most days and take pictures of the sun with just a cheap phone camera. Like I haven't done a whole lot of experiment with lenses. I'm no photo expert, that's for sure.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't even own a good camera. Like, so these are just from reading, listening to others, and just learning like that. And but I've noticed some very interesting things about it, and I've just like I try to take things apart and put them back together. So the same thing with these concepts of how light works. I try to take it apart and see if I'm looking at all the different variables, because I've noticed I was missing some variables. Let's say like on refraction. It took me 5 years to figure out, like the actual argument is that the light is bouncing off a surface that's below your line of sight from the observer standpoint, and also at an angle away from the observer. This kills the refraction argument in a heartbeat. It's over. They don't have anything that can show that a light bouncing off a surface below your line of sight for the black swan, 70 feet below your line of sight. I'm sorry. It's also facing back the other way at an angle, measurable angle, if it were a ball. That's the refraction argument I created myself by thinking about it like I'm talking to you, like different ways. Did I miss something? And
Yeah.
so I've
So
done that with the vestibular. I've done that with the light and lenses, and I don't know everything. That's for sure. I'm still learning. I'm just a baby.
yeah, I mean, I guess like it's for me. I do the thinking where like I can play around with a camera lens, but also just like looking through air is its own camera lens.
Yeah. So, like the whole thing about us as observers, we are each so unique in the way that we actually perceive what we're looking at.
Well, like our eyes are kind of built in the same. I don't know how to say this. It's in the same wavelength because the refractivity index of our eyes is water, basically, which is about what we're looking through for this obstruction and all that, lensing effects and all that stuff, So there's no change up.
Yeah. So like I like what you're talking about because I like technical speech and I like technical information. I always have. I always rather would read a manual than read like fiction. But what I'm talking about is juxtaposition of the observer to be able to go, this angle doesn't look quite right to me, and because this unique observer that we are, each one of us has a different way of looking at things that can slightly change your perspective. This is a very individual, personal thing, but every one of us sees things differently and would look at something and then change your perspective that where it feels right to you. I don't know. Okay, I'm just kind of.
I don't know. You have your own eyes. We all have our own eyes.
But it's much more complex than just saying we have our own eyes. Like, really, there's something that this is powerful thing, because that means I can just slightly change my angle or perspective based on my personal preference of how I'm looking at reality, and it will change everything. Try it yourself. Ask your friend next.
Well, I mean, it's just a funny thing, but with your binoculars or without your binoculars here, you can see a couple miles going horizontally. But if you look up,
you hand it to your partner and see if he sees the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. And I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But still, with with the scientific conventions being what they are, you're looking up. You're actually like looking almost like back in time. That's how far you can see. You can see not just the moon, which is like allegedly so far, not just this star, you know what I mean? But like you're actually looking back in time. That's how far you can see. That's crazy talk. It's crazy. That's their convention. I'm just saying.
Into the past, a million years.
That's what they say.
And that's why people come into the servers, Glovers, and they are think we can see forever. So they've got that stuck in their head because they think, why can't we see from LA to New York, or why can't we see to Japan?
But if you're just talking about here horizontally, like it's tough to even get the skills to estimate 20 feet accurately and 100 feet, and shit like that.
Just down the block. Look,
what do you think?
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if the scale you're looking at and you're told is like that the moon is 240,000 miles away, then you've got a completely different wacky scale in your head about what you're actually seeing, because you can never prove it, you just can be told it. It's like that's all.
I get it. Right on, man. Nice having a talk with you. Let's see. Let me friend you soon. I like good conversations. These have been some of the best ones in the last couple of days here. I didn't know about this server here. I guess it's Geo server. I don't know. I'm a boomer, so I've always tried to stay up with technology my entire life, though, so I'm pretty good at like most things. It's just I'm grateful for, because there's a lot of people my age that, gee whiz, I think they have a hard time tying their shoe, and I don't have any such problems.
I can tell how old you are because you said gee whiz.
I do, and I pull out older little colloquialisms also from further back. It amuses me.
This type of person that says bee's knees occasionally pulls that out of the hat.
Hey, Monica, will you please come up here and tie my shoes for me?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're paying attention, little announcement. I've posted a video from one of our flat earthers brothers. His name is Beerman. His latest video on lensing, the focus point, atmospheric lensing, and that when we look out over the ocean, what's going on. He worked in collaboration with New Perspective, and I think Travis is what he's working with. Okay, so have a good look at it. It's 40 minutes long. It's a good one.
Jen. Hey, Jen. Good day to you there, sir.
Yeah, good day to you too, sir, Sonny. I heard you just talking just now. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
I hope the sun is shining. I hope the sun is shining on you over there, way over there.
Well, actually, it's just coming up for 3 a.m. I'm doing the laundry as usual, and we had some rain, so the temperatures dropped considerably. But hopefully it'll be warm tomorrow, later on today, should I say?
All right. So guess what? Yeah. I got something we can do right here, since you're on and you're way over on that side of the plane, actually on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. So I have my compass here on my table right in front of me, and I aligned it to north, and so northwest. If I put my arm out straight horizontally northwest, and Jin put his arm out southeast towards me, we'd actually be pointing just about right to each other in a parallel line. Our arms would be in a parallel line directly to each other. I could point to Jen right now. Here we go.
Wait, where are you approximately?
Huh? What?
Where are you, approximately?
Where am I? San Diego.
San Diego. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, so I'm just going to point northwest, and I bet I could point right to Jin. Of course, I'm 8 stories up, but still pointing right to Jin. If he pointed back, our arms would be parallel to each other. That's my statement.
Right.
Thanks for listening once again.
Yeah, nice. I'm doing that now. I'm just pointing
and then
south,
look,
east.
and then we know crypto, and I don't know if that's chemo I knew from before, but chemo, if you're in the UK or someone's in the UK, I could point to them too. I could point out with one arm.
Shouts out to chemo.
Huh? Shout out to chemo. Yeah.
So shout out to chemo.
Where's
Shout
chemo,
out to
bro?
chemo. Yeah. Anyway, so
What happened to chemo?
Chemo anymore, but anyway, I appreciate it. So, east, northeast. Yeah. So I could do west, northwest with my left arm, and east, northeast with my right arm, and I could point to crypto and to Jin at the same time. They could point back, and because all the seas are horizontal, we could all be pointing to each other at the same time, and our arms would be at parallel to each other. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, shout out to chemo and shout out to ET.
The ET
Long
too.
time no see, ET.
Yeah, ET, good to hear you.
He's in here.
Hello, everyone.
Gang's in here. Huh?
It's like all
Hey, Jen.
It's
always a pleasure hearing.
Maybe a 24/7.
Always a pleasure hearing your
Over
voice.
here in Geo's now.
Nice to hear you talk.
I have a question. If you
Yeah,
don't
nice to
mind.
hear your voice as well.
I have a question, if you don't mind, and a concern. We've been talking, or you've been talking about it for days. And any bowler who would like to answer would be great. If I have a bowling ball in my hand, and you talk about retention of angular momentum, how do I test? Is there any way on earth I can test what momentum is in possession of that bowling ball as it seems to stand still on the table? Is there any way on anything at all? Because it just seems to me it's not moving, so there's no momentum in it. But is there any way at all to test the amount of momentum?
You mean its potential? What do you mean momentum?
Well, conservation of momentum, right? This has been the argument going on.
There's no such thing. If you
Yeah, but
something's moving,
said
it's
to a
not
bowler,
conserved.
them. We know that it's not. We're stationary, but is there any way for them, because they make the claim that all objects are in possession of a certain degree of angular momentum by the very nature that we're on a spinning surface? So is there any way at all to test it? Is the point? The fundamentals of science.
You had to have the first claim, the spinning ball, that's doing the first thing, first of all. So that I guess that they would claim it is like a drill. So if you had a drill with a bit on top that was like a ball that could spin different ways, as well as spinning around where the drill normally spins, and then spin the other way too, and then spin another way, and then like you could have to move the drill that yourself. You know what I mean? So like there's a lot of things going on for something to have conservation of momentum. That's just kind of weird. Now, if they just mean conservation of potential or a buildup of energy, you know what I mean? That would make more sense. Or an off put, like a radiant energy, like you build up to 62 and you stay at 62 because every 63, 64 pushes away. Something like that would make more sense.
I think the best answer they will come up with is the weight variation as we move from the equator north or south. They'll justify that, but it'll only be like whatever, a gram if it was a kilogram. If it was a kilogram,
they don't have the proof of that on flat Earth. If you get in an elevator and go up so far, you go up in voltage. So they still haven't convinced me that they're going anywhere on a globe in longitude and latitude differential.
Hey, Demo, can I ask you a question? And I apologize to everyone if it's like slightly off topic or possibly way off topic. What do you think about the Hutchison effect?
Focus and frequency to do stuff. I think that's what they've always been doing.
Can you elucidate us as to like how that might even like work? Like even on like an elementary
what do you
form?
think a television frequency is in a radio? It's all the same thing. That's the Hutchinson effect. It's your fucking radio, AM, FM radio. Everything can work radio, off radio, like, because it's off radiant energy. Like, everything has something that works off of, and then it puts off an amount. So if you have a big tower and you got an excess of something, you're gonna put off an amount. And if you focus it the right way, it's gonna react to each thing. Frequency is what controls the inner workings of shit. Like putting it in a microwave, you're trying to get to the inside out. You're not trying to hit it from the outside and burn it from the outside in. That's the worst way. Trying to get it from the inside out. And if you can do that, or you can compress light, sound, water, like, it's a frequency. The frequency is focused energy, and it can like melt, mold, bend. It's like a piercing.
Okay. Well, okay. Another question now. That makes more sense to me, and I've heard you a lot, by the way. Just in case you're wondering, why aren't more people reproducing like those experiments that he did way back in the day?
We're told that if you just focus that same Hutchinson effect, like sunlight hits the air, that creates ozone. And then ozone, or pure whatever, ozone 3O3, right, is like super flammable. Just like a lot of like super pure salt. So like, what is regular table salt compared to the finest salt that's dripped down to where they dig 7 miles, and that's the finest shit you can get. Like the super, super, super stuff. Or the stuff that hasn't been messed with, like in Antarctica. But yeah, these different materials are going to react different depending on how they're stored, how they're heated up, how they're compressed, and it's the same with the frequency. A frequency can do that fast or slow. I mean, you know what I mean? It can do it. It can focus it and try to do it fast.
Okay. Yeah, fascinating. Do you think that like he had special materials than he was using, or do you think he like really understood the frequency and his equipment really that well that it didn't matter so much about the materials, or was it maybe a combination of both?
I think they show you what they want you to produce. If they want the whole world to get an idea to try to think of one way, they'll show you something.
Yeah.
Then you have
by the way, Judy Wood, this was offered up as an explanation. Where did the towers go? And yeah, she references the Hutchinson effect as a possible energized frequency which disintegrated everything beneath us. I will say that Denmark is a very interesting question as well. I'd ask bowlers this. Well, I think the bowlers, the materialists, will say that the frequency comes from within us, a life frequency, in order for us to live. I think everything has a frequency, but I think it's depending on the material. It's in response to the ether field around us, and this ether field is an oppressive force as well because we're in a sort of an unnatural state. And by raising our own internal vibration to counteract it, then we can sort of alleviate it somewhat. And I think the same principles apply to any material.
Okay, I don't really know what you meant by that, Sweet Dodo, but I didn't want to bring it up myself. But seeing as we were just talking about, I just asked DMOC a question. I was thinking in my head, but I wasn't going to bring it up. DMOC, I've never heard you talk about it. What do you think about Judy Wood's ideas?
Where did the towers go, DMOC? DMOC, where did the towers go, man?
Yeah, but we'd have to, the problem with that, the only problem I have with that is where was the said equipment that would have pulverized the concrete into dust? Where would this device or devices be? Because 3 towers went down that day.
I've thought about this a lot, at least in the towers.
What do you rent when you got to break all the rocks? The fucking big thing you got to get behind it that pulverizes the rock for you.
A resonator or something, isn't it?
Well, no, it's got the big. You just rent it from the store, and it's a big
jackhammer.
You can get the real heavy one, and it goes da 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 da.
Jackhammer.
Jackhammer. That's right. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make
Judy
sure.
Pneumatic drill.
Judy Wood was insinuating some type of laser energy or some type of energy weapon that would be in an airplane or.
Okay, that's different. I thought they were saying like somebody said that. See, I didn't watch the Judy Woods thing, so I'm just thinking like somebody was saying
I think you would like it.
Chiseled the cement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would.
Oh, DMOC, that is right up.
She was saying some kind of direct energy weapon was used
just for the building
because
altogether.
the concrete was pulverized.
DMOC, that is right up your fucking.
Dust, you see.
Dude, that is right up your fucking alley,
It's
dude.
one at a
From what I
time.
know from you, like that, I bet you would love that shit.
And as opposed to a jackhammer demo, in the industrial scale, and these videos have been coming up, recommended for me, by the way, for some reason. So when they're collecting ore, they just dump a load of rocks, big dump truck of rocks, into this circular sort of cylinder, or not a cylinder, it's a holding place. And right at the center, there's this, what appears to me like a gong, and it's just reverberating. So as all the rocks are put in, everything, no matter how big they are, they sort of break up. Occasionally it gets stuck, but it is that vibration with weight attached to it and a certain frequency which smashes up everything. Yeah.
Have we? I mean, there's easy ways to figure this shit out. You can focus frequencies and shit at stuff like certain different materials. But do we have the frequency powerful enough? And is it just like, is it a sunlight frequency, like where you can just focus the sun with a Fresnel lens at 5,000 degrees and just point it at the building and just start melting it down right like that? Could you do it on the inside of the building and have a Fresnel lens with a powerful light on the inside and do 5,000 degrees against it that way? Because 5,000 degrees is pretty hot. Can we agree?
Well, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, there was obviously high temperatures recorded, especially after the towers had collapsed. And people, I think that was the Swede Dodo, asked what kind of mechanism could they have used? Where was it? Or maybe that was Jin.
A Fresnel
That's
lens gets to 5,000 degrees. Did you know
well,
that?
okay.
Just a
I didn't know that.
glass.
I don't know what that is, but like I want to say like whatever machine they were using or like device, I think, and this is just my speculation coming from like really no scientific knowledge at all or professional knowledge. I think there was something inside of those towers because if you look at where the top started collapsing, there was some breaking point in from where the jet hit the building. Right at that point on both towers, the top came down, and then right at that point, the whole thing just basically turned into dust. And like that's why I think right where the jet hit, or maybe it was inside of the jet. I don't know how they did it, but
ET. The thing is, you're trusting the visuals, right?
I don't think a jet needed to do anything. A lens, the lens I just described, can get to 5,000 degrees. How hot do you heat the metal up when you make the metal in the first place, the steel?
No, that wouldn't work, because you're talking about metal that's lighter and thinner on top because it doesn't have to bear as much weight, and then when you get down to the lower levels, the bearing steel is much thicker.
Hold on, I didn't say anything about top or bottom. I'm just saying metal in general. Okay, if I wanted to melt any part of metal I want to melt, if I have 5,000 degrees, is that good enough to start my process?
Yeah, 6,000 degrees is basically where it would have some of the effects that it did, where it's totally missing. And as soon as you're done with that point, I would like to make a point of the exact impact area, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, there are things that we have that the government might not tell you they can add or take away or subtract to make things. So if we know of 5,000, maybe they have something they can burn, like that flashlight they put up to stuff, and it just starts melting through it. Like, how do we know they don't have a little laser flashlight they can stick up to the steel and just start melting it? Like, how the hell do we know?
Yeah, I agree with that. We had plasma cutters when I did pipe fab, and it's just pressure and heat and blah, 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 energy. But one of the things that I found out by doing research and listening up close is that in the years prior to 9/11, they did some updating on the floors 5 above and 5 below the exact impact zones of both towers. And the same company that did the update at the Pentagon was the company that did the update at the World Trade Centers. And what they did was fireproofing, right? So they sprayed on this fireproofing onto all the metal beams. And what I've found out since then is that you can have this nanotechnology sprayed on in two different layers. I forget what color it is.
Yeah,
no, two different layers on top of each other, and then ignite it with an ignition source, and it would have melted all those beams and caused some, catastrophic damage. So that makes a little sense to me with all the nanothermite.
Paint one
could be true.
and then paint the next on, and it's the primer, the reactor, the base, and then you hit the spark.
It doesn't explain all the missing debris, basically, though.
I'm just saying that's one of the. I think they use multiple things, right? I think they did some elevator work, and got to the inner core and did some explosive. I think they did that nanothermite spray
That's what I
where when
think.
they ran the planes into that area, it ignited it. And I also think they could have tested out some direct energy weapons on it because
it was. I agree.
You're bringing on a good point though. How you can
Guys,
put something directly on
guys,
there. Hold on a second. Hold on.
let's let him.
When I was
He
a
was
kid,
like trailing off. Was he done? Hello,
yeah,
Rocky.
Rocky was
Were
done.
you done?
yeah, I mean, I got
Well, I don't
clipped a
know. I
little
didn't
bit, but I think
ask
they
you
knew I was
words.
at the end, so they're trying to get in. That's cool.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you brought up
No,
a good
yeah, but
point.
we
When I
got
was a kid,
guys.
I used to rub liquid on stuff and it would
I
eat it away.
know, and here I
You
am
know that?
bringing up another good point. But we
Eat
gotta
it
let
away.
people finish. Did you know
No, you're
that?
never bringing up
Did
any
you
good
know?
points,
Did
Jeremy.
you know you gotta let people finish?
Okay, it's
Yeah,
grand,
he said
Jeremy.
he was finished. Did you know he said that to you?
Did you hear him say? Did you hear him say he got clipped?
Yeah, I did get clipped at the end. Maybe slow it down a little bit, D-Mock. I mean, we want to hear you speak, bro. No doubt. Just take your time.
I think you should expect to be clipped just towards the end, anyway, when the point is made. So that's
No,
okay.
not really. Not really. I can go on mute every time I'm done, so
No,
I
I
don't
wasn't
expect to
trying
get.
to. I just thought he was done. That's all.
Okay.
I don't
Could have
think
been
we
me
guys working
too.
on the same time.
I jumped in and just said something
I
stupid like,
know what
I
everyone was
agree.
thinking. Everyone was
I just
thinking they
said
were
I
trying to get
agree.
You got
in, and
ET
they
in
wanted
here
to be
too.
the one
Do
to
you
get
hear
in.
ET talking, Jeremy? Do you hear him at all?
I do,
Okay.
but
Well,
we need
why'd
to
you
get
clip
this
him?
sorted out. I know. I'm trying to mod. This isn't. I'm not even in the fucking conversation. Okay, just let everyone finish their sentences, please. Don't rush and try to be the next one to get in. Okay, just let everyone finish, please.
You guys know they also found these nanotubes inside people's respiratory tracts, right? Like nanotubes, they call them nanotechnology tubes that is not supposed to be in the air.
Can we go back to 9/11 and no floors on 9/11? So the buildings were made fundamentally without much of the floors, and by the time that it happened, there was very few floors. Also, can we get back to the possibility that Judy Wood is an agent put in place, also Dmitry Kalazov, because they are examining footage given to us which has the great potential of being faked. All of us flat earthers know any footage showing plane crashes generally is not true. So what else could they have faked?
When you're, you can put mustard on metal and it'll eat it. You can put mustard on little toy cars, die cast, steel, anything. You can put chemicals on top of something and let it sit, and it'll eat away and eat away at it.
Yeah, but we're talking about instant energy, right? So I know, like, you don't have to be an engineer to realize that buildings like that aren't going to fall symmetrically that quick due to, some fires and some damage and all that. It just doesn't add up, right? So logically, you try and deduce what could have brought it down. Now, everything we know and that we've seen before in the same way is the explosives, right? They go in there and set the charges, and it takes months to do it, and they clear the area, blah, blah, blah. Well, when you look into it, they basically had the time to do it. They controlled the security. Most of the building was empty. The people that were left in there did acknowledge that they were here in construction and having a lot of dust in the area. The elevators were shut down. The bomb sniffing dogs were taken out a couple days before. There's a lot of evidence that there was some explosives being worked on and brought in. So that is a possibility, at least.
Rikia, how would you do it, Dave? How would you bring it down according to code in a safe manner, above board? How would you do it? And Democ, I'd love to hear how you do it. I haven't thought about how I would do it.
I would set up. I would hire the best demo company I could find and set up the explosives in the core and in the main areas that take it down, and symmetrically how they do all the other demolitions. It's exactly like we see all the other demos. And even with all the planning that they usually do, sometimes they don't get it right and it leans over and falls. This one didn't do that. I mean, it fell better than most demos fall, and it just can't happen naturally like that.
Maybe
I'll tell
they
you
were
how I do
designed
it.
to fall like that. Maybe they were designed to be built that way, tough,
Could,
and fall.
could be, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, good
okay,
thought.
well, consider this. Consider this. Plenty of people reported explosions in the basement. What I would do, and what I think possibly happened, is because it was on solid bedrock, and the towers were built to be taken down. So remember, this is all part of just go with it, part of a greater sort of symbolic tale being told. But I would, in the bedrock, dig a massive hole beneath two of the towers. I would support them on the structure itself in whatever mechanical engineering way needed, and then when the time came, came, clear all the floors out, although most of the floors were not in place to begin with, but then I blow them and put them down into the ground, elevator style, for later safe dismantling. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, okay.
Free fall speed.
Hold on a second here. There's a couple things. There's a lot of buildings are actually designed for like decades later destruction because like the day will come where we have to take this building down. So they do take that into account, but that's not what's happening here. If you really look at what Judy Wood says, one great point that she makes, those things they built what they call the bathtub. They built those towers out into that river. I can't remember the name right now what that river was, but they basically built them on water
Hudson,
and
yeah.
there's the Hudson River, thank you. And they call it the bathtub. And with the weight of those buildings, and everything in them, but the buildings mostly themselves, had that collapsed, it would have completely destroyed that concrete bathtub and it would have flooded Manhattan. And that's why once those buildings were actually destroyed, you see pictures when they build in these those caterpillar machines, with the dump trucks and the what do you call those things that scoop things up? Those big ones.
Excavators.
They flooded part of the bathtub, and they had to start to be really careful about how they removed all the debris. Now that little machine thing, those things are fucking huge, right? But the towers were way bigger and heavier than them, but somehow the bathtub did not get completely destroyed.
You're a little mistaken. Can I address that? The buildings themselves were built on bedrock out in the river, but they dug down the bedrock after they built a dam extending the land out into the river, but the bedrock is still under there. What they damaged was the dam that was put up to hold back the river while that area was being built up. And when the buildings collapsed, they were worried about that dam letting go. And when they dug it all out, they dug out the reinforcements for the dam, and some of that collapsed and flooded a little bit, but they were able to secure it. But the buildings themselves were on bedrock. They have to be, or they would sink.
Now, here's the issue, and I think this is how, of course, 9/11 conspiracy, it's so deep, there's so many different layers, but here's where I think Judy Wood has found out in a sense. But when we look for parts, if they were working buildings, there should have been millions of different parts, fixtures and fittings, etc., to be found. It's been listed on Let's Roll Forum years ago, but nothing was found. I think the biggest thing found was a handset of a phone or something. And here's the greater point, which is the human remains. It was all DNA level, apparently. According to the story, most of the identification had to be done via DNA, so everything was disintegrated. Again, supporting the conspiracy, Judy Wood disintegration story, which is not true either, by the way.
Right. They did find bones years later on top of neighboring buildings, which kind of makes sense. But you're right, exactly. If you add it all up, what happened to just think about it. All the porcelain toilets, the porcelain sinks, all the carpets, you're talking
all the wiring.
110 floors per tower approximately. Yeah. So we're talking 220 floors of like office material, carpeting, the elevator doors, which are like thick ass steel, all that shit. Just to use your imagination. They didn't basically find any of that. Not to mention all the weird ass twisted steel beams and shit.
Here's where Judy gives the game away in this sense, is that no-planer. Judy is a no-planer, but she didn't dwell on it. So one thing we can do, one thing Judy at least can do, is all of the images showing planes can be ruled out because lacking authenticity, right? Because she's already in her mind ruled out. But yet she judges the collapse footage, which is impossible in itself, full of anomalies, as if it's genuine. And then she comes out with her great theory regarding the collapse mechanism and whatever possible energies are used. I think this is a stumbling block, and I think we're also meant to know it as well, right? Once we get to this point,
I think if
years later, I'm done.
Well, no, you know what, man? About a week ago, I had to rewatch this documentary that came out. I think I've already sent it to a couple people here, but I had to watch this thing that came out in 2008 called September Clues, and it very only focuses on the mainstream footage released on September 11th. Yeah, it goes into some speculation, but I mean that's all it focuses on. And go rewatch that; it's fucking crazy.
No, but I was a member of. One second, Jeremy. I was a member of September Clues, but that was the original video that came out in 2008. Clues Forum has been going on since then, developing all these ideas much further. And what I'm representing now is pretty much the story of them. So I know someone's trying to get in. We were fundamentally presented with a 102-minute movie from after the first plane hit, just before the second plane hit, to when the second building, which was hit first, fell. So that was a pre-prepared movie, and I have anecdotal evidence to suggest that that's indeed the case. All the airwaves were taken over. We were presented with a movie, magic trick in reality, everything taken down safely. So yeah. September Clues have definitely moved well on beyond that.
All right. Well, we got Jin in the house. I know this is his forte. Jin, when they claimed to be 100,000 some odd miles away from the moon, from Earth, when they were going to the moon, they were taking a shot of Earth through one of the porthole windows in the craft they were in on their way to the moon. Do you remember seeing the guys distinctly manipulating something in front of the window?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I called
Are
it
you
an
sure?
acetate. Yeah, it was an
Are you
acetate.
sure?
Yeah, I remember seeing them messing with an acetate of the Earth, a plastic.
That's
acetate.
what I thought. Acetate. That's the word I was trying to think of before. It's like a clear, translucent thing with the Earth on it, right?
That's right. That's absolutely.
That's what I was
correct.
trying to tell him earlier. Hold on. That's what I was trying to tell him earlier. They said I was bugging. Some people were saying it was cardboard. Hold on. Some people were saying it was cardboard or some kind of paper they put in front of the window.
Yeah.
I know, but we went back and watched it. Listen, we went back and watched it. Yeah. No one saw what they remembered seeing. Like, I don't know if it was edited out or something.
No, it was definitely a transparency. Definitely a transparency.
That's what I thought. That's what I
thought.
And
they were messing about with it. Yeah.
That's what I thought. But we can't find, if you can find that footage of them doing that, we argued about this for about an hour earlier. So if you could find the footage of that.
Okay, I'll look for it. I'll try and look for it. Yeah.
No matter what happens, Jeremy's still bugging and he's hot micing. So that should be a muted offense.
And he changed the topic completely. But Jeremy, Dave, do you remember this? Does anyone else remember
I didn't want to
Christina
change
Kubrick?
the topic.
I was talking, Jeremy. Does anyone else remember Christina Kubrick narrating the Something Happened on the Way to the Moon documentary, or is it just me?
Say that again.
So there was a female narrator, and I remember it as being Christina Kubrick narrating Something Happened on the Way to the Moon, and also
I remember it being a female,
Pete,
but I don't remember the name. I just watched the beginning of it last night, and I heard her voice, but I don't remember her name.
Yeah. I'm absolutely certain, unless it's a Mandela effect, and even if it is, I know that they're just changing things willy-nilly, but it was Christina Kubrick, and now, of course, we come to the we come to moon landing conspiracy, and Stanley Kubrick, her husband, is one of the first names put forward as the director, so that's interesting.
But Jen, seriously, we need that thing with the acetate or that translucent, whatever that thing was, that we need that, bro. Nobody can find that. Nobody even remembers seeing what they remember seeing. I think we all got Mandela affected with.
When I first
saw it, I didn't see what y'all were talking about. I saw the Earth through the window, and they were manipulating the roundness of the hole, and then they put another cutout to make it look like the Terminator line. But I never saw the transparent thing like what y'all.
That's what I saw too, like they were putting a template. And then I think some of their first CGI was just putting a template around the edges of their flat photos that they were taken from low, just high elevations, like a regular aircraft or higher. Maybe a little higher than regular aircraft. And they just put templates around it. I think there's evidence of this in there, or what they're saying are photos are just templates around the edges.
That's what I think too. I was trying to say this earlier. If you just go to 3954, I believe is the time. Like I'm laying down right now,
but 3504.
See, I remember what
it's like a different view of the same concept.
I remember seeing what Jin sees though. Jin saw a clear, translucent picture of Earth, something you would put on, one of those trays, and it has a projector on it, and you're in a class.
Placed onto the window. Yeah.
That's maybe the toilet cleaner was coming up and fogging your mind.
Jen, I remember what you remember, Jen.
Acetate.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
can't
did
find
hear
it
me.
now.
Jeremy,
We can't
don't you?
find it, Jen. You'll be the hero. You'll be the
Hey,
hero if you
Jeremy.
find this question.
Jeremy,
Be
don't
the
you remember the
hero.
dialogue? Don't you remember the dialogue when they said they were replicating what had been done before, and that's what they were following the instructions from the prior time they did it? So we're probably seeing the one. I think it was Apollo 10 when they did it first, because the
Multiple takes. Yeah, Dan, that's right.
the whole dialogue on that
Right.
is how they did it before, and they're replicating what was done before.
Yeah, it could be two separate videos that have been released on two different missions that are trying to replicate what they have done.
Yeah.
Like they're just taking more photographs, more
Well, when you look at
manipulated.
that documentary, all it is, like, especially at that moment of the documentary, they're just throwing a bunch of clips in together. And what they probably are doing, in my opinion, they're just doing a bunch of different test shots with a bunch of different angles and different methods. That's what I think was happening there.
But to be honest, that could be misinformation also. Like we have to be really like honest with each other and say that
too
could be just
obvious, isn't it?
disinformation as well. Like
It's too
something
obvious.
doesn't seem right with it.
To be
Yes,
more
Just so
it's like
to be released.
to be
You know
it's
more
what I'm
like
saying?
when
It
the
just so
internet
happened
came
to be
along.
released. Yeah.
To be more
It's
than
like when the
honest,
internet came out, we all were privy to it. You know what I mean? It's like it's too obvious, and anything obvious is obvious. Let me just say something to ET. The guy who was manipulating these things, Neil Armstrong. If you take his name backwards, I think this is pretty significant. It's Go North's Mr. Alien, ET. Isn't that funny?
I've heard of that. I know I've heard that. It's crazy.
Isn't that hilarious?
And wasn't his mother-in-law named Moon or something like that?
No way.
Seriously. Yeah, I
truth-
heard that. I'm not making it up.
The truth is, they didn't take pictures again for 3 more years and 5 more missions. That's the truth. Is it was so fucked up, they didn't do shit until the Blue Marble again.
Oh, that's maybe the point.
They knew they couldn't fool people with that crap that they put out,
Yeah.
That's
the
for
proof.
this documentary. For this documentary to be made, and right before it was released, they received this, never seen before footage from NASA that mistakenly sent it to them. That doesn't add up to me, man. That story seems a little shaky to me.
And here we go. Bart Sabrell is a ball earther. He was granted interviews with all of these chief prime players, and of course,
No, he wasn't.
the first time he met an astronaut, the word would have got around. Don't interview this guy. He's just going to make a show of you. So maybe it leads to all of this being theater, Dave. And this is the point. They are presenting the theater to us when we're ready, and then we think we're getting places by just debunking what they already put out there for us to mull over. Do you know what I mean? And not dwelling on what's later on in their story, in their deliverance.
I see what you're saying. I take everything as a possibility these days. I don't put it past anybody or any group, especially when you're dealing with this type of subject and the government and all that.
It's possible, yeah. Like in retrospect, yeah, maybe the whole thing was one big grand show. But I mean, that took decades. But if you look at his other documentaries, like go watch Astronauts Gone Wild, also directed by him, and he's getting like punched in the face and assaulted by these astronauts. Like, what the fuck's up with that?
Yes, but that's my
point. But that's easily staged, dude. I mean, come on.
Yes.
No, that was the
Exactly.
real deal, dude. Buzz Aldrin punched him in the face. He went into interview some other guy in his house, and he started kicking him and
kicking him in the butt. And his son goes, "You want me to call the CIA and get him whacked?" Yeah, that sounds like a script to me, bro.
So it just sounds like that. His son was probably just a little bitch. I would suspect, but the footage looked real.
Yeah.
So what kind of I'm sorry. Go ahead. What kind of a troll was that? Like who were they trolling? I think it could have been a troll. So was that a troll on at that time?
That's why I mentioned Bart Sabrell as a ball earther, but he won't shift from being a ball earther. So in a sense, what he's presenting is that space is real, but they didn't go to the moon. Flat earthers will tell you space is not fucking real.
For sake of
limitations by what he won't do.
For sake of conversation, let him be a globe earther. If he's doing a good job proving the fake moon missions and the whole thing was fake, like who really cares what he believes about? He might be like a Satanist for all you know.
I do, because I do, bud. I do, and also we are many years, lots of us, into all of this, so we should be thinking deeper, and we should be thinking that the story or the script is given to us from the very start. I'll mention the movie Capricorn 1. How obvious and in your face is it? How smart do we
Yeah.
think we are? So yes, I
Yeah.
do care about the teller of the story, which is Bart Sorrell, who insists on being a spinning ball earther, just
I
like
know.
Simon Chack, who insists on being a ball earther but not spinning.
Really bizarre. Yeah, so what was that troll all about then? You know, that's my question when I
Simon,
look back at that. What was
you
that
just say
troll about?
Simon
'Cause
Shack,
I think
the
it was a troll.
September.
Wait, I wasn't done, man. So, like, what was the troll about? Meaning, like, so at that time, what year was it that funny thing happened on the way to the moon? What year was that again? Does anyone remember?
Long time ago now.
I
Like
think it was
10,
like
12
maybe
years ago?
mid-90s. No, it wasn't that. Early 2000s,
Longer
maybe.
than that.
Sure.
Yeah, 20 years. So, yeah, quite a long time ago. So, I'm just wondering what that troll was about and who were they trolling? And they leaked it. If it was all staged, then they were leaking out the information. So, I try to figure out, or not figure out, because I don't think there is any figuring it out. But it's interesting to ponder about what were they thinking that were doing these type of activities that were leaking out this information about the moon. Yet this guy's a baller, like, so it's
Telling us.
you know what I mean?
Okay,
Like, there's more.
take it easy. Yes, I do. I do indeed. I do indeed. And I have an answer. They're telling us ultimately from the start that we are involved in a script that is unfolding. They know they have written the script. So from the very start, when we come, especially with the internet, the advent of the internet, but it's people before that as well. But yes, you follow the script and you realize, where does everything terminate in? Well, I'm not going to say flat Earth, but flat Earth and beyond. You definitely have to get to flat Earth, realize space is fake, so you can't go to the moon. And what else is being told then via the story? They're all scripted characters. There's no mistakes by these professionals. None. No mistakes. None.
Yeah, and in these
Everything you
actions, they
see,
were showing.
you get to know and consider.
And in these actions, they're showing their hand to us. Like, that was interesting to notice.
Exactly.
That, you know?
Exactly. If you're dumb enough not to see through the nonsense, that's on you, bud.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing. There's a lot of this stuff going around. Like, it's been happening for years and years and years.
Yeah.
I've seen all
rather
the
than
psyops.
them specifically fooling us.
Yeah.
Maybe it's God that's fooling us. Maybe our existence is about coming into a lie, heliocentrism, life, right? And realizing that we're much greater than it. And then we have to come out of it. We have to emerge from the cocoon. We have to grow. We have to, elevate, rise. And maybe this is all part of the script and the scripture to help us in that way.
Yeah, and retrospect for me, I've seen all the psyops going back as long as I can remember. So I have a very vivid recall of these psyops, and then looking back at it from this standpoint now, today, for instance, and talking with all of you, I've gained so much information from the psyops, but yet, like, it's a huge field of inquiry, right? I mean, it's not just a little bit of information. Like, when you start opening up that can of worms, like, it's never ending. Like, there's more
There's more to go, Sonny.
Yeah,
more to go, Sonny, and your name itself.
Way more to go. Yeah, I'm ready for the journey.
Well, your name itself maybe suggests where you need to go. What is the sun?
Wow.
Every man has to have some sort of an answer. You really do. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, but it's an answer that you've thought about and an answer that you believe in a new context, which is a flat and closed earth.
It's the light of life. It's the light of life. All life. The light of life.
If you think of the word UN, let me put a few words in your brain. UN, United Nations, we have the S before it, the sun. So if you think of the word asunder or sunder, which is to break apart, is there a clue in the S itself? Look at the structure of the S in relation to the 8 and see how pieces are missing.
Interesting.
So, what we say life is, but if life is a lie, then maybe the sun is getting to the source of the lie. You can't get to the Father unless you go through the Son.
Or the source of the truth as well.
Yes, exactly. You can only come to the truth via the lie, bud. What do you reckon?
I think I've been somehow given a portal to like through the veil somehow to the truth as well. But yes, we do live in this illusion. True.
What do you think that the only way to come to the truth is via the lie? Can you think of any other way? If I told you a truth, if I said to you, Aristarchus is the divided tree of life, you're not going to believe me. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. No, I'm not saying that it's true. It could be true though.
Same with good or bad.
Pete, hey, I want to vibe with Pete real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, so you were saying something about truth, right? Well, look, truth. Look at the word truth. Take away the T, and you get Ruth, and then Ruth is in the Bible. Oh wow!
Well,
just kidding. I just made that up. But do you see how ridiculous it is to like try and break up words? It's ridiculous.
Let's look at the word truth then. Let's look at the word truth then, without taking anything away, because it's presented to us as so meaningful, and we all value it ultimately, don't we? Because the truth is written in our hearts.
Okay.
Can I?
Look. Yeah. I got another word.
Please?
I got another word.
1 second, please. You're trying to mock me now, but can I finish? I'm going to finish. TRUTH. Right. So we're being told that you are T and TH.
H.
What might that mean to you? You are born human. Human.
H.
Yes, off you go.
Okay, I got one. Look at the word man. You take away M and you got an. Wow, that's so profound. So it's like an, A-N is another. It says, hey, hold on. Wait, you didn't let me finish. A-N is an acronym or is an abbreviation for algebraic notation. And you know everybody that knows about algebraic notation.
Wait a minute. That's not what it is.
Before anyone comes in, let me just respond because
AN. You guys never heard AN abbreviated as algebraic notation?
Okay, it's much more than
I've never heard that before.
You have a.
You've never heard about algebraic? You don't know anything about math?
I've never heard people refer to algebraic notation.
An omelet. It's a definite.
AN. AN is indefinite article.
Right. Now here's the
name of meridian.
Now let me. Can I respond, please? Here's the. Why is everything in such a hurry when I come on here? When I listen back to earlier on, everyone has Ruhef has loads of time to talk about things, go back and forth.
Hey,
no
Pete,
hurry.
I'm guilty as well.
Guys trying to offend me. Guys trying to offend me somewhat, but I would.
Hey, Pete, I just want to apologize because I'm guilty as well. I apologize, Pete. I'm backing off, so I want to listen.
I'm not talking about you. That guy is specifically trying to make fun of me, but we are created in the image of God. What's God's name? I am, A-M. Now, if we are in the image of God, but we're in some sort of fallen state, right, purposefully to take us back to home, well, then I, man, we have the first and the second letter inverted, right, or reversed, right?
Well, by that logic,
significant.
image.
If you look at the capital letter, excuse me, please. If you look at the capital letter A and the capital letter M, the A points. It is one apex point at the very top. The capital letter M has 2 arrows up and 1 down. That's the 2/3 divide. The fallen angels 1/3 fell.
Okay. So by that logic, though, Pete, image, right? I am. The other letters remaining are G and E. So I am globe Earth. Nice try.
Now, so the E represents potential. That's why it's the most common letter.
We caught you. You trying to trick us.
No, you
are global.
Nah, 4 people here
trying
to ridicule and.
Wait, I got one for God. Isn't this the most profound?
Yeah, it's not as if my time
percentage.
is not
Let me go, dude. Let
You're
me
just trying to
go.
mock me.
Can I go percentage?
All you can do is come back. All you can do is come back with mockery when I stump you. When I stump you, all you can do is come back with mockery, and you need support. Right?
Let him go. Okay, I got one for God. Look at how profound God is.
Go on. Tell me.
Okay, God. Take away the G. You got odd. Odd.
Yes. Yeah.
You cut out.
You're breaking up, man. And
yeah, but OD, overdose. It's best to overdose on God.
Mocking.
Okay, you got OD. Okay, but wait, it gets even thicker because the O represents a circle, and a circle we all know is like infinity. But then you you say, okay, I want infinity, and then you get the number 8. But what they did with the number 8,
Okay.
what they did with the number 8 is they twisted the O.
Yes, they did.
They twisted it. They did. They twisted the TR ooth. Ooth.
The O is secret.
Now, why is all this mockery allowed to a flat earther? And I'm fucking only trying to go over the basics with you. Because you think you have the answers. Answer me this then. Why is 42 the ultimate? Why is 42
the oof is on fire? We don't need no water. Let the mother.
Let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker.
This is the mockery I have to put up with.
Is on fire. The root.
Hey, now let's let D-Mock kick some truth. D-Mock.
No, I won't let.
Tell me how you get
come in here, mocking now. Shut your
100%
mouth.
helium.
I'm gonna moderate this guy, please. He's a piss taker.
Hey, you're not a moderator.
Yeah, but you're piss taking, right? At least allow me to respond. If you were piss taking,
hey, what did you say about piss?
I'd be
least
allowed
I'm
to
not the one
respond to you.
drinking it.
So why are you hugging the mic?
Let D-Mock go, dude. D-Mock's
No,
probably
shut your mouth. I'm going to respond to what you said. So shut your mouth.
No, let D-Mock go.
Now, can someone moderate him?
D-Mock.
Jeremy, where's your balls? Yeah.
All right, man. I'll stay quiet. Go ahead, man. But I think we're all tired of hearing you, Pete.
Well, fuck you all, man.
Motherfucker burn.
Fuck you all.
No, Pete, you're awesome.
The biggest opposition comes from flat earthers who pretend to be truthers.
Wait a minute, hey Pete, hey, give me a personal call sometime, man. I'll talk with you anytime.
I don't mind that. This guy just came in mocking me, or everything. Even the word itself, right? God invokes an imagination. We have a picture formulated in our brain, understanding is sort of collated. Now, I'm saying that every word is made of letters. I'm not first to fucking say this. So therefore, the structure of the letter is what counts more specifically than the word itself. Right? And every letter applies to you. Do you ever see the Beatles album with the Help album? They're putting every letter applies to you, bud.
Yeah,
that's why we hate you, man.
Hey, letters ain't dick. I got on fun goes in and rips words apart, tries to find some sort of meaning, and then he says at the end, well, maybe you'll learn a little more if you can understand some of these things. You ain't gonna learn a little bit more. The truth is, nobody has the truth. Just from dissecting words, just because some other fucking man came up with the word, doesn't mean that they knew the truth either. You can do this with anything in infinity. It's the schizophrenic trait that just wants to manipulate.
So
you're manipulating the numbers and words. That's all you're doing.
Okay, thank you. Can I respond? Yeah, can I respond?
I don't do this. It's ridiculous.
You're projecting right now.
So can I respond because it was aimed at me?
How am I projecting?
What's going on here?
It's not aimed at you.
Somebody's claiming that I'm projecting.
With this.
And I'm just criticizing this stupid mode of thinking.
Can I respond then? Can I respond, please? One thing I will say, people in Australia, people in America, people in Ireland, here in Europe, different sort of times of the day. So people, let's bear in mind that there's 3 different sort of categories here. So anyway, my response would be coming to flat earthers, being a flat earther and beyond. Well, I say that this ultimate structure in all, it's not just an arbitrary putting together of fucking symbols and letters over the years developed from Stone Age time and previous fucking evolutionary past. No, there's very specific orders of things, and it's only when we can appreciate that the word applies to us, the letter applies to us, then we can sort of come to decode it for our own satisfaction. I'm not out to try and fucking impress you, man. I'd like to hear where you're at, though. Tell me why the Masonic G is so significant. I'd love to hear it.
I have to ask Right Hand a question. You said something really interesting.
I can answer that.
Yes, I'd love to hear it, Lightwater. Thank you.
The G is the C. At the base,
Determination. Yeah.
It's the I with the hook of the feminine on it. So it's the I that can see the whole feminine again. That's the G.
We have the tree and we have the water.
We have
the water, bud.
We have 2 feminine entities in the God sources, and one of them was gone for a while. Let us be a man, and now we are becoming a son again, and both eyes will be equal. With the hook of the female receiving.
Can I respond to that?
Receiving the light. Okay.
Can I respond to that?
That's
hey, I asked if I could respond first.
Yes, but let him finish, bud. You can let him finish. Is that okay? Let him finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
And G is God, but also generating from receiving the light, and generating is focus. Focus is a tower of light outward, and that's the male action.
Yes, that's what it is. It's the root at the center.
Are you done?
Off you go, bud.
There's somebody at my door, so I have to go anyway.
Okay, off you go. Good,
all right,
white light.
Good stuff, man. All right, man. So when you ask what the letter G is, that could mean anything to anybody. It doesn't mean the truth. I can say G means to me anything. What it means to the Masons or the Illuminati might mean something else. But why haven't they told you? Why haven't they told you what it? Oh wow.
Well, they have.
Go ahead, Pete.
Well, you asked the question. Why haven't they told me? They told us all. They've told us all if we're paying attention.
Paying attention? No. Did they flat out fucking tell you what it represents or not?
Listen, bud. This comes back to the truth. If
no,
I told
I'm asking
you the truth,
you a straight up question. I'm asking you a direct
frustrating
question.
Me? Can you? Who are you? What's your first name, bud? Are you a Mason?
You're only frustrating. You're only frustrating yourself because you allow yourself to react that way.
No, you
but
came
if you
in
look
and
at
ridiculed me.
I'm not ridiculing
me
you, dude.
Purposefully. You said everyone is sick of listening to me then to add insult to injury.
Well, you don't even realize what you're doing.
I know exactly what I'm doing, and if you want to challenge me, have a back and forth conversation. Let's see who comes out the better of it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go to another room then.
I don't need to go to another room.
No, let's go to another room.
No,
let me ask you this question. Well, actually, maybe we can go on live stream too in a bit if we want to do this. But before we do, excuse me, please. If you're being so rude to me here, are you going to be kinder to me elsewhere? Right. Before we do, I asked specifically about the G meaning something to the Masons. Of course, I have something to say about the G. No one told me shit, man. No one told me shit. I've been letting in no secrets, but I have been paying attention because I care about my reality. I want to know what the fuck is known, where the fuck I am, who the fuck I am.
You could have a soft spot in your heart all you want. It's not going to change whatever thing you try to apply or rationalize or characterize to whatever thing you're trying to do.
So this is what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, the selling short of man. This man here is at heart heliocentrism. He is a big banger. He's a materialist. There's no greater imbued power and potential within all of us. There's no greater spirit. Potentially, the spirit within all of us knows everything. You've lost hope, right? Good white light. I wonder what white light actually is. I wonder what light actually is.
Why wouldn't you accept his challenge to go talk one-on-one? Like, if you feel so confident,
excuse me, I'm not saying I won't accept it, but I won't rush off the minute he suggests it. Let's finish the thing here. I didn't come in insulting him.
No, he doesn't have to.
Insulting me.
Listen, Pete, you can make up all kinds of little stories and apply them and put them put a big red bow on them and make them look. You can sugarcoat anything basically, but that doesn't mean it's
I'm not monetized. I'm not. My channel isn't monetized. White light. I'm not profiting out of this outside of informational profiting. I know that conversations like this will help.
You don't have to do it for money, bro.
I know that.
You don't have to
do it for money. But I'm wondering where you come from. I've tried to be honest in all my dealings. You come in here hot and you come in dismissing me.
How are you being honest with you're trying to apply some sort of meaning to a symbol that they never told you what it means? And you know what? Who cares what it means? What
okay, so you're saying it has no meaning. Are you saying it has
It
no
doesn't
meaning then?
even matter because now you know what? Okay, look, this is what happens when you actually look. The Illuminati or Masons want this because, you know, the whole thing about monsters is if you don't actually believe in them, they disappear. Have you ever heard that little children's story? Everybody knows about that, right? This is the same thing. These bad guys, these boogeymen, want you to believe in them, and you actually give them strength by doing such. You give them relevance.
I never mentioned the Illuminati. You did.
Okay, so what is the G then? You already said what the G is on their
No, I asked you what it was. I haven't given my answer yet.
Well, what if it doesn't mean fuck? What if they just
that's
they
fair
like
enough,
the way the G looks?
That's fair enough. If
what
it
if
doesn't
was,
mean that's what a baller
Can
would
I
say.
finish?
By the way.
Can I finish, Pete? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Far away.
Okay, what if it was something that appealed to them? They just liked its look, but really didn't have any significance. You're the one giving it significance and giving it life. So you're at fault, dude.
Fair enough. No, you're declaring that. Hang on, please. It's a possibility that it has no significance, and you're putting it at my door that I'm the one giving this when you know that it has no significance. I accept that it's a possibility. It has no significance, but I don't hold that that's the truth. I know that the capital G has significance, only for my own investigations and findings. I know it has significance. Because I know our existence has significance.
So share the secret to everybody here. What's the significance then?
Okay, well, I listen. I will go in if the live stream 2 is up and running. Definitely go in and have a chat. Hopefully, you'll be a little bit more patient. But I can share my findings on it, definitely, absolutely. I have no problem. That's why I asked you about the 42 being the ultimate answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. This is dealing with the material world. So 42 is half of 21, but G is also a 0, an O, as you mentioned, and a diameter, a circular diameter, but there's pieces missing, just like the S and the H, there's pieces missing. So we got to figure out where we are, in what realm we're in. We already knew that all there was materialism within the heliocentric Big Bang model. So coming away from that lie, well, then we can garner the truth. And the G represents the ground, the geography. I laugh or I smile when Geo is here. I'm sure he knows why he picked his name. I'm sure he knows why he picked his name. But I'm not divulging any secrets because I've taken no oath. But maybe I've come to find things. And that's just the beginning of what I have to say, bud. The beginning of what I have to say.
And the greatest truth about it is, in the heliocentric module of the globe, it's so beautiful in the roundness of the roundness of how we have.
Yes, but here's the trick. Here's the trick. If you fucking throw out heliocentrism and everything that's offered by science, and more fool you. Because remember, at least the potential, the truth is known, and the lie is built on the truth. So you have to decode the lie rather than just Nathan Oakley throws it out. Quantum erasure throws it out, or at least if they don't throw it out, they revert you back to Bible literalism, which is.
So, wait a minute, I heard something that's interesting.
Just a quick question, guys. If we're throwing out the heliocentric, if we throw out the heliocentric idea, right? Where do we stop? What do we consider to be, something that we don't need to experience? Like we all go to a doctor. We all have, we don't all. Well, I don't know if you guys have accountants, but I have an accountant.
You're covering a big area. Like, what are you talking about?
With a few simple words.
Are you talking about the Earth, basically, like the shape of the Earth? Where do we start after that?
Yeah, where is the line of what you?
You started with no shape, and you made up a shape. So where did we go with that? You went
No,
nowhere.
that wasn't the question. My question to you is, where is the line? Like, where's the first point of things that you guys believe to be science? Like,
Truth
where
is
does
the
it
line.
start?
Truth.
Why are you putting on a false voice, Bud? What's over your point?
Live video of what we're doing. You and I going outside and doing what you claim in any sort of way for all the things. Like when we say, hey man, how does water work on a ball? And you guys are like, well, we're going to show you this Walt Disney cartoon of how a tide works. And you show a big ball of water just doing some shit. That doesn't make any sense. But you're supposed to show rivers, tides. I mean, where does it start with you guys? You guys can't even tell the truth about anything.
My question,
Hold on. Yeah, but we don't have anything real. Where
so
does it start?
that wasn't. So that's what I'm saying. Is that like, all right, you know that you make food into poop, right? Every day you eat, every day you poop.
That's got nothing to do with science.
That has a
Actually,
lot
it
to do with
does.
science. Yeah.
Actually, it
Yeah,
does.
but everyday action and reaction is not just science. That's no phenomenal thing that you need to worry about 100 million %. If I wake up in grass every day, I don't need to do science to say I'm waking up in grass every day. You understand what I'm saying? We can do science on grass and we can do certain things, but like everyday things aren't phenomenal things that we need to science like that. But if you tell me I'm going to go into zero G,
No,
you tell me
that wasn't my
things
question.
can stick upside
That
down.
wasn't my question.
Hold on.
Why are you talking right through D-Mock, bro? Why are you
Because
talking right through
he took it from me. I didn't
So
finish.
you have
That's
a
why.
reason? So you have a reason for talking right through him? So
Yes.
you are talking right through him then?
Yes.
Can I get a
Because
mod here?
Hey,
I was talking
smooth,
first.
Can someone
smooth.
mod the guy?
Hey, yeah, I got it, SE. Smooth. You have to let DMOC finish, and then you can reply to what he's saying. But you have to let him get his full thought out there, then reply, correct anything that's incorrect or you feel is incorrect after he's finished speaking. Go ahead.
It's the same rule as this morning, Smooth. And
Yeah,
as
we got
at
it,
around
SE.
lunchtime.
Fine.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, this is Rakia, by the way.
We want to go places in our conversation and value our now, for goodness sake.
Pete, that wasn't the time for you to speak, man. So, Smooth, you have something, an issue with what DMOC was saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I said, I'm curious where the line is. So we know we eat, we know we poop. He's saying that that's not science, right? My question is, what if I ask, or what if I'm curious how I turn food into poop, right? What do I do? How would I answer that question?
If you want to know how something is, like you do it.
Right. But
you do it.
I can't make a video. So my question is like, what would you accept as evidence? Right. But I'm asking what happens in our body to turn food to poop. How do I answer that question?
Smooth, why are you going
How do you answer it? Well, common sense. First of all, you eat it. You chew it up.
Yep.
Right? Then you have liquid, right, that it dissolves into. Then it goes down. And then
how do you know you have liquid?
This is a fail.
Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan.
It's a stinky conversation.
Yeah,
Arguments and bad digestion.
There's
a point.
Hold on. You guys are always trying to compare something that's touchable and tangible with something that's not. Stop doing that. That's where we draw the line as flat earthers. You need to compare your imaginary stuff with imaginary stuff. Because you don't have anything tangible like a throat and chewing stuff with the teeth, and you can't put the food in your mouth. The food of NASA is orbit, vacuums, fresh temperature, all this other stuff we haven't ever experienced. Orbit, Lagrange, just there's so many things we haven't experienced. Water sticking to a ball or even working on a ball. I tried to keep you here local with a dirt mud ball, right? Just a second. A dirt mud ball in a lab. Right? We're on the earth. This is the main point here. That's why I try to get away from the body, because we can do stuff with the body all day while it's right in front of us. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. That would be stupid.
Perfect.
But now listen. Now, when you talk about science of other stuff that you can't touch, that's a whole different genre. Now, where do you draw the line from non-touching science that makes it real for you, or something that you want to believe in?
So my next question to you is, right, I'm just trying to define the line. Magnetism.
That was a question to you.
Right, but I don't even know what you're asking. Like, what are you asking me?
Jesus.
I'm saying if we can't touch the stuff and we can't demonstrate anything about what our claim is, okay, I got a leprechaun over here.
Yeah.
You can't touch it.
Yeah, but
I can't touch it. But I have the leprechaun over here. I have the calculation. I even have a picture, right? But you
that's
can't touch it.
racist.
You declare that
That's
real.
racist. I'm
Yeah,
Irish.
so I can't declare it real with 100% accuracy, but I can suggest that it's real if I have a picture and I think it's as a position. Like I said, right now we're just, you and I are
Would you
trying to find
teach
out
every
where's the
kid in
line.
America about this leprechaun now, since I gave you an equation, a calculation, a picture, and a story about it?
Hey, real quick, D-Mock. Hey, real quick. Just let me go. 10 seconds. Hey, I'm going to Livestream 2 if maybe Pete wants to join me. And Paul also, because I want to talk about the Bible if he's interested. That's
Yeah,
it.
I'll do
Sorry,
that.
D-Mock.
I'll do
Later,
that.
bud. Good
Yeah, I'll do
shit,
that
D-Mock.
because Democ and
Hey,
Smooth are
man.
boring the fuck out of me.
No, I can't wait till you kick more truth, D-Mock. I always like listening to you, man. Later, bud.
Later.
Thanks.
So I think DMOC explained your answer. He answered you with his own way of doing it. That the physical touching science is what we view as our truth, things we can actually prove to ourselves. And if we hear it right on TV or through science forums or whatever, it would be nice to go in the lab and be able to duplicate it, right? When they start talking about what's happening on Venus or Mars or whatever, it gets into that realm of something we can't do, and it's harder and harder to trust.
Okay, so you guys heard the argument in this room for that the human body functions with magnetism and electricity. Would you agree to either one of those points?
Was the breaking up, or am I in a better? I didn't hear. I heard like copy. Yeah, this question. Is my mic okay? It must be me.
Yeah, it's better
You,
now.
yeah, you were kind of breaking up.
So in this room, I hear a lot of time that, we exist within a voltage gradient, right? How do we know that we exist within a voltage gradient if I can't see it?
We can test it, right? That's the whole point.
How can you manipulate the voltage gradient?
Do you have to manipulate the voltage gradient to be able to test that there is one?
Well, you tell me. Do I need to be able to manipulate gravity to test if there is gravity?
Yeah, if what you're claiming is gravity, right, is nothing more than the effect of gravity, then yeah, you would have to manipulate it to prove that it is the cause of the effect that you see.
Okay, so how do you know that the voltage gradient is not the effect?
Well, the voltage gradient obviously is an effect.
Okay, an effect of what? What is causing the voltage gradient?
We don't know 100%, right? We know that we have what we would call a negative charge here on the ground or on Earth's surface. We have a measurable negative charge. And then we know that as we increase with elevation, we can measure a increase in voltage.
And are you measuring that?
Static hole.
Excuse me?
Are you measuring that change?
Your mic's horrible.
He's doubting that you can measure that. That's why he asked, "What are you measuring it with?"
I'm not doubting. See, that's the
well,
thing.
then why would you ask that? It doesn't matter what we measure. That's what he's saying is happening. So when you have that, you can manipulate that, and things don't go up and down as accordance once you manipulate it. What the point is, you can't manipulate gravity. You can't take it away. You don't even know what it is to take it away. Strange.
Well, then can I say that atoms exist with
You can
electrons?
say whatever you want, but it sounds like a fantasy fairy tale to people that are looking for truth and reality.
Sounds like you just clipped. What's the difference between atoms and the discovery of atoms and their building blocks and the discovery of the voltage gradient?
You don't have an atom.
Well, how do I know we have a voltage gradient?
Because we can,
How do you know anything you just said?
It can be
yeah,
measured.
because
It
we
can be
can
measured.
demonstrate that we have a voltage gradient, right? So we can send stuff up in the air and we can measure an increase in voltage as we get higher, right? Thus we have a gradient. Now, when it comes to something like the atom or the constituent parts of the atom, what can you demonstrate or what can you manipulate to prove that this atom and its constituent parts as they are claimed actually exist?
Mass. I can increase the, well, it would say weight. I can increase the weight. So as I add in more of what I claim to be atoms, I can witness a greater weight.
What do you mean you're adding in more of what you claim to be atoms? So you would have to establish what you're claiming to be atoms in the first place in order to gather more of them.
What are you claiming to be as a voltage gradient? I'm trying to follow your rule.
The voltage gradient is just something that we experience, right? It's
So
something
you
that
don't
we
know
can.
if there's a voltage
and a reaction. So
There's
where is
so
your
hold on a second,
atom?
D-Mock. So there's a difference between experiencing through trial and error testing that we have an increase in voltage as we increase with elevation within the atmosphere, right? And measuring that we have what we call a negative charge here on the ground. There's a difference between that and being able to repeat that, being able to demonstrate that, and work with these effects, and claiming that there are some sort of constituent parts to what we call an atom without actually proving that they're there, manipulating them, establishing that we have actual physicality to them.
Okay.
Has any of that ever been done? Do you have any evidence for the physicality of the constituent parts of what you call an atom?
Aren't the particles part of you?
In a bit, I just got to where I need to go, so I'm going to go, take care of this real quick. And then I will join back in a bit. And we can talk about this.
Okay.
I say we all got to agree on whatever the hell's going on. We see action, reaction, we see stuff happen, and then we put a label on it, or like we say, what that is, or we try to declare or describe, or, you know what I mean? Give it a definition.
Though, that's the nature of language, though, D-Mock. You see something, and you have a word, then you put meaning behind the word, something that you're describing. So what's the problem with this?
Well, whose word's right when there's 20 billion languages? Is the Chinese word right or yours? Is the guy's word
It's
right
not the
that you
meaning.
never met? Hold on. The guy that you never met before yet, that I haven't met, that we've never heard that language. No one has. Is that one right and ours all wrong? What do you mean the word? The word of what?
Okay, words are man-made conventions to communicate meaning. So the word in Spanish for black or white, I think for white is blanco. In English, it's white. The meaning's the same, but the words are different. So it's not a matter necessarily which language is correct. It's more important is what's the meaning behind the words is more important.
Well, we know that there are derivations to language because there are diaspora among tribes of people. But what Dem is suggesting is that there is a monogenetic language, a single origin coffee, if you will.
That may be the case, but do you know it?
Well, why would I be here if I knew that?
Okay, exactly. So we don't know that language if there was a primary language initially. We don't know that. I mean, many of us don't live in that society anymore, that culture, whatever that language came from initially. But we do have modern language that we do speak with. And obviously you can translate one language into another. So it seems like meaning can be transferred using different words and different sounds. So language is just a convention.
just like everything else man uses, just like a tool I hand you. I use it for one thing, you can use it for a whole other, and never use it for the thing that I made it or intended it for in the first place. Just like a word. So if I came up with the word in the laboratory, every one of you guys can use it different than I meant for it. How would that work out?
But here's the thing, though. Well, here's the thing,
Hold on, man. I'm not done. All that matters is the agreeance of whatever we're talking about. There's action and reaction. Doesn't matter the word you put on it. Cool, with you. But it does matter at the end of the day whether we agree on what the hell that word actually is going to mean for us, for the action or reaction, for us to derive whatever our personal thought's going to be for that. I mean, there's so much confusion with these idiotic words too. You know that, right? Because smooth
I'll
can
get it.
be
You know,
straight, can be flat, can be horizontal, can be round, can be drop, can be dip, can be curve, hump. What the fuck are we talking about? Words.
well, that's why words do matter, but you also the meaning is more important. So if I use a word like finger slapple, what do I mean by that?
Whatever you mean.
I know what he means when it is dirty. You should not talk like that on this channel. Thank you.
Yeah. So wouldn't it be more important to find out what I mean by that word?
Not if I don't care, and if it's your word, you can go have fun with it.
Well, no, but if you're trying to understand a concept that I'm trying to communicate or understand something else, how do you know?
Because
what if I'm talking? What if it's the term water? What if it's water and water is essential to life, and the word I use for water is English, whatever I just said.
Then
we're talking about.
Use that word, and you'll be great.
I know, but nobody else will understand the concept I'm trying to communicate.
Well, you'll be sitting there by yourself talking about finger slapple.
I know.
Yo, Demok's right about
this. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, the whole point was just. I mean, the whole point is language is important, and there's no one language that's above another. It's just as long as you understand the meaning behind the words.
Language is only important if it needs to be communicated. Demok's point is his.
I get his point.
Need to know the definition for finger slapple. That, if he needed to know it, he would have known it, right? The context of it would have been made apparent to him before. So you haven't impressed upon him why he needs to know it now. How will it change his life?
Well, here you said the context. Let's think about context. You're right. Context is important, but also if you don't know the meaning of the word, the context won't make any sense. Like finger slapple ran down the road. What do I mean by that? There's a context to that. But ran, what does that mean?
How does that affect Demok's life?
Well, it may not affect his life, but you just talked about context, and you said the meaning of a word is important in context.
Yeah, I said a lot of words.
I know, right, and they're all in context, right?
Yeah, but why did you deliberately misuse finger swapple?
Well, you got to know what I mean by finger slapple.
Oh, I do.
What is it?
You said water.
I'm not going to explain it here.
I know I did say water. But what if it was actually the name of a person, not actually water?
Why can't water be the name of a person?
It could be. But do I need
Ottawa?
Well, here's the thing, though. There's the proper name of water, but there's also the substance of water. So am I talking about a person in that context, or am I talking about the substance?
Many drinks.
Isn't a person made of substance?
Yeah, but I'm made of substance. But do I mean substance, or do I mean the name of an individual?
What do you mean?
Seems like
exactly. Just my point. What do I mean? So it's important to know the context, but also know the meaning. If I say water ran down the road, you know what I mean by that. That means it's probably raining and there's a stream probably running down the road, or something was spilled and water was running down the road. But if I use the word finger slapple, it could be meaning that there's just some guy named finger slapple that was running down the road.
Why couldn't it mean that water, there's some guy named Water that's running down the road?
What? Say that again?
Why couldn't it mean that there's some guy named Water running down the road?
It could mean that. But see, the thing is, if I made up that word to describe something, it's best to find out what I mean by that.
Only if it matters to us.
Well, that's true. But if you want to have any kind of meaningful conversation at any level, obviously there seems to be some kind of engagement. So what I'm saying has some kind of meaning at some level. You need to understand the words that I'm communicating.
Absolutely.
So what's the point again? Back to this again. As long as you understand.
I've been giving you a hard time for the past 3 minutes.
What kind of croutons would you like with your word salad?
There's no word salad about what I said. Please explain.
No, but Fingerschwapple is what, like a word that doesn't have a definition. You're agreeing that definitions need to be made, but then we run into jargon when we talk about technical things. So then we run into word salad. So what kind of croutons would you like? I don't know. It just feels like a short road to
Bro, have you ever finger slapped your wife? You know, when she acts up, she's not acting up enough for like the other fingers. It's just one finger.
Can I get a mod here? This is inappropriate.
I think he's just taking it to the extreme. But I mean, that's the only point. I'm done with my point. I think you got the idea. But I want to go back to something right the hand said, though. He said earlier, no one knows the truth. Is that a truthful statement?
If you're asserting an objective truth, then it's close to a truthful statement, because there is one person that knows the truth, which would be God.
Well, here's the thing, though. Truth. This is my definition of truth, and I've said this on here I don't know how many times over the past 5 years. Truth, first of all, is a propositional statement, but that propositional statement must correspond to reality. Okay? If you say no one knows the truth, that's a propositional statement, about the nature of reality. Either that statement is true or false. It can't be a halfway, part way. It's either true or it's false. And so if you say it's true, then you know something that's true, that statement.
Can we say that there's like there's an esoteric and an exoteric here? So like, let's say there's a fight between two fighters, two boxers, right? But one of them is paid to throw the fight. Nobody's supposed to know it. Only a certain amount of people do know it. And the rest of the people just believe that the fight goes the way it goes. So the objective truth is that X boxer won, but that person really didn't win the fight. They just kind of like are the winner because the other person took a bow out. You know what I mean? So like, right? That's all fucked up now, right?
Well, no, actually, that's very clear. Hold on a second.
I would say you swap them at the end. The objective truth is that he truly, he just bowed out and stuff like that. But the subjective truth of the people that were watching was that person won the fight.
Okay.
Well, actually,
gotcha.
Well, actually, that whole thing was still objective, because if I throw a fight or I lose a fight from either position, whether I intentionally throw the fight, which means I don't get my full 100%, or I don't have the skill or strength to win the fight, in either scenario, the other person wins the fight.
Of course.
So it is still a true statement. So so the objectivity of that is still valid.
But by objectivity, I meant having more information. Having the actual information at the source, basically.
Well, but see, even no matter what you do, though, let's say now you're looking at intentionality. So now, did he intentionally lose the fight, or did he intentionally try to win, and he just didn't have the ability? So then you have to say, is his intention true or false? Was his intention in the midst of this fight to win? And you would say, no, that's still a true or false statement. So no matter what you do, you can't get away from either things are true or things are false.
No, that's what we're talking about.
That's what you're talking about. See, you said someone.
It's the difference objective and subjective truth, right?
Well, okay, objective and subjective. Okay, but all truth is objective, which means my experience is. Well, hold on a second. I'm going to qualify that. I said all truth is objective, which means if I experience something which is a subjective statement, like I like the flavor of chocolate ice cream over vanilla, that's subjective. But my objective, that it's true that I like chocolate ice cream. So it's objective in that sense.
It's not objectively true because you're the subject.
No. Okay. I am an individual. I'm a person. I like something. Either I don't like something or I do like something. If I like it, and I say I like chocolate ice cream, That is a propositional statement about the nature of reality. That statement is true, so it's objective.
It's not objective. You know why? Because you're telling that statement to someone. That person is hearing it subjectively. It's their subjective truth that you've made that statement.
Their experience of it is subjective, but whether I like chocolate ice cream or not is either a true or false statement.
That's your subjective truth, whether you like it or not.
It's what?
It's your subjective truth, whether you like it or not. When you state to someone whether you like it or not, it's now their subjective truth that they've heard that statement.
Now they have to believe you or not on it. Because
none of it is objective.
Yep. Right.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, come on.
Truth is called an opinion. It's not called subjective truth. That's an oxymoron.
No, because you can apply it to facts too.
It's called an opinion. His opinion is the ice cream tastes good.
Okay, but
you can apply it to facts too.
Well, here's the thing. I want to go back to this again, though. It is true that Paul, rags to riches, likes chocolate ice cream. That corresponds to the reality of Paul's existence. Hold on a second. That is a corresponds to reality. Okay. Now, my reality is either true or not true. Either I'm lying and I'm telling you a false statement, or I'm telling you a true statement. The truth is, no matter what, an objective thing.
That's not true. That's your subjective claim right there. So again, it's not about true or false. We agree that it's truth. Okay, you don't have to go to either it's right or wrong, like true or false. No, it's true, but you're claiming it's objective truth when you have never actually verified that. It's subjective because everything that we experience in life is through our own experiences. So anyone that's listening to that statement is viewing it through their own subjective, truth. Like their own subjective lens. You're saying it through your subjective lens. Even if we all agree that we're all subjectively agreeing to something. It's just a very common subjective truth. We'll never broach the point of objectivity unless we have omnisciency and we're God.
Oh, wait a minute. So I can't have an objective position on my own personal experience?
You can't, no.
Not to everyone else.
I can't?
No.
Wait.
Not to everyone else.
So I can,
only to yourself.
No, I'm just talking about myself. I cannot have an objective position about myself. You said no. Why is that? That's my experience, though.
Because you're experiencing it subjectively. You're not experiencing everything in existence all at once.
Okay, I don't know.
You don't know. Like you're not viewing it like. I'll put it in like physical terms. Like imagine looking at something with God's, from a God point of view, like the inertial reference frame, if you will. You see everything, right? You have an objective kind of stance. You don't have that with knowledge or with truth. You only have your position, your subjective experiences, which guide your truth. That's it.
Okay, well, wait a minute, though. I think there's a kind of different disconnect here a little bit. No one can know all truth. No one can see. Go back to what I said initially about definition of truth. Truth is a propositional statement about reality, right? No one can know all propositional truths. Only God can do that.
Yeah.
Only God can know that. So now that being said, I can know hold on a second. I can know propositionally that God. Okay, truth is a statement.
A proposition. You just said it.
Right, it's a propositional statement. Right, DMOC exists. Either he does or he doesn't. If he does exist, then I'm talking to him. If he doesn't exist, then who the hell am I talking to? Okay, that's an objective position. My experience of DMOC is subjective because I may think he's an a-hole, but you may not think he's that. That's a subjective position.
Oh no, he's an a-hole.
I don't get why you're saying propositional. Like, where's the proposition?
Okay, well, I gave an example. I just gave it a perfect. I mean, any statement, a propositional statement, is either a true or false statement.
It's like maybe if or then, as well.
No, you don't have to be if or then. Well, I guess it could be. I mean, it can be an if or then. But I'm just saying, as like I said, DMOC exists, right? That's a propositional statement. That's actually not even if or then. It's just a statement of fact. So either that statement of fact is either true or false.
Yeah, and again, it's true, but is it subjective truth or objective truth? Again, where
it's objective
whether it's
truth.
True or false.
It's objective truth because DMOC either exists or he doesn't.
But he exists. How do you know he exists? Through your own subjective experiences. How do we know he exists? Through our subjective experiences. How does he know he himself exists? Through his subjective experience. It's all subjective truth. Sure, it's all congruent with each other's subjective truths, right?
Okay,
At what
there's a
point,
difference.
how many subjective truths do you need to agree with each other until you have objective truth?
Well, now, see, this is where we're differing in that. See, I don't think truth can be subjective. Our experience of the world is subjective, and I have opinions on the nature of how I think the world is. I can say the sky's red, but is it red? Now this is back to definitions again. But either the sky is red or something else.
Our experience of the world is our truth. Our perception is our reality. Truth is what conforms to reality. So
action and reaction, does that, I mean, what, that's...
For us, mere humans, truth can only be subjective.
No, my experience is an objective reality.
No, it's not, man. That's
Yes,
your
it
subjective
is.
experience is an objective reality.
I think you're confusing the experience
contradictory on its face.
Percentage. I think you're confusing the translation or the interpretation of objective reality with the subjectiveness of it. Reality is whatever reality is. Now, how you interpret the reality, that could be subjective, but that doesn't change
Yes.
what it is. You can look at a rock and you can call it a cow all day long forever, and you can interpret it as a cow for the rest of your life, and that's fine. That's how you've interpreted it, but it won't change. Whatever the rock actually is, the item you're pointing at, and you're saying cow, no matter what you call it, no matter what word you use, no matter how you interpret it, whatever it is, it is.
Okay, how do you know what the rock actually is?
It doesn't matter how you know. Whatever it is,
it does
it is.
actually.
It doesn't matter
if
if you know it or
everyone
not.
views it as a cow,
It doesn't
then
matter.
how do you know what it actually is?
It doesn't matter. None of that matters. Whatever it is, it is. Whether you
Absolutely, I'm not saying
objective
objective truth doesn't exist. I'm saying it exists for God, for an omniscient being. It doesn't exist for us. We only know the subjective truth because we have to experience it in real life, in reality.
It exists. You may not know. You may not know it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If it doesn't
I didn't say it
then
doesn't
can't be
exist.
for
Are you
him
listening
either.
to me?
Nope.
I never said it doesn't exist. I'm saying we don't experience it.
When you come to glean the truth, I was just
Well,
talking
but
about
here, let's talk about
So it does exist.
Yeah,
Well, hold
for
on a second.
God. You'd have to be God.
It has to exist for him to be able to experience it. So it sounded like you were saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah, we are sparks of God.
For you are God. For your own personal whatever, you are that. So for him or for you, whatever that is, that exists for you. And everybody has to agree on that other than you outside of your little own personal Idaho, right? Then you have to meet me or another person, and then now we have to agree on stuff, regardless of what we personally think it is as our own whatever, subjective, objective, it doesn't matter. Hold on.
You were right towards the end there, Demo, but fuck that blasphemy in the beginning. None of us are God.
Shut up, B52s.
Well, I call God the most known unknown, something that nobody really knows what the fuck they're talking about anyway, and they just think
You said God is electricity,
there
Demo.
or something. That, Pete, can anybody finish 3 seconds,
Okay,
man?
sorry, bud. Sorry.
I do like that though, the most known unknown. I like that.
unknown being that everybody knows something is there's something that, like, we're all here, right? In the aspect that we believe we're all here, and if something is the thing, girl, guy, cornbread, it's the most known unknown. Everybody can argue about it till they pass away, and then for generation upon generation until everybody passes away, but
That's hopeless,
it's the most
Demo.
known unknown.
That's hopeless, Demok. You're selling yourself short, bud.
No, that's
He's not
Demok,
actually. He
can
was
you tell me
absolutely right
something
about
that's
that.
truth?
He was absolutely
Demok,
right
can you
about
tell
that.
me something that's truth?
Like, we're all here, right? We all exist, but objectively we might not. This might be a simulation. Y'all might be imagined. I might have like some fucking huge, amazing brain power and processing power, and I'm imagining y'all.
We do exist.
Schizophrenic person, Pete. You tell me.
Demok, I'm only saying the reason I asked you specifically is because
Well,
you
we're gonna
said
get down to
information is God, information is truth, right?
But here, let me. I want to address that simulation theory for a second. My experience. Okay, hold on a second. My experience of the Matrix, if the physical world does not exist in your statement, then you have to say the simulation is a true experience. So that means that statement is objectively true. So whether it's a physical reality, which means we can that's out there, or if it's a simulation, no matter what, either the simulation is true or the physical world is true.
Yeah, but if you're in the simulation, how can you know that it's an objective truth that the simulation exists. You'd have to somehow transcend that. We are not capable of transcending our subjective
It doesn't matter if it's a simulation; it still exists. Because it's a simulation.
Yeah, but you don't know. That's the point. I'm not saying that objective truth doesn't exist. Bob Dole, you keep on getting this confused. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we can't experience it. Okay, someone in the simulation can't say that they're in a simulation because they're in the simulation. Their subjective experiences are
they're in the simulation. They don't have to say that. All they have
we have to because we are limited by our subjective.
Whatever they have, whatever they're living in, no matter how it exists, whether it's a simulation or it's a normal physical reality or it's a billion different, it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever it is, it absolutely does exist, and you're experiencing it. You couldn't experience it if it didn't exist. So it must exist. They don't have to say what it is to know that it absolutely exists because you're here experiencing it.
Just because you're experiencing it doesn't mean it actually exists, bro.
Yes, it does. It can't. You can't experience it if it doesn't actually exist. It's not possible.
What about delusion? What about delusion?
What about delusion? The delusion is real. It's there. It's existing. The thing that's being deluded isn't real in our reality. Just like Mickey Mouse isn't real, but Mickey Mouse does exist on paper. It exists in our universe. It's just not real.
Let's say they're seeing an imaginary Mickey Mouse. Does that imaginary Mickey Mouse actually exist?
Mickey Mouse exists. True. He's not.
I'm not saying Mickey Mouse in a different form. I'm saying in that schizophrenic person's delusion. Does that imaginary Mickey Mouse exist?
Exists? Yes. He's in his thoughts. He exists in the thoughts.
Yeah, and it's an objective experience, an objective experience for the experiencer. For the experiencer, it is.
Has anyone ever seen
for the experiencer? That's subjective. You can't say it's an objective truth if only the experiencer is experiencing it.
Either he's. Hold on a second. Let me ask you. Hold on, D-Mark. He says either he's experiencing something or he's not.
Again, you're taking it to true and false. I don't know why you keep on doing this. He is subjectively experiencing it. That does not make it an objective truth.
Experiencing it how? Sitting as a brain in a vat or actually doing stuff? Are you like
that's a different question.
In a thing of liquid? No, it's the same question. If you don't
it's not a
comprehend
different
what
question.
your reality is and you don't know whether it's real or tangible or not, or whether it's physical or metaphysical, if you're in a brain in a vat in a jar, right, and in like a dream of everything, and this is all a dream and it's metaphysical but physical, so you're experiencing it through electrical currency. So yeah, you're getting something action or reaction is happening. I agree there.
Well, here's the thing though, D-Mark.
You're not that brain in the jar.
Well, see, I'm talking about the experience. No, hold on a second. The experience is either true or false. Either he's experiencing something or he's not. Now, the nature of that experience is another question. Is it something, a pure byproduct of his chemical reactions in his brain? Or is it something in the physical natural world that he's experiencing? That's a different type of question.
Well, what is intelligence? That's the whole question. That's the end of the day question, really. Intelligence in itself, that would be God. That would be whatever. That would be the question. That's the question.
Tell me something that's true,
What is knowing? What is what's intelligence? What's like information? What is it?
We know falsity. We're flat earthers and beyond, and Paul as well. Can you tell me, as close as you've come to garner, reckon what is truth? Something, some point, some instance, some statement. I've come to reckon, as far as this is truth, as far as I can reckon, and knowing that if everyone followed the same thought processes, information inputs, that they would be led to the same truth. Just like we're all flat earthers, right? Like flat earthers, so that's a sort of a leading away from the lie, coming towards a greater truth. What can you say as an individual that this is what I stand by?
Well, when you say the greater point of truth, you just see that truth of what? Truth of what? That's a statement. I mean, you could say that. Okay, so truth of what? What are you talking about?
I got a question for you, Paul.
What you're asking, that's what everybody's asking. What is true to you and I that we can make a statement that no one can contend with? There is no exception to this rule ever. Like, what statement can we make?
Well, let me try asking a more pointed question, if you don't mind, Jeff. So, Paul, let's say I'm colorblind. Okay, I view the world differently than how you view it. Right? It's my objective truth that I view it without color. It's your objective truth that it's with color, right?
Right.
Which one's the objective truth?
Okay, now it just depends on the nature of the question. See, that's back to the nature of the question. Does color exist? Yes. Now, can your experience of that color differ from mine? Yes. Both of those statements can also be true. Okay. Now, why can't you see color and I can? That's a different question.
But they're both
It depends on
objective
the nature of
truths,
the
right?
question. Yes. Yes.
So which one's the objective truth?
There in that specific scenario, I told you it's the nature of the question you're trying to answer. I mean, is it true that you are colorblind? Yes. Is it true that I can see full visible light? Yes. That both those statements can be true at the exact same time.
So there's two objective truths.
Oh, come on.
Yes, it is, because it's your experience of color and my experience of color. Both of those can be true at the same time.
So there could be multiple differing objective truths.
No, okay. Listen.
That's not what
you're just
see how you kind of run into issues when you try to move it away from subjectivity?
That's the interpretation. That's the interpretation. You're interpreting it as one color. Someone else is interpreting it as another color. I think you're missing that part. That's an interpretation.
This is intellectual truth.
But whatever that thing is, it's always that. Whatever it is. Even if you're interpreting it as two different things.
Yeah, but he said your interpretation is the objective truth. That's what I'm nailing him down on. I'm not, again, Bob, you're saying that objective truth exists. I agree with you. Objective truth exists. But it has to be viewed subjectively. Right?
Well, hold on
so the only one that doesn't need to view it subjectively is someone that's omniscient, i.e. God.
Hold on a second, though. You see, here's the thing: we kind of understand at some level what causes color blindness. I don't know. I don't know. Don't give me any specifics because I don't know. But I think they kind of understand the basic idea of that. And it's somehow either how the eye works or how the brain processes the information. Okay, you're processing information, and I don't know if I'd call that an interpretation per se. I would just call it, this is the nature of how the biology is working.
I asked the room a different question. Percentage, you're after bringing it back to sense and sensibilities. This is an intellectual pursuit. Can I ask a question just briefly to show you the level that I'm talking about here? We all agree, right, that we're not on a spinning ball Earth. How many of us would hear say that the truth is that someone in Australia right now is not shitting upside down or shitting up towards us on the other aspect of the ball? We all know that that's the truth. We can't prove it, but we know in our brain, in terms of this further intellectual discovery process, that is not true. So we go along with that. Now, what's the greatest truth you have reckoned within that context? Not about the, again, sense and sensibility conundrum that percentage has given us, which actually appears in Shakespeare as well. The discovery where a man was really blind or not from birth. You yourself as the individual, I'm asking, is either a truth, which Paul, if I'm not mistaken, you put that truth onto God, your idea of God itself. So there is therefore a truth to be reckoned with. As we are children of God, or we have a connection to God, God would not lie to us. The devil would lie to us. So therefore we have an ability to move closer and closer, maybe potentially to God's grace and to the truth. And this is the point. What can you say as an individual that is the truth, or the closest you've come to find out to being the truth? And I would say be very careful how you answer it.
You know, I can say it's true that I experience the world around me. That's a true statement.
But it doesn't mean that you know who made this place or made
Paul,
you.
That's so funny then, Paul, because if you're going to reduce it down to such a bit, all you can do is swear by the last minute, the last moment even, because everything else is a memory. But yet you are a Bible literalist. You believe in all of these differing influences in your mind and your mindset. And I'm not criticizing you for it, but I'm a creator. I hold the Bible as true, but just not in the literal sense, because it's something we can't relate to. It's our story happening right now. But yeah, you know, if that's all you can swear by, you shouldn't be swearing so freely and flolically is an Irish word about something that may have happened 2,000 years ago, especially when we come to flat Earth and we look at historical revisionism, Tartaria, differing history before us. You know what I mean?
But see, here's the thing, though. It's either a true statement. Jesus of Nazareth walked this earth 2,000 years ago. Either that's a true statement or a false statement. Either he died on the cross 2,000 years ago or he didn't. Either he rose from the dead or he didn't. So
James
it's
Randi
verify that.
Oh, James Randi proved that Nazareth didn't exist back
the
then.
historical.
When Jesus was said to be born in Nazareth, the town of Nazareth doesn't exist. James Randi, look it up. James Randi, Nazareth. All you have to do is type in.
Do you verify that? That's the next question. Well, it depends upon how much you want to rely on historical evidence.
Well, my point is, though, I have a different point to make, which is that James Randi is a scientist. He's the best scientist there is in a sense, but there's more going on in my reality than just science. There's science, right, which is conscience. So there's a greater input into all of this. The place we were at is a differing place than what we ever would have thought. And actually, I meant to say it earlier on, only when, this is the point of flat Earth, I think, only when we come to know or to recognize where we are at, or maybe where we're definitely not at, can we come to recognize where who we are and all the other what we are, etc. All the different questions and stem from there, and that's why I think this is the significance of flat Earth in a different context to our whole existence, and then everything else, and all the other W's, where, what, when, why, how, which is you can put a W before that if you want.
So here's part of the problem though too, is that history, when we talk about you have to rely on history. A lot of that history is the Roman history, and that Roman history is part of the problem, in that there's a lot of that's, by their own account, there's 500 years of missing Roman history, on top of the fact that once you get into the whole mud flood Tartaria rabbit hole, much of Roman history becomes nonsense, as does the Greek.
Well, then that comes back to what are you going to trust for your historical data?
My point is, it's a deeper
point,
rabbit hole
I
when
don't.
you get into the flat Earth. That's what I would say.
All stuff.
It's much more confusing.
It's all suspect at this point. Like, how could we trust the historical narrative? Because that same historical narrative is also the same thing that's giving us the Big Bang, and we know all about that.
Right. And I have much to say about that. I've had interactions with Antonio Surratt's, Martin Leakey, who was the main proponent. Remember that? He was getting all the secret information. I have lots to say about that. Ultimately, back to Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, but that's a different story. But I absolutely agree with you. And I say that the best we can ever do is to follow the clues laid down before us, because the truth is known. The truth is known, if not by man, by obviously man's creator, which is God. And I think God has his emissaries here on earth to deliver the truth, because it's all a greater stage, a greater theater for us. It's a video game for us to work our way through. So yes, there's nothing, actually, I'm going to clarify this, please, and thank you for bearing with me. I was going to say there's nothing unique or individual. There's nothing new, as my famous t-shirt to me, nothing new at the top in capital letters, picture of Aristarchus, under Aristarchus at the bottom. That'll be a famous t-shirt in times to come. But yeah, when it comes to our own inimitability, our own individuality, I can write a new song that's never been heard before. I can write a new poem put together that in its cadence and its context, it's never been written before or read before, but all of the individual components, all of the different notes, all of the different variations and letters would have all been in existence. So the best thing we can do is follow the clues and apply our own individual brain. I'm done now. I'm done. Thank you.
Dude,
that was perfect timing.
We're just trying to find out who has the truth, man. Like, serious. Objective truth. And Rags said his immediate, experience, and that's it. But that doesn't mean that he knows that God made it.
Yes, but your objective truth is that on daylight you have
Can
the
I
sun.
respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Well, hey,
nighttime
Rags,
you have the stars. So yeah.
Hey, would you rather go to live chat too? Because we're gonna have Pete interrupting.
I'd like to have the audience hear this. So the audience won't hear it.
If that's take it easy, but okay.
Yeah, hey Pete, can you just kind of let the two of them have a little interaction here without some interjection? Because I think two of them want to go back and forth. If you could for a second, right?
Livestream too. No worries.
What do you mean? Okay, first of all, what do you mean by repeat what you said right to hand? Did you say I don't know what that God created it?
Yeah, you don't know the truth. Nobody does. That's my position. Nobody knows the
Looking for
truth
the
about
source.
anything.
Most known unknown. We're looking for
That's
the source.
not right to
Dude,
hand.
we're gonna have
That's not right to
interruptions,
hand
dude.
that smooth.
There's
And
no way
you'll
we can do this
have
here.
2 minutes back and forth. You see how many people just jumped in? They'll never do it.
Yeah.
You're
Let's
better
just
off
go
going
to let's
live
just go
stream
to
too.
live chat too, man. Real fast. 5 minutes, dude, and you can
I
come
want
back
to,
and have
okay,
it real
my
fun.
goal, is, I mean, that's not my goal if you want to do that, but I do want to get my point out. But if nobody wants to hear it, that's perfectly fine. I'll just stay silent.
I do.
Who
I'll
wants to
just
hear my point?
yeah, I do. I'd like to, two of you go back and forth. I'll just mute everybody who talks.
Okay. The thing is, now, when you say no one knows if God created this, well, the thing is, there is evidence for that. The second law of thermodynamics indicates that this realm or Earth or universe, however you want to describe it, had a beginning, which implies a creator. Information in the DNA implies a creator. So there's all kinds of philosophical arguments that implies a creator. You can't have infinite regress. The law of hold on a second. The law of a contingency. The law of
You're shotgunning me.
what?
So you're trying to you're making your argument multiple different things that I have to respond to. So and you're not letting me to respond to each one. So it's not fair. So if you give me one at a time, I can respond to each. But for me to remember all those, now I got 3 to remember.
Okay, so first argument is the second law of thermodynamics as an indicating that the
Can I
universe
respond to that?
realm had a beginning.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
How do you know that God set up the second law of thermodynamics?
Okay,
Jehovah.
I don't know. I don't. Oh, see, that's a different.
So there we got that one. We got that one handled. Let's go to number 2.
Hold on a second.
I don't know. Let's just go to number 2.
Let him contextualize his answer.
He just said, I don't know.
I know.
What more do you want him to say? You want him to
I mean, see, this is the thing. You're in. Okay, I don't want to go down this road. Either you want to hear a response and have a dialogue, or you just want to be right and get me in a gotcha. Which is it?
Go ahead. Well, I just want to come to the truth, like you.
Okay. The nature of your question, I don't know if it was the God of the Bible at this point. I don't know that. Okay, but the second law indicates that the amount of usable energy in the universe is running out, which means if you rewind the clock, that means there was a starting point. Okay, can the universe start its own clock? I don't think so. It's like, can the clock wind itself? I don't think so. Something outside of creation had to wind the clock. Hold on. Something outside the universe had to wind the clock. Go ahead. Okay,
you alluded to something about energy running out. So now you believe that too? So you pick and choose and cherry pick what you want to believe about mainstream science? I don't believe that. I believe, look, everybody, like all humans, we're all regenerating until the day we die. Great. Now, for them to theorize that time's running, or the universe is expanding and eventually everything's gonna end, and you said so that means that there was a beginning. You're believing the mainstream narrative at this point. Well, actually, and you can't verify none of it.
Hold on a second. That's an assumption you made. Actually, when I kind of generally put that statement across the board, you can actually call it either a realm, a universe, or whatever you want to call it. I said the place that we live in. Hold on. I don't have at this point. I don't have to know what it is. All I have to know is either the second law of thermodynamics is true or not.
Yeah, but there could be other. There could be other ways of thermodynamics to exist. And the whole energy can be created nor be destroyed. How do you know that for a fact? Did I quote the first law or just the second? Hold on a second. Did I quote the first law or did I quote the second law? Which one did I quote? Okay, second law. Sorry, whatever. How do I know that it's true or not? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Because it seems to be our experience every day. Things run out. Energy runs out. That's our experience. I don't have to at this point. Made it. Let's just put it that way. You don't know if Jehovah, somebody made it. I do believe in a creator. I don't believe the God that you know, I don't believe that the God that said he's going to kill every Egyptian firstborn son did it. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but he already said that. To be fair, yeah, he already agreed that he said, I don't know that it's the creator of the Bible or not. It could be Krishna or all of them combined. His point is that there is the creator, right?
Okay, cool. Good deal. So we're moving along now, I guess.
Well, but he already said that.
Like,
he did already.
I already told you my position that we don't know who the creator is.
But see, I think you can know something about the creator from creation itself. If there's information in the DNA, there's two things you can imply from. Hold on a second. If there's information in the DNA, there's two things you can imply from that. Free will, because you can't have intelligence or to be able to choose algorithmically yes or no without intelligence or free will. And obviously you must be very intelligent to be able to make something complex like a living system. So I know one thing about the second thing I can know about the creator is that he is very intelligent and he has free will.
Okay, so you're shocking me again, but let me criticize DNA for a second. Do you know DNA to be a fact?
Do I know DNA to be a fact?
Yes.
I mean, as much as I can know, yes. I mean, where do you get proteins from? How do you get proteins in the system? How do you get hormones?
I'll answer that.
Okay.
It doesn't happen that it's created by DNA because the first people that discovered DNA was Watson and Crick, and they actually stole a photo from, gosh, what's her name? I have it in my notes, but they actually stole this woman's discovery. But what it was is they took a cell. What they did was they radiated it. What other thing did they do? They, gosh, let me see if I can find my notes on DNA. Just give me a second if you don't mind.
Real quick, Hank, you said before, or he said before.
Okay, here it is. I got it. Can I finish? It doesn't matter what I said. I found my notes. So Watson and Crick stole a photo from Rosalind Franklin, the photo 51. If you Google that, that's the first image of DNA. What they found was a twisted up, mangled, dehydrated cell from a thymus of a calf. That's where they first got the whole DNA. So what they did was they subjected it. May I finish?
Yeah. I thought you were finished. You paused.
May I finish?
Go ahead, man.
What you think is DNA is they subjected it to a chemical bath. They subjected it to 62 hours of X-ray before it finally revealed itself. They dehydrated it. They have two images, one of a dehydrated one and one of a hydrated DNA supposed particle. Now you tell me, would you expect to look the same if you put your body through that?
Hello?
Okay, well here's the question. You might let's say I'm gonna give you everything you just said to be true. Okay. But here's the thing, what about the current understanding that they use now through different types of analyzing cells and DNA that they use now through different types of instruments to be able to image
the different assays? The different assays? Are you talking about assays?
I don't know. I that's what I'm saying. I have a limited understanding of exactly the specifics of the DNA and how they get images now.
Would you like 5 more minutes? 5 more minutes, guys.
Hold on. I know.
Guys, 5 more minutes, and we got to.
Or just really quick, because you said before that he's picking and cherry picking mainstream science. That's not necessarily it's not everything that they claim is necessarily false or incorrect.
Exactly.
So
I agree.
Guys,
can pick and
5
choose
more minutes,
things
and we're gonna
lying about. So yeah, wrap
5
it up.
minutes.
I mean, I know you
guys. 5 more minutes, and we're gonna open this back up.
Okay, so I crushed your DNA. I crushed your second law of thermodynamics. What next? What was your other thing?
Let's see. Well, I already said DNA, but he thinks he's debunked me with DNA, but that's a different question.
Okay, well, no, let's go further with DNA. If you wanted to devote it to 5 minutes of DNA, let's go. Go ahead. What do you think you know about DNA? You said you didn't know the process, and you wanted me to explain it. I'll explain it in further detail if you'd like.
Okay. You know, I mean, either the information, I will say this, either the information about what we know about DNA and how we use the DNA to produce proteins and hormones, either that is true or false. If you're saying it's false, then honestly, my argument for DNA falls apart. So if you think it's false, then obviously, no matter what I say, you're going to consider it false.
No, I'm not going to consider it false because I'll tell you why I consider it false. Not just because you said DNA. Now, you can invoke DNA all you want. Just because I don't believe in it because of my research doesn't mean that you should just automatically concede because I'm going to just not believe in it. But I can tell you why I don't believe in it, and maybe it could persuade you if you want to do that.
Well, go for it. I took anatomy in college, and I have seen DNA and through microscopes and stuff like that, and chromosomes and stuff like that. So
you did? Really?
Well, yeah. Either what I've seen is I misunderstood what they communicated or what they did, or it's again.
Did I feel that correctly? You looked at a human cell.
Guys, stop. Can you please let Hank talk? You just stepped over him like 3 times.
He just literally said he's seen DNA through a microscope. What type of microscope was that, dude?
Well, there's electron microscopes. There's all kinds of other.
No, the electron microscope that you used. I don't care how many models there are.
I've seen images from websites that talk about DNA.
Okay, so I can't. You just said you've seen it through your own microscope. So now you're saying you've seen images of DNA.
Okay. This is back
you were in college and you've seen DNA through a microscope, meaning like you've seen it firsthand.
I said I took anatomy in college, and I said I'll be more clear. I saw images of DNA. So, and I know, and I've seen cells in a microscope. So I know cells exist. I know certain things do exist. So either all of biology is false. So this is back to either. Everything about biology is false. Everything we understand about DNA.
No, you don't know. Why are you throwing the baby with the bathwater?
That's what you're doing, right?
No, let's go slow. You said you looked at cells, right? When you look at cells, all you pretty much see is a cell membrane. You see some mitochondria floating around. You see a dome-like nucleus. You can't see what's inside. And then you see a bunch of cytoplasm inside, right? Is that it?
Okay, go ahead.
Great. Okay, but you know what they do with that cell? That sort of gives you a mangled-looking nucleus they call DNA. I'll tell you what they do if you like to analyze the.
Let's say again. I'm going to give you everything you say. If I dehydrate a cat and I see a mangled cat dehydrated with all the water from it, can I get some basic idea and understanding of what the cat is?
No, you just fucking mangled up a cat and you're saying this is DNA.
I'm trying to make a point.
Can I
go ahead?
So you did say that you do believe that there's a creator and that mainstream science doesn't have it right, correct?
Yeah, I did.
I know.
No. I know, Hank. I know you. Who's this other guy? Who is this?
Paul. It's Paul.
Paul. Oh, yeah, that's right. Paul. I'm so sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right, okay. Paul. So I'm the other guy. You said before you do believe that there's a creator.
His name is Smooth.
Right.
Yeah, man. Hey, can I just explain the whole how they extract DNA?
Hold on.
That's not smooth either, Jeremy. It's not.
It's Flat D. Flat D.
Well,
my bad. Flat D.
Good White Light was kind of one of his first names, but he's had many socks.
Oh, right.
Many. I've only had 2 others. Come on, man.
All right. So whatever you
just like DNA before we move on.
All right. So no. Hold on. Really quick. I'm curious. I'm really curious because you said that you do believe that there's a creator, but DNA is not evidence that there's information that there is a creator. So I'm curious now: what is it that you actually that points to the creator in your mind? If it's not whatever mainstream science says and it's not what DNA says, what is it? I'm actually legitimately curious.
Well, wait. So I'm not rejecting that there's not information in DNA. Right, the hand may be doing that, but I'm not. So I don't understand. Re-ask your question because I think it confused.
Okay, look.
That's not.
Okay, look.
No, not you right the hand, not you.
Can I answer this? Look.
No, because he asked me the
call each
question.
other
He's
different
asking it to
names
me.
We'll call
Goodness.
Jeremy something different.
Well,
okay.
Right the hand. Let him. He asked
go?
me the question. Can I answer the question? And if I don't understand the nature of his question, can I not ask him to clarify?
Oh no, I'm asking right the hand, not Paul. I got you.
Sorry.
Right the hand isn't even in this.
Yeah, this
well,
is
whoever the fucking other guy is for the
I'm
past
good,
5 minutes. Whoever that guy is, smooth. Whoever's not smooth,
That
right?
guy.
Right? Whoever's arguing that DNA is, I get it. Okay, I hear you. But you said earlier that you believe that there is a creator. So if so you're arguing that DNA is not evidence for a creator. Okay. What is
I'm just
evidence for
saying
a
the
creator?
process. No, I'm criticizing the process of extracting DNA. That's all, man. I think it's bullshit. Because look, I'll take your hand, I'll cut it off, I'll put it through an enzyme bath to dissolve all the tissue, right, to get to the nucleus. Then I'll macerate it in a blender. I'll stain it with heavy metals, and then I'll expose it to an electron beam for over 62 hours. And you expect anything to look the same?
So if I wanted to take a picture of something that's super hard to take a picture of, and then I need something for the light to, I get an exposure of, I have to do a whole bunch of processes just to make it show up, right? I get it. Like if you want to take a picture of an invisible gas, you got to make it a certain
You're
color.
altering it, dude. It's
No,
no
I get
longer
it. I get
DNA.
I understand.
It's a little bit of metal. It's a little bit of enzyme. It's a little bit of It went through a fucking tornado. Why would you expect something to go through a tornado to look the same? Come on, guys.
Is Paul in?
Hold on.
Is Paul in this guy done though, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Opening it back up. All right.
I felt like you did, Paul. Sorry, it's just like you kind of agreed with him. And then it triggered me to think, what is it that's actually evidence for the creator? If it's not this, what are we arguing for? I mean, I get it.
Yeah,
So let's move on to what's the actual evidence, if that's the meat of it.
Well, good one.
Yeah.
No,
sorry, go.
Well, I wanted to like address each topic separately because he was shotgunning me. So he said second law. He said DNA, and there was the third. You want to go to the third, and then we can cut this off already?
Contingency argument.
So the infinite regress.
Yes.
You want to do that?
You can't have an infinite regress.
You really want to do this one too?
Have at it. If you can prove an infinite regress exists, have at.
Do you want to explain infinite regress for everybody real quick? Because I can do this too, but it's going to take a while.
Okay, everything exists is contingent upon something else. That seems to be our basic experience. But you can't have an infinite regress, which means there has to be an uncontingent being that all things that are contingent is based upon.
Okay, so based off that, it doesn't mean you know exactly who created it. It just means that there has to be a creator. But you don't know if it's Jehovah. You don't know if it's Buddha. You don't know who. You don't know if the leopard god.
We've already
do you want to know? Yes, exactly. So now, do you want the proof of the proof of the Christian God? Either that Jesus rose from the dead or he didn't. If he rose from the dead, then he's the true God, or representing the true God.
How do we have proof of that?
That's back to what I said earlier. You'd have to. How much dependence are you going to depend upon historical evidence? If you don't trust any historical evidence by a certain point, then no matter what I say historically, you're not going to believe it. So it doesn't matter.
Dude, historical evidence, we can't even trust what they did in 1969 in the moon landing. What makes you think you're going to trust something 2,000 years ago that they used as a control mechanism? The Bible.
So just thanks for proving my point. So that's why I didn't want to get into this.
My point that you don't know exactly if it's the Jehovah God that created this.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Did an event back in the 1960s occur, whether it be a faking of the moon landing or a true moon landing? Did that event occur back in the 1960s?
Yeah.
You gave up on the DNA too easy. I would have stuck with that. That's a winner right there.
I know, but I mean,
Let's go. Okay,
ahead.
DNA, me and you, Jeremy. Now let's go.
Hold on a second.
No, go ahead.
I want to respond to that.
I'll smash you, dude.
See, he was
I
actually
didn't
just
even
talking.
scratch the surface.
Okay. The only thing that he attacked was how they dehydrated and whatever they did to supposedly analyze DNA, but there's more methods.
He just invoked DNA.
Okay, never mind. Obviously, you don't want to. Good white. Just why don't you just go ahead and say whatever you want to say and let no one say anything.
I temporarily
You really interrupted. You stepped all over what Paul was saying.
Yeah, I temporarily interrupted it or muted him. Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Okay. There's more than the. Being a geneticist, I don't know all that. So, but he is a true science. Either what's discovered it's true or it's not.
Yeah, you robot. We didn't hear anything you said, dude.
Yeah, you're fully robot.
Okay, I said either. Okay, can you hear? Tell me when you can hear.
Maybe if you drop out and come back in or something.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Yo, it doesn't matter if you can see it or not. Whatever, if it's this little spiral thing or whatever shape it is, obviously something's instructing the cells on how to replicate, how to come together. There's instructions there.
I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
sorry
that's
about
better.
that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm driving.
Okay,
yeah, I mean that's the thing. Proteins are basically tiny machines that are working in the body. There's also proteins that are signals for different types of signaling. The fact that we use the term like translation, transcription, signaling, receiver, transmitter, at some level, all have implications of intelligence. All of it. Because if a protein doesn't fold specific in a certain way, it will not function properly. And there's a sequence that the amino acids have to be lined up for a protein to fold properly.
You're talking about protein and amino acids. This has zero to do with DNA. I can explain why.
It's the information in the DNA. Hold on a second. It's the information encoded in the DNA that tells proteins how to be constructed.
How do you know that for a fact? I just proved to you that DNA is bullshit, and now you're going to tell me there's information in that? I'll tell you where the information is if you'd like. You probably won't believe it, but and mainstream science won't. But it's my understanding that the information is in the water.
Okay. Well, okay. Proof of now that claim is on you. Prove that the information for the production of proteins and hormones and all other molecular machines in the body comes from the water. Have at.
Well, we do know that water holds memory. We do even pop the water and we can manipulate it, or we can take different pictures of it and it'll create different images. After that, that's about the most extent of this mainstream science. That's not even mainstream science. You really don't have much mainstream science on water. Don't you think that's kind of odd? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So you got a claim without evidence. Well, I'm just saying you got a claim without evidence.
Well, isn't it in the Bible?
Memory.
Doesn't Jesus talk about Acts 2:38? We'll take that. Get baptized for the remission of your sins. It talks about a lot about the living water in the Bible, and I don't think it was actual like him. I think it's literally water, dude. Is the actual like savior, because without it we'll die. Obviously, we know that for a fact. I think water is really important, really special, and it does have intelligence.
Okay, again,
They
okay,
talk
that
about water
you've jumped.
in a lot of
Okay,
religions.
okay, hold on a second. See, that's not that doesn't back up your claim, because your claim is that the information that is necessary for the production of proteins and hormones and all the things that are in the human body is from the water. Okay, talking about all that other stuff, which may be true, does not bridge the gap between information in DNA and water. It does not bridge that gap.
Okay. Okay, look. Let me do this then. If I could maybe debunk some of the cell functions that are associated with DNA, would that help? Because that's kind of like what we're doing with the globe Earth. We're saying, okay, we don't have a flat Earth model, but we're going to make sure that we're going to debunk the globe. So I'm kind of doing the same thing here, just a different subject, if you don't mind. Because I still got more.
I got a DNA test for my son. Are you telling me it's bollocks? It came back 99.99999%.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep, 100% bullshit. All DNA science and forensics, it's all fucking guesswork. Yes, it's all bullshit.
I suspected much, man.
That's my claim.
Well, that's one you don't hear too often.
Yeah,
Guys,
I'm
story,
denying
Gio.
DNA.
It's a true story, Gio, and it's plagued me, you know. But I did get a DNA test, especially in the early days. That was back about 2002, let's say, maybe 2003, and it was new technology. And it came back. They took a swab from the inner gum of me, his mom, my son's mom, and my son himself. And the results came back 99.99%, even though I have doubts, and I still have doubts.
You're talking about a paternity
I'll
test?
tell you what. You know what?
At this point,
Hold on, let me respond to Pete. Hold on, Pete. 2 years ago, they were taking swabs of people's noses, and they were doing some sort of they call it reverse transcriptase. It's some bullshit process they call where they're trying to identify RNA, which is bogus as well. And they were doing all these tests and had positive and false positives.
I think there is something to it.
All
though,
this
man,
bullshit too.
How are you just describing bullshit to? Do you have any reason for that, or is it just
but let me just say, I think there's something to it because we can identify blood types, and it will not that it will definitively state anything, but it'll certainly narrow it down. And I do believe they have technology beyond that to be able to narrow it down further. But bullshit, I'm not sure.
Blood type. You said that they swabbed your mouth and they took your saliva, dude. You didn't say anything about blood.
No, they didn't take blood, but I'm talking about pre-DNA test. If there was a paternity issue, a blood test could be taken. At least things could be ruled out. It couldn't be said anything particular. But my own comfort is that everyone says that Stephen looks like me or looked like me, but I'm not sure.
Well, here's a question about that. Don't you think they've actually that would be some level of science, because you can actually prove maternity by actually knowing what the paternity of the children are, and then test it against those that aren't in the family, and be able to determine whether that's true or not? I don't understand why this could not be science. Please explain.
But I've heard Clues Forum have a massive thread on the DNA hoax as well. I didn't want to go near it back then, 2012, 13 or 14, but my son is 20 now. But there are doubts, and if it could be a scam, it could be a scam, Paul, and there's lots of evidence to suggest it is a scam. But to what degree?
Can I go, please?
You know, to what
there
degree?
definitely is deception within genetics, but I wouldn't say it's all bullshit the way that guys.
May I respond to something Paul said about proteins? So, did you know the Human Genome Project? They found 80,000 proteins, but they only found 20,000 genes. Now that's 80. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay. So 80% protein. So are you saying that these proteins they're programmed with this DNA and only 20% are responsible for the program, is what you're saying? How is that happening?
Can I do this for 5? Can I get 5 minutes with them?
Go ahead, bro.
They won't let me, but I'll try anyways. So we know that our body has. Do you deny cells? Cells in our body?
No, I don't. No, we've identified cells.
Okay, cool. So that we have cells in our body, and they have to have some kind of instructions on how to replicate to form a human being, right? Because we start off as a little fetus, and then we grow to be adults.
Yep.
So there's information there. There's information there somewhere within us.
Why do you attribute it to DNA though? What if it's water?
I'm not.
What
I'm
if
not.
water
Forget the
is
DNA. I didn't say DNA. I didn't say DNA. I'm not attributing it to anything. I'm just saying there's information inside of us telling us how to grow, right?
Okay. I agree.
Yeah. Okay, boom. There we go. It doesn't matter if you call it DNA, FRM, or any 3-letter combination you want. The information's there. There you go, Paul.
Fat Russian man. FRM.
It doesn't matter what you call it. It's there.
You want.
So,
Whatever acronym
Paul, you
you
can
want.
take it
I
back.
don't care.
You can take it back over, Paul. Now that we've established that he was quibbling over the DNA thing, but the information's still there, so it doesn't matter. So go ahead, Paul. You got this, bro. You got this, Paul.
Nothing, dude.
Well, good white light.
You got the truth, Paul. You got the truth.
Good white light. You have to admit that you're standing very confidently on your claim that DNA is BS and there's no actual science behind it. And then you threw out the claim about water being what's containing the information that allows for the replication of cells and things like that. But then you provided no real empirical evidence for this claim, even though you're coming at Paul very quickly to basically say, hey, you've got no empirical evidence. This is all complete BS.
You too.
And you
I'm
offered
doing
him
the same thing flat earthers do. Prove me wrong.
Bro, I just smoked you.
You
The
want me to
information's there. I don't care if it's in water or wherever the information comes from. There's information there that had to come from somewhere. There's your creator.
I agree, dude. I agree there's a creator. I just don't know who it is, and I don't subscribe to Jehovah. That's it.
I never said who it is either, but we know Paul was arguing for a creator. You were arguing against him.
He believes in a creator.
So why were you arguing against him?
I believe
Just
in a
argue?
creator. I just don't believe in his creator because he believes in Jesus Christ, and I wanted to have a discussion.
He said at the beginning. He said at the beginning he didn't know if it was Jehovah or whatever.
And then I established that 5 times.
No, but he said if Jesus Christ, it's either a true or false statement that Jesus Christ walked on this earth. Right? So he started attributing his creator or the creator that we all...
Those are the only 2 options, right? Either it's true or it's false.
Okay.
Like, I mean, you can't get out of that, right?
Paul already said that he can only vouch for his immediate reality.
Maybe not.
Well, no, we don't know whether it's true or not, but those are kind of the only 2 options.
Yeah, and that's how Paul phrased it. He said it's either true or not that Jesus Christ walked on the earth. Right?
And then went on to say, I don't know if it's the God of the Bible or whatever.
Exactly.
We're already established this several different times. What are we arguing about?
I can't know.
I think good white light is just finding a way to be able to argue against the God of the Bible, even if somebody doesn't claim it.
Yeah, that's kind of what my motive was, is to exactly argue against the God of the Bible. Yes, because it's my position. I think I stated it very not loudly, but clearly for you guys that none of us know who the creator is. He hasn't came out and told us blatantly.
Man doesn't.
Now we know
this might sound wrong, but I know it's not the God of the Bible.
Right?
Because the creator wouldn't condone, like the thing we talked about the other day, the cutting up of babies and the raping of women and stuff like that, innocent people. So
Yeah, okay.
That's corrupted.
Really
That's a
hold
good
on a second.
point.
Hold on a second. Are you really, really low? Is he low for you guys or just me? Because I can
Just
barely
you,
hear
man.
But
Just you, man.
everything that happens is happening. So, like, whatever you want to deem that, whatever the creator or whatever the most known unknown lets happen, whatever that means, I don't know.
That was profound.
I'm actually inclined to believe that there's so much, we are so just fraud is just everywhere that it wouldn't actively surprise me at this point if, oh yeah, that part of it's fraud too, and it could absolutely be, and there could be something else we don't know, or it's like I don't know. Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, here I want to jump back in on this argument. I came back in. I had to jump out for a second.
We won, Paul. We won.
Okay, that's okay. But I want to make I heard this argument about the God of the Bible and all these atrocities basically in the Bible. Let's think about this through for a second. To say something's morally true or false, you have to know what the moral law is. Okay, first of all, by what standard are you evaluating what's true, morally true, and right?
By the standard that God gives us in the rest of the
if you don't mind, if you don't mind, I can go over some of the laws of Deuteronomy of your God.
Okay, before we go down that road, my first question needs to be answered.
I just answered it. It's the standard that God gives us in the rest of the scripture. The orders that say to kill innocent people go against the rest of the orders that He gives you.
Okay, so basically you're evaluating something that God supposedly done with something supposedly what you think God should be doing.
No, I'm basically running an internal critique on the scripture. So the huge majority of it says to treat innocent people this way, be fair to them, blah blah blah, right? But then you have these orders that say to kill babies.
Yeah,
okay.
like did you know? Hey, did you know?
Hold on a second. Okay, so you're saying, and then again, then the next thing is if something is occurring,
has been either corrupt.
Oh, sorry, percentage you cut out for a
from
long
its original
bit
state,
there.
or was always corrupt.
You keep cutting out. Percentage you keep cutting in and out. We didn't hear the last 20 seconds.
I was basically saying I'm running an internal criticism on the Bible, and the huge majority of the stuff is it says to treat people this like in a kind manner and treat innocent people justly and stuff like that, but these specific orders go against that, so it's contradictory on its face, meaning either the Bible has been made corrupt from its originally pure virgin, or that it's always been corrupt. I hold that it's been made corrupt, that it's been corrupted over time.
Okay, for to be able to make that statement, you'd have to know what the original text looked like to say that it was corrupted. You'd have to be able to prove that.
Again, that's my speculation.
Okay, that's your speculation. Okay, that's fine. But I'm also
But the
trying
first
to
part of what I said, you can't just gloss over. The first part is that
I'm
there's
not,
a contradiction.
Okay, now, just we've talked. You would agree that context matters. Would you agree with that? In anything?
Sure.
Okay. And in any circumstance, is there any circumstance that something could either cause or allow something that would seem to be horrible to occur, but there might be a sufficient moral reason by which that could happen?
Are you saying it's impossible?
Well, I'm asking, is it possible that there could something that would seem horrible or horrific? But
generally, yes. Generally, it's possible. But in a specific instance of cutting up babies in front of their parents, I don't think you can claim that there's good in it.
Okay, and would you agree? For one, usually the one example I give is when Churchill found they broke the code for the Nazis, and they found out that there's this city in I forget where it was going to be bombed, and Churchill and them had to make a decision whether to allow the city to be bombed in order to evacuate the city, which would indicate to the Allies that there could be something was about to happen. And so they know that they broke the code and they would have changed the code, but they were preparing for D-Day, so Churchill allowed that city to be bombed, which means innocent women and children died because of that choice, but because there was a greater good that was in play. So there is, at times, could be a sufficient reason that we don't know or don't understand So if God commanded the killing of innocent children or innocent women at one point in history, which means context matters, right? Then there might be a morally sufficient reason for which God could do that.
Well, we never would have been a war in the
So it's
first
not
place.
just that he killed the babies; it's that he killed them in front of their parents and raped the women.
Right? Okay,
So
whatever.
If you're claiming that there's a greater good, then you'd have to actually show what that is. Otherwise, you're making an argument from ignorance. You're saying I don't know, but I think that it's this.
Well, I mean, the only argument I was making is could there be one? I may not know it yet. I'm not going to argue that I do know it. I don't know it. But if you agree that there could be a reason for which God would do that, and two, do you believe in the scripture that there's a thing called hyperbole? Like, in a football game, we go and say we're going to go kill the other team. Do they really mean kill the other team?
Again, you're making the same argument. Yes, hyperbole exists. But you're making an argument from ignorance, basically like implying that this is hyperbole when you don't know, right?
Well, you'd have to show me a specific instance, and we have to look at the context to see what's going on.
Well, this is the specific instance. It says, that he's mustering his host to destroying Babylon, right? And that he wants the kids to be cut up, the babies to be cut up in front of their parents, and the women to be raped, or women to be ravished is the word. Well, I don't know what the actual word in Hebrew is, but
you'd have to show me. You'd have to show me the text. I mean, I don't know the exact passage.
Weren't you here when we talked about the other day?
No, okay. No, I was not. So you're gonna have to quote this passage, and we'll have to go look at it. So I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But even in that scenario, I mean, I'll take another piece in this too. Can God do whatever He wishes with His creation?
Of course he can, but that's not the point. The point is that the moral compass that we get from the scripture is being contradicted by these specific instances, which go against the rest of the text. That's the point.
Okay.
When was real quick? Can I ask Percentage something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got about 10 Bible passages on loaded, ready to rock and roll to substantiate your position. If you'd like, I can fire them off.
I mean, if other people are cool with that.
Rags, do you want to respond to him before I unload some of these on you guys?
I mean, Paul already made the statement that this is what he chooses to believe. I don't know. I don't understand why we're still going around in circles on this.
Well, to be fair, a lot of Christians believe in the scripture without knowing these particular verses, and it might change their mind about the purity of their text once they read these verses.
Here's some. Deuteronomy 21. Finding a dead slave, you can be forgiven by breaking a heifer's neck. Deuteronomy 21:10. If you find a female war hostage, shave their head, hold them hostage for a month, and after that, you can rape them. If you don't like her, you can set her free, but you can't make her a slave. Deuteronomy 14:9. Anything without fins and scales you can't eat. So clams, oysters, they're unclean. 14:19. Can't eat insects. Deuteronomy 17:3. Can't worship the sun. Let's see. Deuteronomy 18. Can't be a fortune teller or a necromancer. Deuteronomy 19:21. Eye for an eye.
Let me stop you real quick. I mean, a lot of these aren't morally bad. Like the one that I.
No, dude, these are.
If you could get to the good stuff.
Oh, you want the good stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Deuteronomy 18. If you find, you'll be fined 100 shekels for sleeping with a non-virgin, and you can stone her. But get this. Deuteronomy 25:28. 50 shekel fine if you rape a virgin. It's cheaper to rape a virgin than it is to rape a non-virgin. Get that. These are just absurd. How can you take anything in this Bible seriously, let alone base your whole life
Well, first of all, why are you imposing your 21st century morality on something that happened in the first century or beyond that? Why
Oh,
are you
you
doing that?
can't rationalize that, dude. At one
Why
point,
can't I?
this was followed by.
Right. So in their moral framework in that time period, in that culture, probably a lot of these laws and these things that are happening were pretty much morally acceptable, right?
Hey, there is.
Yeah, White Light, I
Wait, to
appreciate that you
piggyback on
disagree with
that,
some of these
there is
rulings,
a
but
whole
they don't
country
really.
that still follows these laws. You know that, right?
Hold on, let me say, I appreciate that you don't agree with these rulings, but they don't really. They're not really what I'm getting at, wherein they're blatant contradictions to the scripture, to the general, to all the other rulings, basically, to the the rest of the
stuff
scripture.
like that. When they wanted a Palestine foreskin for marriage and stuff, what are you talking about? The Bible stuff? What are you talking about?
What?
In the Bible, Saul or Paul, whoever, they had a daughter, and they were like, "You can marry my daughter, but if you bring me 200 Palestinian foreskins or some shit."
Well, that's weird too. I didn't even know about that one.
Yeah, and the Palestinians
What the
were the
fuck?
giants, the ones who grabbed Pihash, Pikash, whatever their names are. I mean, there's so many stories and versions of all kinds of stuff. I might be, but for the most part, the Ark of the Covenant was grabbed by the giants, and the giants were the Palestinian dudes. And when they took off, those I'm just
Philistines,
pointing out
dude.
their
Come on,
bloodline,
not
right?
Palestinian.
Yeah.
Philistines,
Yeah.
dude.
Philistine. Okay, Philistine. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay.
I was
want to say it right.
confused.
No, thank you. Now, hold on. There's all kinds. I told you there's so many. So, the Philistines, right? So, they wanted Philistine foreskins, right? The same dudes that ran away with the Ark of the Covenant. And how do you tell a Philistine foreskin from another man? Because they were giants.
Philistines had big dicks. Now you know.
Giant dick.
Yes, they were like, "Give me the big
Giving
ones.
me
We don't want the
volcanoes.
little ones." And they cook stuff up to this day. There's wherever you can that stuff you can order it and eat it. But I think that's a pretty
foreskin
weird thing in the
recipes?
Bible.
Hey, let's
Yes,
let
Yes.
Rags respond to some of this, because he said this is something they did in the first century or something, but they're still doing it. It's even worse with their.
Why would you
Wait a
demand
minute.
and how would you know? How would
How
you
they still
know
doing that
someone
today?
else's foreskin from another group? When you say, "Hey, guy, I want 20 Cuban or cornbread or whatever I don't know, just say an example of people, and you say that type of people. How do you know at the end of the day that's that people's foreskin?
Well,
You
we'll let
don't.
you check all
They
the
take
dicks
it
to
on
make
faith.
sure.
They give you the benefit of the doubt. They work on the honor system.
No, you taste them, of course.
Yeah, we'll let you check all the dicks.
What's up, Ed? Welcome to Flat Earth, bud.
Right. Shit. Don't put it on me. I didn't write that Bible.
Sounds like Ed and Deadlock check them all.
It sounds like Ed
You're
was
in
saying
charge
that
of
you
checking
need
all
to
the.
employ. Sounds like Ed is saying that you need to employ a premium dick sucker.
Ed's gonna give it the taste test, apparently.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do?
Go over to Gems and see who's up for it.
Are you gonna do some DNA test in 2,000 years ago? No, that's not gonna happen.
I don't know, but this conversation is way off the rails.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
I'm going to say at the very start of it, let's just move away from this conversation. I'm so glad we stuck with it.
Some Philistines started talking about dicks, man.
So, Paul, we won the information thing with the creator. We won that. You weren't here.
Sorry about that. I'm working. So.
What else you guys got? Geo, real quick, Geo. Remember the moon landing conspiracies, and they said they were about 100-something thousand miles away from Earth, and they were supposed to be faking being closer to the Earth and something with the window. What do you remember seeing exactly?
You're talking about that
You know what I'm
Bart
talking about?
Yeah, the Bart Brawl footage thing.
Yeah. What do you remember seeing in that footage? Like, what did you see?
It's like some guys in the capsule, and they're putting some kind of a piece of paper over the window.
Did you actually see guys putting some kind of paper or whatever over the window?
It's been years since I've seen that. I'd have to see it again.
Yo, we all got Mandela affected. Me and Jin remember seeing him put an acetate or some kind of transparent earth thing in there. Other people remember them just putting, a piece of cardboard or paper to make the shape look right.
Yeah,
we went back and watched it. We went back and watched it, and I couldn't find the guys actually with the acetate thing or putting the cardboard in it. Like, it didn't really show either one of those.
Yeah, they've clearly changed it.
They changed it. We got Mandela affected, maybe.
This might be why the Mandela effect is a thing, right?
So they could fix their mistakes?
Well, just so they can keep honing the bullshit.
Well, that whole thing, I mean, I know Jeranism has a theory on that because basically the claim is, I mean, who knows really, like, what, but like that Bart Sobral was like asking NASA for, some old reels of moon footage stuff. And I think Jeranism, I don't want to totally put words in his mouth, but I remember what he was saying is that he had a speculation or a theory that maybe NASA purposefully gave him that footage, knowing that he was like a moon hoax researcher guy, purposefully gave it to him in order to kind of throw him off, because I guess it kind of, the idea is that it still reinforces that space exists, and it reinforces that you can go up there in some kind of capsule and then look at the Earth as a globe.
I used that. I used that one earlier. I was like, yo, that they're just, who gives a fuck if they think, here's one more piece for the moon landing conspiracy theorists. Let's at least keep this orbit outer space thing intact.
Also, the timing.
That's a good one.
The timing is interesting. 2001. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, because
here's another one.
What, did NASA really just give some classified shit by mistake? Very unlikely. Plus, I don't even think it showed much. I remember that footage. I mean, I don't remember any acetate anything. There were just some dudes in a capsule. It was pretty hard to see. It wasn't very clear. Because I remember, in my opinion, his claim that they were like putting a stencil around the window to get a shot that looked like the Earth from far away. It didn't even seem like that's what it was to me. Like, even his claim seemed pretty weak. It did seem like some guys in a capsule fiddling with something on a window. And I guess you could, make that leap. But I'm just saying, to me, it even felt like a leap for him to claim that they were like actually close to the Earth and then, trying to fake it as if it was far away. I don't think that's how NASA fakes their globes. They don't go up there and necessarily put a stencil around a window. I mean, they use a lot of other techniques, but I mean, they probably do use composites from high altitude footage, but they wouldn't actually be in some space thing doing that. So, yeah, that all seemed kind of weird to me. Even his claim of it.
Have you guys ever saw like the black paper? Like, is that what we're talking about right now? Like, because I put one of the things in there for what I saw. They were playing around doing all kinds of goopy stuff, but it was so hazy. Like you said, like there was smoke, or like a black, like I don't know, like a haze. But from one time I saw when I was younger, it looked like they had like a black piece of paper, like felt paper or something. And then another time it looked like they, or whatever you guys talking about. Like, what are you talking about? A clear material or something like that? Because I heard they had like a black piece of paper with like a circle through it.
Yeah, there was like some astronaut-looking dudes in a capsule, and they had some kind of paper thing that they were putting up against the window. That's all you could really tell.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It was that what happened on the way to the moon or whatever that Bart Sobral talked about. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that was very compelling. Even his claim of it, like when I was looking into all the moon landing hoax stuff, like that was for me amongst one of the more weaker pieces of evidence. But he hyped it up and tried to make it like it was this huge big deal.
See, I remember seeing something different. I remember seeing they had this transparent piece of paper with Earth on it, a globe Earth, and they were putting that in front of the window. And that's what I remember. That's what Jin remembered seeing too. So I don't know.
Just go look at the footage. It's still out there. The documentary.
We went and looked at it, and we couldn't see either one of those things. We couldn't see the thing you're saying you remember, or the thing I remember.
Yeah, it was.
We did this for like an hour this morning.
All right, then
we did this for like an hour this morning, and we couldn't. Go ahead, Demok.
Then what did you see?
I'm trying to help you out.
Yeah, I know.
Did the film start with just Buzz like Aldrin showing like the paper or the film that you're talking about? It mainly was like him mainly the main point of view, right? And then him showing the window, and then we see Earth, right? Is that the one you're talking about?
All right, what'd you say, Gio?
No, I said if it wasn't one of those things, then what did you see when you looked at the footage today?
We saw the shape of the window was weird. You know, you could see Earth through the window, and sometimes at first it was like this weird oblate shape. And then we saw, you know, they tried to change the shape of it. You know, they looked a little bit later, it was like a sphere shape. We saw some people in between the camera and the porthole window. Like, I never actually saw anyone. It was never clear if you could actually see anyone putting anything over the window or not.
The main point of that
was his claim. I don't even really remember seeing anyone put anything over the window. I remember them showing the window with some kind of thing that was like half covering up the Earth. I'm actually looking at it now. I just opened it up. I'm skimming through it.
They supposedly showed some like black paper or black something, and they said they used that to like block out light or something, and then they put it up to the window. Some shit supposedly. But I think it was the main point of it was just to show Buzz Aldrin, because he never got to be the one that made the first step for man, the giant leap for mankind. He never got to do that, so he's always been a pussbag because of that. So they had to give him a debut, and his debut was 1972, the Blue Marble.
Yeah, that's just not correct at all, dude. Buzz went the first year, 69, dude. He wasn't even involved in the 72 one.
Well, who's in the thing in the one that they're showing then? Why is Buzz Aldrin in the thing? What do you mean?
So, besides that, I think that one's been edited or something. I don't know. That ain't the same shit I remember seeing. I remember distinctly seeing the thing Jen remembered with the acetate, or you know how you're in school and they got this like transparent sheet with some words on it, and they set it on a table that's bright, and then it projects it onto the board. They had something like that. I remember seeing they had something like that with some kind of, you know, globe Earth shaped thing on it, and then they put that in front of a window. That's what Jin remembers also. But also, were you here last night for the whole pulse brightness, absolute brightness, distance to the star thing? You ever heard that before, Gio?
Say it again.
Remember last night the Kosho was trying to tell me how they got the distance to stars? And they said it was from
standard
candle. Yeah, you ever hear that before about distance to stars?
Yeah.
Yeah. Never heard that before.
Standard candle is the way that they claim to measure it.
Yeah, I never heard him use that one before.
Video. Sorry, not 72.
You never heard of a standard candle?
No, I've never heard him use it to claim that's how they got the distance. No. And the way the way Kosho was described. Did you hear me and Kosho going through it last night?
I think I heard part of it. Yeah. Yeah, I was listening, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you get a pulse and you get an apparent brightness. And because that ratio is always the same with every supernova, that means you get the absolute brightness and the distance from that. It don't even make sense. Does that make sense to you? Because I might be missing something. Like, I don't see how you get a blinking light in the sky and an apparent brightness of it, and then get a distance out of that. Like, that shit don't even register. Just because the ratio is always the same between the pulse and the brightness that you see it at. So what? I don't know. That's elite.
Refraction. They ain't
Oh,
got
it
no
was something
distance for
about.
shit.
It was something about what I can remember assuming some standard that to get the magnitude you're gonna assume like something about 10 parsecs and but that's like a distance that's just let me look this shit up. I don't know.
10 parsecs is like 30 light years.
Yeah, well that's a standard that I mean it looks
In the air, where do you measure it at? Just like in the space between, like the space between hope and love and hate. Like, where do you measure
Parsec
it?
is
Like,
not a parsec is not a fixed distance. It's like the distance between two bodies, like at whatever particular time of orbit that they are from each other, so that a parsec, I think, is
Bro, parsec's like 3 point something light years.
it varies.
from where when the object's moving? Where's your baseline?
so it says right here let's see what it says. Let me post it first. Where am I? What are we in Livestream 1? So
Right.
it
While you're
says
posting,
that
what?
yeah, I'm ready. However, the brightness of a star depends on its composition and how far it is from the planet. Okay, so the brightness or our interpretation of brightness depends on its composition, which we don't know, and how far it is from the planet. Astronomers define star brightness in terms of apparent magnitude, how bright the star appears from Earth, and absolute magnitude, how bright the star appears at a standard distance of 32.6 light years or 10 parsecs.
This shit don't add up.
There's no baseline. If Earth's spinning and moving and wobbling and tilting, and then the galaxy and everything, and the sun and the moon and all the and everything's just going, all the planet, and like everything's moving. I don't understand how they can judge anything's distance anywhere.
But yeah, Jeremy, that is how they claim to do it. They use what they call a standard candle, which is like the luminosity and the flicker rate, and then they link that to an astronomical unit. So once they link that to an astronomical unit, which of course was originally based on an assumption to the distance to Venus, so it's just assumption built on assumption. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, they're using the twinkle basically in the luminosity to then link that to an astronomical unit to then claim a distance.
Yeah, I didn't get the jump between just because the ratio of the pulse or the blink or whatever to the apparent magnitude, just because that ratio is always the same. How does that give you a distance now or an absolute magnitude? Like that shit don't even.
They're doing it with math.
It don't even make sense.
Right, they're not doing it with common sense. They're doing it with numbers. So 10, whatever, you add this, you take this to the fourth power, this times 5, you get your answer. It doesn't really need to make sense, does it?
Yeah, it definitely is calculated. It says right here, the brightness of an object can be expressed in terms of its absolute magnitude. The quantity is derived from the logarithm of its luminosity as seen from a distance of 10 parsecs. The apparent magnitude, the magnitude as seen by the observer, an instrument called a bolometer is used, can be measured and used with the absolute magnitude to calculate the distance of d to the object in parsecs as follows. 5 times log 10 d equals m minus m plus 5. Yeah, so they're doing just a calculation to.
They would have been better off trying to run with some parallax or something.
Well, they claim to use parallax as well with standard candles.
Yeah, there's so many assumptions in that though.
Like I told you yesterday, Jeremy, parallax is limited.
Yeah, I know. That's why they use this. That's why they use this other bullshit method of standard candles and blink rate ratios and nonsense.
Yeah, but I mean, the most accurate way to use right now is just spectroscopy or You know, stellar parallax, basically spectroscopic parallax.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
no
the
one really
best
uses
way to
standard
do it.
candles and parallax anymore. Yeah, like standard candles and parallax, that's some outdated shit, bro. That's like shit
Oh, well,
you
that's what
do.
Kosho was saying. That's the best. Kosho last night was saying that's the best way.
Nah, bro, that shit you do in the science class at school, you know,
I don't know, man.
using
Kosho's
square laws and
no.
how the intensity of light decreases as it moves away from the light source. Like, we don't really use that stuff, bro. We just rely on
I don't know.
spectroscopy.
I don't know, man. Kosho's top 10 Glober, and he's sitting there telling me that's how they do it. And I don't. You're like kind of
I
borderline
think
globe
what
liability.
was trying to do, Jeremy, was to give you a way that you could do it at home. Because obviously you don't own a
No,
spectroscope. You can't afford
that's
one.
not.
Of
But
light,
That's not
from
what
nobody
home,
Kosho
do
was
that.
doing.
oh, come on, man. Don't interrupt me, guys.
Because
Jeremy
you
and
say
Demar.
spectrums
Like,
of
you
light.
guys are working at the tag team. I thought you guys didn't like
No, we
each
ain't
other. Come
working
on.
as a tag team. I've been specifically not responding to anything Democ
But
says
you
in
guys
hopes that he would
are
stop
interrupting
talking.
me at the same time. I don't get it.
All right, but that's not what Kosho was doing. We weren't talking about how I could do it at home. All right. Anyways, go ahead.
I think that's what Coach was trying to do.
No, Kosho definitely. I mean, they still use standard candles, Nate. Now they might claim they have more quote unquote advanced methods now, but
Who
I mean,
uses standard candles too?
well, if you look at the Wikipedia for cosmic distance ladder, which they call extragalactic distance scale, which is kind of how they claim it's sort of this whole field of measuring distance in space. And it says right here, several methods rely on standard candle, which is an astronomical object that has unknown luminosity. So, I mean, they're describing how they use standard candles right in this thing. Now, they might have other methods as well, but they definitely, still a method they claim to use.
And Kosho was telling us that was the best method to this day to use.
Yeah, I mean, these things are limited. Standard candles, parallax, they only work up until a certain distance, because you start reaching distances where it's just impossible to really tell how far a star is just based on its luminosity. Because a star could be really far away, but it's really big, so it shines brighter than the star that's closer, but much smaller.
What's the limited distance? 10,000 parsecs?
Oh, come on, man. I'm going to just stop. Go ahead.
What's the limited distance? 10,000 parsecs?
Parsec's not a fixed. Just say light years, because parsecs is, it's not a fixed distance.
Are you sure? Because it says
can
parsec
define
is
it.
3 point.
Right, you can define that.
3 light years, 3 point
Okay,
something.
right. I guess what I'm trying to understand about it too is like, so let's say like from me to Chicago is 300 miles or something like that. That's fine, but we're talking about orbits around a theoretical solar body or whatever. So at certain time of the year, that elliptical orbit will be further away from the sun point than it would be at other times of the year. So that's still a parsec.
Yes,
but it will vary because it's a.
Yeah,
So what I'm saying is like it would be like trying to say like for me to Chicago is this far. However, Chicago is moving constantly, and I'm moving from it constantly. So that there are times in the year where it will be shorter distance from me to Chicago or longer distance. That's what I understand about how parsec is used.
Yo, my bad, Nate. You could jump back in, bro. I was clipping you a little bit. My bad. We were just having a little back and forth. I didn't think it was that serious.
Well, you should pay attention to what was just said. Did you hear what was just said, Jeremy, or did you just miss all that?
I heard him, and then I look up on Google on how far a parsec is, and they say 3 light years. So who do I believe? I don't know.
3 light years from where to where? What does that even mean? From where, Jeremy?
The distance.
Jeremy, I just posted
moving
2 methods.
object in orbit around other stuff, moving and spinning 4 directions. Now, do you think that's not a moving thing going back and forth and back and like being in a different place at a different time? That's what he's trying to tell you. Now you're acting like you don't understand anything. He clearly broke it down for you. The object is always moving. You don't have a set parsec point. They're going to give you a equivalent of a math equation that says that you're 3 years, but it's not exactly right. He's just trying to break it down for you. Now do you get it?
I heard what he said. I don't need you to recap everything everyone says.
Do you comprehend? Yes or no is all I asked you. I don't need you to say all that.
All right. I don't need everything anyone says to me to
Yes
get
or
repeated by
no?
you. Thanks. Thanks, Demok.
So you don't comprehend.
I'm not engaging with you. You're foolish, and
You're not
I don't.
comprehending. You're not engaging with anybody. Every time somebody talks, you act
No, I'm
like
just
you
not
don't hear
engaging
what
with
they
you.
said, like you're the only one here. Jeremy's is the only sentence that matters when it didn't even make any sense. Half the things you say don't make any sense. He's trying to break it
All
down
right.
for you. When everybody
I
breaks it
heard.
down for you, you act like you don't comprehend not a fucking thing anybody says, like you're 3 years old or something. That to me is weird.
Guy who told me it's 3 light years, not a constant thing. I heard what you said, and Google says it's 3 point whatever light years. Now I don't know who to believe. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some more looking into it. Okay, is everyone happy now? Can we move on?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Demok. Get annoying.
So, Jeremy, I just posted 3 wikis you could look into, which explain the different type of techniques used depending on how far away the star is that you're looking at. When it comes to things really far away, we tend to rely on the Thule-Fisher relationship and Hubble's law. Things closer, we look at Cepheid, main sequence time and parallax. Things really close, we just use radar ranging or radio bouncing.
We're talking
And how
about
far away.
aggregate distances. We're talking about the magnitude of these things
Eli, your
and all
mic's
that.
crazy muffled, Eli.
My bad. But right here, we're not talking about just the magnitude of the star, because actually what they use for standard, where the parsecs or the light years come in, is when it's in a specific position along that orbit. That's when it's its most brightest. That's the absolute magnitude that they judge against whatever brightness it is at any other time. So it's not an average or anything. The absolute magnitude would be a fixed position, I think, based on what I'm reading.
Kind of like a mean line. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Well, you can't see the absolute brightness, or they can't see that. That's something they're mathematically calculating because the ratio from the apparent brightness and the blink rate ratio. Like they're not getting this.
They're converting the candle rate, Jeremy, to a space rate. Remember what Geo said? They take that and they derive whatever the candle rate is, like we have on Earth, like a certain distance that they do have. They go from a distance they do have, and then they take a calculation from that, and then they derive their next calculation by just adding it all in. It's all an assumption.
But Denmark, it's a code. It's a code that needs to be broken, is what we have to do. Anyone here realize that all the stars are formulated in circular patterns? Yeah.
Yeah, Pete, we were talking about the distance, their claimed distance, the way that they establish or claim to establish distances with astronomical units and luminosity and spectroscopy, and how they build this whole physical story out of the star field.
Yeah, Nate, I can't look. Nate, I can't look at that thing you posted in. Go ahead, Demok.
Well, why can't you look at it?
I can't look at it right now. I'm at work. I'll go through it with you in audio, but I'm honestly never gonna have time to look at that.
I'll just DM it to you. You can look at it later when you got time.
Bro, I'll go through it with you live one day. Like I'm never gonna have time to go through that shit.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
So Nate, what is the reasoning? What is your reasoning as to why you believe that they're measuring distances to these lights in the sky?
Because I've performed some of these techniques myself, Jim.
Nice one.
You should try it out, man.
So how did you walk us through?
But that sounds like arguing from a. Wait a minute. The distance is already presupposed.
Gio and I were like talking.
Yeah, he's done some of these things himself. Walk us through it, bud, please.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking Gio, why? Because you would want to say that we're concerned with the distance. I mean, it's crazy, fam. Like I don't know how many millions of times Kosho says that getting distance is one way or one thing you can do with the equation if you flip it. But that's not primarily why we're talking about magnitudes of stars, which already assume distances. So we're not talking about how they derive the distance using the magnitude or and plus we were never talking about that. So why do every time like it just why are y'all concerned with
Hey,
distance instead of
Eli,
saying
can you
actually the distance is already
hear?
assumed and why is that?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Elijah, but
Okay.
I would like to hear Gio's response.
Exactly. He doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about the
Yeah.
weaker
Could
version
you
of
let
what we want to talk
Gio
about.
respond though? Because Gio was trying to respond
You
and you
measure
just
the distance to a star. How
dogpiled
do you measure a
shit all
distance to
over
a
it.
star, bud? How you do
No,
that?
dude,
You
I think
don't like that was never the
Oh, never
conversation.
mind.
How you measure the distance to the
Gio, we
star.
can
That was
talk
Yeah, but he
about
never
it
said
the
later.
he's done it
question.
himself, Eloy. So let him walk us through it.
Oh man, but this is off of the back of of something that comes before that. Like
Well,
it's
he's
like
done
we
it
just
himself.
walked
That's
straight
his claim.
past.
Let him walk us through it. Come on.
No, that's what I'm saying is what you're trying to talk about is what you're being programmed to talk about when the
He
conversation
said
was
he's done it
actually
himself.
about
Have you
something
done it
else.
yourself? Worked out the distance to a
No,
star. Let
you
him
walk
walk
us
through the
through it, Elijah.
procedure, the
Not yeah,
methodology, and let us
Pete.
get to a
Hold
point.
on. You
I keep saying it's not about the distance to the stars, and he's like, "Well, he said he could tell us about the distance to the stars." Well,
Well,
are we
let
having
us
a
just see
different
what he has to say,
conversation
how
then?
he calculated it, what he incorporated to get the actual result. Let's hear that.
Man, I
No one
thought
was
this was all
talking
about the
about that.
distance to the stars. I
Nah, I
thought this
kept
was about
fucking
the
telling you
distance to the
that
stars.
last night, Jeremy. That's why Kosha kept telling you what he kept telling you, and I kept saying, I'm trying to argue one point, Jeremy, and this happens a fucking lot. You drag it to this other position that's like secondary or third in the chain of
Tertiary,
command.
yeah,
And
tertiary.
I'm
Well,
like,
what's it about,
fam,
then,
what the
Eli?
fuck are you doing? Not about the
All right, what's
distance
it
because the
about?
distance is already not about the distance because the distance is already presupposed.
But let's see how he would
So
look at a
what's it
star,
about then?
calculate
Because
the
Hold on,
distance to
Pete.
we
it.
were talking about the Doppler effect and how it's either the universe expanding or about a speed. But then we found out, well, actually, they're both kind of convoluted because as we're seeing, you kind of can't separate the two because of magnitude. So that's why
Okay,
distance came into play.
okay, but
I
we
mean,
have an authority here.
the conversation is kind of fluid. Like the conversation is kind of fluid. Like it just goes from one thing to the next, like organically, and I don't know.
We have a guy here who says he measures the distance to stars on a regular basis. Can he just walk us through the procedure and let's see if there's any problems with it, if you don't
Yeah, we'll
mind?
tear that shit apart. What are you worried about, Eli? Let's do this.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hear it though. Let's hear it between Nathan
Yeah, let's
and
create a working flat Earth model.
here we go again.
What'd you
Just
say?
disruption. This is hardly worth time anymore, Gio. I swear to you, it's hardly worth time.
I was getting a call. What you say?
I said, I mean, this conversation is just fluid. Like, yeah, we were on that expansion of the universe thing, but then it moved on to
No.
how far are the stars. Like, let's let Nate
Yes,
walk us through that shit.
Whatever.
We'll tear it to pieces in like
yes.
5
Let him
minutes,
walk.
probably.
We won't necessarily tear it to shits, but let us hear it, Nate, please, if you don't mind. If I point you out
Well,
to a
speak for
star, how would
yourself,
you
Pete.
go
I'm gonna
about
tear that shit
calculating the
apart.
distance to it? As you say, you do it every day. Please continue.
Woo!
The Earth is turkey
Nate knows I'll
bacon.
tear that shit. Nate knows I'll tear that shit to pieces. Reese's
Yeah,
Pieces.
I don't see how we're
I
using like we're never going to get like any true format of anything like that for that. So because we don't even understand spectroscopy on a scale of fucking like we have forensic spectroscopy, right? So if a murder happens, right, they have spectroscopy for like they'll burn
Yeah,
logs, they'll do
that's
shit
when
with
they use
light,
it in
right?
murders.
That's right.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
Exactly.
that's when they use
That's
it for murders.
tangible, up close, personal shit right here, close
Fuck.
stuff.
okay.
Now, when you talk about spectroscopy or spectroscopy for the stars, and I have a rainbow, and you're talking about color and different lights.
Can we hear
right?
what he has to say, for goodness sake,
Spectrums of
Odell?
light. Hold on, I'm asking him the question. This is to
You
him.
finish,
Now be
Pete.
quiet. Now this is about spectroscopy. I'm asking Nate, or what I don't know what his other name is, about spectroscopy, right? Because we have a rainbow, and then this rainbow is just a medium that we have here, whatever you want to declare that, and it's got all those colors. So now, what is spectroscopy outside of this medium going to do for anybody? Like, what is that really doing for you?
He's not going to answer.
Oh, God.
All right. So I think Nate had said that he personally has used methods to discover the distance of stars. Is that what
Right.
he said?
Let's hear them.
I thought,
Demok,
he was
ask
gonna...
your questions later. Nathan, if you don't mind answering that, how on a daily basis or regular basis you calculate? If I pointed you out to a star, how would you go about measuring the distance to it? Don't mind.
It depends what star you pointing at, but I think stars we can see in the night sky. You could use something simple like parallax. You could bounce. Yeah, you could use parallax or stellar parallax or spectroscopic parallax.
Yeah, but how did you particularly do it? Because you said you do it on a regular basis. How
I did it using how do you say this? Spectroscopic parallax.
Spectroscopic.
Bro, are you sure?
Feel spectrospeeding.
Spectroscopic.
Okay, but do you want? Okay, so you're here on Earth. You have a star in view. You're looking at it, and you're gauging it at a later time, right? What are the assumptions you have to make, or what process do you go to be able to detail that particular star is, let's just say, for the sake of it, 23 light years away?
You just need to obtain the star's spectral type.
No, but wait. So can you tell us how we know the distance to stars without any assumptions? Yes or no?
Without assumptions, there's a limit to which you can actually perform a direct measurement. Beyond that limit, you do have to put in some sort of assumptions.
Okay, what assumption do you have to use for parallax? Do you know?
I mean, parallax is a direct measurement. You're not assuming anything. With
Okay,
parallax.
what assumption do you have to use for
parallax?
what assumption do you have?
Beyond the
Let me restate the question.
Oh,
what
come on, bro.
assumption,
Come on, you can't ask the question. I try to answer it, and then
what
you just cut
assumption, if any, do you have to use for stellar parallax?
What if any?
Yes.
What if any?
That's a begging the question.
Assumptions do you
Yes.
have to use?
It's a good question.
Well, it's either no assumptions or we have to make assumptions. Which one
All
is
the
it?
stars move in unison. Nate, you remember that?
Yo, Piche.
Stellar parallax
Specifically, stellar parallax.
Yes, so Nate, what you said that you can't be done without assumptions, Nate. So what would you say is an assumption or a couple of assumptions?
Stellar parallax. Don't let him equivocate between parallax and stellar parallax. What assumption, if any, does stellar parallax use?
Stellar parallax, as I said, because you wouldn't listen, so I'll say it again, is a direct measurement. It doesn't rely on assumptions.
How can you do that? You can't do that.
Yo, that's crazy. You want to run through it? I'll show you where the assumption is.
Yeah, go for it.
Assumptions, you're on the globe Earth.
All right, let's go. What are we doing? We're about to do some stellar parallax. Let's go.
It's just parallax
Step
for stars.
Step one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, what is it? I don't know. I don't know jack shit about stellar parallax. Let's go.
What do you mean? Do you know about parallax?
We're about to do.
Do you know how parallax works, Jeremy? Yo, hang on. Before we even move forward, do you know how parallax?
I know parallax.
Well, he was just talking about parsecs.
Yeah, so stellar parallax is the same as parallax, but you're doing it for a star. Parallax, we normally tend to do it for planets or the sun. Stellar parallax is just when you're looking at things beyond our solar system.
Right.
Which tends to be other
Nate, can you take us?
They won't let me run. They'll never.
Jeremy, listen, Nate. Jeremy
run through it with you.
Holy shit!
So maybe another time, Nate. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Up for you, man. I'm trying to
Another time, Jeremy. Another time. This is ridiculous.
Jeremy's asking you to take him through the steps one by one.
Yeah, let's go. One by one. Step one. What are we gonna do?
Do you know how parallax works?
Now go on mute. Jeremy and Nate.
Bro, we're about to do this parallax thing for the stars. What do we do?
But
Step
he's
one.
not in order to do it.
Just take
He's
a
not
parallax
going
measurement.
No, you don't make a parallax
They won't.
measurement
Another time, Nate.
because
Nate, another time.
Yeah, another
Some
time.
other time, bro.
I really give up now.
Yeah, another time, guys. Another time. It's not meant
Why
to
do you
be.
guys
Gio,
keep
are you
saying another time?
Gio?
Yeah, you can moderate
Gio,
the
are you
room,
there?
Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy, you can moderate the room. What's the problem?
So Gio, I asked him a question, and Jeremy wants him to go beyond my question to an equivocation fallacy that I'm calling out and is justifiable because there's a difference between parallax with known distances and stellar parallax, which uses an assumption. So fuck it. I'm not gonna ask you. I'm not gonna ask you. I'm gonna tell you then.
I mean,
okay,
it's cool.
So,
We'll do it another time.
No, you didn't want to. You didn't want to. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it now.
Right.
I'm gonna do it now because
You have
you're
no
gonna do it
objection to
later.
parsec, right?
So Jeremy, didn't you want to be quiet?
Another
Quiet
time.
him too, so I can talk about it on my own.
You're pretty insistent,
You
though,
guys,
Eli.
you guys can. You guys can not talk about it if you like.
Right. So parsec is
I
haven't said
parallax
anything.
of 1 second, right?
So no.
If you use
listen.
if you're using parsec as a word, you're already baking in parallax to it, right?
That's not even It's as simple as.
So you have an objection
Google.
now, but not before. Okay.
Yeah, my objection is the use of the term parallax. You're equivocating. Now, why am I saying that? Because for stellar parallax, right, is the apparent displacement of an object because this is the presumption because of a change in the observer's point of view. So it uses the assumption of the rotation of the Earth, fam.
Now we'll talk about that later.
But parsec is fine because we're talking about different solar systems. Like you should have had a problem with equivocation fallacy with that to start with. Is my point.
We get a decent conversation. We have a man here who says he measures distances to the stars. He talks about parallax. Eli, you asked for clarification. Yes, stellar parallax. As we look at the stars, everything seems to move in a unison basis. There's no parallax unless there's certain assumptions made. And Gio tried to get Nate back. He's busy chatting in text, but can we get you back in voice chat, Nate? How you go about the last time you measured a distance to a star? How did you go about it? What assumptions did you make? I know already the answer, but what assumptions did you have to make in order to hone in on a distance? Can you answer, please?
He said there's no assumptions. It's a direct measurement, and I wanted to just fucking destroy that notion. Like, I don't know. Can you guys give me like 5 minutes or no?
Yes.
I know the
please
room's
do,
busy.
Jeremy. I will.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pete.
5 minutes, man.
So, Nate, 5 minutes. That's all I need. Nate, you there? Come on, guys. 5 minutes, please. Nate, you there?
No, Nate already left. Everybody decided they wanted to talk over your guys' conversation. So Nate left.
Well, first of all, I asked the question.
Yeah, we know when
and
Nate
everybody
left.
wanted
We
to,
know when he left.
and everybody wanted to skip over my question to him and allow him to do it to have their back and forth. No, that's fucking
Bro,
wrong.
if he heard
Don't
your
sit here and act
question,
like I did something.
If he heard your question, I'm not acting like you did nothing wrong. If he heard your question, didn't answer it, like, what do you want us to do?
Look at his last comment in chat.
Not
Jeremy.
play around with the
Get the time
truth.
to do
Not
that.
play around.
I ain't playing around, bro. I'm about to tear shit up if you guys let me, you know? You never let me.
If you're not going to call out fallacies, what's the point?
Elijah, what is the distance to the stars, please?
Oh, I call out fallacies.
What are the stars?
What are you
Now that he's
talking about?
left. What? Now that he's left, Jeremy.
Okay, but he's literally sitting here trying to bait and switch you, and you're like, well, let's go.
So
Bro, there ain't no
So
bait and switch. He said he can directly measure the distance to stars.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hone in on.
Using
That's
parallax,
what we're
which
trying to
isn't
get
the
down
same
to.
as stellar parallax.
Eloy,
All I
why
asked
are
him
you so
All
is
right, I'm
there
gonna
some?
run. I was gonna run through the steps of what he was doing and pick that shit to pieces.
Yeah. Now, Eloy, what are so now that
Now
he's
we're
gone?
never gonna know.
Now that he's gone,
Just like
Jeremy,
last night.
can we continue, please? Now that he's gone and he left because he got a convenient exit point because he
Pete, take a
couldn't
break.
fucking answer.
Yeah.
So can we stop talking here, please? Now, Eloy or Elijah, what are the stars? How far is the nearest
We don't
star?
know. They look like lights. We have no idea.
So you've no. I'm not asking about we. I'm asking about you. What is the nearest?
I have
distance
no
to the
idea.
star?
It looks like a light, and I have no fucking idea. I've never been there. The only way you can
Best you
measure
can do at this
something,
stage. That's
the
genuinely the
only
best
way
you
you
can do at this
can,
stage.
the only way you can measure something is well, we know how to measure things. You can either measure something and calculate how much area you can put something in, or you measure it to measure it. I mean,
Okay.
Time,
Okay, let's
duration,
get real.
there's no other
Okay.
option.
Okay, let's get real. So please, for a moment. Nate, whatever his name is, Nathan, Shuri, whatever his name is, he left conveniently because he's no fucking answer. He made a claim, and Jeremy would have taken him to pieces, of course, and we would all recognized it. But here's the thing: we know the official explanation is bollocks, but we also should know that what the stars are and the distances to these things is already
What are
known
they,
as
Pete?
well. So can I finish, please, by saying that
Yeah,
Eloy,
tell
you've
us
been
what
in
they
this long
are.
enough. You've been in this long
You're
enough.
asking everybody in the room.
Stop talking,
Let
whoever is
Pete
talking.
explain the stars, Demark.
I'm not explaining. Yo, I don't know what you're fucking doing here, man. I don't know what you're doing here. I honestly don't.
We're trying to herd cats is what we're doing.
I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm asking Eloy here, a regular member of Nathan Oakley's panel, who hates ether and is also a Bible literalist, what the stars are. His answer is I don't know. That's it. Nathan Oakley's
Why
answer.
would you
Look at the
say that about
universe with a
me?
new childlike wonder.
Why would you say that
Why are you
about me?
going at?
Yeah, because I can tell it, man. I can tell it by your brisk answer. You don't even offer up
Why
an
would you say
answer. How
that?
far do
Why
you
would
think
you
the
say that
stars are
about me?
away? How far do
Why
you
would you
think the
say that
stars
about
are
me?
away?
Why
How
would you
far
say
do you
that
think
about
the
me?
stars are away?
I answered that question. Are you a retard? Why would you
You
ask
just
that
don't
about me?
know. You just don't know. That's your answer. You have thousands of hours to spend talking about the same old shite in other terms, though, isn't it?
Well, the answer you got
Like, yo,
was
we
don't know.
Yeah, that's good enough, isn't
like,
it?
yo, guys, if
That's
somebody
good
wants
enough.
wants to have like a quick little 5-minute one-on-one with someone, can we please just let them have it? Like we gave it to Paul earlier with
Right.
whatever his
I'll have a
name was.
one-on-one with Elijah.
Good white
I'll
light.
take it with Pete, or Elijah can take it with Pete. Either one of us.
Okay. No, I'll take it with Elijah Demock because you know what the stars are somewhat. At least you claim to have some definitive opinion on it. Right? Elijah, he just doesn't know like Nathan Oakley. He looks at the world with a new childlike wonder. Obviously, that Nathan is easily debunked. This is the Nathan here. He's easily debunked with his bullshit about calculating distance to light years away stars. But that the truth about the nature of a reality isn't known, and known in particular fashion. How can we fool ourselves not to think that that's the case?
How
So
could
you're
you?
saying you don't know. Why does that leave any of us? Yeah, yeah.
You're muffled. You're muffled, Elijah.
He was muffled on purpose. He's taking the piss.
I said the same thing he just said. So what makes me a Nathanite? If you
know
don't know
fucking about
something,
the
bro, you
Bible,
don't know
though, don't
something.
you? You know about the Bible well enough, and you can cling to your fucking deeply held beliefs about it. Tell us the
I've
truth
only
about it.
read 4 books. What are you talking about? And they're not even.
Why
It's
did you
actually
call
one book,
yourself a
but
biblical name then? Why did you call yourself? Why do people call you Eloy?
what are you talking about? Because my mom named me that, fam. You ever heard of Elijah Muhammad?
Right, so you've only read 4 books. You're a piss taker, aren't you?
What the fuck? Pete, what the fuck?
I don't get what
As if
the
this
Bible
isn't
has to do with the
serious.
distance to
Yeah,
the
as if
sun,
this
though.
isn't fucking
Or
serious for the
stars.
individual.
Sorry.
You're all a bunch of piss
Where'd you
takers.
get? He only read 4 books.
I don't know. Perhaps Pete has more anecdotal evidence.
It's not about anecdotal evidence here. This is about, are we not all a truther community? Are we not all trying to find out the truth? Do we not realize that the people who gave us the fake fucking moon landing videos, the fake space images, they all have a greater grasp on the truth than we do?
Okay.
Pete,
So,
you said
And to
you
say,
said
and
and
I'm
to
the
say I
and I'm
don't know
the
is
and
not
I'm
good
the
enough.
pioneer, and I'm the pioneer of the rainbow and conical refraction, and that the sun is a fucking laser beam. Suck my dick talking about I'm a follower. I do what I want. You don't know
I
shit
say
about
the
me.
sun is a laser beam as well. I wonder, did you learn anything from me, bud? Luke
Well,
Skywalker, right?
I definitely didn't learn it from anybody but my observations of the sun
Okay,
that
tell
I've
me this
shared with
then.
people. I was
Okay,
almost done. I was almost done.
okay,
And I'm being reasonable with you, even though you were a dick to me, because I'm trying to bring it back to a level of reasonableness.
okay.
So
Now,
I spent months with my friends observing the sun.
okay.
Right?
Now
I
tell me
have
if,
tons of video.
okay,
Based
if
on
this,
my observations, I came up with my own
fair enough.
speculations, not from anybody else. I never
Okay,
heard anyone else say conical refraction
okay,
in my life in this
okay, fair
fucking
enough.
arena at all.
Okay, fair enough. I've been talking about that for ages. I have my own channel as well. Let me ask you a question. If the sun is a laser beam, what's the source of the laser beam?
I don't know, somewhere beyond, like any life.
Could it be earthbound? What's Polaris? Why is Polaris the fixity in the sky?
Who knows?
Okay, well, I have something to say about that. If you have nothing to say about it, I will say that the sun is the focal point of Polaris reflection. Polaris is a reflection of Aristarchus, what's going on at ground level, the root of the tree of life. But yes, the sun is a laser beam, Luke Skywalker, and we are underneath its power. It's impositional power, by the way. It's not a healthy thing for us. It's not a healthy thing for us. It's not a good thing for us.
I just want to know, how do you know what the stars are and how far they are?
Because
Maybe he
the
did
dimensions
stellar
of the valley
parallax
are
on
well
it.
known. Did you not hear about Operation Fishbowl? Did you not hear about Operation
Did you
Fishbowl?
do
You
stellar
know the
parallax
highest.
on the stars, Pete?
No, you can't. Hang on, Jeremy. I will tell you exactly. I was the one here who was trying to moderate and give you 5 minutes that you asked for as a moderator with this guy,
Moderate here,
Nathan.
please. Please do
Anecdotal
not ever
evidence.
try to moderate here, Pete.
Listen, I still want, and the reason he left as if he was offended, he couldn't speak, he couldn't answer the question, Jeremy. He made the
You
claim
know
that
what
he could
happens?
measure. Why is everyone talking? If I came in
Other
when Ruif is here
people try.
tomorrow, you'll get to talk for hours on end.
No, you can't monologue. That's
What
one of the
happens when
rules
other
here.
What happens when other people try to moderate? It ends up being utter chaos. Because you know why? You're not a moderator.
I wasn't the one who was.
The
I don't
moderators
give a
will
fuck for
moderate,
moderation, Jeremy.
and you just told me you were trying to moderate. But now you're saying you
Yes,
don't give a
you
fuck for
were
moderation. What do
okay.
you?
So,
You
so
double
you were a
speak.
moderator. Gio told
Double
you you
speak.
can moderate the other guys, and you didn't do it, and you were just going, okay, you're not going to give me the 5 minutes with Nate that I was asking
I know, but
for you on your behalf.
I know I didn't get a chance to respond. I'm at work. I can't go through my phone. Everyone's name that constantly
Anyway, the point
interrupts.
is, if
Like
you're
it's
at work,
just not in the cards for me. So I got to do it like I don't know
Jeremy,
some other
don't let
time.
him drag you to that because what he's trying to do is avoid.
Anyway,
You know,
here's
I
the
don't know
point.
why you guys like won't.
He's trying to avoid the question. That's all he's trying to do because he said, "How does Elijah doesn't know how the distance to the sun, when to the stars?" And that's a well-known something that's well-known. So he needs to answer the question and stop trying to go around into something else.
See, what your problem is, Elbow, you've actually been listening to what he's been saying.
Why was I muted
That's
there?
where
I'm trying to get it clear. The reason why Nathan
I'm
left,
just fucking
Jeremy,
around.
the reason why
Because
Nathan,
you don't be quiet while we're trying to actually speak and answer your question. You keep monologuing.
what's
So
going on
please
here?
answer the question.
I'm gonna just get something straight.
How do you know the distance to the stars, Pete?
Okay,
Pete, how do you know
that's
the distance to
okay.
the
Thank
stars?
you. Let me answer this. The reason why Nathan left Quick Smart because he had no grounds. He would have been pulled apart immediately
No,
as you
what?
came. Can I answer, please? Stop interrupting
Yeah.
me.
How do you know the distance to the stars? What
Right
do you start with
now,
Nate for?
You're doing this purposefully, man. What I'm trying to get beyond is Operation Fishbowl. Mankind, the powers that be, know the distance to the barrier above. They know the dimensionality to the T. If the skylights are reflections, like Elijah was suspecting. Hey, Elijah, have you suspected that if the sun is a laser light, well, then its direct reflection against the watery barrier would be the moon? That's why the sun and the moon appear the same size to us in the sky. Anyway, the point is that there's greater knowledge there. Operation Fishbowl, they set charges off up a high level, and they try to affect the barrier. And I think they actually learned a thing or two, because now they're in the process of expanding the barrier again. How do I know the start? I don't know it. I don't know shit. But they fucking know it. They know it, whoever they are.
Holy fuck. This is like
That's
so
assuming,
much.
that's assuming we can believe the CIA. Sure.
No, but this is a fucking whole double speak. Did you fucking see that? Yeah, how can you not know? And yada yada yada. But then all of a sudden, I don't know shit.
Okay. Right. It took him 5 minutes to say that
let me
he
tell you in
doesn't know
detail then.
shit,
Let me tell you
while
in
he's
detail for you to
talking shit
consider
about
in your
Eli
mind.
saying, I don't know.
No,
Because
we
Eli
not
doesn't
need
know.
detail.
Okay.
We
Let
don't
me
need
tell you
no
what I think
detail.
the dimensionality
We don't need details on the things you don't know. If you don't,
Okay,
how
I'm
can you
telling
give
you,
me a detailed description of something you don't know nothing about?
Okay, let me tell you the details then of what I've come to figure in my own brain that might be happening. There's a bi-barrier system. We're on the tree of life. It's caught, right? A fell tree. Jesus is the divided tree of life, promised reunification in Revelation 22. We have an emanation from the other side coming up to the north center, where there's a massive hollow inundated with water. It's spinning around. Can I finish, please? It's spinning around, projecting against the barrier, creating an umbrella-like surface, which is about 100 miles up. The inner barrier we're under begins low at the north, highest at the equatorial areas, stretching out to ground level at the southern peripherals as well. At the highest point, the equatorial area is about 60 miles, 60 or 65 miles, something like that. That's the picture. How about that? How about that? How's them
It sounded
apples?
like a giant water fart.
Did
So
you
a
say
water fart comes out and protects itself and implodes.
we've got a 30-story spiral slide?
We are in a broken system is the thing. When you use the word natural, natural is unnatural. Lord God is God, the demiurge of the material world. Dickheads. If you don't fucking know better. If you don't know better.
Oh, this is everything you say that goes on in your mind. You don't know better.
And that's what I said. I don't know shit.
Okay, then why are you giving me details of shit you don't know?
Will you at least admit that the people who gave us all the fucking fakery, the higher powers, the higher intelligences on this earth, know the limitations of our earth? Of course they fucking do.
How do you know that?
Yes, he forgot how hard he came at me. I guess. For not knowing.
Of course they do.
You don't fucking know what are you, a Nathanite?
Ask Nathan. Ask Nathan tomorrow on tomorrow's show. What does he think of Peachy? He'll give much respect to Peachy. Nathan will.
I don't know what that has to do with how you came at Nathan and the panel and me.
And he said you only read 4 books. I don't know where you
Oh,
got that from.
Bible. That's what I said.
You've only read 4 books in the Bible. Have you? I assume you've read all the Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
No, how could I have if I just told you if I only read the first 4 books?
Are you kidding me, Mom?
Well, I mean, I'm only killing you because you're making assumptions about me and you don't fucking know. Sorry.
Making an assumption about not only you, but everybody.
You know what? You've been called Elijah, which is a character in the Bible, and Eloi as well. I heard Jeremy calling you that. The Lord's Jesus' last words were Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. You know where that is?
Okay.
What does that have to do with? Jeez,
because he was leaving the Lord God of the earth, the material world, the demiurge behind.
You have no point, bud. You don't.
Yeah, but you've only read 4 books.
You're
of the Bible.
everywhere.
Hang on, bud.
No,
You've
you're
only read
not
4, so you
me.
haven't read the Book of Revelation. I take it you haven't read the Book of Thomas as well, or the Secret Book
You're
of
talking to
James.
somebody. You're talking to
no
Elbow,
worries.
not Elijah.
No worries.
You're talking to Elbow TV, not Elijah. And it doesn't matter how many books you read.
Yeah, but what is he inspired? You're a pivotal character. You're a prominent character in this greater debate, Elijah, on Nathan Oakley's show, and here as well, Gem Pandas as well. So you have a voice, but you've
Sometimes
only
you
read
can read
4
too
books
many
of the
books,
Bible. Okay, what books did you read then? Can you tell me the difference between Genesis 1 and
I try not
Genesis
to read
2?
any books, buddy. I try to burn
I'm
them.
not saying
Use
that.
them for firewood.
I'm not saying that. You have to get
Yeah,
your
firewood.
information from somewhere, Demok.
Well, listen. Hold on. Slow down a little bit. Damn. Take a drink. I'm saying, use the books for firewood.
You're fucking firewood. Where does wood come from? A cut tree. Jesus
Oh,
was a
God.
carpenter. A plain earth, right? Carpenter's plane shaves everything level, horizontal. Yeah.
I don't think you can have a coherent thought, man. That's pretty
You know
much
that a
Dude, that
tree
shit
rots
all.
from the
Listen,
center out. When you cut a tree and you have a stump of a tree, it rots from the center out. Do you know that?
well,
Elbow, here's what we gotta do.
What is me saying? You can't have a coherent thought. Oh my gosh.
Elbow, here's what we gotta do. We need like an empty warehouse with like a few yards of string, a few balls of a yarn, and just try to put this shit all together. With Pete.
Hey, yeah,
we get some red string.
All the time in the world.
Right? You ever see those things on the wall when people are like trying to put piece shit together and they got the red yarn going all over the place?
Okay. Jeremy, I get that, Jeremy. But what is Earth then? Jeremy, is the Earth flat? Jeremy, can you paint a picture for your children when you get home from work and tell them that, listen, scrub that blue marble image. I'm going to paint you a picture as to what I think your dad, the clear thinker, the elevated thinker, I'm going to paint you a picture for what it is. What are you going to paint them, Jeremy?
I'm not much of an artist.
Yeah, but what can you imagine in your brain then? In your brain, I can get you to imagine a naked woman riding on a rhinoceros's back through the deserts of the Sahara, having a great time. Just got you to picture that. So therefore, you have a picture formulated in your brain.
I'm going to paint a picture. Never mind. I don't want to do that. Listen, Pete. What is the point of all this?
Game of clues. Don't you all pretend you don't listen to New Perspective or IPS or Simon Shack. You know it's a game of fucking clues, man.
No,
I could have been going through. Nate said this shit was a direct measurement. There's no fucking way that was a direct measurement. I would have been pointing out all the fucking
exactly
assumptions and all that.
I wanted to hear it, dickhead. I wanted to hear it. Other people stopped you, not me.
Now we gotta listen to Pete.
I didn't stop you. I was the one.
I'm just
trying to
fucking with you, Pete.
floor.
Relax. You're my boy, kinda. I know. Don't ever do that again, no, please. The mods will take care of that. You just add to the chaos. Like whenever a non-mod tries to mod, it doesn't really. It just if there's a mod here, it just adds to the chaos. For real, guys.
That's fair enough, though. But I saw.
Now, is there any Globers here
that moderation, which was nowhere, Jeremy?
Well, I mean, I asked people nicely. What do you want me to do? If they don't, want to give me the courtesy, they don't want to give me the courtesy. I don't know what to tell you.
You're a mod, though. You fucking banned me loads of times.
I know. I can't. I already explained, Pete. I'm at work. I can't go through and start muting everyone every time somebody interjects and trying to sweep floors and shit.
And you don't even
I gotta get these floors swept.
Pete, you don't even mod yourself. What the hell?
I'm mod. Excuse me, man. Excuse me, man.
You don't know how.
talk while somebody's talking. You just don't know how. It just will not happen. And you talk to yourself about stuff. You don't make a point.
Yeah.
Yo, this is like
Get
the
him, D-Man.
pot calling the kettle black right here. This is like the pot calling the kettle black right now.
100%.
That's why he was giggling.
Let it go. Let it
That's why he was fucking laughing away.
Jeremy, are you looking in a big mirror right now? You little snooker.
Jeremy, just let it go. Let it go. Just
As long as the pot doesn't call the kettle the N-word, we're okay.
What do you mean? You can't say nagger? You can't say nagger anymore if someone nags a lot? What the heck, man?
Yeah, sorry, man. That's illegal in Ireland.
Is that crack villain? Fucking hell, a voice of reason back again.
Crack villain, for fuck's sake.
Wow.
It's bad enough what we did with Smooth and Flat Daddy and fucking somebody thought Paul was Hank. That shit was confusing as fuck earlier. All right, people.
There was 4 people calling everybody else in the room like 6 different names.
Well,
What's up, Crack? How you doing?
All due respect to Geo, this is Earth Awakenings. So, because none of us can sort of land on the truth or claim to have landed on the truth, the best we can do is cooperatively sort of work in unison to try and get to think about what the people who fucking control this place know, because they certainly know a whole lot more than what we know. That's the best we can do, right?
And how do you know?
Yes, we're trying to get to the truth, Pete. Yes. That's the
Yeah, but
ultimate
you
goal.
just want to beat Nathan.
In the
You just
meantime,
want to beat him to death for the umpteenth time, Jeremy. What good is that?
I don't want to beat him to death. If he can make a direct measurement for the stars, that's great. That shit sounds ridiculous though, and I know it can't be done. So I mean, what are we gonna do in the meantime?
Yes, get some moderation. I was trying to get the moderator some time, the 5 minutes he asked for, and you just gave up. You let me down, dickhead.
Because I can't, Pete. I am at. How many times do I have to explain this to you? I am at work right now. I cannot run through the list of people that interrupt and just mute them. Like I don't have time for that.
Well, just tell it to Gio.
If somebody's acting crazy, like if somebody was acting crazy and shit, yeah, I can stop for a second and mute them. But like, I just can't be. And I can't see who I've got muted because I'm not at a computer. The red thing doesn't pop up. So now after I mute 5, 10 people piping up, I won't even be able to know who I muted.
Okay. All you have to do, though, simple solution, pass it over to Gio. Gio, will you just please mute the person who's interrupting here? That'll do.
No,
It's
or
over now.
Pete, the problem is there's many people like yourself who are in the room who feel the need to pipe up and overtalk people and call for moderation or try to moderate themselves. And then you have 6 people doing that all at once. And then it becomes chaotic. And then there's, who do you mute first? How long does it take to mute the first person before the third person comes in?
Okay.
It becomes utter chaos. So if you feel that something is getting out of control, message a mod. Pretty simple. But the problem is,
Okay. Well, my retort to that would be, sorry for interrupting you, but Gio already said it to Jeremy. You're a mod, but Jeremy's just after explaining his circumstances. You can demand the 5-minute conversation you wanted with Nate, whatever his name is.
Listen, we're gonna try.
But you couldn't do it. All you had to do was say, "Well, I'm at work at the minute. Can you just do it, Gio, and just ensure we have a 5-minute conversation, moderator to owner."
We're going to try again tomorrow. All right. Or maybe if Nate comes in later, we'll try it later. All right. Maybe someday you guys will just have some social awareness of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? We've been doing this shit for years. If I want 5 minutes with somebody, anyone can have 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We just gave Paul 10 minutes with Flat Daddy, about an hour ago. Like if anyone wants 5 minutes with anyone, you got it. But everyone's got to just, relax for a minute, because honestly we don't get anywhere when there's mad people trying to get in and shit. Like we really don't get. I don't know. I don't think we can get anywhere when there's mad people chiming in at once.
I agree. Can I say something real quick? I don't know if this is an option anywhere on any platform. or not, but like in Pro Tools, when I'm making music, I can solo tracks out, and I can do multiple solos at once. So solo blocks all the other channels coming in, except for the one or the others that I solo in that group, so that I can solo that out. Now, if we had something where a mod could just solo the two people that want to have the 5 minutes, everybody has to shut the fuck up regardless. So solo those two out, they have their 5 minutes, unsolo them, and go
Yeah,
from there.
Geo's got a mute all button. Problem with it is though, it takes like 20 seconds or something for every person or something. So it takes like, if there's 30 people in a room, you're looking at,
Yeah, it's
longer
tough.
than the
It's tough. Yeah, I
conversation's
got
gonna
it.
last.
I
Yeah.
was just saying, if they had a thing like that, like they have on Pro Tools or all the other audio engineering, the digital audio workstations, man, this stuff would be such more of a breeze.
Okay, but we're all reasonable men here, and there was one particular
You are totally
antagonist,
unreasonable,
Jeremy.
Pete.
There was one
Pete,
particular
you are
antagonist.
unreasonable.
Jeremy,
Men
you
can't be
just fucking
trusted.
disrespected me there now,
We
bud.
can't be. Listen, I don't talk
No,
much.
there was one
We
particular
can't be
antagonist
trusted.
that was.
Pete, please, I don't speak much. We
cut him
clearly
off.
can't. Gosh darn it, we
My bad.
can't listen. We can't police ourselves clearly, okay? And that's just the deal. We've been trying for how long to say, okay, give someone a chance, this, that, and the other. Don't interrupt, but we can't seem to do it, and I'm guilty too. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
Try all day, keep trying, but
My point was that there was one particular antagonist, Jeremy, that was interrupting you, and you gave up on him then, and you gave up on the whole scenario. All Gio had to do was mute him immediately. If someone else spoke up then, just mute them, just individually.
It's fine, Pete. It's fine. We've been doing this for years. I'm going to see Nate again, and I'm going to be able to go at him with this stellar parallax thing. If
Nice one. Now,
if we can,
getting to the real question,
get like
Jeremy,
5
how
minutes.
far do you think the stars are away, Jeremy? After all these considerations.
Pete, I don't know. For the same reasons that I'm about to, go over with Nate. Like, I don't know. You'd have to know the medium you're looking through, the actual positions to apparent positions. Like, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
You'd have to know if Earth
work
was
these
curving.
thing out. You have to follow the clues
Earth
laid
was
down.
curving, because if you use a flat Earth or curved Earth, you're going to come up with different numbers. Is it a reflection? If it's a reflection, you'll never be able to do it, because then if you try to triangulate a reflection, shit'll be all over the place.
Right. But I guess there's two paths of thinking here, which is that the truth has been revealed to us slowly but surely, and all we can do is follow the clues laid down and put the pieces together in our own brain, or else we have no clue. We have no, like Eli says, like Nathan Oakley says, we look at everything with a new childlike wonder.
Yo, why you keep taking shots at Eli? Why you keep taking shots at Eli?
Yes, because he's part of the Nathan Oakley crew, and he gave exactly the same answer. Although he did clarify that he talked about the laser sun. But on further questioning, then I'd love to hear more what he has to say. But in general, Nathan Oakley's answer is we don't know, and we look at the new world with a childlike wonder.
Bro, Eli is his own person, dude. He doesn't have to conform to everything them guys think. I don't. Dude, you're off the rails, Pete.
Do that.
They hate Ether over there. I've been on
do that and lump people together.
Yes, but excuse me, please. I've been on Nathan Oakley's show for ages. I've been on Nathan Oakley's
I don't
show.
believe you. What number show? What number?
Fucking hell, man. Boy, what
number was
He's
the
about
show?
14,000 shows at the minute. Go back to show 7,393.
Many shows, Pete? There ain't that many.
Yes, it was back in the early days. All
right, what number was the show? I don't think you've ever been on Oakley's. I don't think you've ever been on Oakley's.
Well, okay. Jeremy's after saying that. Would you put a bet? You're a working man, Jeremy. Do you want to put $500 on it?
No, I don't think you've ever been on Oakley's. I'm not a gambler, man.
I'm sure you.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
but
well, I'm telling you, I have been, and have been on numerous occasions. So,
all right, let's see the site. Let's see that. What show? What number was it? What number show was it?
I just told you I don't keep track of it. I don't go over to Nathan Oakley's anymore. It was early days.
All right. Maybe you were on Oakley's. Maybe you weren't. We'll never know. That's fine.
You will know. And Nathan Oakley actually treated me worse. You know the way he treats people? And Whitsett, you know the way he treated Whitsett? He treated me worse for the very thought that we were dealing with a mirror sky, trying to get to the heart of matters, the truth of reality, just pushing the boundaries, what we come to learn. A mirror sky, singular reflection. When I mentioned Aristarchus, he fucking hated on me. He shat all over me from a height, and he just muted me and banned me. If I'm making that shit up, put your money where your mouth is if you don't believe me, because then you're calling me a liar.
I'm
Otherwise,
just
shut
the
the
burden of
fuck up.
proof's on you. You have the
Shut
burden
the
of
fuck.
proof.
Well, I'll go look up the
You're
show
making a
if you tell
positive
me.
claim. You're on Oakley's. I don't know. You know.
Okay.
Were you?
But if
Weren't you? Maybe. Maybe not.
Okay, but see, you're slacking it off. But yeah, if you were so sure that I was telling you lies and it wasn't true, then you put a bet in it. You won't. You know
What's that?
better.
No, I'm not a gambling man. I know better than to gamble.
You're
What is
a
the point of any of this?
cryptocurrency
Real
man.
question,
You
Pete.
I don't
dickhead.
know. I don't know. This is where we are now. What do you got, Democ?
Pete, what is the
Break
point?
us off with something. Break us off with something good, Democ. Here we go. Let's go.
You don't know what the stars are, Pete, and you don't know the definite distance, and you'll never be able to measure from us to the stars. So stop asking everybody in here what the fuck they
Follow the
don't know.
clues.
Yes,
You got to
but I
follow
think
the
I
clues.
do. I think I do know where
Follow
the
the
stars
clues.
are.
Yeah, you got
I
to
think I
follow
do.
clues to stars. So anyway,
Yes. So I
there's
think I
not
do
only
know
two
what
ways
stars
to do a
are.
thing.
They're emanations, reflections of a singular earthbound source.
Demonstrate it.
Well, it's not about demonstrations, right? We live in a metaphysical reality. You either encompass it within your mind or you don't. To demonstrate, you can do it yourself, in
So
a
it's
sense.
a dream. So the stars are your dream.
They're not a
Oh,
dream.
God.
They're a fixity. They're a fixity. There's a fixed pattern being expressed, bud.
Are they real or fake?
Everything revolves
We're
around
probably
Polaris. Do you agree or
actively
not?
losing
Do you agree or
YouTube
not? Everything
viewers
revolves
right
around
now.
Polaris and the